Vincent is a famous hunter in the area with vast experience, a muscular build, and sharp instincts. Vincent also has a beautiful wife named Alina, but unfortunately, the two are infertile and unable to have children. A few years ago, on a quiet night, Vincent continuously heard the sound of a baby crying from the horse stable. At first, he thought it was some wild animal, but when he took his axe and went over, Vincent was astonished to see a fair-skinned baby, with blonde hair, wrapped in swaddling clothes lying among the horses. Years passed, and the child grew up, blonde hair, blue eyes, incredibly beautiful and adorable. The boy was named Aryan Chiron, our protagonist. Vincent and Alina always regarded him as their precious biological son. Every day, when Vincent went into the forest, he would take his son along. While he chopped wood, Chiron would happily read the magical books his father bought for him. Their family was warm and harmonious, but the village children didn't seem to like Chiron very much. The reason was quite trivial, because he was always focused on reading books, and he was rather odd, looking more delicate like a girl, not at all matching Vincent's tall and muscular build. The gossiping women in the village often spread rumors that Chiron was a child Vincent and his wife had found somewhere. And of course, that's why the village children knew about it, even though the truth was that Chiron was adopted. But Vincent couldn't stand the rumors about the child he considered his treasure. Vincent always felt that Chiron being distanced by the village children was his fault. Of course, he couldn't go around hitting every child. So, to make up for his guilt, he could only take his son out frequently to broaden his horizons. The next morning, Vincent took his son to the city of Greece in the outskirts of the kingdom of Thormea. This was Chiron's first time in the city. The luxury and bustle of the place dazzled him. Vincent still had a few matters to take care of. So, he had the carriage stop in front of a fruit shop owned by a friend named Martin and told his son to stay there until he returned. Although Chiron was usually very well behaved, this was his first time in the city. Therefore, Vincent kept reminding his son not to go into any shady alleys or run into the nobles. Then he left with the carriage. Chiron stayed at the fruit stall, trying to prove his usefulness by writing a sign for Martin. Martin seemed surprised that a rural child like him could read, and moreover, he seemed very smart and quick-witted. While Martin was admiring the beautiful child, Chiron suddenly became curious and asked, "Mr. Martin, do you know magic?" "What? The law?" "No, magic." Chiron excitedly held up the large magic book that Vincent bought for him. Martin chuckled. Children really are children. They all like high-flying things like heroes, legends, and magic. But seeing Chiron's eager eyes, Martin couldn't bear to disappoint him. So he pointed toward the alley ahead. "I don't know much about magic, but there are many books about it down there." Chiron's eyes immediately lit up as he followed Martin's pointing finger. Behind the alley was a large bookstore. With Martin's permission, Chiron immediately ran towards it. However, once inside the bookstore, Chiron was stopped by the bossy shopkeeper. She wouldn't let him touch the books on the shelves, claiming that these expensive books were not for poor kids like him. At that moment, a distinguished guest entered the store, and the shopkeeper called him the head butler, though she didn't know which noble family he served. While the shopkeeper was busy attending to him, Chiron quickly flipped through a few books on the shelf and realized that their contents were nothing interesting. He sighed and left the store, just in time to see a man carrying a box of books passing by. Chiron, who loved books, ran after him without hesitation. What shocked him shortly after was that the man simply dumped the box of books into the trash. "So, this is where Father got his books for me?" Chiron stood frozen for a few seconds. Then he carefully approached the trash pile and started picking up each book to examine. At that moment, he heard some voices and laughter. He turned around and saw two noblewomen happily chatting, each holding a book in their hands. Chiron was very puzzled, wondering what was different between him and these women, and why his father had warned him not to bump into nobles earlier. And why were they allowed to freely read the books they liked, while he couldn't? Thinking about this, Chiron unconsciously followed the two women. But before he could catch up, he was stopped by a tall guard. "Hey kid, this is not a place for children like you to wander around. Beyond this gate is the area reserved for nobles. Where are you from? Where are your parents?" "Oh, my father is nearby," Chiron replied awkwardly. Just then another soldier came over. After glancing at Chiron, he became suspicious because the boy didn't look like the local children. They thought Chiron might be an orphan or a henchman of some bandits. So, they wanted to take him away for questioning. But Chiron quickly removed his coat and managed to escape. Chiron hid behind some bushes, his hair disheveled and his clothes filthy. But he still felt lucky that he hadn't been caught. Just as he was about to pick up his shoes and head back to Mr. Martin, Chiron heard voices coming from behind the large wall. So, now we will discuss what magic really is. No, Principal, show us some fire magic. A few people responded eagerly. Chiron looked up, trying to peer over the wall that was 2 or 3 times his height, but of course he saw nothing. Wait, could this be a magic academy? Excitement rose sharply within him, and Chiron pressed his hands against the wall, listening intently. Inside, the person called Principal was continuing to ask his students questions. He asked what the most important thing was when learning magic. Some said knowledge, others said hard work, and some even claimed it was money, but no one had the correct answer yet. Chiron tried hard to listen carefully, and finally, he heard the principal's answer. The most important thing when learning magic is wisdom. The noble students inside were around his age. When they heard him mention wisdom, each of them looked much older. What is that? The principal didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked another question. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what 1 plus 1 equals? Who doesn't know that? It's 2, of course. The students all chimed in. Then, can anyone explain why 1 plus 1 equals 2? The principal asked again. The students looked at each other. None of them could answer. The strange feeling right now is wisdom. There was a time when people didn't know that 1 plus 1 equals 2. And many scholars had to work hard just to prove it. But even without definitive proof, we still understand that 1 plus 1 equals 2, right? That's because it is a law that always exists in the world. That's also why we don't need to learn it. We automatically understand and accept it. Magic is the same way. It has existed in this world from the beginning. We can feel and accept it through our wisdom. That's why it's more important than knowledge and hard work. The principal explained all this in one go, and the students in the academy still hadn't fully processed everything he said. But Chiron, who was eavesdropping outside, felt his heart pounding excitedly. The most important thing when learning magic isn't money, nor is it noble status, it's wisdom. So even a kid like me could become a great mage, right? Thinking about this, Chiron felt both excited and nervous. His heart almost jumped out of his chest when he heard the principal's voice. The child behind the wall, I want to hear your thoughts. Chiron jumped, not expecting to be discovered even though there was such a thick wall. Should he run now or answer the question? Especially when he was in such a dirty and shabby state. Chiron was afraid that the principal and the children inside would look down on him, just like the bookstore owner or the 2 guards. Look down on him for being poor and filthy. But he also feared that if he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. And so, with some immense force, Chiron used his small body to climb up the wall step by step. He looked very awkward, but his eyes were shining brightly. Chiron saw the principal of the Magic Academy sitting under a tree with a few children. He looked very kind, nothing like the bookstore owner or the guards at all. As soon as he saw Chiron, he spoke first. Hello, are you here to play with me? This noble principal's name was Myra Amphias, a level 4 wizard and the founder of the Amphias Magic Academy. Chiron used all his strength to jump down from the wall and then took a few steps forward. The children sitting around Amphias were all from noble families. Their clean and neat appearance was very different from Chiron's. A few of them saw him and immediately recognized him as a commoner. So they rudely told him to leave. But Principal Amphias wasn't like that. It's fine, come over here. Was there something I said that caught your attention? Principal Amphias' kind appearance made Chiron feel much less self-conscious. Though he was still quite shy, Chiron dared to speak up about what he wanted. I want to see magic. I've only seen it in books, but I've never seen it in person before. Before Amphias could respond, the students around him started to shout. They called Chiron a liar, asking how a commoner could read books. He knew he had no standing here, so he lowered his head as low as he could. Please, any spell would do. I just want to witness magic with my own eyes. Amphias chuckled. Ha, that's easy. I'll show you a spell that creates wind. As soon as Amphias finished speaking, a strong wind blew, lifting Chiron into the air. It wasn't just Chiron. The children around the principal were also blown into the air. But they all seemed to be enjoying it, while Chiron was both scared and confused. After reaching a certain height, Chiron and the other children began to fall back down. While the others seemed very excited, Chiron's heart was about to burst from fear. This was the first time he had ever fallen freely, especially from such a terrifying height. Chiron felt like he was about to crash, and out of fear, he tightly shut his eyes. After a long time, Chiron no longer heard the howling wind by his ears, only the giggling of the children. Now, he dared to open his eyes and saw that he was floating only about 1 meter above the ground. The Magic Academy students were teasing him for being so cowardly. Principal Amphias, seeing this, couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. How does it feel? That's magic. Chiron safely landed, but his heart was still pounding with fear. So this is magic. It was so profound, beyond anything the book had taught him. What exactly is magic, Principal? Chiron, still shaken by the experience, stammered out his question. Amphias stroked his long beard, as if searching for an easy example to explain it to Chiron. But Chiron, eager to know, urged him to speak. Please tell me the truth, sir. His voice was loud, and anyone outside would think that Chiron was arguing with the principal. The noble students were stunned to hear this, because no one had ever dared to speak so loudly to Amphias, not even the teachers in the school. They were sure that Amphias would get angry and punish Chiron. But when they saw Chiron's intelligent face and bright eyes, Amphias couldn't get angry at all. Haha, if you want to know so badly, I'll explain, though it might be a little complicated. As he stroked his beard, Amphias began to explain what true magic really was. It's something beyond the ordinary. In other words, it's an expansion of the mind to explore the truth of the world. It's something unreal, but perhaps because of that, it is closer to the truth. Chiron suddenly asked. Amphias couldn't hide his excitement as he spoke, because what Chiron just said was something that even the noble students here couldn't figure out on their own. Did you read this in a book? No, but I saw the similarities between many books. Many ideas from great people were once considered absurd and avoided by society. But in the end, they all had to accept that the information was a newly discovered truth. So the truth is hidden within those absurdities. That's what I think. Amphias listened to him and kept nodding. It seemed he was very pleased with this intelligent child. Despite his tough circumstances, he was still able to absorb and filter the limited information he had to understand the issue. It's just a pity that he's only a commoner. And in the end, resources can't compete with those of these noble children. To help Chiron understand magic more, Amphias called out a pink-haired girl named Somin and asked her to enter the spiritual world. Then he took out a handful of coins from his pocket and asked Chiron to guess how many coins were in his hand. Chiron barely needed to think and directly answered with the number 6. And surprisingly, that answer was completely correct. Chiron was amazed, with 10,000 questions running through his head, wondering why. Amphias guessed that Chiron would have such thoughts, so he immediately explained. When a mage concentrates, their mind becomes sharp enough to perceive everything around them. Even superior mages can count the leaves on a tree from a very far distance. This is called the extremely sensitive mental state, or the spiritual world. While explaining, Amphias continued to change the coins in his hand, and this time, Somin still guessed it right. A mage who can enter the spiritual world perceives the outside world through supernatural ability, and eventually, they can even dominate reality itself. It's not just small tasks like counting coins, but they can also sense the entire situation happening right before their eyes. This is the basic ability that Amphias wants Chiron to achieve if he wants to become a mage. Because not everyone can enter this spiritual world state. First, you need to sense yourself. Try practicing in a quiet place. Then, you must clear your muddled thoughts. When you do that, a whole new world will open up for you to explore. Do you understand? In other words, if you can't sense yourself, you won't be able to control your thoughts. Chiron asked again. Amphias was constantly surprised by Chiron's questions. He asked Chiron to try sensing himself right here. After all, if Chiron couldn't do that, he wouldn't stand a chance at learning magic. But what exactly is the self? Chiron was beginning to search for the answer to that question, while the brain itself is just an organ. And the senses and reality he perceives cannot go beyond the concept of the brain. Chiron wasn't trying to understand its meaning, but to feel it. Thus, after a while, Chiron opened his eyes. In front of him were still Principal Amphias and the group of students, but something felt different. Amphias looked at him with anticipation. What do you feel? Chiron's whole body was drenched in sweat, and he replied, The sounds? I can hear all the sounds. The children burst into laughter. Well, of course you would hear the sounds. Amphias didn't show much expression, but seemed somewhat disappointed. He thought Chiron wouldn't be able to do it, just as he had initially predicted. Because what happens inside the spiritual world is in a different dimension. There, people perceive things with completely different senses. Similar to synesthesia, a neurological condition where the brain processes sensory information with multiple senses at once. In that state, one could smell sound, taste light, and feel the landscape through their skin. But Chiron just said he heard the sound, which meant he hadn't entered the spiritual world. After all, this isn't something everyone can do. Amphias slowly stood up and patted Chiron's head in comfort. Good, if you continue practicing, you'll be able to hear even more sounds. Then Amphias turned and spoke to his students. All right, the special class is over. Let's head back to school. After leaving, Amphias couldn't help but feel regretful, because finding a smart child like Chiron wasn't easy. He felt that if Chiron were born into a noble family and educated from a young age, he could have surpassed even these noble children. As for Chiron, he climbed over the wall and returned outside. However, Chiron's mind was in turmoil because he knew he had entered the spiritual world earlier. Chiron only told Amphias that he heard the sound, but he didn't say everything. That after the sound shock, he felt as if he had been torn into hundreds of fragments and scattered across the world. He felt that he was no longer a small entity, but rather, he was the entire world itself. That sensation made tears flow down Chiron's face unconsciously. He couldn't help but tremble in the vastness of this world. It was only a brief moment, but Chiron truly broke free from his body and became formless, merging into the world. He ran with his head down, as if trying to vent the feelings inside him. And because of his emotional turmoil, Chiron accidentally bumped into a passerby. Only he fell backwards because the other person was quite tall. Chiron immediately apologized, but the other person didn't seem to be willing to forgive him. There were a few others with him, and the one Chiron had bumped into immediately grabbed him by the collar. What are you, crazy? If you bump into someone, do you think you don't have to pay for it? I'm sorry. Chiron stammered in panic. Sorry? That's not enough. You're with the Wolf's Guild, aren't you? Are you here to take my life? Chiron didn't understand what the Wolf's Guild the other person was talking about was. But if things continued like this, at best, he'd get beaten up, at worst, he'd lose his life. In his panic, he suddenly heard a female voice. What are you guys doing? Is there something fun going on? Miss Amy, what are you doing here? Bored again? The thug quickly turned to ask the newcomer, but his hand didn't forget to keep holding Chiron's collar. The person called Miss Amy was a young noblewoman with striking red hair. Chiron wanted to ask for help, but when he saw that she was a noble, he immediately abandoned the thought. As for the thugs, after speaking to Amy, they turned back to the main issue. First, Chiron took a direct knee to the stomach. He immediately collapsed to the ground, his whole body shaking with pain. Bullying a small child like Chiron didn't embarrass these thugs. Instead, it excited them. The group began to taunt Chiron with crude words, even insulting his parents with unkind words. When Chiron heard them speak about his parents like that, his gaze immediately shifted, going from fear to intense fury. The thugs also noticed his anger, but Chiron had no chance to respond, because right after that he was kicked straight in the head. The group of large men surrounded and started ganging up on a child. Chiron couldn't fight back. He could only hold his head and endure. A little while later, Amy couldn't stand it anymore and walked closer. Stop it. You're really going to kill him at this rate. Saying that, she sat down next to Chiron and asked, Are you okay? I didn't do anything, I just happened to pass by. Chiron seemed to feel a glimmer of hope from this girl, crying as he explained. Yeah, it stopped now, Amy said. Isn't there anything more fun? Just when he thought he'd be saved, it turned out the seemingly kind-hearted girl was actually even more monstrous than the thugs. In her eyes, Chiron was truly nothing more than a plaything. We were planning to beat him up and then sell him to the brothel in the south. Since he's just a commoner, there's no need to worry, one of the thugs suggested. Chiron immediately fell into despair. He began to regret not staying put with Mr. Mungle back then. If they really intended to sell him, would he never be able to see his parents again in this lifetime? Amy gave Chiron a long, judgmental look before suddenly breaking into a sinister smile. A slave shouldn't have any flaws. Why don't I verify that myself? The thugs surrounding her immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Miss Ami, are you planning to inspect him? Did you hear that, kid? She's telling you to strip. Upon hearing strip, Ami's face immediately changed, and she instinctively took a step back. She had only intended to tease Chiron a bit, and then let him go. But these crazy guys were actually going to do it. Moreover, Chiron looked like he was about to snap. The laughter and threats from the thugs gradually faded in Chiron's mind. Instead, he started to hear more clearly the sound of a fly buzzing by. Then, the forest seemed to freeze, and Chiron felt his mind drifting back to a few moments ago. He saw Headmaster Amphias and the students sitting beneath that ancient tree, and he was reciting the incantation to create wind, showing Chiron what magic looked like. Chiron no longer doubted. He was inside his own memory. Amphias' spell became clearer in Chiron's mind. Everything poured into Chiron's head, becoming his own knowledge. As Chiron's soul traveled back to the world of memories, in the real world, he stood frozen like a wooden log. The thugs, seeing that Chiron had no reaction, became enraged and grabbed him by the collar again. You little brat, what's the deal? Do I look like I'm joking with you? Only Ami noticed something strange happening here. She quickly shouted for them to stop, but it was already too late. Chiron, relying on the memory he had just found, unconsciously cast the wind spell. Just like what Amphias had done back then, he created a whirlwind strong enough to lift all the thugs into the air. By the time Chiron regained his senses, they were already starting to fall freely. With such a high drop, it was only natural that they break their legs or arms. Chiron had taken down nearly 10 thugs, all much bigger than him, with a single move. And the truth was he wasn't even sure how he did it. Hey! Ami shouted and rushed over, temporarily snapping Chiron back to reality. What the hell are you? Where did you learn magic from? How can a commoner like you have magic? Just then, a few people, attracted by the loud noise, ran over. Ami, embarrassed by the crowd, quickly fled. Chiron was shocked to see her move as quickly as a squirrel, climbing to the top of a building and disappearing. But that's not important right now. What matters now is that in front of Chiron is a chaotic mess, and he's sure that the newcomers won't give him a chance to explain. Chiron wanted to escape. He couldn't be caught again. So, he started running full speed, trying to escape the alley. The first time stepping out of the village had left Chiron with too many terrifying experiences. He felt like this world was too scary, and all he wanted was to quickly return to his parents' embrace. That was all. Meanwhile, Ami had returned home. Her family was the Kami's family, a top-tier noble family. Ami came back in frustration because she had been beaten by a commoner boy. The head of the Kami's family, Sakura, immediately guessed that Ami had caused trouble again when she saw her come back. Why are you back so early? Did you skip school today, Ami? She then went upstairs. Sakura had no idea how to handle his daughter anymore. 2. I don't know when you'll grow up. Even if you're a genius, you can't be so reckless. If you keep this up, one day you'll be outsmarted. Sakura was just making a casual remark, but it seemed that his last sentence struck a nerve in Ami. Today, she really had been outsmarted, and worse, by a commoner boy. When Sakura noticed her daughter suddenly going silent, he was a bit taken aback. Usually, if she was scolded like this, Ami would have fought back fiercely. But today was different. She stayed silent for a long time, and then suddenly asked something out of character for her. Dad, about magic. Do you know anyone at the Magic Academy who could teach me? After the stormy incident, Chiron finally found his father. As soon as he found Vincent, he rushed into his arms, crying and saying he was lost. Father and son returned to the small village, but Chiron's temperament had changed completely, and winter had arrived. The next day, after returning home, Vincent only saw his wife sitting there with a worried expression. Olina said that Chiron had gone to the woodcutting area to chop more firewood, even though a heavy snowstorm was falling. Feeling uneasy, Vincent went to find him. Though they were not blood-related, Vincent had raised Chiron since he was a child and treated him like his own son. With that paternal bond, he could clearly feel the change in his son after his first trip to the city in the spring. And even though Chiron only said he got lost, Vincent always felt that something was off. At this moment, Chiron was in the woods, chopping firewood. Even though several days had passed, Chiron still couldn't forget the day he unconsciously used magic to attack the soldiers. And since then, he hadn't been able to use it again. That spell had been instinctively activated successfully. But without any basic magical knowledge, he couldn't repeat it. Nevertheless, Chiron had now mastered entering the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, he could sense everything. Like right now, the sensations, shapes, smells. He could perceive everything related to the tree in front of him all at once. And he could even see the weakest point of that tree. This allowed Chiron to swing his axe and cut down a tree 5 or 6 times the size with one blow. Vincent witnessed the entire scene. He was an experienced hunter, and he was sure that what he had just seen was a thunderstrike, a phenomenon where an axe fells a tree by targeting its weak point. But how could Chiron, such a small, frail child, achieve something that even a seasoned hunter like Vincent would find difficult? Seeing his son carefully cutting through the tree in the freezing winter, Vincent couldn't help but shed tears. Meanwhile, Chiron seemed to be very excited, because this was the first time he had successfully performed the thunderstrike after countless attempts at chopping wood. Just like when he successfully summoned his spell that day. Chiron knew that he wasn't as lucky as the noble children, but that didn't stop him from desperately seeking fundamental knowledge about magic. And tomorrow, the day after, and the days to come, Chiron would continue repeating these actions to feel magic, because he believed that one day soon, an opportunity would come to him. His persistence had truly brought Chiron some achievements. Time passed, and 3 years later, Chiron had grown much taller, his hair had become unruly, and he had successfully performed the thunderstrike every time. Now, it felt like he had become one with nature. Chiron could even feel the tremor of every shrub, the movements of insects, and the absorption of nutrients by every tree root. But Chiron knew that wasn't all. If he continued to train, a new world would open up to him. Today, he had spent 5 hours meditating in the forest to train his spiritual world. After achieving the results he wanted, Chiron gathered the firewood and headed home. On the way back, he saw 2 white horses. These precious horses rarely appeared in this remote area. In front of his house, Chiron saw a luxurious carriage parked. He immediately guessed that they had guests. But when he entered the house, both his father and mother seemed to be very tense, which made Chiron a little worried. "You're back? Come in and meet this person." Vincent spoke. The owner of the luxurious carriage was the assassin butler of the Ogen family. He introduced himself as Temurin. Chiron didn't know why the man had come to see him. Even though the Ogen family was a major noble family ranked second in the entire kingdom, he still responded politely. Temurin approached and carefully observed Chiron's face and figure, as if appraising a valuable item. "Can you read?" he asked. "I learned a little when I was younger." Temurin seemed to ponder for a moment, then nodded, continuing to examine Chiron. "You seem well-raised, just the son of a hunter, but you can read. You're also a well-behaved child. Wait a moment. Can you explain why you're here?" Chiron seemed to grow impatient. Finally, Temurin revealed the true purpose of his visit. He was here to recruit Chiron to work for the Ogen family, though Chiron didn't understand how the man knew about him. The job was to move a total of 10,000 books out of the main library of the estate. Among them were many important books, and this task would be completed over the span of 2 years. The transportation would be handled by others, but the classification would only be done by Temurin and Chiron. As soon as Chiron heard the words library, his heart began to race. Moreover, it was the Ogen family's library. It must be filled with valuable knowledge for a mage. However, Temurin continued, the only people who will know about this are your family. If even a single book leaks out, or if news about this gets out, then both your life and your families will be forfeit. At that moment, Chiron understood why his parents looked so worried. Of course, since the task was so dangerous, the Ogen family had agreed to pay a huge sum. It was an amount that Vincent could never earn, even if he spent his whole life hunting. Of course, he wasn't so greedy that he would sell his precious son for money. He agreed to Temurin's offer just so that his son could have free access to the Ogen family's library. The amount of money he would receive was indeed substantial, so it was worth it for him to take care of his son all these years. Temurin seemed very pleased with Chiron and turned to speak to Vincent. For years, Vincent had been focused on money, so he immediately stood up and slammed the table. "I didn't do it for money. I just want our Chiron to be able to fulfill his dreams." Temurin suddenly burst out laughing. "Ah, why think so much? You think the boy will have a career? Stop dreaming. If you're not doing this for money, then what's the real reason you're begging me to choose your son?" His tone was filled with mockery. "Because he can read books?" Vincent almost shouted. Thinking back, when Chiron was younger, Olina had taught him a few words for fun. But he never expected that by the age of 5 or 6, Chiron would start reading on his own to learn. Vincent still clearly remembered how obedient and cute Chiron had looked back then. But what mattered most was that he was a smart child. Every time Vincent looked into his beautiful, delicate eyes and saw how focused he was while reading, Vincent couldn't help but wonder if his adopted son might actually be of noble blood. And if he had been raised by a noble family instead of a hunter family like theirs, would his life have been better? For all those years, Vincent struggled with these thoughts. On one side, he wanted to keep Chiron for himself and raise him to be a hunter, a lumberjack like him. But whenever he saw Chiron spending hours in the forest, diligently chopping wood, he felt uneasy. So, it was Vincent who took the initiative to approach Temurin after hearing that the Ogen family was looking for a commoner child who could read. All Vincent wanted was for Chiron to go there and read the books he desired. That's why he begged Temurin. But he never expected that this arrogant man would think that Vincent wanted to sell his son for money. This truly angered him. I don't need any money. If I knew you would look at me like that, I wouldn't have begged you. Now, get out of my house immediately. Temurin, also prideful, was offended by Vincent's harsh words and immediately turned to leave. But just as he reached the door, Chiron called out to him. He said that he would take the job, no matter how dangerous it was or how much it might make Temurin look down on his family. Are you serious? I'm not trying to scare you. Just so you know, even a small rumor could cost you your life, Temurin warned. But even then, Chiron was steadfast, asserting that he could keep his mouth shut no matter what. And if anything went wrong, he would not blame Temurin or the Ogen family. Seeing the young man's determination, Temurin no longer tried to dissuade him. He said he would send a carriage for Chiron within the next week. During that time, if Chiron changed his mind, it would be fine. But once Chiron stepped foot into the Ogen estate, he would not be allowed to leave until the job was completed. With that, Temurin, feeling satisfied, didn't linger any longer. Only 3 people remained in the house, and Vincent hurriedly questioned his son. Chiron, why did you agree to such a request? Those bastards just need a substitute to die for them. This is my fault. I will take responsibility. Please refuse right now. Vincent's face was full of tears, and at that moment, Chiron started crying too. But Chiron wasn't crying because he blamed Vincent for pushing him into the fire, but because he was grateful for the great gift Vincent had given him. Because getting to step into the Ogen family library and read those precious magical books was an opportunity Chiron never dared to dream of in his lifetime. Dad, thank you so much. Chiron cried, but a bright smile was on his face. Vincent quickly embraced him, continuously comforting him. Don't worry, Chiron, and remember to come back safe. I promise they won't lay a finger on anyone in this family. In that moment, Vincent truly didn't know if his actions were right. Even Olina couldn't hold back her tears, worried for their son. But if Chiron wanted to go, there was nothing they could do to stop him. A week later, Temurin sent someone to pick up Chiron as promised. After having Vincent sign a commitment form, they quickly took him away. The carriage door closed, and they began to move. Chiron quickly entered his soul world. He could see Vincent and Olina embracing each other, crying bitterly. In his subconscious, Chiron wanted to reach out and touch them. But the last bit of reason made him pull his hand back. That's right, this opportunity was a double-edged sword. Although working for the Ogen family was dangerous, it would also give Chiron many things. And he wouldn't hesitate or back down anymore. Speaking of the Ogen family, their main estate was located in the city of Greece in the Thomia kingdom. Quite far from the capital, Basuka. Ogen was a family of warriors that typically trained sword masters. The previous head of the family was a level 3 swordsman, and the current head, Bishop Ogen, was a level 4 sword master. In short, they had the power to influence the major forces in the city. It's unclear how much time passed, but the carriage finally arrived in front of the Ogen estate. This was Chiron's first time stepping into a noble family. And moreover, it was a level 2 noble family with a great influence in the kingdom. The grand, majestic scene before him truly overwhelmed him. The 2 people responsible for welcoming Chiron led him to the administrative office, which also served as the butler's quarters and the place where he would stay for the next 2 years. Temurin was already waiting there. He didn't give Chiron any time to rest, but immediately took him to the family's grand library to explain the task Chiron would be responsible for. As Chiron entered the Ogen family library, he was even more overwhelmed. He had never seen so many books before. And for someone who loved books like Chiron, this was truly heaven. Since the Ogen family had recently built a new library, the books here were being transferred there, and Chiron's task was to organize them. He would receive a list every week, and based on the names of the books on the list, he would find and group them together. Work hours were from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. Outside of those hours, Chiron was allowed to rest, but he was not permitted to go outside or enter the estate without permission. Temirin, being the head butler, would be busier. But apart from him, there would be other butlers who would teach Chiron the etiquette of the family. "Do you have any questions?" Temirin asked. Chiron was still processing the information that had just been shared with him. He felt that this truly was an opportunity worth risking everything for. "When do I start?" Chiron replied with a question of his own. "Starting tomorrow." Just like that. The next morning, Chiron put on a fresh new butler's outfit, taking the list of books and heading to the Grand Library. After a night of deep thinking, he finally understood why the vast Ogen family only hired one person to handle the task of organizing books. Perhaps it was because they needed a consistent standard for organizing the books. For example, if a book was titled The History of Swordsmanship, everyone would have a different opinion on whether it should be categorized under professional sword techniques or comprehensive history. And another thing Chiron realized while experiencing the organizational systems was that all knowledge was interconnected, and the core thing that connected them all was history. Knowledge gradually built up along a timeline called history. History was the backbone of knowledge. After studying history thoroughly and using it to strengthen other fields, Chiron's reading speed increased significantly. Out of the 10,000 books in the library, around 850 were history books. He planned to read all of them during his 2 years here in order to achieve his greatest dream of becoming a mage. Time passed slowly, and Chiron quickly adapted to his work. That night, while reading books in the library, Chiron heard footsteps. It was Temirin with an assistant butler. Chiron quickly put away the book in his hands. After all, reading books here was not permitted. "Have you finished organizing? Are you working overtime?" "Yes, sir." Chiron quickly stood up and replied seriously. Temirin didn't suspect anything and just reminded Chiron not to overwork himself. After all, he still had 2 years in the library, and more importantly, he had to take responsibility for everything he did. If he wore himself out and made mistakes, his head could be on the chopping block before he knew it. After leaving a new list, Temirin walked away. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned and walked straight to Chiron, making him extremely nervous. What's going on? Could he have discovered that Chiron was secretly reading library books during overtime? Fortunately, Temirin just came over to adjust the bow tie on Chiron's collar. In this library, it wasn't just butlers. Even the head of the family and other nobles came by. Pay attention to your uniform and make sure you're not embarrassing the Ogen family. Temirin also reminded Chiron to trim his long hair. After that, he left for good, and Chiron let out a sigh of relief. He started thinking about tying his hair up like his father did. But in reality, there was something even more worth thinking about. The knowledge in these books was truly difficult. After Temirin and the assistant butler left, Chiron began to struggle with the massive amount of information. He had originally wanted to memorize everything quickly, but in order to access the knowledge of any book at any time, Chiron had to fully understand each event within it. And so, he kept cramming more words into his head. But after working nonstop all day, Chiron quickly succumbed to sleep and slumped over the desk. By the time he had fallen asleep, a hand reached over and took the book he had been reading. It was Temirin, who had apparently returned without Chiron noticing. "Idiot," he muttered to himself with a click of his tongue. "You've been holding this book for a month. Do you really think you can succeed just by studying? If you were reading more practical books, I would have forbidden you from coming here outside of work hours. Anyway, lucky for you, you're just a fool with determination." 3 months had passed, and Chiron had begun to get used to working in the Ogen family's grand library. He had also learned a lot from the maids. After 3 months of work, Chiron realized something. The noble class didn't care much if 1 or 2 books went missing. This meant that there probably weren't any books in the library that were all that important. But that didn't mean Chiron would be any safer. So, he maintained his stance just like when Temirin first approached him. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. While he was lost in thought, the door to the grand library suddenly swung open. Then, a voice pierced Chiron's ears. According to Chiron's knowledge, this was the youngest son of the family, Reno. After Rain, another voice echoed, one that sounded even more terrifying. Rain, how dare you run away? Once I catch you, you'll have to run another 100 laps. Rain quickly rushed towards Chiron, then crawled under a nearby table. Before hiding, he reminded Chiron not to tell anyone that he was hiding there. Rain's large figure created a lot of pressure on Chiron, but the person who followed behind had an even larger build. I know you're hiding here, Rain. Hey, you there, did a little green-haired kid come in here? Chiron was speechless. If that green-haired kid was small enough to be the size of a bean, then how small would he seem in the eyes of this old man? But this guy was so intimidating. Chiron decided to probe into his identity for now. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? I'm a swordsmanship instructor. I'm the teacher who has the right to beat that little brat into the ground, understand? The words understand felt like they could pierce through Chiron's eardrums. He felt that if he didn't answer, this old man would probably bury him alive. So, even though the youngest master had strongly warned him, Chiron had no choice but to truthfully admit that Rain was hiding under the bookshelf beside him. The swordsmanship instructor immediately grabbed Rain by the collar and pulled him out. Master, it's all just a misunderstanding. Rain tried to explain, but his master didn't give him a chance. Rain was tossed roughly to the ground, and the instructor grabbed his legs and dragged him away. Follow me, you good for nothing. You dare neglect your training? I'm going to knock some sense into you. Rain looked utterly miserable. Chiron could clearly read his lips as he mouthed, You'll pay for this. Rain said, You'll pay for this. But the swordsmanship instructor looked even more powerful than the head of the family, so Chiron had no choice but to stay out of it. After that day, Chiron heard rumors that the youngest master had been captured and sent to the mountains for training. From then on, no one barged into the library, shouting and startling him. In the following days at the Grand Library, Chiron continued to finish his work while also finding time to read. It took him 20 days to finish the first book, but after understanding the entire content, he read 82 books in just 4 months. Everything was progressing, just as Chiron had expected. The beginning was difficult, but after that, no book contained entirely new content. Once he built a solid foundation with the first 200 books, the remaining 650 were much easier to absorb. When Chiron read books about the origins of magic, he began to have doubts. Was studying the history of magic origins really the right choice? But since he had already studied the formation of all things before, he became more and more certain that this was the correct decision. If a scholar creates a theorem, then a magician does the same, but they also have to materialize that theory and apply it in practice. Therefore, a magician is like a scholar. However, not all scholars are magicians, because not everyone can enter a state of sensory awakening within their consciousness, that is, the spiritual world. Thus, Chiron became even more confident that with his own spiritual world, as long as he absorbed a vast amount of knowledge from the books, he could one day become a true magician. Chiron thought that his peaceful days would last forever. Until that night, Rain returned in a rage. You bastard, I've crossed through hell just to wait for this day. Once again, the green hair, the tall figure, and that deafening voice. Chiron secretly broke into a cold sweat. This young master was truly persistent. After enduring such torment on the mountain, he still remembered the grudge of being exposed in the library. Rain was so angry that his teeth were grinding together. Do you know how much trouble I had to go through, you bastard? He then began recounting how his master had tortured him, climbing up rocky cliffs countless times, leaving his fingers completely drained of strength. But every time he thought he was about to die, Rain would remember the grudge from the library, the person who pushed him into this situation, and it would fuel his determination. Chiron sighed quietly. This young master's grudge was more than just a long-lasting one. It seemed his anger had been building up and had finally reached its peak. Aren't you going to speak? I trusted you. I asked for your help. But you turned on me and reported me to my master. Every time I see your face, it makes me sick. Saying this, Rain grabbed Chiron by the collar. It's not like that. I only told the truth. Don't try to justify yourself. You should have said you didn't follow my request back then, shouldn't you? Chiron sighed quietly. It seemed that reasoning with someone this angry and with overwhelming strength was impossible. Then what should I do, young master? Rain seemed surprised by Chiron's calm response and the way he asked. He then laughed loudly, clapping Chiron on the back and dragged him to the training yard despite it being the middle of the night. Chiron thought the other side intended to use a sword to beat him until he vented his anger. He didn't want to lose the opportunity his parents had risked their lives to secure for him, so he decided to just endure Rain's blows. However, after scanning the weapons hanging on the rack, Rain randomly grabbed a wooden sword and tossed it to Chiron. He demanded that Chiron fight him one-on-one. "I'm not a coward like you. The price for disrespecting me. You are destined to become a great swordsman, and you will feel the wrath of my sword." "What cowardice have I shown, young master?" Since Rain kept calling him a coward, Chiron also seemed to be getting agitated and retorted back. "As a servant of the Ogen family, you should protect the Ogen family members. But instead, you betrayed me to the master just because you were afraid of being beaten. Isn't that cowardice?" When Rain said this, Chiron could clearly feel his gaze change, becoming somewhat vicious. Chiron unconsciously tightened his grip on the wooden sword, and that was exactly what Rain wanted. Since there was a large gap in skill between the two, Rain allowed Chiron a 3-step advantage. Chiron was extremely tense. Although it was only a wooden sword, it couldn't take his life. The wood was still hard, and if he broke a bone, he would be sent home and lose this job. A question kept repeating in his mind. What should I do now? After a few seconds of thought, Chiron gripped his sword tightly and launched a strong attack. But Rain easily dodged the first strike. On the second strike, Chiron attacked again, but this time, Aryan blocked it with his own sword. Unlike Chiron, whose hands were trembling while holding his sword, Aryan clearly had a more solid foundation and overwhelming strength. Sweat drenched Chiron's neck. He only had one more chance to strike his opponent. If he failed this time, Chiron would have to accept defeat. He focused all his mental energy and entered his soul realm. In the soul realm, Chiron could sense the weakest point on his opponent's sword, just like the times when he successfully created a lightning strike while chopping firewood. After locking onto the target, Chiron immediately launched his attack. Aryan instantly raised his sword to block and even mocked Chiron for the ridiculous stance of his strike. However, when Chiron's sword came down, Aryan could no longer laugh, as his sword was instantly shattered into pieces. Aryan appeared incredibly shocked, staring at his sword in disbelief for a long time. Chiron's sword had broken too, but he had succeeded. Aryan had given him 3 chances, and Chiron used the first one to gauge the force, timing his opponent's strike with the second one and executing his strategy on the third. This was the lightning strike technique he had been practicing for 3 years. "Aryan," Chiron said, voice trembling, "where did you learn swordsmanship?" "This isn't swordsmanship, it's just the lightning strike technique," Chiron replied honestly. Aryan looked at him with a confused expression. Chiron even explained that his father was a woodcutter, and since childhood, he had accompanied him to chop wood on the mountain. Due to his weak physique, he couldn't chop wood in the usual way, so he developed this technique to make woodcutting easier. The lightning strike was the name the local woodcutters gave it. Aryan became more and more confused. How could such a powerful strike have been developed by the other party while chopping wood? Meanwhile, he had been holding a sword for 15 years, yet he was defeated by the son of a simple woodcutter. Moreover, what Chiron had just called a lightning strike was the lethal sword technique, a skill from the Orient family that Aryan's older brother had learned when he was only 12 years old. Back then, Aryan was defeated by his brother using this very technique. Today, he had been defeated again by Chiron, using that same skill. "I will not accept this." Aryan gritted his fists, unable to hold back his scream, seeing his opponent's face grow more serious. Chiron, who had just relaxed, began to feel tense again. "Young master, have I upset you?" "Shut up," Aryan shouted, then took out another sword. This time, it was a real sword, and he threw it towards Chiron. "Since both our weapons are destroyed, this match is not over yet. If you have mastered that killing sword technique, then I should treat you accordingly." Chiron's heart was about to jump out of his chest. "Please don't tell me the young master has gone mad and wants to duel with me using a real sword." Fortunately, Aryan had not gone that far. Though he did want a real duel with swords, he would give Chiron a month to prepare first. A month may seem long, but for someone like Chiron, who had no real foundation in swordsmanship, it would be useless. He held the sword in his hand, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. If it were a real sword, then he could truly lose his life. Chiron didn't want to gamble with his life. So he begged Ryan to reconsider, explaining that he had never learned swordsmanship and couldn't possibly duel. But Ryan had no intention of retracting his words. That's why I'm giving you a month. If you can master the sword technique by chopping firewood, you'll somehow manage to do it. And don't even think about running, because I'll definitely catch up with you. The sword in his hand wasn't too heavy, but Chiron felt as though it was crushing his heart. After returning to the Great Library and gathering information, Chiron finally understood why the young master had reacted so tensely. It turns out that the Ogen family is known for having two hair colors, black and green. The patriarch, Ogen Pichoff, has black hair and 3 sons and 1 daughter. His eldest son has black hair and is now a 6th-tier swordsman. His eldest daughter, with green hair, possesses exceptional musical talent. So she now works as a musician in the palace instead of following the family's swordsmanship path. The second son, Ogen Tai, also has black hair, and at 52 years old, he has mastered the killing sword technique and is considered a genius. But Ryan Ogen was thought to be very different from his siblings. The servants in the household all agreed that he was quite talentless, despite having his own personal instructor. Chiron was feeling incredibly discouraged, and he started regretting not letting Ryan use a wooden sword to beat him senseless when he had the chance, instead of resisting, which had led to the situation now. Ryan's pride had been severely wounded, and it seemed he was determined to defeat Chiron in a fight to relieve his psychological burden. Chiron was even crying from the pressure. If he lost his life in the duel with Ryan next month, then his parents would certainly never live peacefully again. Thinking about his parents, Chiron wouldn't allow himself to fall into despair any longer. Think, you'll become a wizard, Chiron, he thought to himself, then began looking for books in the library. Back when he lived on the mountain, Chiron had always been confident in his physical strength. So, he believed that as long as he learned a few defensive techniques, he would surely survive. And so, Chiron began researching everything within his capability. Meanwhile, Ryan started practicing furiously. His sudden enthusiasm surprised his swordsmanship master greatly. Even the lazy student who had always avoided training was now demanding that his teacher give him more intense training methods. Instead of teaching him basic swordsmanship, his teacher quickly realized something was off with Ryan. But Ryan simply replied that nothing was wrong. Seeing Ryan's determination, the teacher didn't press the issue any further, and instead began giving him a brutal, more intense training regimen. While Ryan was sweating like crazy in the training grounds, Chiron was carefully studying the force diagram. It is considered a simple diagram of the human body. Just as wizards have their domains, swordsmen have their force diagrams, which help them visualize their own bodies. The force diagram can push their limits to the extreme. Those who master the force diagram can use and control every cell in their body perfectly. This is the most important factor in becoming a swordsman. This aspect is completely opposite to the domain that Chiron unlocked, but it also intrigued him. Should I try it? Chiron thought to himself, and he decided to go for it. Chiron closed the book in his hands, closed his eyes, and began to sense his own body. This was the first step in unlocking the force diagram, and it was quite simple because it was similar to entering a domain. When unlocking a domain, one must erase themselves, but when unlocking the force diagram, they need to delve deep into their own existence. In reality, Chiron didn't want to put all his effort into the force diagram, as it was the opposite of the domain. So, he shifted focus to learning a few basic sword techniques, using his already existing domain as a foundation. Chiron took a stack of swordsmanship books and went to the backyard. He began with the most basic technique, the 8-direction slash. At the same time, Ryan was still pushing himself to practice to the point where even his swordsmanship master was startled. He had never seen his student so fired up, despite having taught him since he was young. Ryan's emotions were extremely complicated. In fact, Chiron was just the last straw. The core issue was that Ryan was constantly compared to his siblings, and the fact that he had practiced swordsmanship for 15 years without unlocking the force diagram made him a failure in the Ogen family. His swordsmanship master, though seemingly stern, was actually very caring. Today, seeing the terrifying change in his student, he actually shed tears. Ryan, enough. Let's stop for today. The sword in Ryan's hand was taken by his master. Only then did Ryan feel all the muscles in his body were sore. Ryan obediently set the sword down, then sat down and began to gaze into the distance. What are you thinking about? Rian's master asked while wiping the sweat off his face. I'm thinking my hands are so sore, I might die, Rian replied. Rian, do you know? I never knew you could push yourself this much. But I think you've done really well. Have you ever thought about what you're best at? He suddenly asked. I don't know. I just know I haven't done anything well, Rian replied. Yeah, that's true. That's why you're not a genius. Rian snapped, thinking his master was mocking him. But when he turned to look, he saw his master's expression was serious, his eyes full of deep thoughts. He said, all geniuses know what they're best at, and they only put in the effort when they're 100% confident they can do it well. But even geniuses have their fears. It is the relentless hard work to achieve the impossible, a burning will that challenges the unattainable. That very will and determination are the nemesis of geniuses. Thank you, Master. Rian smirked. Out of all the words of encouragement I've ever heard, I like these the most. His swordsmanship instructor was not just speaking thoughtlessly. Those words truly ignited a fierce fighting spirit within Rian. If talent was not something he had from the start, then he would grit his teeth and forge it through sheer hard work. Rian wanted to use his determination to turn the impossible into possible. He wanted to win. And coincidentally, that was also Chiron's thought, who was struggling to practice basic swordsmanship at that very moment. Chiron was also taking his first sword strikes very seriously. Swordsmanship is the process of learning actions meant to take a person's life. Its downside is the immense psychological battle between life and death. Since he had no training partner, Chiron could only firmly grip the sword Rian had thrown to him. Then imagine an invisible enemy before him, one that could attack from multiple directions. In reality, sword attacks come from 8 main directions. With his extraordinary efforts, Chiron trained himself in executing all 8 slashes, as well as the ways to counter them. As he practiced, he gradually realized that the path of swordsmanship was as limitless as magic. Yet all he had learned so far was merely a grain of sand in a vast desert. Father, Mother, I'm sorry, but perhaps this time I won't be able to return home. Chiron murmured, his voice filled with sorrow. But ever since stepping into the Ocean family, he had never once regretted his decision. Even if the path he walked was fraught with death, he had also witnessed a wondrous world. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Chiron arrived at the training grounds on schedule, stepping into a duel of life and death with Rian. In just a short month, he could clearly sense that his opponent's aura had changed completely. And Rian could feel the same about Chiron. Just a month ago, he had appeared utterly disoriented, with poor posture and an unstable stance. But now, Chiron was incredibly composed. Even though it was his first time wielding a sword, he remained calm. This made Rian unable to help but compare Chiron to his own eldest brother, fueling his desire to win even more. Rian was the first to charge forward, while Chiron tensed up. Because, despite the servants calling him talentless, Rian's swordsmanship was already on an entirely different level compared to Chiron. But fortunately, thanks to his relentless efforts over the past month, Chiron could still sense the direction of the incoming blade. Chiron's composure and keen observation of the sword's trajectory only made Rian's blood boil even more. Is he not afraid of this blade? Rian wondered to himself. In reality, Chiron was not a reckless person unafraid of death, but he had completely mastered his emotions. On the other side, Rian continued his attacks. This time, his blade came from the right side, but Chiron blocked it again. The first and second strikes were light, but from then on, Rian's speed kept increasing, surpassing Chiron's ability to track his sword movements. Finally, Rian's blade successfully carved a shallow cut across Chiron's chest. As fresh blood trickled out, he knew he was on the verge of losing. Chiron quickly changed his strategy, retreating at full speed. Alongside the pain radiating from his chest was an unshakable sense of confusion. Seeing the look in Chiron's eyes, Rian seemed to understand his doubt and became even more smug. What he had just used was ocean swordsmanship, meant for training greatswords. Every strike was a culmination of Rian's relentless effort, making its power completely different from ordinary sword techniques. After successfully injuring Chiron, his bloodlust intensified. Right now, in Rian's eyes, there was only one goal: to completely crush Chiron with his strength. They lunged into the second round, but this time, Chiron found himself even more confused. If Rian had slashed upward after striking his chest, Chiron would have been cut at the ribs. Yet, Rian's following attacks never seemed to be finishing blows. This meant that his understanding of swordsmanship was lower than Chiron had assumed. Rian could swing his sword proficiently, but lacked the knowledge to execute techniques effectively. This was the flaw Chiron could exploit to turn the tide. He immediately changed his combat strategy, focusing all his efforts on attacking. Since Chiron had learned the fundamentals of sword swings, his strikes were decisive. And once again, Rian found himself utterly shocked. Why is he attacking all of a sudden? Wasn't he already exhausted? Rian was utterly baffled, questioning himself. His confusion deepened as he realized that Chiron's attacks were simple, yet effective. Yet he couldn't seem to block them. Rian, who had been in an overwhelming position, attacking relentlessly, suddenly found himself on the defensive. Noticing his opponent's stamina depleting after struggling to parry, Chiron's hope of surviving this fight grew stronger. All he needed to do was endure, maintain his stamina, and keep up this offensive rhythm to claim victory. On this side, Rian's mind was in turmoil. Chiron's overwhelming presence once again brought back the shadows of his past. Rian recalled his eldest brother, whom his father hailed as a genius, and the one who had defeated him using a lethal sword technique. Remembering the arrogant, satisfied smile on his brother's face when he was defeated, Rian's anger flared up once more, and he directed all of it toward Chiron. Rian's unstable emotions made Chiron think he had already given up. However, at that moment, a new problem arose. Rian was indeed unsettled, but the burst of rage caused his sword swings to accelerate significantly. It was so fast that Chiron could no longer read the sword's direction. And in the final strike, Chiron felt as if the Grim Reaper had tapped him on the shoulder. However, with the protagonist's powerful aura, of course, this old man wouldn't die so easily. Neither of them landed a decisive hit, because Chiron managed to deflect Rian's sword with his own. Rian stood there, stunned and confused, while Chiron was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Rian clearly saw that in that final moment, Chiron had read his sword's trajectory, and he had changed his grip in an instant. Chiron's sword pointed upwards, directly clashing with Rian's descending blade. With the last of his strength, Chiron won by knocking Rian's sword away. Chiron gasped for air. He had won, yet he couldn't believe it himself. And despite his victory, Chiron felt uneasy, because even though it was a duel, his opponent was still a noble. Yet, once again, he had trampled on Rian's sky-high pride. Who knew what Rian might do next? Chiron was tense, unable to imagine just how mad Rian would be this time. But this time, Rian wasn't angry. Instead, he lowered his head and said 3 words. I lost. While Chiron was still in shock, Rian scratched his head and repeated those 3 words several times, flustered. I lost and you won. Since I lost, even if you decide to take my life, I have nothing to say. Chiron was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Rian to admit defeat so easily, let alone offer up his life so freely. But he was a noble. How could Chiron possibly survive if he so much as harmed a hair on his head? What nonsense are you saying, young master? Chiron almost shouted at Rian. We fought with our lives on the line, and I acknowledge that I lost. So you have the right to take my life, don't you? Rian coughed and replied. You're the only one who wanted to bet your life on this. I, on the other hand, want to live? Chiron yelled. From the start, I already thought this whole duel was ridiculous. From the beginning, why did you blame and try to vent your anger on me when you were the one avoiding your master just to escape training? The anger surged straight to Chiron's head, making him fearless as he directly criticized the young master before him. Rian was not one to back down either. He immediately fired up his sharp tongue to argue back. Wait a minute, you bastard. Who is blaming who here, huh? It's all because you're a coward. Even if that was the first time we met, and under such circumstances, you still should have shown me some respect. Respect my ass. Chiron cut him off. Have you ever thought about how much trouble you put me through? I was caught between the heir of the house and your swordsmanship master. If you were truly worthy of respect, you wouldn't have put a mere servant like me in such a situation. The more Chiron spoke, the more heated he became, venting all his frustrations at Rian. To be honest, this young master was a certified brat. He wanted to challenge Chiron not to push him to death, but simply because of his own towering pride. Meanwhile, Chiron genuinely thought he was about to meet his demise. After scolding Rian in one breath, Chiron was so exhausted that he plopped down on the ground. On the other side, Rian was left dumbfounded after being berated by a household servant. Yet, strangely enough, he wasn't angry at all. In that moment when Chiron let it all out, Rian felt that the composed and cold warrior he had just fought had disappeared. In his place stood a young boy, just around his own age. And most importantly, though Rian acknowledged that Chiron was undoubtedly a genius, he never mocked Rian the ways I had. Instead, Chiron had given his all in their duel, not just to protect himself, but also out of respect for his opponent. Because of this, Rian began to see the boy before him in a different light. "Hey, what's your name?" he suddenly asked. "Aryan Chiron." Chiron didn't know what the other meant by this, but still answered in confusion. "And I am Ocean Rian," Rian declared with a firm voice. Chiron was once again puzzled. Who didn't know that this blue-haired guy was Ocean Rian? And his confusion peaked when Rian suddenly extended his hand to help Chiron up. Along with it came a proposal. "Let's be sworn brothers." Thus, the duel between the two came to an end. Chiron went back to his usual work. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since he first stepped into the Ocean Estate. And in total, Chiron had categorized 7,028 out of 10,453 books. This progress far exceeded expectations. Even someone as strict as Temurin couldn't help but leave a word of praise. Since the number of books Chiron needed to classify had significantly decreased, his work efficiency had also improved. Moreover, his goal of reading all 850 history books had now been reduced to just 200. Every day, he read up to 3 books. And soon, Chiron would complete the foundational knowledge he had always dreamed of. Not only that, thanks to Rian, he had also experienced swordsmanship and understood the essence of fear. With all this, it seemed that the strength of Chiron's domain had also increased. Although his progress was initially slow, he knew that as long as he didn't give up, he would eventually reach his goal. Most importantly, Chiron had found his first good friend in life, who was also the person who had shouted at him upon their first meeting. After their duel, Rian almost always stayed at the Grand Library to talk with Chiron. He also realized that Rian was actually quite sentimental and had some endearing qualities, completely opposite to his tough exterior. Although sometimes Rian's behavior gave Chiron headaches, such as when he messed up the books Chiron had just sorted. Overall, he was still a worthwhile friend. However, after becoming close friends, Rian started to slack off in training. For example, today, after finishing his basic training, he told his master he wanted to study at the library and ended up staying there all day. Chiron knew that, despite seeming lazy, Rian was actually a smoldering fire that could ignite at any moment. Rian would grow stronger as long as he had opportunities, so there was no need to push him too hard in training. Thus, Chiron agreed to let Rian stay in the library and read with him. But only 10 minutes later, Rian was already exhausted by the sheer amount of words in the books. "Chiron, didn't you say you wanted to become a mage? Do you really have to read this many books? 800 books? You're insane," Rian grumbled. "Of course. Actually, I'm still behind," Chiron replied. "Before coming here, I never had the opportunity to study. But now that I've read over 600 history books, I almost know everything." Rian had no interest in reading, so he focused on observing Chiron instead. And every time he watched him work, he was astonished all over again. Chiron's reading speed was unbelievably fast, to the point that Rian felt like he might get sucked into the book at any moment. Bored out of his mind, Rian started talking to Chiron after reading just a few words. The two of them, when together, were like a waiting lobby in Free Fire. Because of this, Chiron couldn't focus on reading. They started debating about the book Rian was holding. It discussed one of the most frequently asked comparisons on the continent. Who would win in a battle, a swordsman or a mage? Of course, the swordsman would win. A voice rang out from behind the bookshelf. Chiron immediately stood up upon hearing it. The owner of the voice was Ogen Jai, the second young master of the Ogen family and Rian's most despised older brother. Chiron was extremely tense, fearing that Jai had overheard their conversation. A servant who dares to speak disrespectfully to a noble's child will not be easily forgiven. Jai's gaze right now looks like he wants to pierce through you. Seeing Chiron feeling uncomfortable, Rian had to step in to ease the situation. "Why are you speaking as if you already know the outcome? Are you sure you're not siding with the swordsman just because you're one yourself? Oh, I didn't think you'd pay so much attention to this matter. Just look at the status of swordsmen and mages on the continent. and it's obvious. Rian laughed heartily. We're talking about combat here. What does status have to do with anything? Do people choose their battlefield positions based on military rank? Surely, you're not planning to say something as meaningless as that? Rian showed clear defiance, but Jai didn't care in the slightest. Instead, he turned toward Chiron, who was standing nearby. Oh, you're over there. What do you think? It was a simple question, yet Chiron could feel an invisible pressure from Jai. He couldn't figure out Jai's intentions. And if he failed to give the answer Jai wanted, would he still be safe? Despite this, Chiron couldn't ignore the question. He could only cautiously express his thoughts. He believed that if a swordsman and a mage were at the same level, the swordsman would struggle to win once the mage entered their spiritual domain. However, if a swordsman used their superior physical prowess to attack before the mage could establish their domain, they could win. No, you're wrong. Jai cut Chiron off. At some point, he had already moved in front of him. Jai was taller than Chiron, and his presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. You're wrong. The mage will lose. As he said this, a triumphant smile appeared on Jai's face. That familiar look of superiority greatly irritated Rian. Jai had been like this since childhood. Whenever he disliked someone, he took pleasure in trampling on what they valued most. Before, it was Rian. Now, Jai wanted to pressure Chiron. You seem to like history, huh? I'm sure you've heard of the 5 divine armors, haven't you? Holy relics capable of shattering a mage's spiritual domain. I'm talking about anti-magic. Chiron calmly corrected Jai. A mage's innate ability is their domain or spiritual world. Fighting a mage within their domain is like battling sharks in deep waters. However, there is something that can stir the waters and distract the sharks. That's why anti-magic, which Jai just mentioned, was created. If the spiritual world cannot be influenced, magic becomes ineffective. Once someone possesses an artifact with this attribute, mages are powerless against them. But ultimately, this is just a theory. In the past, anti-magic was a precious power created from the mana flow in a dragon's heart. This alone made it extremely valuable. Moreover, due to frequency wave fluctuations, no amount of wealth could enhance its effectiveness. Even a master mage like Iagra could only utilize 65% of the 5 divine armor's potential. Thus, the cost of obtaining a holy relic sword. Of course, by now, it holds historical significance as well. Its value equates to the yearly budget of an entire kingdom. But the biggest issue here is that the ones who created anti-magic were mages themselves. They crafted something to counter themselves because the demand was high, making it a profitable endeavor. Those mages are lining up, waiting to be recognized. A mage is just a profession where failures sell their own weaknesses to make money. Jai's voice dripped with contempt. Rian was furious because he knew Chiron dreamed of becoming a mage, yet Jai openly mocked the profession. However, the one who should have been angry, Chiron, showed little change in his emotions. That's the essence of a mage. Chiron suddenly smiled brightly and said. Chiron's response took both Ogen brothers by surprise, especially Jai. What did you just say? Jai, thinking he misheard, asked again. You're not wrong. Anti-magic was indeed created by mages. It was designed to limit magic within forbidden zones. And it was also effectively used to assist in training magic students. Chiron's knowledge was in no way inferior to Dai's. You know, magic resistance is indeed used to counter mages. But its existence is more like a product of wisdom, meant to serve noble purposes. And for that reason, Chiron firmly held onto his beliefs. That Dai's claim that swordsmen are superior to mages was nothing more than a blatantly biased opinion. Dai, the proud second son of the Ogen family, had always been arrogant and used to stepping on others. Yet today, in his own house, he was effortlessly pressed by Chiron's calm and composed words. However, Chiron remained respectful, leaving Dai with no room for rebuttal. The theories you speak of in reality are 2 entirely different things. No matter how you idealize it, the truth is that a mage will never defeat a swordsman. With those words, Dai stormed off in frustration. Only then did Chiron finally let out a sigh of relief. Just now, when young Master Dai appeared with such a menacing expression, Chiron truly thought he was done for. Rian was also delighted because he finally found someone who could handle Dai's arrogant remarks in his place. After that incident, Dai stopped coming to the library to cause trouble. Thanks to that, Chiron was able to focus more on his work. A month later, as winter arrived, he had completed the classification of over 10,000 books. He finished the task 6 months ahead of schedule. Timurin seemed relieved that the books, which had been neglected for 20 years, were finally properly organized. Having completed his task, Chiron was now allowed to return home. However, one of the Ogen household stewards seemed reluctant to lose such a capable worker. He tried to force Chiron into extending his contract with some ridiculous excuses, but Timurin did not approve of this. Meanwhile, at the Grand Library, Chiron had just finished reading the last book he needed, concluding his 1.5-year-long book-devouring journey in the noble Ogen family's collection. Aryan, who had been training with his sword, rushed over the moment he heard that Chiron had finished organizing the books. He was worried that Chiron might just leave for home without a word. Seeing that Chiron had read more than 800 books, Aryan looked even more excited than Chiron himself. To commemorate this milestone, Chiron wanted to do something special. He asked Aryan to take him on a tour of his family's mansion. Even though they lived within the same estate, they mostly met in the library, and it was always Aryan who came to visit. As just a servant, Chiron never had the chance to see what a noble's true home looked like. Coincidentally, the entire Ogen family was out for the day and wouldn't return until the evening. So, Aryan readily agreed to Chiron's request with enthusiasm. Chiron had already thought the Grand Library was huge, but when he stepped inside the mansion, he was truly overwhelmed. Just one room here was probably as big as his entire house. Aryan was truly the heir of an incredibly wealthy family. Yet, he was not arrogant in the slightest. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat unambitious. Aryan took Chiron on a tour of his bedroom. It was the smallest room, located at the end of the hallway. Chiron had mentally prepared himself to be blinded by the luxury inside. However, Aryan's bedroom was far simpler than the other rooms. Most importantly, it was filled with training equipment and swords. The messy bed looked more like a temporary resting spot after training. Chiron couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really where someone like Aryan lived? Truly, you couldn't judge a book by its cover. After finishing their tour, Chiron and Aryan decided to play poker. However, Aryan kept groaning about losing. Hey, are you cheating with your domain ability or something? What? Who do you think I am? I'd never use such dirty tricks. Laughing, Chiron revealed the trick behind his card predictions. That was how he kept winning. You have a habit of placing the aces at the edge, and the way you bet when you have a pair is also pretty obvious. Aryan, completely exposed, wanted nothing more than to throw a tantrum on the spot. Observation skills improve naturally when you're not preoccupied with other thoughts. So, when analyzing your opponent, you should observe all of their actions. Then, you can deduce what they're thinking. Chiron earnestly gave Aryan some advice, hoping he would soon break through his own limitations. But before he could finish, Aryan had already dozed off. Chiron initially planned to return to his room to rest, but then heard a soothing melody. The rhythm, tone, and tempo were all flawlessly controlled by the musician. Chiron unconsciously followed the sound. He knew that only one person in this world could play at such a level. It was Aryan's older sister, Reno. So, how was my sonata? As soon as the music stopped, Reno suddenly asked, startling Chiron, who had been peeking from behind the door. Realizing he had been caught, he stopped hiding and walked straight toward her. I think it was wonderful. Chiron's nerves began to tense up again. Perhaps it was because he was in front of a noble lady, or perhaps it was because Reno was simply too beautiful. Hello, this is the first time we've met. Were you recently hired? Reno continued to ask. Yes, my lady. I am in charge of sorting books in the library, and it has been a year since I started. Reno let out a soft "oh," as she had previously heard of Chiron's name as the brilliant boy who single-handedly categorized over 10,000 books. If that's the case, have you ever played the piano before? Chiron wanted to refuse. Other than Aryan, he didn't want to get involved with any more members of this household. Moreover, Reno was a master at using domain force while performing. For that reason, he wanted to keep his distance. However, Aryan once mentioned that his sister was the most difficult person in the mansion. Thus, Chiron felt a sense of apprehension when he responded. You haven't? My dear, then let me teach you. Come here. Reno moved slightly to the side, leaving some space on the bench for Chiron. But he truly did not dare to sit there. Just what was wrong with the Argentine siblings? Chiron thought to himself he needed to be cautious. She is an expert in using domain force while performing, he replied awkwardly. Are you sure this is okay? He said it was fine, but inside, his emotions were in turmoil. Aryan had also told him that the most demanding person in the mansion was his sister. She looked at him and gave a gentle smile. Then let me teach you. Will you sit here? As she spoke, one hand rested on the piano keys while the other patted the space beside her. He was utterly shocked by her invitation, and sweat began to form on his forehead. He grew increasingly anxious, his mind screaming, What? Sit there? Rena, perceptive as always, noticed his tension. She calmly reassured him, It's okay. I've given my permission, so no one will blame you. He pressed his lips together, hesitating, his inner turmoil raging. She was insistent, and he had no right to refuse. Reluctantly, he sat down, feeling both nervous and excited. His heart pounded uncontrollably as he thought to himself. Besides, when would I ever get another chance to sit in front of a piano? He sat attentively, listening to her as she explained the fundamentals of music. She eagerly and patiently guided him through each note. Now, these notes are do, re, mi, and the symbols on the sheet music are... She asked him to press all 3 keys at once. He quickly followed her instructions, gently pressing the keys with 3 fingers. A sound rang out, making him feel a bit bewildered. The melody was ethereal, clear, and resonated deep within him. He marveled, What a beautiful sound. She turned to look at him and said in surprise, That's a great start. His emotions swirled indescribably. He felt shy, his gaze betraying his nervousness. Sorry if this is too much to ask, but may I try playing something? She was taken aback by his request, but without hesitation, she nodded. Go ahead. Chiron lowered his head, realizing he might have overstepped. His request had been quite bold, and he felt somewhat embarrassed about it. That might not be very good, Venus said with a gentle smile. But that's how everyone starts. However, deep down she couldn't help but wonder, does he know more about music theory than what I just taught him? Chiron placed his hands on the piano keys, lightly touching them. He began moving his fingers gently, gracefully pressing the black and white keys. The notes rang out, clear and enchanting. Vina was so astonished that she covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on his hands. She was in awe. Unbelievable. He's playing everything wrong. But he doesn't hesitate at all while pressing the keys. Should I stop him? Vina watched Chiron play, sweating slightly as a thought crossed her mind. She focused on the melody he played, her expression frozen. Strange, he's completely off. Although the sounds he produced were imperfect and slightly chaotic, she still enjoyed them. Then suddenly, Vina realized something. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she watched his hands skillfully move across the keys. She was shocked, but at the same time it's completely similar. Chiron seemed to melt into the melody of the piece. In that moment she realized, it's as if he's perfectly mimicking the feeling of the piece I played earlier. The harmony in each note left her completely stunned. His eyes suddenly glowed with a brilliant jade green. Chiron seemed to be lost in a maze of notes. They sat in the center of it all, an ethereal glow surrounding them in a mesmerizing aura. Under his skillful hands, the melodies and sounds flowed seamlessly. His hands moved fluidly, gliding effortlessly across the keys, the notes dancing around each melody. As Chiron's fingers pressed down, the piano keys shimmered, further enhancing the elegance and finesse of his performance. At this moment, Vina furrowed her brows, her eyes turning serious. It seemed like he was following the right path. She pondered for a moment. It was starting to sound more precise, perhaps. His hands moved up and down, never stopping like a true artist at work. She sat there, fully focused, listening and savoring every melody he painted. Vina stared in awe at the man before her. What was unfolding right in front of her eyes was almost unbelievable. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her. Even so, this couldn't be called a performance, but he could perceive and grasp its essence. Vina observed Chiron's every movement, and several questions surfaced in her mind. Why is this child just a butler? Especially since he carries such a noble air. Anyone who saw her thoughtful expression would immediately notice. She hadn't even finished speaking when Ryan's voice interrupted with a shout. Stop making such a racket, you annoying little gremlin. His loud voice shattered the serene, melodic atmosphere. causing Chiron's mood to falter, and sweat began to form on his forehead. Ryan, with an irritated expression and a hint of anger in his eyes, stood at Vina's doorway. "Why are you acting all crazy again?" Looking into the room, aside from her, the person next to her also left him stunned. He stared at him in surprise and confusion. "Hey, you're here too, Chiron?" Encountering Ryan in this awkward situation, Chiron's expression turned a bit embarrassed and awkward as he hesitantly responded. "Why, yes, that's right." Vina, sitting beside him, looked bewildered, not quite understanding the situation. She was utterly astonished. "Huh, you two know each other?" While Ryan stood frozen, Chiron looked at him and then back at her. His face flustered as he stammered, "No, I mean," not knowing how to answer. Sweat dripped from his brow as unease crept into his heart. Would their friendship be exposed? Why did he feel as if he were committing a crime? Behind him, Ryan scratched his head and nonchalantly said, "Oh, Chiron." Now fully alert, his eyes lit up as he introduced Chiron to Vina. "He's my friend." Chiron, utterly shocked, nearly collapsed onto the floor, staring at him in horror. "What are you saying, Ryan? You know full well." Perhaps he feared that revealing their friendship wouldn't be a good idea. Ryan grinned brightly, hands on his hips, turning toward Vina. "Don't worry. The gremlin, which might have a terrible personality, but she doesn't care about that kind of thing." Chiron's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just heard, his heart in turmoil. What? How could that be? How could she not care? Just as he was at a loss for how to respond, Vina spoke up first. "So your name is Chiron?" She sat down beside him, her demeanor gentle and caring as she lightly placed her hand on his shoulder. "Don't worry, if Ryan says you two are friends, then that's good. That boy is a bit annoying, but he's responsible for his words." Her reaction was beyond his imagination, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Vina didn't really care whether he and Ryan were friends or not, but what intrigued her more was his thoughts. She was curious. "So, what were you thinking while you were playing? I'm really curious." Her words startled him, and countless question marks popped up in his mind, wondering what she was thinking. Ryan was also shocked by her question. "What? Chiron was the one playing? I thought you were just acting crazy in here." Witnessing this scene, 16 years of logic were crumbling, his established beliefs shattering in an instant. For years, he had always wondered why she never cared about him befriending a commoner. Chiron turned to look at him, and besides, Ryan, why did you lie? Your sister is a beautiful and kind lady. Hearing those words, she couldn't help but be amused. But unlike her, Ryan had a completely different reaction. "You seem serious, your eyes carrying a hint of fear." "What? Don't be fooled by her. She's a witch. Who knows when she'll latch onto your promotion button?" Hearing those words, he couldn't help but be surprised. She leaned in closer, covering her mouth with her hand before giving an apologetic smile. "Sorry, my little brother is a bit childish. I'm glad he has you as a friend. Please look after him." He looked at Rena's face and smiled, then responded to her, "It's nothing. Actually, I'm the one indebted to him." Her enthusiasm made him feel embarrassed. Rena showered Chiron with praise. "Oh my, you're really adorable." Seeing this, Rain smirked slyly. "If he's so cute, why don't you keep him? You could have him join our family too." Reno was surprised by Rain's suggestion, but soon gave an amused smile. "You're so close. Aren't you afraid he'll steal your sister away?" Rain laughed mischievously. "What are you even talking about? I'm not worried about you. It's Chiron I'm worried about." As he finished speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed his collar. The two of them lunged at each other, throwing punches without holding back. She didn't care that he was her younger brother. She was hitting with full force. "What? You think you're so great just because I didn't say anything?" The two wrestled on the floor, and Rain couldn't take it anymore, yelling out, "Ow! That hurts!" Chiron stood there watching the siblings brawl. The chaotic thoughts in his mind left him feeling lost. Just when he thought he understood nobles a little better, they became even more confusing. After getting beaten up, Rain huffed in frustration and shouted at her. "Huh? Why did you come home? You just took a break not long ago." She casually dusted off her hands. "You don't know? Dai is preparing for the examination, so I came to pick him up. We're leaving tomorrow, and Father went to visit a friend. He'll return later." Rain's mouth fell open in shock. "What? That's insane." He lowered his head, his voice growing quieter. "So the distance is really that far?" Chiron saw the sadness on his face. His mind kept replaying her words, the examination. The certification was a standard and a requirement for mages and swordsmen to be recognized not only in the kingdom, but across the entire continent. Every year, over 1,000 people participated from all over. Yet fewer than 30 ever succeeded in completing it. Besides that, there was the unverified certification. Graduates from a kingdom-certified academy, like the Amphia's Magic Academy, had the chance to become an unverified mage. After earning achievement points through organizations and guilds, they could rise in rank. Hundreds, thousands of people flock here, the line stretching far into the distance. You can't see the end, but wherever there is wealth and fame, people naturally gather there. Even if they haven't earned their certification yet, they still desperately desire to be recognized. This is the legendary examination that Gia is preparing for at the age of 18. And Cham True is in awe. Wealth truly makes a difference. They also have the full support of their family. He sighed deeply. His spirits sank, and Vina walked over to him, patting his head comfortingly. It's all right, I'll go prepare dinner. It's seafood from the royal palace, so I need to go prepare it myself. She turned to him with a bright smile. It was nice meeting you, Chiron. See you next time. He looked at her, startled. Yes, have a good day, my lady. He thought to himself, will I ever get to meet her again? He remembered the scene when she taught him to play the instrument. It felt so wonderful. He wasn't sure if he'd ever meet her again, because tomorrow he would be leaving the estate. Vina left, leaving Chiron and Rain behind. He turned to Rain, hesitating before speaking. Rain, your sister? He looked off into the distance, his eyes firm. Does she have a boyfriend? His question left Rain frozen for a moment, stunned. Seeing his expression, Chiron realized he had made a mistake. He quickly apologized, sorry, never mind. Rain laughed, unable to hide his grin, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He quickly adjusted his response. I was just curious, forget the question. Before he could finish his sentence, Rain darted out the door, shouting, Rena! Chiron knew something was about to happen, so he called after him. It's nothing really. He clenched his teeth, his face anxious, and seeing Rain about to run out, he quickly followed. His heart was filled with impatience, and he blamed himself. He had let his emotions get the better of him, and meanwhile, Rain sprinted out as fast as he could, still shouting loudly. Rena, Chiron asked. Rain stood on the upper floor, gripping the railing and leaning over, shouting down, if you have a boyfriend. Rena, who was leading the maids to prepare the royal palace's meal, was startled by his shout echoing through the hall. Rain's voice rang out again. Does she have a boyfriend? His words caused everyone to freeze and turn to look at him. Chiron rushed up behind him, covering Rain's mouth and pulling him back. Rain let out muffled noises of surprise. Above, Chiron kept holding him tightly, covering his mouth. The sounds coming from Rain were unintelligible, leaving the people below to gossip. Wait, what's going on? A boyfriend? In her mind, Rena couldn't stop panicking. Seeing the maids turn to look, she could only force a smile, hiding her own awkwardness and embarrassment. She laughed out loud and said to them, they're just playing around, don't worry about it. Rena and the maids continued walking, and as they did, she said, now that we've finished separating the toxins, we need to steam it on the stone. They all answered in unison. Miss Vong Thursday. From behind a nearby wall, the head butler had been standing there for some time, and he had witnessed everything that just happened. He called out to someone behind him, Hey Hannes, the young master has a guest today. The man bowed. There's no scheduled meeting, sir, according to the master's schedule. Upstairs, Rian was about to say more, Chiron, he said. But seeing Rian about to cause trouble again, Chiron quickly grabbed his arm. The head butler coldly addressed the man. I've heard that voice before. Now I remember. He turned, his gaze sharp as a knife, and ordered his subordinate. Tell Temirin to come to my office immediately, he snapped. Now! The sky was clear, and the forest was covered by tall trees, the sound of breathing. And the sound of Rian practicing echoed in the air. A voice shouted, Rest for 10 minutes, you're panting. Rian held a practice staff in his left hand, and his right hand kept wiping away sweat. Ket looked at him, stroking his beard, thinking to himself, he's gotten more enthusiastic again. It's been about a year, right? Seeing him so focused, I remember last time he gave up too quickly. He glanced at Rian and pondered. But once he gets to the royal palace, he'll change. The problem is to secure the strategy. Drops of sweat dotted Rian's face when suddenly a shout broke the silence. Young master, he was startled and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A man wearing a hat, looking hurried and anxious, ran towards him, his voice calling out from a distance. "Young master, Miss Xena requests that you return to the estate immediately." Rian, about to take a drink, was irritated by the man's words. "Her? If it's about praising my brother, I'm not interested. Tell her to do whatever she wants." The servant firmly rejected the notion. "It's not about that, young master. The young lady said Chiron is in danger. He might die." Upon hearing this, the water in Rian's mouth immediately spurted out. Rian grabbed the water bottle, stood up, and looked at the servant with an anxious and worried expression. "Huh? Why? I thought he was coming home today." The servant, having run too fast, was now gasping for breath. The head butler had reported to the head of the family. "I'm not sure, but the lady said it's due to her connection with him." Rian hurriedly grabbed the coat and threw it on, anxious as he turned back to Ket. "Master, I have to go meet father." The old man saw his anxious look and knew something was wrong. The old man asked, "What's going on?" Rian seemed a bit flustered. "A servant named Chiron is my friend, and somehow, father found out about it." "There's no time left," Rian said, feeling like he was sitting on a hot stove. "I'm sure father will forgive him if I explain." "I'll practice later," he added. Just as he finished, the old man spoke up to stop him. "You cannot." Rian stopped in his tracks, standing up straight and looking at the old man, not believing his ears. "What?" he asked in disbelief. The old man picked up a sword and stood in front of him. "Master!" Rian gasped as he looked at the old man. The magnificent Nguyen Na mansion stood before a towering mountain, vast and grand. Inside the main hall of the mansion, Chiron was kneeling there, with male and female servants standing in rows on either side, seated on chairs. In the center sat the head of the family, Baikop. On either side were Miss Duel Na and the young master of the family, with the head butler standing behind. He knelt on the floor, feeling like ants were crawling on a hot pan. The deep voice of the man echoed with authority. Chiron Aryan. Baikop exuded an air of high nobility, holding a report in his hand as he looked at Chiron with an angry expression. "You will be executed." The entire hall of the mansion shook with the declaration. The whispers and murmurs among the crowd were non-stop. How could this happen? The maids were worried and scared. One maid whispered to another, "How dare a commoner do this to a noble?" The whispers continued to spread. Another person remarked that he must not know any better. No matter how ignorant he was, he should understand the rules by now. Every word of judgment and critique was heard by Tamura, but he just glanced at the maids and said nothing. The three of them sat on the long bench, Baikop holding the report in his hands, completely focused on it, Duena sitting beside him with a proud expression, not caring much. Only Venus seemed uneasy, as if sitting on a pile of hot coals. She had many things she wanted to say to her father. Unable to hold it in anymore, Venus spoke up, her tone worried and urgent. "Father, wait, I have something to say." He flipped through the documents in his hand and repeated her question. "What more is there to say?" The stack of documents in his hand was being carefully examined. With the documents provided by the head butler, a group of servants stood in neat rows, all of them anxious and fearful. Baikop used the stack of documents to accuse him. They were the testimonies of many servants, all confirming that this boy had acted very recklessly in front of the noble. He turned to Vina and questioned her. "You've read the contract in detail, so you should have no objections. Is there anything else you want to say?" At this moment, Chiron lowered his head, hesitating slightly. But then he spoke up. "I want to ask something." He raised his head to look at him, his gaze determined. "If I'm friends with the young master, what will happen to him?" All the servants were horrified, each thinking that he was done for. Didn't this guy understand his current situation? He should be begging for his life. He was furious. "How dare you ask me that?" Vina looked at her father, then back at him. In such a dire situation, he still had the courage to ask about Ryan. She thought to herself, is he worried about Ryan, even now in this situation? He was livid and insulted him without restraint. Typical commoner, how foolish. You think that associating with someone like you will make him noble? Chiron lowered his head, sighed, then smiled. He raised his head and looked straight at him, clearly admitting, "Yes, Ryan and I are friends." In front of everyone, he admitted once again, "We've been friends for a year, and I'm declaring it here. And we will always be friends." The servants were terrified as they heard this from his own mouth. And they whispered in fear, This guy. His gaze was sharp as a blade. and the servants couldn't help but be curious. Why aren't you scared? He spoke with a tone of contempt, warning him. That's right, it seems you look down on Ryan. Bicop lost his temper and shouted, Head butler, deal with him quickly. Don't let any word of this get out. He handed the stack of documents to the head butler. The butler bowed respectfully and took the stack from him. 2 guards stepped forward, each grabbing an arm, and began to drag him out to face his punishment. Venus screamed to stop them. Father, wait, please listen to me. She bowed deeply, her face showing clear signs of worry and fear for her father, who was losing control. Seeing her attempt to interfere with his decision, he turned to her, releasing his fury. He confessed, and I've made my decision. As the head of the family, once I make a decision, I do not take it back. The servants felt like they were sitting on a hot stove, each worried about their own lives. The blond man felt injustice and turned to speak to the head butler. Head butler, isn't this a bit too much? The chubby man beside him couldn't accept it either and decided to speak up to defend himself. There's no reason for all of us to die for one person. The blond man's face turned dark with fear as he looked at the chubby man beside him. He scowled and said, This family is our life. To protect it, we must eliminate any conflicts, no matter how small. As Chiron was being led away by the 2 guards, he looked back and spoke cryptically. You'll think it's wrong now, but one day you'll be grateful for this decision. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and a scream echoed throughout the grand hall. I won't let this happen. Aryan appeared, looking hurried and anxious, holding his master's sword in his hand. Reno couldn't hide her joy, her face beaming with happiness. Finally, he had returned, and her heart, which had been hanging by a thread, could finally relax. She shouted, Aryan! But contrary to her expectations, Bicop's face darkened. He crossed his arms and looked at his son with a serious, unamused expression. Chiron looked up at him, but in his eyes was not the hope Reno had, but resignation. His gaze showed acceptance, as though he was ready for whatever punishment awaited him, perhaps fearing that he might involve Aryan. With a sense of urgency and anger, Aryan shouted uncontrollably, Who dares to kill my friend without my permission? He looked at him coldly and decisively, then spoke calmly. I. Just one word from him showed the authority and status he held in this family. Aryan, standing below, used every word to defend him. He couldn't understand why, just because he befriended him, Chiron had to face such a bitter outcome. Are you trading his life for the friendship between the 2 of us? He questioned him. Why? He hasn't made any fatal mistake. He just became friends with me. Venus stood up anxiously, also worried for both him and her younger brother. He saw his son dare to question him over a commoner. He valued human life so little, thinking that a person didn't have to commit a deadly mistake to deserve to die. Noble affairs are very complicated. You can't even begin to imagine. Aryan, unwilling to accept it, shouted in anger. His words were firm. Our family is handling this complicated situation, and I'm enjoying the privileges of being the son of a noble. If those privileges force me to kill my friend, then I don't need them. Bicop looked at him with an authoritarian gaze, imposing his opinion on him. His words filled with class distinction. Truly a child, you ask why he must die? Being friends with a noble means that relationship must be equal. Chiron was being escorted by 2 guards. His indifferent gaze and the clear declaration he made earlier only made Bicop more irritable as he looked at him. Without thinking, Bicop spat out insults and scorn. You really think that commoner considers you a friend? On what basis? There are many people in this world who want to exploit the nobility. Aryan shouted, fiercely rejecting his father's pompous words. Chiron would never do that. He looked at him with half-closed eyes, his words growing more impatient. So what? Bicop looked at him, his harsh words weighing heavily on Aryan's mind. How can I trust you? Prove that you and Chiron are really friends. His words stunned Aryan, leaving him speechless. Prove it, he wondered to himself, feeling guilty. Vina, standing nearby, also couldn't believe that her father would ask such a question. She nervously looked at him. He was staring intently at him, a half-smile on his face, his eyes full of smugness. Aryan's thoughts were in turmoil. If he said he couldn't prove it, then everything would be over. The pressure from this question made him hesitate for a moment, but finally he spoke. How can I prove my feelings? He asked himself, wondering if it was even possible to prove human emotions. He fell into deep thought, but he felt that he couldn't just speak recklessly. He tried to put himself in Chiron's position. If he were Chiron, he could have easily defeated him by now. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if he were Chiron? He glanced at him. He saw his carefree, relaxed face, with no sign of worry or fear. But his eyes were determined and strong, staring at him. Ryan fell into deep contemplation again. That gaze, it seemed like it was taking everything in, the same look he had when they competed against each other. Ryan stared into those eyes, as if Chiron had just pointed something out to him, remembering every word Chiron had said before. Sometimes, not focusing on the little things will yield better results. He recalled the time they played cards together. When his cards didn't go as planned, Ryan had been frustrated, feeling lost, while Chiron had been holding the Arpic card in his hand. He had guided him. Don't focus on your opponent's small moves. Instead, look at the bigger picture. Ryan had doubted his words. Look at the bigger picture? Chiron had flipped the Arpic card and handed it to him. Then you will be able to see their true intentions. Ryan silently remembered it. Ryan felt emboldened. Look at the bigger picture. Look at the bigger picture. The man standing right in front of him now, wow. He was a second-tier noble, the head of the Ogen family with black hair. A certified level for knight. He gripped the sword his master had given him, his heart filled with certainty. That's right, this wasn't just a dispute between father and son. It was a sword fight. 30 minutes earlier, when he had received the news and was about to leave, he was stopped by his master. He yelled at him, "Master, why won't you let me go? Your friend could die." His master ignored his urgency and remained calm and composed. "Yes, I'm talking about that kid who works at the library, right?" Ket hesitated before continuing, "But that kid is just a commoner. You deserve better." Ryan was stunned when he heard these words. "Master, I didn't know you were like this." "You taught me, Master." Ryan couldn't believe that the person he had always respected so much had such authoritarian and outdated thoughts, just like his father. At this moment, Ryan felt completely crushed. He lost control and screamed out his feelings. "If raising a sword is how you settle things, then anyone can be my friend." Ket silently watched his student, then began to explain to him. "Ryan, don't you know what is most important to a noble? Isn't it the duty of a noble to eliminate anything that threatens their family's position?" He explained to Ryan the disadvantages of his family situation. "Have you ever thought about the burden your friend carries when his worth is no greater than a fly? After becoming friends with him without thinking, do you realize the consequences of your actions?" Ryan clenched his teeth, holding back his tears, his shoulders trembling with each sob, his tears uncontrollably sliding down his cheeks. Each drop of tears representing his helplessness and the pain in his heart. Ket gently admonished him, his voice warm but firm. "Don't even think about solving this through debate." Ryan clenched his fists, his fingers tightening into a fist. He spoke to Ket with determination, though his voice also showed his helplessness. "But I can't just stand here and do nothing. I was the one who suggested we become friends." Ryan raised his hand, his eyes burning with intense resolve as he shouted at Ket, "I don't want to become a coward." His words felt like a challenge to fate, his determination visible in every gesture, in every look. Ket looked at him with a different gaze, secretly admiring him. Good determination. The boy is emotional, honest, and pure. But that alone will not make you a great swordsman. I place a lot of hope in you, and I will support you. Ket held out his sword before Ryan and handed it to him. "Take it." Fortunately, he was not the type to be stuck in outdated class prejudices. He also cautioned and warned Ryan. "I will let you go, but only if you bring this back with you. But if you're not even prepared for this, then don't think about leaving here. Not even a step." Ryan accepted the sword from his master, his eyes fixed on it, reflecting his resolve and seriousness. Now it was up to him to make a choice that aligned with his own beliefs. His gaze grew brighter, filled with confidence and unwavering determination. "Master, I will never forget your kindness." Each word he spoke was like a vow, carved deeply into his heart and mind, becoming the driving force for him to move forward and face the coming trials. His master gave him a sharp look. "Remember this, abandoning a friend is like abandoning a part of yourself." His words were a reminder of Ryan's situation. Ryan's heart felt like a storm. This was a duel, one that could cost him his life. Back in the present, before the grand hall of the mansion, Ryan understood the truth his master had imparted to him. Sword in hand, and laughed out loud. His laughter echoed throughout the mansion, making others shiver. Just like my father, I almost got defeated. He shouted in anger, "Are we friends? If believing makes it true, then I believe, because I believe that Chiron and I are friends." He added, "My existence as Chiron's friend is proof of our friendship." Bicop seethed with rage at these sharp rebuttals. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "This is ridiculous. This is not some father-son argument." He shouted in fury. Even now, the reputation of countless noble families is collapsing. His words left the servant stunned. He continued to spew madness. "If it could save the family's decline, I would even sever ties with my own son." His words struck fear into Vina and the other maids. Vina screamed, "Father," as Rian's feet took a firm stance. His voice was unwavering, without a hint of hesitation. "If I must, I will do this to save my friend's life." He bowed, placing his right hand over his chest, using the most respectful and solemn gesture to express his stance. "I will gladly leave." Everyone around was struck with fear at his actions. Bicop stood up angrily, his fists clenched, veins visibly bulging. He yelled at Rian, "This kid, raise your sword. If you truly believe this kid is your friend, then bet your life on it right here." Without hesitation, Rian drew his sword. The sharp sound of the sword seemed to say that the father-son relationship between them was about to end. Bicop couldn't believe his eyes. His own son was drawing a sword and fighting against him for a commoner. He looked at him and stammered, "You even drew your sword to oppose your father." Rian raised the sword in front of him, the tip pointed upward, his eyes flashing with sharpness. "I'm not just pointing the sword at you. I'm showing my trust." Bicop, furious, held his chest, trying to show helplessness. "How could you have friends? You can't even get along with other noble families. Maybe because you can't reach the level of other nobles." He tried to manipulate Rian's mindset. "Now you're just keeping a friend who is beneath you to comfort yourself." "But no." Rian lowered his voice. "This time, you're wrong, father." His gaze was like fire, firm and unwavering. His eyes reflected both confidence and belief in himself. He lowered the sword and said to his father with certainty, "Chiron is my friend, and he is better than me. I want to help Chiron so he can shine brightly in a higher place." His resolution left Bicop dumbfounded. Bicop, enraged and ashamed, pointed at him. "Who has deceived you, boy? Who convinced you that a commoner can be friends with a noble?" His words were like a sharp knife, stabbing straight into Chiron's pride. Chiron denied it. "No." Rian stepped in front of him, his voice filled with protection and care for Chiron. "Chiron, stay here. I will protect you." Chiron knew this was the decisive moment, not only for himself, but for the friendship he cherished. He called out to Rian, and hearing his name, Rian froze. He spoke up, taking full responsibility for everything. "You don't need to bear the responsibility for everything. I will take my part." Chiron turned around in surprise and looked at him. Chiron recalled the moment when his hand reached out to grasp Ryan's hand from when he wanted to be friends with him. "I had a feeling that I would have to stand at a crossroads, deciding whether to be friends with you or save my own life." His eyes were filled with gratitude. He looked at him, "Even if it means I have to die here, I will not regret becoming friends with you." Ryan lowered his head, his eyes welling up. The sincere friendship from him truly did not disappoint Rian. His voice cracked, "That's right." Suddenly, he looked up and shouted at Bicop, "That's exactly what I mean." The words echoed. It was a strong affirmation of their friendship and his unwavering determination. His heart was filled with belief and will, knowing that he had made the right decision. Ryan shouted, reaffirming his friendship with him, "Even if I'm isolated, we are still friends." His words were firm and resolute, making Bicop speechless, just grimacing as he stood there looking at him. Rena, standing on the side, was also moved by these sincere words, tears falling from her eyes. She thought, even though we are immature, we are still humans with emotions. A true friend doesn't turn their back on you. The servants were also moved, each of them shedding tears, everyone wishing they had a friend like this. These barriers have caused them to lose their own equality forever. The head butler also watched with tears in his eyes, looking at Ryan and Chiron. He sighed and clicked his tongue. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed throughout the mansion. "How interesting!" Everyone below looked up in shock. Rena happily called, "Father." Clump stood upstairs looking down, filled with vitality, enjoying and praising. I didn't think I would witness such a touching scene at my old age. Youth truly is the best. Reno was overjoyed, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. Everything would be fine now. If it were him, she thought everything would be easier if her father were present. But in contrast to her attitude, Bicop's expression was not very natural. He looked at Clump in doubt. "Did you come already?" "Rena told me it would take a few more days." He spoke up. "I came early because my friend ran away with a young lady." And with that, he sat down on the chair. Chiron was also surprised by his appearance. He paused and looked at him. He subconsciously realized his identity. The man was the general of Tormia and a level 3 swordsman, Chiron's grandfather. He sat comfortably with his legs crossed, his voice full of energy. "Well, this place is still as noisy as ever, huh? Youth really is wonderful." He is the former head of the Clumpocean family. While he was smiling and talking to everyone, the current head of the family, his son, did not seem pleased at all. He spoke to him with a rich tone. "In this situation, it's not so great. The image of our family has already collapsed." He paid no attention to the appearance of his son. Excited, he turned his gaze towards the people in the hall. "Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. I've been standing behind watching quite a bit already, and clearly, everyone here has a lot to say. So, why don't we first listen to each other's opinions and see if we've lost face?" He accepted the first opinion, witness number 1, his eldest daughter, Vino Ocean. She was delighted to speak her thoughts about him. "Even though I only met Chiron yesterday, I could already tell that he is a very smart and talented young man." She stood and presented herself like a speaker. Everyone there focused their eyes on her, attentively listening to her evaluation of him. He crossed his legs, resting his hand on his chin, with an expression as if waiting for his granddaughter's opinion. Moreover, Chiron has fulfilled all the requirements in the contract, and today he was supposed to leave the family. Given these circumstances, it is hard to say that Chiron approached my father with any malicious intent. And as a result, I don't believe that his actions have stained the honor of the family. He stroked his chin as if he understood her point. He snorted. "I see. Then what do you think, my second grandson?" The next person to speak is witness number 2, the second son, Jayajimbanai. Although he didn't speak, his expression showed no goodwill towards him. He frowned, his words gritted through his teeth. "I don't like that kid." Bicop was pleased with his son's answer. He smiled smugly. In his mind, he praised this son of his. "Exactly, I knew I could trust you. But this son has never paid attention to or cared about matters that don't concern him. However, this has nothing to do with you." His non-committal words left him a bit stunned, almost disoriented. He exclaimed, "What?" Bicop darkened his face and turned to his son with no principles. His tone somewhat reproachful. "What do you mean? You say you don't like him, and then say you don't care?" He crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, eyes slightly closed. His indifferent attitude as he spoke. "Yes, I don't like that kid, but whether he makes friends or not has nothing to do with me." He continued without reservation. "I just want this to end, so we can head to the royal palace." Reno was also surprised by this attitude of Geo, her eyes gleaming with admiration. "On my little brother's attitude." He laughed at his second son's opinion. "This is exactly why there's no place like home." He stroked his chin and looked at Rain. "So, what's your take?" To hear the opinion of the one who has observed the boy. Chiron for the longest time. He called for the next person, the deputy butler. The next person, witness number 3, Deputy Butler Tamura, cleared his throat. But then his attention turned to the head butler. He raised his hand near his chin and gestured to him, in his mind thinking, "I'm sure he understands." Looking at Bitshock's attitude, his eyes also glanced at the deputy butler. His thoughts were clear as he gestured to him. "We are those who do not express opinions, but those who follow the will of our master." The deputy butler finally spoke his thoughts, Chiron. He glanced at the head butler, then shared his honest thoughts about him. "He has done the tasks I assigned him, and he has completed them very well. Furthermore, he completed the work 6 months ahead of schedule." His words struck the head butler like a thunderbolt. He didn't expect him to go against his instructions. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "What the hell is he doing?" Bitshock sighed. The earlier majestic aura started to fade. Gump looked at the deputy butler and asked him, "Do you know if those two are friends?" He raised his hand to his chest, respectfully answering the master's question. I know he often goes out with the young master, but I didn't know that the two of you are friends. But in my opinion, if he were a child who didn't know manners, he wouldn't have been able to classify those 10,000 books. He held himself back, unable to believe his ears. He didn't expect that in the estate, besides his friend and the kind Mistress Rena, there would be someone standing up for him. The one speaking well of him was the deputy butler, and Ryan glanced at him with a smile. Finally, someone was stepping forward to acknowledge his efforts and abilities. Rena raised her hand to her chin, silently pleased for him. Well done, the atmosphere has completely changed now. But that joy was dampened when she looked at her father. His gaze toward him unchanged. He frowned with displeasure as time and time again someone spoke in his favor, especially since Mr. Clump had returned. Things were no longer under his control. She also knew that the only person who wanted to punish Chiron was her father. Suddenly, a warm and authoritative voice sounded. No, he stood up firm in his words. I can't agree to this. His words were immediately followed by both Rena and Mr. Pitchock speaking out. Father, you... Rena didn't understand why he had changed his mind at the last moment. Just when she had relaxed, now she felt as if ants were crawling on hot coals. And he was even more relaxed. Mr. Clump quickly corrected his words. No, I understand. The two of them consider each other friends. Chiron and Rena stood before him, worried and tense. He looked at the two of them, then spoke calmly. However, it ends here. If this relationship continues, rumors will eventually spread outside. And this could become a weakness for our political rivals to exploit and turn against us. Listening to his father, he paid even more attention. His concerns were clearly addressed by Mr. Clump. Guy, sitting next to him, still didn't pay attention to anything. Her expression was gloomy as she started speaking her thoughts. All the members of our family are prominent individuals in the kingdom. Guy is even preparing to take a certification exam. Moreover, what else can I do when so many families depend on me? The maids stood neatly, and hearing his words, they couldn't help but worry for their own fate and that of their families, for they were commoners. Being able to work for the nobility was already an honor. Chiron, you are a smart child. I believe you will understand. Rena looked at him, wanting to speak, but the words got stuck in her throat. However, Ryan couldn't sit still any longer. He gritted his teeth, staring intently at him. His gaze determined, unyielding. He looked at his beloved grandson, half laughing, half crying. He thought to himself, I see you have a lot of potential and intelligence. Ryan, but why don't you understand what I'm saying? He was confused inside as well, wanting Ryan to understand the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. You know how heavy the lives of so many people are on your shoulders. He turned and looked at Chiron, wanting to know what he thought at this moment. He also wanted to know what Ryan had realized after befriending him. What do you think? Chiron, I want to thank you for teaching my naive grandson what true friendship is. He didn't want the family to be condemned because of him. He asked for his opinion, but could we end it here? Chiron just lowered his head, gently closing his eyes, and didn't answer immediately. Then, unexpectedly, he said two words, no, causing both Mr. Clump and Xena to be stunned. Mr. Bicop couldn't believe that Chiron could be so stubborn and fail to see reason. He had never cared about these matters before, but now he had to look at Chiron differently. Ryan was also surprised by his response, thinking that he would beg for forgiveness and break his friendship to save his life. He couldn't believe how brave Chiron was. He hesitated, wanting to call his name. Then, he looked at Chiron sincerely, straightforwardly, and without hesitation, he called his name. Chiron. He placed his hand on his chest, looking at the man and speaking from the bottom of his heart. If I hinder Ryan, I won't mind never seeing that day again. However, now he didn't hesitate or fear. He spoke frankly, expressing his feelings. But that doesn't mean I can't consider him my friend. He confidently affirmed, Ryan and I are friends. He couldn't let his friendship be bound or tainted by anyone's words. He said to Mr. Clump, as long as you consider those matters, I will follow any order you give. Ryan's hand holding the sword shook uncontrollably, and he felt humiliated. His tears fell once again, and he was filled with self-blame. He even felt relieved that Chiron wasn't going to die. To be honest, part of him had felt that way. But Chiron knew that losing a friend was like losing a part of himself. Ryan stared at him, remembering the lessons his master taught him during their training, and how difficult it was for him to make a decision. But for him, Chiron was willing to lose his life to preserve their friendship. He felt deeply ashamed. He made a resolution, fine, after all, this matter isn't up for negotiation. He raised his sword to the sky and shouted loudly, his voice like thunder. Here, I declare. Mr. Clump and Xena immediately became alarmed by his next actions. She screamed, "Don't do it," not knowing what her brother was about to do. But her reaction was because she was unsure whether her younger brother would make a rational decision. A single mistake could affect both his fate and the family's. She couldn't let him make such an impulsive decision. His sword struck the ground with a loud noise, making everyone's ears ring. He knelt and drove the sword deep into the floor, much to Chiron's astonishment. He declared boldly before everyone, "I, Reno Ogen, the third son of the Ogen family, from this moment on, will become Chiron's sword." His oath echoed like thunder in the tense and suffocating atmosphere, enraging his father. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted in anger, and shouted, "What is this? You wretched boy!" The mansion seemed to tremble with the force of his rage, his roar echoing through every corner. "You fool!" The origin of the knight's oath dates back to when the kingdom of Thormea was first established. During a chaotic period, all the great and small nations fought over territories. Autophi, the strongest among them, succeeded in unifying them all and declared the formation of the kingdom of Thormea. However, the newly formed kingdom had to stand up against powerful neighboring nations. Therefore, rather than being exterminated during the unification, defeated kings were allowed to directly rule their territories and, in the process, created the Knight's Oath. Defeated kings had to submit before the new king. They swore to become the sword that only their master could command, in exchange for noble status. That is the origin of the Knight's Oath and the birth of the noble class. Therefore, breaking the Knight's Oath means becoming someone more contemptible than a stray dog. Rian turned to look at everyone, then grinned mischievously. "What do you think? Now, I can't take it back, can I?" Everyone was stunned, their mouths hanging open at this sudden decision of his, still holding his sword firmly. With one foot grounded and the other kneeling, he couldn't help but feel guilty. "Master, it seems I've caused a huge disaster this time." Rian thought of the scenario where his master would be angry and scold him. "I didn't give you the sword for this." Chiron knelt beside him, holding his hand, looking terrified. "Rian, what the hell are you doing?" Rian didn't respond, only glancing at everyone. Mr. Clump's voice echoed, his face hardened, his features more resolute. "Rian, if I am truly witnessing you say you will become his sword, then surely that boy must deserve it. Answer me." He helped Rian stand, both looking towards him. He continued, "Is he truly talented? Or is he only talented in your eyes because you are a useless fool?" Hearing this, Rian relaxed slightly, then smiled confidently. He placed his hand on his chest and shouted, "A sword doesn't judge, it only protects." Everyone's face turned dark when they heard his response. Even Chiron was surprised. Then a long laugh rang out in the tense air. He put his hand on his face and laughed heartily, his body trembling with joy. Even he had to acknowledge Rian's words. Yes, these young brats must do this much to reach the peak. While Rian's father slapped his forehead in frustration, his grandfather continued praising him. "You're quite something. But with that mediocre swordsmanship of yours, I feel sorry for your friend who has to wield such a sword." Rian couldn't believe his grandfather's words. He could only stutter. "Grandpa?" He placed his hand on Chiron's shoulder, laughing and comforting him. Enough, it's over now. Even though that boy isn't the sharpest sword, Chiron, he will never betray you. Take good care of my grandson." He patted Chiron's shoulder, who closed his eyes to feel the moment. Rian looked at him, with eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you for recognizing me." He pointed to the head butler, giving him an order. "The two of them might be friends for life, so I can't just let you go. Head butler, use the carriage that Chiron would have used to return home and bring his parents here." The head butler quickly received the order. Yes, I'll go right now." The two servants looked at each other and smiled. They both put on their hats. The head butler was still shocked. Deep down, he screamed, "Is this for real?" Looking up at the clear sky, with the clouds floating gently, he felt helpless even in his thoughts. "I'll never understand what nobles are thinking." Rian finally felt at ease. He smiled comfortably and couldn't help but exclaim, "This feels so good." He flopped down onto the bed, stretching his arms. Chiron sat down beside him, laughing and asking, "Did you see the expression on my family's faces?" "It was great," he said, feeling guilty. "Rian, the knight's oath. I never needed to do that for me." He sat up suddenly, startling Chiron. "Chiron, I didn't do it because you're my friend." His eyes met Chiron's, determination burning in his gaze. "I'm different from my brother. You have the power to draw people in. I simply chose to bind my life to someone like you." Chiron blushed, slightly embarrassed. "What? I feel a little embarrassed," he thought. "Why did you suddenly say that?" He looked at Rian and sighed. "I feel so pressured." He blushed and said to Rian, "But if you want to protect me, you'll need to practice a lot harder." His words made Rian so angry he almost spat blood. Seeing this, Chiron worriedly asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Rian sighed. "It's nothing, just that you stabbed a wound deep in my heart." Rena suddenly opened the door and stepped in, asking loudly, "Rian, did you really swear the knight's oath to become Chiron's sword?" As she entered, she saw Rian lying on a pile of blood. She asked, "What happened?" He mustered his remaining strength and told her, "Go outside." Chiron refused. "What are you saying? Just a moment ago, your sister helped a lot." He invited her in. "Please come in." She arrogantly replied, "Yes, indeed. She brings important information from the opposing side." "Stay alert," she said, her mood a bit anxious. "What are Dad and Grandpa doing?" She sat gently on the bed and shared the news. "They are bloodthirsty, but after you played the Knight's Oath card, they are planning what to do next. So for now," she told him some very important news. "Dad is thinking about enrolling you and Chiron at the Kaizen Swordsmanship Academy." "Chiron, you said your swordsmanship was extraordinary, didn't you? You said it yourself." Rian was confused. "But, to that extent?" She smiled. "Of course, now you are officially part of the family. I've told everyone about your talent, to see if they'd want to invest in you. They want your talent to help Rian. Surely they want to help you succeed for his future." Rian shouted at her, "Without my permission, who dares send me to school? I finally get to play with Chiron freely." Without saying another word, she kicked him to the floor and stepped on him, sighing and shouting at him without mercy. "Idiot! What are you trying to do after causing all this trouble?" He shouted back in defiance. He turned his head and glared at her, shouting at her. "Besides, Chiron isn't going to the Swordsmanship Academy. Chiron will be a wizard in the future. He's already unlocked his spirit realm." She looked at him in shock and disbelief. "What? He unlocked his spirit realm? Wait, does that mean you swore the knight's oath to a future wizard?" She looked at him, not believing her ears. He angrily shouted, "There are limits to being useless. Get out of here, you liar." Thinking about Chiron and Rian fighting with swords, Venus spoke up. "So you used synesthesia to sense the spirit world and read Rian's movements to win." She rubbed her chin and remarked, "Clever. Since your energy in the spirit world is quite high, this should be possible." Chiron answered absently, "Is that so?" Vina praised him without stopping. "You're amazing. From what I've learned at school, the more condensed the energy, the stronger the spirit world becomes, and being able to maintain that density while using a sword is incredible." He blushed when he heard those words, gently rubbing his head. Vina and Rian shared the same thought. "Has he already become embarrassed?" She said, "I'll tell him about Chiron's path. Of course, the condition for you to enter the Swordsmanship Academy will come with it." Rian, hearing this, was shocked. "What? Then what about my master?" Vina replied, "Master Ket already knows about this. So yesterday, he entered the contract. Tomorrow morning, he will say goodbye." Rian was even more shocked. "What?" Rian gripped his sword tightly, feeling a bit melancholic. He silently thought to himself, "Master, that man is about to leave this land soon." A butler entered the room and announced, "Sir Chiron, your family has arrived and is waiting in the guest room. The master said you may go meet them first if you wish." Vina gently turned to him and asked, "What do you think, Chiron?" At first, he simply smiled, but soon he could no longer hide his emotions. Overwhelmed with joy, he sprang up and exclaimed, "I'll go." Chiron dashed downstairs so quickly that even the two butlers became worried. "The stairs, be careful of the stairs." Feeling a bit awkward, he said, "You can just talk to me as before, no need to be so formal." They hurriedly responded in alarm. "My lord, no, please don't say that. We would be doomed if we did." He smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Yet they still firmly refused. "Even so, we mustn't." After a brief moment, they all arrived at the guest room door. "Chiron, unable to contain his excitement, pushed open the door to see the people he cherished most. Seeing the two figures inside, he immediately cried out, "Mother! Father!" Overcome with emotion, they also shouted his name in unison, "Chiron!" Throwing caution to the wind, he rushed forward like a fledgling bird returning to its nest. Finally, he buried himself in the warmth of his parents' embrace. The three of them clung tightly to one another, overwhelmed with happiness. Chiron gazed at his family, his heart aching. "They've lost weight. They must have struggled, spending sleepless nights worrying about me." His mother, tears streaming down her face, reassured him. "Don't worry, we're doing just fine." Vincent asked curiously, "But why did you call for us so suddenly? If your work is done, you should be coming home." Suddenly, he became agitated, asking urgently, "They didn't force you to stay here, did they?" Chiron quickly explained, "No, not at all. I was simply given a very good opportunity." His father looked puzzled, and even his mother hesitated. "A good opportunity?" "Yes," Chiron affirmed, before launching into a full explanation of everything that had transpired. By the time he finished, they were completely stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Vincent's eyes widened, his entire body stiff as he stared at his son. After a long silence, he forced a smile and asked, "So you're telling me that while working at the library, you befriended a noble's young master, and that young master swore a knight's oath to you? And you're allowed to be his friend now?" Chiron calmly responded, "Yes, that's correct." His father suddenly lowered his voice. "Chiron, tell me the truth." He grabbed Chiron's shoulders tightly, shaking him repeatedly, tears welling up as he shouted, "How could a smart kid like you be so delusional? Someone must have treated you badly, right? Right?" Chiron, nearly shaken out of existence, still tried to speak. "No, it's real." His father hugged him tightly, crying uncontrollably as if bidding him a final farewell. "Oh God! They say that those who enter a noble's house never return in one piece." Chiron's mother tried to pull her husband away. "Vincent!" Suddenly, the door opened again, and a butler announced, "Young master, the lord of the house has arrived." At that moment, three people entered. Bishop spoke first. "It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am the head of this household." Bishop Ogen. Rain bowed slightly and said, "Greetings. I am Chiron's sword, Rain." Vina introduced herself gently. "I am the eldest daughter, Vina. I've heard a lot about both of you." Chiron's parents, witnessing this shocking scene, turned pale. Then, they immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings. We are Chiron's parents. But how could such great individuals like yourselves?" His mother was confused. "Oh my, have you two not heard from Chiron?" Vina asked curiously. Vincent, still in shock, his voice trembling, asked, "Wait, everything that little rascal said, it's all real?" Even as they sat at a luxurious banquet filled with exquisite delicacies, he still couldn't believe it. "No way, no way." In the end, Vincent looked like he had lost his soul, while Chiron's mother fidgeted anxiously. "Dear, there are so many plates." Even after finishing the meal, he still seemed like someone who had just fallen from the sky. His mind was in turmoil. What the heck was going on? Meanwhile, she gratefully accepted a cup of hot tea and thanked her. Vincent felt the stifling atmosphere in the room. His mind was screaming. What was happening? His hands trembled, almost dropping the teacup. Even though he didn't fully understand what a knight's oath was, there was no way they would treat a commoner's family this well. He needed to get to the bottom of this. With that in mind, Vincent spoke up. "Excuse me. I'm happy that you think so highly of my son, but I'm also very concerned. For a noble heir like Aryan to swear a knight's oath to Chiron, it's simply unbelievable." Bishop furrowed his brows and said, "Yes, to be honest, I find it a bit unsettling too." He continued, "However, for the Aryan family, who uphold the military ideology as we do, a knight's oath is absolute. If we discriminated based on status, we would be dishonoring ourselves. Therefore, from now on, we will use honorifics. Please don't feel uncomfortable, and our family will fully support your son." Gump laughed loudly and said, "It's been a while since you've said something sensible." Bishop, annoyed, muttered, "Father, you're too loud." Chiron thought to himself. Bishop then regained his serious demeanor and said, to get straight to the point, "Your son is a user of the spiritual realm. The spiritual realm is not something that can be obtained through effort alone. Simply put, it's an innate talent one is born with." He continued, "From what I understand, This young man is aiming to become a mage. If he wants to obtain a mage certification, he must pursue the path of a mage. Now, since he is aiming to become a mage, it is a talent he was born with. He repeated, from what I understand, this young man is striving to become a mage. If he wants to obtain an unofficial mage certification as quickly as possible, then I am considering Anfia's Magic Academy. One of the top 5 prestigious schools in the country, it would be a great fit for him. Bishop stroked his chin and said, I'm not saying that he must attend that school to become a mage. But if he doesn't, it would be a waste of his talent, and I do not encourage that. Therefore, he should attend Anfia's Academy to align with the Ogilvy family standards. Clump reminded him, consider their perspective a little, son. Bishop looked at Vincent's stiff expression and immediately understood what his father meant. Then, Bishop got straight to the point. If your son graduates from the Magic Academy, he will become a mage. At that moment, he finally understood and stood up in shock. Our son will become a mage. Vincent thought to himself, a Magic Academy? His voice trembled. No way. This must be a dream. Our son. Bishop continued, however, the biggest issue is his status. Vincent was startled upon hearing that. Bishop hesitantly explained, Magic Academies are selective and only accept noble descendants. Clump added, there is only one option. He then spoke seriously, we will adopt Chiron into the Ogilvy family. Vincent couldn't believe what he had just heard. He stood there in shock, his mind in turmoil. What? Clump firmly reinforced their plan. This is the only option after our family discussion. He pushed forward a contract. I have a cousin who still has no children. If we register Chiron under his family name, all issues will be resolved. However, we have no intention of taking your child away. It's just on paper. With this, Chiron will become a noble. Vincent thought. Chiron will become a noble. How lucky. What an opportunity. But if I agree, it feels like I'm giving my son away. He looked at his son with conflicted eyes, desperately seeking an answer in his heart. Tell me, Chiron, what should I do? Seeing his son's calm expression only made him more anxious. Could it be? He's already made up his mind? Chiron glanced at his father. Slowly, he reached for his father's calloused hand, worn from years of hardship. Then he gripped it tightly, making Vincent feel a sharp pain. With unwavering eyes, Chiron firmly declared, no way. I am my father's son. I cannot be adopted by another family. His father panicked and shouted, Chiron. Vina, sitting opposite, tried to explain. Chiron, this is only a formality. We will still treat your parents as your real parents. You will achieve your dream, and nothing will change. As soon as she finished, Glam interjected, Kid, you'll become a noble. Opportunities like this don't come often. Chiron remained steadfast. If I have to trade my father, I'd rather stay a commoner. Glam, furious, shouted, Commoners can't enter magic academies. Chiron resolutely replied, Then I won't go. Glam pressed further. Then you'll never become a mage. Bishop and Vina were utterly shocked. Once again, Chiron declared, Then I won't be a mage. His words left his mother and Ryan frozen in place. Glam, even more agitated, yelled, Chiron, why are you so stubborn? The world isn't that simple. There are things you must give up to succeed. If you can't do that, then is your dream nothing more than a child's fantasy? He replied indifferently, perhaps making the old man feel dizzy. What? On the other side, Vincent's eyes welled up with tears on his once passionate and lively face, clearly showing his distress and sorrow. Chiron spoke up, No matter how wonderful my dream may be, it is something I received from my parents. If my parents are the roots, then my dream is the fruit that draws nourishment from them. He recalled the past, filled with memories of standing side by side with his family, learning to read, and getting the opportunity to work at the Ocean household. These are things I achieved because my parents were my foundation. This is just one opportunity one received. Nothing compared to the countless opportunities my parents have given me. Chiron let out a determined laugh and said, And now you're telling me to abandon my roots? Isn't that the same as telling me to die? Thank you for your offer, but they are my only parents. Everyone in the room froze upon hearing his words, and no one spoke to each other. Clump was so shocked that his eyes widened, and he thought to himself, What is this feeling of guilt? No, what is this child trying to say? At that moment, Vincent suddenly bowed deeply and shouted, Please adopt Chiron. I beg you, please. Chiron was a bit confused. From afar, Clump spoke. I understand your feelings, but what Chiron wants matters too. He ignored whatever the others wanted to say, lowering his head as he struggled to speak. Chiron is not my biological son. Chiron's mother was stunned upon hearing her husband's words. Vincent, what are you saying? She exclaimed. Still bowing his head, he continued, we can't have children. He explained, we got Chiron due to an unexpected event. I'm sure you may have noticed, but it's certain that he comes from a noble family. The boy is extraordinary. Clump and Jenna grew more astonished the more they listened. Vincent continued expressing his thoughts. If he becomes the adopted son of a noble family, he will return to where he truly belongs. So this isn't about abandoning him or rejecting his origins. Bishop thought to himself, is that really true? Looking at their family, he understood. Everyone here must have already suspected it. Chiron looks completely different from his parents. He rubbed his chin in contemplation. But those words, do they mean he wants to give up his own son? Chiron couldn't listen anymore. Overcome with emotion, he gripped his father's arm tightly and shouted at the top of his lungs, Father, what are you doing? How could you say that without telling me first? He just keeps avoiding your gaze now. I'm sorry, but you've grown up, and you need to know the truth. Suddenly, Chiron questioned seriously, do you really think? I don't know. His words left Vincent utterly shocked. His mood sank heavily, and he struggled to speak. The reason I never asked you, Father, is because people only have one father and one mother. That's what I wanted too. And now you want me to have 6 parents? He was panicked, fearful, and heartbroken, his voice trembling. I just didn't want you to give up on your dreams because of me. His tears started to fall. Chiron shouted loudly and firmly, who said anything about giving up my dreams? As long as I try, the opportunity will come. But, he cried bitterly, looking at the person who raised him. Have you ever considered how I feel? Who would want to be abandoned by their parents twice? Vincent trembled as he tightly grasped Chiron's hands. Everything I did. It was all my fault, Chiron, but I will never abandon you again. With those words, he pulled his small son into a tight embrace, as if afraid to lose him. His heartfelt words poured out like a stream. Vincent sobbed and pleaded, Please forgive this foolish father. You mean everything to me. They held each other tightly, expressing their true feelings. The people around them remained silent, witnessing the sacred bond of family. Watching this scene, Bicop suddenly realized something. The things we do for our children can sometimes hurt them. Clump responded, being a parent is really difficult. He asked, wasn't it hard for you to raise your child alone? Bicop's eyes filled with tears, but he tried to hide them with his hand. He shifted his gaze toward his son in front of him. Aryan was also crying, deeply moved by the bond between Vincent and Chiron. Suddenly, Bicop said, I heard the Amphia's Magic Academy has a special consideration program. I can help with that. Clump was confused. Huh? What could an old man like me do? How am I supposed to convince that stubborn Amphias? Bicop replied, is that really impossible? I heard he owes you a favor. Clump chuckled. For someone who follows every rule, isn't being stubborn the best approach? Bicop also laughed. He said, you used that same method to force me to become the family head. Clump hesitated before responding. It was all for your own good. 3 days later, after Reno arrived at the Swordsmanship Academy, the family had allowed my family to stay in Ocean. Father still felt guilty toward me. I wonder how long he will hold on to that feeling this time. Finally, Ryan and I had some time together, and we used it to sleep next to each other. He looked so happy, laughing joyfully while gazing at his friend lying beside him. Listening to his stories, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. And then, in 3 days, we would have to leave home to attend the academy, where we would chase our dreams. Chiron slightly turned his head to take in the moment a little longer when he suddenly heard someone sobbing. It turned out to be Ryan, crying his heart out. Chiron spoke up. Ryan, don't cry. But Ryan, in distress, responded, how could I not? Once we get in the carriage, I'll have to go to the Sword Academy. We'll be separated. The more he spoke, the harder he cried. Why couldn't I enroll next year like you? Chiron replied, I'm not even sure if I'll get special admission. We can still see each other during the holidays. Make sure to write to me every day. Suddenly, Ryan placed his hands on Chiron's shoulders and called out determinedly. Chiron, using all his strength, he shouted, you have to become a mage. I will also become the strongest knight to protect you. I promise. Before he could finish, Xena landed a painful punch on his head. Just focus on graduating first. I'm the one who worries about you the most. Then she turned to Chiron and reassured him. Chiron, don't worry. Just enjoy your time with your family for now. He will definitely help you get into the academy. Chiron softly replied, understood. Thank you for your help, he said, placing a hand over his chest and bowing in deep gratitude. Xena smiled and thought to herself, what a strange child. At first, I thought he was just a cute boy. But he's also very considerate, and he managed to keep his resolve in such a terrifying situation. She suddenly looked at him and spoke again. Chiron, maybe when you graduate. But she trailed off, falling silent. She thought to herself, what am I thinking? He's just a child about to enter a completely new world, the Magic Academy. Then Xena stepped forward, placed her hand on his shoulder, and said, no, just do your best. You will definitely become a mage. Chiron replied, please take care of Rian. After that, she pulled Rian into the carriage, then turned back and waved to Chiron as a farewell gesture. Meanwhile, Chiron got into the other carriage where his parents were already seated, feeling both excited and expectant. The horses started moving, and the two carriages went in opposite directions, gradually pulling away from each other. Sitting inside, Chiron suddenly heard a loud voice calling from outside, Chiron. He immediately stuck his head out to see who was calling him. It was Ogen, shouting at him. When you get to the Magic Academy, make sure to surpass all of them. Hearing that, Chiron couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, Chiron and Aryan shouted back in unison, you too. And that was the meeting of two passionate young men, which would be remembered as the beginning of the event that disrupted the balance of the entire continent. Beneath the roadside, a nest of young birds rested. Their mother had just returned, perched beside them, and then took off again into the sky. Soaring above the grand castles with majestic architecture, this was the Anfia's Magic Academy. A man set down his teacup on the table. That man was Glamp. He let out a weary, forced smile and spoke, you've been thinking for 30 minutes already. So, is your answer yes? Anfias responded, even though we've been good friends for 50 years, I truly cannot accept your request. Hearing this, Glamp shouted in frustration, what did you just say? Do you have any idea how much I struggled for you in our youth? Anfias replied, it seems this matter is quite important for you to resort to such empty words. However, the special admission route is not an easy pass for nobles. Every year, many requests are submitted, but this route has its own strict standards. The more he listened, the more irritated Glamp became, furrowing his brows and inwardly cursing, this cunning old man, making me wait 30 minutes for nothing. Then Glamp suddenly laughed. This time is different. Anfias was slightly surprised. It must be important then. It's been a while since I've seen that expression on you. Glamp smirked slyly and continued. I never said I wanted you to admit some useless kid. Quite the opposite. The boy is a friend of my youngest grandson. He's incredibly talented. Do you know what I thought when I first met him? He spoke seriously. I thought I was looking at a younger version of you. Anfias took a sip of tea and questioned. If he's that talented, why doesn't he enroll through the normal process? There must be a problem. Glamp, maintaining his serious demeanor, explained, yes, a big problem. He's not a noble. Upon hearing this, Anfias was so shocked he nearly jumped, exclaiming, impossible. Then Anfias described Chiron's appearance exactly. A child with blonde hair and blue eyes, correct? Glamp recalled Chiron's words from before. Even if I lose my life, I will never regret being his friend. He commented, that was my first impression of him. Truly strong-willed. He continued seriously, at first, I thought he was just a clever child who knew how to manipulate adults. However, after I offered to adopt him, he immediately refused, saying, if you ask me to abandon my origins now, it's the same as asking me to walk towards my own death. Just recalling that moment made Glamp cover his face and burst into laughter. Does that even make sense? Who would refuse to become a noble? Anfias gently stroked his beard. He understands the natural law of cause and effect. Glamp replied, exactly. If there is no cause, there can be no effect. However, not everyone understands this law, and many lose themselves because of it. Opportunities may come at any time, but the moment a person abandons their roots, they lose everything. And they will no longer be able to decide what they truly believe in. Doesn't that remind you of yourself when you were younger? Anfias fell silent, not responding immediately. After a long pause, he finally spoke. When someone refuses to compromise, others may accept their beliefs, but those same people may also judge them. That is what I find dangerous. Glamp, listening from the side, clicked his tongue in response. Then he softly asked, "You still haven't forgiven yourself, have you? You have done everything you could. You have trained so many talented individuals. Isn't it time to forgive yourself?" The old man laughed, saying, "Telling me to forgive myself? That would be too arrogant, my friend." Antheas gazed out of the window and confided, "The reason I teach children is to prevent someone like me from appearing again." With a hint of sorrow, he continued, "If that child, as you say, resembles me, there's no guarantee he won't tread the same terrifying path I once did, is there?" Glamp responded, "You were once a genius, Antheas, a once-in-a-century prodigy." He continued, "You, who were once considered the shining light of the Ilo-Sahat family, made one wrong move and nearly lost everything. But in the end, you returned. Of course, who would have thought you'd become the headmaster of an academy in such a remote place?" Antheas teased Glamp, "Oh, so I suppose the heavens have blessed you. A talentless kid becoming an official third-rank swordsman? I'm worried about Tommy A's future." Then, both of them burst into hearty laughter before suddenly, the old man stood up. He walked to the window and gazed upon his school. Without a cause, there is no effect. Glamp poured more tea into his cup and asked, "Is this fate? Who would have thought you'd know that boy? The child who was cast away for years ago has returned." The old man laughed. "I don't believe in fate." Then he thought to himself, but Antheas couldn't help but recall Chiron, a talent buried by the barriers of class, wandering for 4 years and now standing before me. Is this truly fate? Finally, the old man made a firm decision. "I will accept Chiron." Spring, 3 years later. A horse-drawn carriage made its way to a small house deep in the forest. Chiron had already dressed neatly from head to toe and called out, "Mother, father." Chiron Aryan, now 17 years old, smiled excitedly. "I'll be back soon." Chiron's mother hugged him tightly, showering him with praises. "My dear child, I'll miss you so much." He reassured her, "I'll write frequently. But does my hair look good? I've never had it like this before, so it feels strange." She replied, "Lady Jenna said that short hair is currently popular among nobles. Just act naturally." Vincent coughed a little, looking slightly embarrassed. "Did you forget anything?" Chiron waved his hand. "Dad, I'm 17. A kiss would be a bit." His father firmly replied, "If you won't do it, then let me." Chiron yelped in protest. Vincent gently placed a kiss on his son's forehead, full of boundless love. Then he held him in a warm embrace, expressing a father's heartfelt emotions. "Chiron, I'm so proud of you." Chiron savored the warmth of the moment. Then he asked, "But is this really okay?" The head of the family also said he'd prepare a house for me on that day, didn't he? Vincent responded seriously, "Goodness, you really are? Your father is a hunter, isn't he? A hunter's home is the mountains and fields." He was startled and thought to himself, "Really?" As he escorted him to the carriage, he added, "Even though I refused the stipends provided by the Ogen family for you, they still insisted on gifting them to you sincerely." Chiron thought to himself, "This is a joyous day because I'm about to enter the Magic Academy. But father still hasn't told anyone. I'm sure the reason he refused the invitation to live in the city is so he wouldn't become a liability to me." Tamira was already waiting outside and respectfully said, "Please board the carriage. We will escort you to the academy." Chiron stepped onto the carriage, leaned out of the window, and shouted, "I'll be back soon." And that was how my first day at the academy began, as the carriage moved farther away. Behind me, a couple was bidding farewell to their child, who was setting off to chase his dreams. Inside the carriage, only Chiron and Tamira sat in an awkward silence. Upon arrival, Tamira took the initiative to open the door and called out, "Young master, we've arrived." Tamira helped Chiron step down, and his face revealed a look of astonishment and admiration. He continued, "Welcome to the Amphia's Academy of Sorcery." The place was bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. The academy's grand gate stood tall and elegant, exuding nobility. Tamira spoke up, "The cost for study materials will be covered through me, young master. You just need to focus on your studies." Chiron felt deep gratitude. "Thank you, steward." Tamira replied seriously, "I'm simply doing my duty." Chiron bowed his head slightly, expressing his feelings sincerely. I finally have the chance to say this, thank you. I was able to get here because you believed in me. I will never forget your kindness, he said with a heartfelt smile. Suddenly, a statement made Chiron freeze. No matter how talented a commoner is, they are still just a commoner. They will never surpass a noble. Standing before him was Tamura, his expression stern and grim. However, he quickly finished his thought. But not everyone is given this opportunity. Once you enter the academy, many nobles will not welcome you. He smiled and advised, but you must persevere. If you can endure until the end, everything will work out. Chiron, deeply moved, responded, thank you. I will become a great mage. Tamura nodded. Now then, if you're ready, follow me. We need to register your enrollment. And so, the two of them ventured deeper into the academy. Chiron thought to himself, Amphia's academy is known as the cradle of geniuses. What will I learn here? And who will I meet? Inside, the academy guards all spoke in unison. We will serve with all our might. At the end of the introduction, on the academy grounds, people had arrived to fulfill their dreams, just like Chiron. After completing the procedures, Tamura gave his instructions. Now I will take my leave. If you need anything, do not hesitate to contact me. Chiron replied, yes, thank you very much. However, he glanced around and thought to himself, who will come to receive me? Should I take a tour while waiting? Somewhere nearby, he suddenly noticed long notice boards pasted on the walls. The Amphia's Academy of Sorcery operates on a 10-rank system. There are a total of 420 students, 30 of whom are in the graduating class. Each year, the number of graduates is... Chiron widened his eyes in shock. Only 10. Suddenly, someone approached and spoke. So, you are Chiron? Hearing that, he immediately turned around and respectfully bowed. Greetings, headmaster. Amphias chuckled. We have met before. Do you remember me? Chiron responded. Thank you very much for that time. The old man patted his back and said, it's all right. We could talk while we walk. Amphias informed him. You will need to take an entrance exam. Chiron was stunned, realizing he had never prepared for one. An exam? I don't know anything about it. The old man reassured him. Don't worry. It's just a simple test to determine your class placement. Amphias asked, can you access the spirit domain? Chiron replied, yes, I can. Hearing that, the old man was deeply impressed. Oh, remarkable, he thought to himself. Who would have known he could open the spirit domain on his own? If only I had started training this boy when he was younger. I failed to recognize the talent right before my eyes. Even though it's late, I need to teach him the fundamentals first. The entrance exam will be full of 10-year-olds. If the questions are too advanced, he might embarrass himself. The old man then made a suggestion. Would you like to tour the academy? The two of them entered another section. A young boy was reading while 3 books floated mid-air around him. As the boy passed by, Chiron couldn't help but take notice. Something strange just passed by me, he stammered. Headmaster? Amphias introduced him. This is the classroom where students study. Chiron looked up in awe. The freshman class? Class 18. This is the introductory class. In Class 18, many young children were flying around using magic. Chiron stood below in astonishment as the children happily passed books to each other and played together. Some of them were gathered to play games and eat snacks. Chiron excitedly looked around and exclaimed, everyone is using magic. Amphias said, that's right, but the place we're heading to is a little different. They continued walking towards the advanced class, Class 74. The atmosphere here was very quiet. Everyone was studying seriously rather than playing around. Chiron quietly observed, the atmosphere is so different. Everyone around me is my age. But what are they discussing so intensely? A black-haired young man spoke up. A large amount of magic power can lower the air temperature below the freezing point. Wouldn't it be more efficient to condense the cooling agent? Anyway, keep in mind that reactions happen more quickly. How about this? What if we adjust time instead of magic power? Chiron was so shocked he almost screamed. What? A dreadful realization hit him. Why couldn't he understand what they were saying even though they were speaking the same language? Suddenly, there was a loud explosion behind him. A girl emerged from the smoke, coughing, and upon seeing Amphias, she quickly bowed. Hello, headmaster. Amphias smiled and said, all right, it seems there's a little problem here. The red-haired girl with glasses replied, Yes, I was experimenting with something to amplify sound. But there was an error in the results. Chiron thought to himself. They're not even concerned about that. Amphias remarked. It seems there is some imbalance between input and output. Check if the electricity flow is balanced. She eagerly gave a thumbs up. Thank you, headmaster. I'll try again. Chiron was utterly astonished. The headmaster isn't stopping her? And more than that, she's going to try again? Chiron looked around, completely bewildered and amazed. It's like I'm in a completely different world. As they continued exploring, a girl with long, flowing red hair passed by. It was Amy, a breathtakingly beautiful young lady, making the nearby boys gaze at her in admiration. They continued walking until they reached another room where something caught Chiron's attention. Is this a notice board? On the wall, there was a golden board filled with numerous inscriptions. He looked at it and thought, this lists the rankings of all the intermediate classes. At the top is Camus. Isn't that the first-ranked noble? More specifically, Ami Camus? He stood there, stunned, his face frozen in disbelief. All these people listed here have talents similar to mine, but she is at the very top. A burning desire ignited in his heart. I want to be like that too. I will start learning from scratch, right here. Chiron's eyes shone with hope for the future, something driving him forward. I must change my ranking. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, Ami, wait for me. The call made Chiron turn around curiously, wondering, but is this Ami the same Ami Camus? The top of the intermediate class? Something suddenly made him freeze when he saw the red-haired girl. Her face triggered a terrifying and dark memory from his past. It was when he was grabbed by a group of thugs. They beat people up, and the one leading them was Ami. Back then, she was like a little dark demon, pointing straight at his face and demanding, where did you learn magic from? How can a commoner? Back to reality, Ami just glanced past him without a word. But she suddenly cast a gaze toward Chiron. He immediately turned his face away as an orange-haired girl ran up from behind, shouting, Ami told us to wait and go together, you idiot! Chiron stood with his head lowered, silently pleading, please don't notice me, please. And then, both girls walked past. Serial, amused, glanced back and said, did you see that? That guy we just passed by earlier. He's really handsome. Is he a new student? But he doesn't quite seem like one. She wondered. Or is he a transfer student? Ami replied, this is quite interesting. I think I've met him before. Serial suddenly exclaimed, what, you're interested in him? But you never care about guys. Ami retorted, no, that's not what I meant. He just seems really familiar. Serial, unconvinced, shouted, liar, you've fallen for him, haven't you? Ami fermi. No, I never said that. She was none other than Ami Camus, ranked number 1 in the intermediate class. The most popular girl in the intermediate division, she had turned down countless confessions from seniors, juniors, and classmates alike. She was the model student among all model students. But the only person who knew her dark past was trying to get accepted. Amphias asked, are you cold? Chiron shivered as he replied, no. The third examination site of the Magic Academy was a solidly built, dignified structure. Both of them entered. Amphias commented, oh man, looks like it's still not over yet. The old man leaned toward Chiron and said, interesting, watch closely what that kid is doing. At the center of 3 magic circles filled with intricate symbols stood a brown-haired child, observed by the judges above. Amphias explained to Chiron, when you enter the spirit domain, the letters on the walls will appear differently. The way you perceive them helps us determine the size, strength, flexibility, and tendencies of your domain. He continued, so just answer the professor's questions honestly. Chiron responded, understood. Feeling excited, he thought, this is fascinating. From above, that's called out. So, Cami, can you use magic? The child replied, yes. He demonstrated his ability. I can lift objects into the air. Gata praised, oh my, how adorable. Well done. Now, try stepping into the spirit domain. Cami responded, yes. He closed his eyes and announced, I'm in. That's gently asked, what's the farthest number? The boy answered 6. A professor smiled and repeated, 6? Amphias explained, 6 means the diameter of the domain is 6 meters. Chiron absorbed the knowledge. I see. A brown-haired man asked, which color looks the strongest to you? Cami answered, red. I think I'm entering a red world. The man noted it down. Divergent type, similar to light and fire. This indicates that this person has an active tendency. Then Anthea spoke up to explain. Divergent type means his spirit domain is much stronger than his actual age. A female professor asked, "Do you see a giant tower?" Cammy replied, "It's on my left." Next, Sheena asked, "How does the temperature feel?" The boy answered, "Bit hot. I'm already sweating." After everything was done, she said, "Well done." Cammy, delighted by the praise, skipped away happily. Sheena remarked, "This year's freshmen are really impressive." That's laughed and added, "Indeed, that student's spirit domain measured 12 meters. It seems like the student quality has been improving each year." Finally, they wrote a general evaluation. Good use of spirit domain, but endurance is slightly lacking. Then they called his name. Next, Chiron Aryan. Anthea's patted his shoulder, smiled, and said, "Show them your skills." Chiron smiled back, "Yes, I'll do my best." That's stroking his chin, thought to himself. So this kid is the one undergoing the special test the headmaster mentioned. Meanwhile, Sheena was also thinking, what a unique selection. But he's already quite old. Borrowing a noble house's name, isn't his family quite famous? On paper, it stated that Chiron Aryan was 17 years old, with the status of a noble guest. She speculated that perhaps his talent had been discovered late. Sheena observed him and thought, his appearance is quite striking, but at this academy, he'll soon be overshadowed. That spoke up, "Chiron Aryan, can you use magic?" He replied, "I can't. I've never learned it before." Gata responded, "Oh, but even if you've never learned, you should still be able to do something." Antheas furrowed his brows slightly. That's what they'd think. Magic is an action that brings knowledge into one's mind. Noble children are taught many different things, and because of that, they can naturally use magic. But that child has no knowledge at all. That said, "All right then, now step into the circle and enter your domain." Gata asked, "Can you enter your mana domain?" Chiron hesitantly replied, "I'll try." Let's let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It seems this is not a severe case of domestic abuse. Chiron gradually entered his domain. Around him, a blue light began to manifest. A beam of light descended onto his head, and floating characters began to move around him. He opened his eyes to take it all in. The sight left him astonished. So this is how it is. Let's ask the usual question. "Now then, Chiron, tell us the farthest number you can see." Chiron hesitated and did not answer, prompting Gata to call again. "Chiron?" A brown-haired woman chuckled and said, "It seems like he's feeling shy." Antheas, standing outside, spoke up. "Chiron, please answer quickly. We are not here to categorize you. We are simply trying to find the best way to educate you." He still hesitated, then finally explained his situation. "I see a number, but it is so long that I cannot read it." That was confused. "You can't read it?" "It isn't based on sight, but rather on what you perceive." Chiron clarified, "No, that's not what I meant. I can sense it, but it is too long. Even now, it is continuing to extend." That sighed, thinking, seriously? Then Gata furrowed his brow and said, "Then let's start with the first few numbers you can see." Chiron focused, slowly looking at the result. In his domain, it was incredibly long. Looking at the number 3.415, with another row of digits behind it, he rounded it to a single number and answered, 3.14. That was startled. "What?" Sheena was equally shocked. "Chiron, we didn't input the number 3.14. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" He furrowed his brows and replied, "Is that so? But that's what I saw." She pondered, "Really? Of course, there are cases where pi appears. That means the size of the field has exceeded the range we set. He can actually see up to 30 meters beyond." The brown-haired woman asked, "So, what is the most dominant color you see?" Chiron looked around and answered, "Blue, entirely blue." Once again, the professors exchanged surprised glances. If it's truly blue, isn't that a convergent type? But his domain is still that vast? Convergence has greater durability than domain size, the opposite of divergence. Antheas, standing aside, was equally astonished. Now I understand why they were so adamant about this. But this isn't just an exceptional talent. His eyes widened, sweat dripping from his forehead. They recorded 2 words on his profile, convergence. Then they added both hemispheres. A professor inquired, "How many numbers are floating around?" Chiron looked up into his domain, thinking, is he asking about this? There's no need to count them one by one. When I can feel them, There are so many glowing dots inside this space. He decisively answered, 857 numbers. The professor was so shocked his face froze, stammering, 867? Then, trembling, he wrote on the paper, density, 86.7%. Antheus remained silent, his face suddenly turning grave. This is dangerous. Sheena slightly adjusted her glasses, her eyes cautious. She composed herself and continued the examination. Chiron, how cold do you feel right now? Hearing the question, he replied, quite cold, to the point of numbness. She wasn't surprised and wrote it down. Just as expected. Sheena recorded the overall evaluation as follows. Convergence and defense with superior durability. His domain size is unusually large. The brown-haired woman smiled in praise. Well done. Now, we need to convene to decide which class you all will be placed in. So, all new students, please wait outside. Chiron complied, turning around and stepping outside along with the other children. He led the way, slowly pushing the door open, waiting for all the children to exit. Only after everyone had left did he close the door. Just moments after it shut, the room inside burst in a heated discussion. An interesting student indeed. Precisely. How could a 17-year-old possess a domain with a diameter of over 300? The density of a domain increases along with its size. But that student's domain density reached 86.7%. The senior professor added, above all, it was pure concentration without using any enhancement skills. Was that kid a monk training in seclusion on a mountain or something? Suddenly, a remark from that silenced the entire room. Could it be that he was lying? The man smirked slyly. Think about it. A domain with 90% density and a diameter of 30 centimeters. Coming from a 17-year-old who knows nothing about magic. It sounds absurd. Could he have exaggerated the numbers before telling us? Sheena calmly replied, but, sir, you seem to have forgotten. There is no reason for new students to lie. If they get into an advanced class by deception, they wouldn't be able to keep up, let alone pass the exams. Why would a student deliberately burden themselves in school? Above all, some teachers here seem to have forgotten that pi was displayed as an error code. Chiron was now sitting awkwardly among the other children. She continued, that's not something a regular student would casually say just to gain attention. That's clicked his tongue in frustration. Suddenly, Amphias stepped forward. So, where should we place him? I mean Chiron. She stood up abruptly. Headmaster. Sheena Oliver, a level 6 mage, stated, Class 6 studies domain development and theoretical aspects. Class 5, however, starts learning real magic, right? I believe this student's domain is nearly complete. Therefore, I propose placing him in Class 5, the man behind her declared firmly. I object, he stated, causing her to seethe inwardly. That's a level 6 mage, voiced his opinion. He is a 17-year-old boy with no knowledge of magic. This could cause trouble and make him arrogant if placed in an advanced class. Right now, I think we should start teaching him from the basics. Sheena retorted bluntly. And what exactly do you mean by that? And so, the two of them clashed in a verbal battle. That shouted loudly, honestly, you just want to put him in Class 5 because you manage that class and want that student for yourself, right? Sheena retorted. What's wrong with wanting to teach such a talented student? A brown-haired professor spoke up. That has a point. Even with exceptional talent. He's still just a young student. How about we teach him step by step from Class 10? The elderly professor beside him sighed wearily. Here we go again with those two. A brown-haired woman gently suggested. He might lose motivation if we place him in a basic class. Since his age is mismatched, what if we delay his class assignment and observe him first? The elderly professor then spoke up. I think Class 7 would be a good fit. Class 7 is an advanced class that still includes fundamental lessons on domains. If that child is so talented, skipping grades is also an option. Amphias stroked his chin and responded. As expected, your words make sense. Without further hesitation, he made the decision. Chiron would be placed in Class 7. The Magic Academy had a system of 10 class levels. Based on assessments, students were placed into one of the 10 different levels, but these levels were also grouped into 3 categories. Classes 10 to 8 were beginner level, focusing on domain development. Classes 7 to 4 were advanced classes, where students learned to use magic and refine their domains. Finally, The graduation level classes, from Class 3 to Class 1, were rigorous training grounds to produce professional mages. And so, the next morning, at the grand and majestic Amphia's Academy, a newly arrived young man bore a Class 7 emblem on his chest. He attracted the attention of many female students, who whispered admiringly when they saw him. Chiron carried a satchel in one hand, slowly stepping into the classroom as countless eyes followed him. The teacher in the class announced, "Today, we have a new student joining us." The girls in the classroom began whispering excitedly. He was placed directly into an intermediate class right from the start. He seems older, doesn't he? But he's really handsome. Standing on the podium, he flashed a radiant smile and introduced himself. "I am Aryan Chiron. Pleased to meet you all." The class instantly burst into cheers, claps, and lively chatter. Most of it came from the female students, who welcomed him warmly. The teacher had to call for silence. Chiron, however, was in high spirits, thrilled that his wish had come true. "Finally, I've arrived at the Magic Academy. Amphia's Magic Academy, spanning an entire 75,425 square kilometers of mountains, including dormitories, 33 buildings, and 40 training centers. Although going out is prohibited on non-weekend days, it's not an inconvenience since most facilities are located within the school. Classes end at 5 p.m., and any time afterward is free time. But students often go to the school library, which is open 24 hours, with a system that connects students with similar interests, fulfilling their desire for knowledge. All these factors contribute to making this a prestigious academy. Chiron thought to himself, but as expected, the classes were difficult, with numerous subjects and all of them being advanced knowledge. This place was meant for nobles, those who had studied from a young age and endured years of hardship. Because of that, he faced many challenges. However, by using every means possible, he believed he could keep up. Knowledge, accumulated over the course of history, was deeply ingrained in Chiron, and all the world's wisdom gradually began to build up within him. One fine morning, the teacher announced, "Class is dismissed for today. Well done, everyone." As Chiron closed his book, he pondered, "The afternoon class is practical domain combat, but the schedule doesn't list the location." Looking around the classroom, he hesitated. Who should I ask? Thankfully, there were a few people around his age. Chiron quietly approached and asked, "Excuse me, do you know which training facility we need to go to?" Maria, startled by the sudden question, replied, "You're asking me?" He thought to himself, "She's a shy classmate, huh? No wonder I feel comfortable." She answered, "You probably haven't heard yet, but today's practical class is at the second comprehensive training center." Chiron asked, "Comprehensive? Comprehensive in what way?" Maria explained, "All intermediate classes will train together for 2 weeks. Today's the orientation," she added, causing him to pause slightly. All intermediate classes together. Could it be? The scene transitions to the second comprehensive training center, where many students were already entering the building. The area was bustling with chatter, laughter, and greetings. "Hello, senior. Thank you for last time." "Hello, senior. Please sit here with us," they called out in unison. "Hello, Senior Ami." So, it was because of her that the place was so lively. Serial, standing nearby, also enjoyed some of the attention, waving back in response. Chiron sat above, looking down, silently marveling. Being famous must be nice. She's someone I'd rather not get involved with if possible. But there are 2 joint training sessions each week. Even so, if she's been in the intermediate class from the start, she'll soon move up to the graduation class. Despite the active conversations between seniors and juniors, strict rules still applied. Chiron worried to himself, wondering if he could stay invisible. At that moment, the special instructor for the intermediate domain class, 6th rank mage Ithella Romit, appeared and spoke loudly. "Hello, everyone in the intermediate class. I'm Ithella, and I will once again be in charge of your domain class this year." She scanned the room before continuing. "I'm sure we have some students who have transferred into this class at the start of the new year, right? Even though our class is full of well-known faces. Quite a few. Actually, we have a new face joining the intermediate class today." At those words, everyone turned to look at him. Is the rumor true? Who is he? He could only force a smile and think, "Wait, this is bad." Ithella only added fuel to the fire. "Chiron, would you stand up and introduce yourself?" He stiffened completely, but he had no choice but to comply. He swallowed hard to gather his composure. Meanwhile, Ami and Serial were drawn to Chiron's direction. Now he smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Aryan Chiron, and I just started in the 7th class. Nice to meet you all. Before he could finish, the whole room erupted into warm applause. Chiron stood frozen, feeling like he might pass out. I don't know anything anymore. Serial excitedly chimed in. Ami, isn't that the guy you saw yesterday? It seems like his name is Chiron. She feigned indifference, but thought to herself. This is the first time I've heard his name. Who is he? He seems popular. I should already know all the noteworthy people, shouldn't I? Suddenly, a brown-haired girl spoke up. Senior, do you know him? According to my sources, the teachers are really paying attention to him. Serial gasped. Really? The girl continued. They say his stats were incredible when they assessed him during the entrance exam. Serial responded. Oh wow. Oh wow, now I like him even more. I wonder which noble family he's from. That idle question made Ami freeze. Her eyes lit up with a fiery glow, and her hair fluttered wildly. It was as if she suddenly recalled something shocking. A memory from the past surfaced, when she and a few others had been caught in something resembling a vortex. Back then, she looked directly at a boy outside and questioned him about where he had learned magic. How could a commoner? And that crying boy outside was none other than a young Serial. Returning to the present, she trembled, sweat pouring down, a forced smile appearing. Damn it. The Kami's family was famous for their genius lineage, with their red eyes being a unique trait passed down to every descendant. It allowed the bearer to perfectly remember every moment they had seen. An arrow shot out, precisely hitting the bullseye, followed by another arrow, splitting the one already embedded in the target. And that made studying pointless. The archer was a red-haired girl. Despite hitting the bullseye multiple times, she showed no joy. In contrast, the butler standing beside her clapped enthusiastically. Magnificent, my lady! That red-haired girl was the youngest daughter of the family, Ami, and also the most talented among her siblings. Ami's father laughed heartily. My daughter! He placed a chess piece down and said, truly a worthy heir of the Kamisma family. Ami silently stared at the chessboard in front of her, and the butler called out. My lady! Ami's father asked, what's wrong? Ami's face turned cold as she stood up and sighed in frustration. Annoyed, she turned away and left, followed by a gang of delinquents. Ami fumed internally. I hate everything. Family, family, family. What does my ability have to do with this family anyway? I can do it without relying on this household's name. She followed the delinquents, getting into fights everywhere. Ami thought, I could do whatever I want. Watching the delinquents fight, Ami crossed her legs and sighed. This is so boring. But then, someone made Ami rethink everything. Ami was stunned as she saw the delinquents lying on the ground, defeated, with a boy standing before her. That boy was crying, tears streaming down his face. The one who changed Ami's perspective was a damn lowly commoner boy. In the lecture hall, Chiron was bowing to greet everyone. Seeing the situation before her, Ami's mouth twitched as she blurted out. Damn it! A voice called out, Ami! Ami! The brown-haired girl beside her also stammered. Senior. Both were in complete shock. Ami snapped out of it and quickly made an excuse. I mean, my ribbon feels uncomfortable. Ami thought, I knew it. The memory seen through red eyes can never be wrong. The person beside her continued. What were we talking about again? But Ami was lost in her thoughts. I thought he was a noble. She looked at Chiron. But who would have guessed he's actually a commoner? How did he even get into this academy? Ami's body trembled. To her, that past was incredibly shameful. She slapped her forehead. I want to die. Her vision blurred. I've erased all traces of that delinquent phase. There's no way he remembers that day, right? Ami recalled a memory from 5 years ago. She had squatted in front of a blonde-haired boy, his face still wet with tears. Ami covered her mouth, sneering. You want to be a slave? But you don't even have claws. Why don't we just cut them off? Moments later, she stood behind, blushing, covering her mouth as the delinquents stripped the boy. Strip him? Well, what are they doing? Ami imagined Chiron talking about her to others. Senior Ami, she's not the person everyone thinks she is. In Ami's imagination, Chiron waved his hand. 5 years ago, she used to hang out with thugs in dark alleys. Why would someone as trusted as me lie about it? Is that all? No, there's more. Chiron would whisper, she's actually quite interested in men. Listen, she even tried to strip me completely and... Ami, furious, accidentally tore the page in front of her. She clenched her fists. No, never. Absolutely cannot let that happen. I must kill this rumor before it spreads. Meanwhile, Chiron shivered. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Mid-level wind magic instructor, certified level 6 mage. Romy Atenla stood at the podium. Now, everyone, what exactly is a domain? Someone answered. It's a mage's state of mind. She nodded. Correct. It is the perception of a mage's mental state. In its initial formation, it is simply a sphere, since that's the easiest shape to focus on. The blue hue of the domain reflected in Atenla's eyes. Through practical training, we can recognize and shape it as we wish. Atenla activated her domain and said, I will now show you projection. Chiron's jaw dropped. I can see it. He focused intently on the blue domain before him. I can see the instructor's projection with my own eyes. Its range is 10 meters. Atenla introduced. This is the basic form of a domain, a sphere. As I said, in practice, the sphere shape is rarely used. She snapped her fingers. Let me give you an example. A target appeared, floating midair. Atenla said, I will use magic to aim at the target. Standing in the center of her domain, which had a radius of 10 meters. Atenla pointed out, but the target is 20 meters away. I will use Fireball, a fire element spell. Chiron excitedly covered his mouth. Finally, I get to see real magic in action. A small flame appeared at Atenla's fingertip. She said, First, I will create a small flame. Atenla controlled the tiny fireball and then declared, Now let's see if I can hit the target accurately. The fireball swiftly carried its flames straight ahead, aiming at the target. But as soon as it reached the boundary of the domain, the flames immediately extinguished. Below, all the students who were sitting before had their mouths agape in shock. The flames had disappeared. Atenla smiled and explained, As you can see, most magic cannot leave the domain, which means magic can only maintain its form within the domain. Atenla slightly leaned forward, extended her hand, and continued, However, if we expand the domain, Atenla's spherical domain instantly transformed into a straight path. She continued, It extends directly toward the target like this. Her small flame immediately shattered the target. She told the students below, In this way, we can reach it. A chorus of amazed and admiring voices filled the lecture hall. Some of the older students whispered among themselves. Look at those 7th grader surprise faces, so cute. Chiron and his classmates applauded Atenla's impressive demonstration. He pondered, I didn't even know this was possible. Can the shape of a domain really be altered? Then, Atenla continued, However, this method has a weakness. The student's expression showed slight disappointment. A male student asked, Isn't this the correct way to do it? Atenla opened a projection screen beside her and pointed at it. Changing the shape of the domain requires a great deal of concentration. In real combat, where your opponent can attack you in countless ways, constantly reshaping the domain is not a viable option. Atenla pointed to the blue screen displaying information about domains. That's why domains are categorized into 4 primary forms. Defensive form, offensive form, targeting form, and redirecting form. These are the 4 main types. Atenla continued, Let's start with the defensive form. The defensive form takes the shape of an octagon, allowing the domain to block most attacks effectively. Atenla's domain instantly shifted into an octagonal shape, enclosing her within it. She said the more contact surfaces there are, the higher the defensive efficiency. Atenla waved her hand again, altering the domain's shape. Next is the star form, also known as the offensive form, based on its structure. It allows the user to locate targets more easily. Whichever sharp point glows the brightest is the direction with the highest concentration of targets. Atenla's domain shape changed once again. She continued her lecture. Next is the targeting form. It's highly effective for long-range combat. However, it's ineffective against fast-moving targets. In theory, that is. But in practice, the distance between the focal points and the center is quite large, making it difficult to turn. Atenla's voice was steady. The important thing when using this form is how fast you can rotate its structure. The students murmured among themselves. She can even use that technique without blinking. Does the professor really think we can do that? Unlike the others, Chiron was deep in thought. With this method, it would be possible to use a domain within a 10-meter range in real combat. Atenla continued, and finally, the directional shift form. It's not very popular, because even fifth-year students struggle to master it. Itemla said, but I'll give you an example. At that moment, a student behind Chiron spoke up. If we can do it, does that mean we can move up to higher classes? Back in 8th grade, I scored full marks in domain studies. Easy as pie. Before the student could finish speaking, the transformation below left them speechless. The students gaped in astonishment. Even Chiron was shocked. The students grew noisy. Domain? Below them, a blue sphere was slowly separating from Itemla. The students in the lecture hall cried out, "It's detaching from the professor's body." Chiron was so excited that he wanted to stand up. I don't understand. A domain is a mage's mental state. How can it be separated from the body? Itemla's domain gradually transformed into streams, making Chiron curious. I wonder what's inside it? The center of that domain, Itemla stood below, surrounded by streams of materialized domain energy. She said the directional shift form is extremely difficult to use. It's so challenging that even skilled mages struggle with it. But the advantage of this form is that the mage is no longer the center of the domain, removing movement restrictions. And because of that, aiming at a target with instant spellcasting is no longer just theoretical, its effective range becomes limitless. Instant spellcasting means that a mage embeds a spell inside the directional shift form, and it activates upon reaching the target. Hearing Itemla's explanation, the students gasped in amazement. They whispered among themselves, "How can the professor do that? She does it so effortlessly, like breathing." "Just stepping into a domain is already difficult," the girl behind Chiron responded. "She's on a completely different level." "Well, she is a rank 6 mage after all." Chiron stared in awe. Her gentle expression hid an extraordinary talent. Itemla adjusted her glasses. "You'd be disappointed if I skipped practical training on the first lesson, wouldn't you?" The top scorer in the quick cast magic targeting exam. Before Itemla could finish speaking, the students below were already buzzing with excitement about the upcoming practice session. Itemla called out, "Ami Camus from class 4. Where are you? Let's start with a student representative." The girl sitting next to Serial said, "You're amazing. Always number 1 in class." Serial turned to Ami with a smile. "Here we go again. You really are a star, Ami. The boys practically worship you the moment they see you." When Truck turned to look at her, he saw Ami's pale and anxious face. Serial stammered, trying to finish her sentence. "Right, Ami?" Sweat dripped down Ami's face. "I really don't want to be the center of attention right now." The first of the 4 domain forms, the target form, has the advantage of a long attack range. However, it's ineffective against fast-moving and multiple targets. But if used by someone with extreme concentration and high-speed domain control. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions erupted as Ami swiftly conjured fireballs and launched them at the target. Then that weakness disappears entirely, transforming it into an impenetrable fortress against distant enemies. The students in the stands watched in admiration. As expected of Senior Ami, she's incredible. Usually, those competing in rapid-fire spellcasting switch between all 4 forms. But Senior Ami always wins using only the target form. A classmate sitting near Chiron mumbled, "Could I ever become a mage like that?" Chiron gazed at her in awe. Even a novice like me can tell she's absolutely amazing. He couldn't take his eyes off Ami's performance. Fireballs continuously shattered their targets. Not only was she maintaining constant domain rotation while standing still, but she could also strike every target within her domain's reach. Ami looked like she was ruling the battlefield, almost as if she existed in another dimension. Chiron was in awe. Her face remains completely expressionless, yet every movement exudes elegance and grace. Applause erupted around them. "That was incredible." A student behind Chiron commented, "If I could date a senior like her, my school life would be completely different." The girl next to him scoffed, "Dream on. She doesn't care about anyone. And don't forget about the Camus family. She's truly amazing. Not just a high-ranking noble, but she lacks nothing." Chiron lowered his gaze to Ami below. "A perfect person. Then why does she associate with those street thugs?" Below, Ami finished her demonstration and bowed slightly. The rapid cast magic test ended. Final score, level 9, time, 2:05. Thunderous applause filled the hall. Ami was stunned. She looked up, her blue eyes staring intently in one direction. Chiron felt the gaze and was startled. The students around whispered, What? Senior Ami? No way." Someone spoke loudly. "She just looked at that new student, didn't she?" Ami snapped out of it at the loud exclamation, quickly turning away. Damn it, why the hell did I look at that brat? Ami fidgeted, but I couldn't help it. It's so frustrating. However, at least I confirmed something. The students around continued murmuring, do they know each other? No way, he just enrolled today. Chiron's face paled. I see now. Not only Chiron but Ami also had the same realization at that moment. He remembers me, she thought. And Chiron realized she remembers me. Ami pondered. If he spreads information about my past, it will be troublesome. Should I silence him? After a moment of thought, she shook her head. No, calm down. I am the top student of this academy. Random rumors from someone like him wouldn't be easily believed. If I act recklessly, it'll only make things worse. Serial ran over to check on Ami. Ami, are you okay? Your face is all red. Ami quickly shook her head and wiped her face. No, it's nothing. After that, the practical session was divided by class, and the students moved down. Itemla spoke, Class 7, we will begin with the defense type. Mastering the defense type comes first. She walked around explaining. Mages must maintain their focus to survive on the battlefield. Chiron stood alone, closing his eyes to concentrate. The trick is to imagine myself shrinking and condensing my consciousness. In his mind, Chiron was constructing his own domain. First, he condensed it into a solid form, then built a framework to prevent collapse. Just as he thought, I did it, he was suddenly startled. Chiron looked at the projection in front of him. No, it's not complete until it's materialized. It would be easier if I could see the domain in the projection. Chiron walked over to Atenla and asked, Teacher, may I use the projection? She was surprised. Huh? The projection? Atenla glanced around before answering. Actually, only upperclassmen are allowed to use it first. Chiron followed her gaze and thought, I shouldn't worry about others when learning magic. Chiron reflected, opportunities for real progress don't come often. At that moment, Atenla turned back with a smile. It seems like no one is using it right now. All right, you can go ahead, she thought to herself. Is it too much to let a new student demonstrate? The surrounding students buzzed. A new student? Not bad. He's kind of cute. Serial nudged Ami. Ami, look. Serial's next words made Ami spit out her drink. That new student just entered the projection. Ami turned around and shouted, startling Serial. What the hell is he doing? What can a Class 7 student possibly achieve? Serial muttered. Ami, you're acting weird today. Did something happen? You're scaring me. Everyone focused their attention on the projection. Chiron stood alone in the middle. The display board showed. Projection range, 0 m. Serial stared ahead. Finally, I see it. A blue sphere enveloped Chiron. He saw it with his own eyes, his domain. The students gasped in shock. What is that size? The projection range on the display board fluctuated. Chiron looked up. Now that I think about it, did they ever tell me my domain size during the entrance exam? If the teachers were here, they would say, no, we couldn't even measure it. Chiron raised both hands. Then, how much bigger can it get? As the domain expanded further, Chiron panicked internally, screaming, stop. The display board updated. Projection range, 20 m. The fifth-year students stammered in shock. He's really a seventh year? Isn't the average range for seventh years only 13 meters? The murmurs continued non-stop. Are we sure he's not deliberately making it hollow? If that's the case, the density will drop so low it'll be like a balloon. Serial broke into a cold sweat. That's enough? Phew, I'm drawing too much attention. Now, time to form a defensive structure. Just as he was about to shift the form of his domain, Serial suddenly felt an itch. What's this? Serial stared at his domain. No, it's not expanding. It's collapsing. But everything was fine when I was practicing earlier. Amy, standing in the fourth-year section, widened her eyes. There's no way he'd succeed on his first practical lesson, right? Serial questioned himself. Where did I go wrong? Is it because I'm seeing it with my own eyes that I'm scared? No, my concentration can't be shaken by something like this. Serial focused his thoughts. I need to figure out the reason. So, what's the difference between outside and inside the domain? There has to be something. A thought flickered, like a droplet disturbing a still pond in Serial's mind. I get it now. He recalled when Ethela stood inside the domain. I was mistaken because Professor Ethela made it look so effortless. If I want to alter my domain, I need to focus. So even the act of shrinking it requires concentration. Serial took a deep breath to regain his composure. If my focus on shrinking, it is affecting things. He widened his eyes, concentrating. Then I just need to let it stay at its normal size. As soon as he spoke, his domain expanded even further. The surrounding students gawked. What? It's getting even bigger. Serial's domain grew larger, his eyes filled with determination. The measurement numbers on the range board kept increasing. Amy twitched at the corner of her mouth. What the hell? The entire hall was nearly engulfed in blue. Every student around had to tilt their heads up, mouths agape. Huge. The number on the domain range board reached 41 meters. The hall erupted. That's enormous. Staring at the domain before them, someone screamed, "What the hell is this? How can a domain be this big?" Serial raised both hands, concentrating. There's no need to do it in sections anymore. He looked at his hands. I'll shrink everything all at once. Serial's domain immediately contracted, forming solid structures. The senior students murmured in amazement. That new student is really... They watched Serial standing within his domain, and the entire crowd buzzed. He did it on his first day, no less. Even Serial was surprised by his own domain. He reached out to touch it. It's like I'm inside a gemstone. Ethela adjusted her glasses, astonished. She thought to herself, though the superior convergence properties of a defensive type helped him, achieving this on the first day is astounding. I even heard he surprised the entrance exam instructors. Serial turned to Ami. Seems like the rumors about him catching all the instructors' attention were true. Huh? What do you think, Ami? Ami's expression was terrifying. Serial stiffened. Meanwhile, Ami thought, how could I forget? Memories of past events related to Serial swirled endlessly in her mind. The humiliation is the root of my shame. For him to come all this way, it seems like he has someone supporting him from behind. She stared intently at Serial in the projection. Sooner or later, he will close the gap between the classes, and his fame will only continue to grow. Ami made up her mind, changing her plan. She had to secretly approach him. Even Professor Ethela was surprised. He is particularly outstanding in overall capabilities, as if he had spent his entire life training in the mountains. Serial said, Professor, its size has shrunk quite a bit. Ethela nodded. That's right. While the size decreases, the domain's hardness will increase. With this level of hardness, most physical attacks won't be able to break your domain. Moreover, the hardness will give you some resistance against mental attacks. After explaining, Ethela continued, well done. You may now dispel your domain. The domain surrounding Serial gradually faded. He said, thank you, Professor. At that moment, the auditorium erupted into cheers. Students from various classes continuously praised Serial. Well done, new student. Congratulations. Serial was startled. Why is everyone looking at me? He shyly expressed his thanks and quickly fled from the center of attention. Thank you, everyone. Ethela smiled at Serial, thinking to herself that she understood his wisdom in perfecting a defensive form. He possesses an unusually strong affinity for large domains, so it's natural for him to succeed in forming one. Ethela observed Serial's embarrassed expression as he received attention. I must keep an eye on him. At that moment, countless eyes were on Serial, but not all gazes were the same. A group of students whispered about Serial. It looks like he'll be joining our class soon, huh? His talent is truly amazing. Some eyes gleamed with competition. Meanwhile, some girls sighed in admiration. So impressive, their eyes clearly showing admiration and affection. And then, there was jealousy and envy. Finally, one person stood at the very back. Omi. She was staring at Serial with a terrifying expression. The next day, at the academy, now there was yet another pair of eyes. A woman with purple hair tied in a high bun was preparing to enter. Her curious gaze fixed on Serial. The door slid open. The classroom immediately became lively upon seeing the newcomer. It was Professor Sheena. Professor, please tell us about your first love. Serial also saw the person who had just entered. It was... The piercing, serious gaze of the lecturer swept across the class. The students buzzed with excitement. Serial realized it was the terrifying professor from the entrance exam lecture, Sheena Oliver. Serial didn't know it yet, but she was the professor in charge of Class 5. Other students were visibly thrilled. Awesome! Who would have thought that we, in Class 7, would get to attend her lecture? But why would someone like her go out of her way to teach a Class 7? The more Sheena thought about it, the more annoyed she became. That professor is such a hassle. If you put a talent like him in Class 5, he will surely find a way to catch up with his peers. Sheena adjusted her glasses. She had come to this class so she could personally train Serial. She thought to herself, I will make sure you advance classes as fast as possible. You must be in my class. Serial was startled, his eyes widening. He thought, did she just look at me? No, I must be imagining things. A classmate sitting in front of Serial loudly asked, since this is the first class, can you tell us a story? Another student joked, is it true that you're dating Professor Das? Sheena said nothing, but the furrow in her brows revealed her disgust. She raised her hand, and a small ice crystal immediately formed in her palm. The ice crystal was as beautiful as a gem. Sheena asked the class, can anyone here explain the theory behind the spell? The window pane next to Serial had frosted over from the cold. Sheena's voice remained steady. What is cold? Above them, the ceiling had also crystallized due to the drop in temperature. Sheena continued, and what is freezing? The students shivered, hugging their bodies, stammering, Professor, it's too cold. Sheena calmly explained, you feel cold because you lack energy. She manipulated the small ice crystal in her hand as she walked around the classroom. However, the concept of thermal energy does not exist in this world. Therefore, temperature can increase infinitely, but it cannot decrease infinitely. The ice crystal in Sheena's hand suddenly shattered. She continued, and when energy reaches absolute zero, we call that absolute zero. Sheena smiled. If I extract a bit of energy from this room, I can easily create something like this ice sample. But what if I break it into tiny fragments and create a convection current? What would happen then? Tiny ice shards fell to the floor as Sheena answered her own question. The answer is that I can create a temperature so low that it could kill someone. The students, now terrified and speechless, thought, are we about to die? Sheena turned back towards the podium. So the question now is, how can a mage absorb this energy? She picked up a piece of chalk, writing on the board as she looked at the class. Without any tools or equipment, how can they activate magic like this? Chiron focused intently on Sheena as she drew a circle on the board, representing a mage's domain and power. A mage controls the world within their domain. Of course, it has limitations, but within it, the mage is akin to a god. Sheena's tone remained steady. And if a mage wishes to manipulate the senses, they can create light, sense, or even physical sensations. This is the mage's unique sensory ability, granting them an unparalleled dominance over reality. But even such divine power. Sheena paused, tapping the chalk against the board. What if they don't even realize what abilities they possess? She raised her voice. For a mage to activate magic, they must satisfy two conditions, omniscience and omnipotence. The 7th grade students below were in awe as they listened to Sheena's lecture. Mages activate magic based on their omniscience and omnipotence. No matter how powerful you are, without knowledge, you cannot cast magic. Sheena's words struck Chiron like a revelation. That was why mages, aside from their special senses, still studied the world like scholars. He also realized something, why he couldn't use magic. Chiron recalled how he had protected himself earlier. I had no concept of omniscience, so I only trained my omnipotence. Sheena continued, you will study countless subjects at this academy. Your domain is only half of what makes up magic. Sheena smiled. Without diligence, you can never become a true mage. After the introduction, Sheena officially began today's lesson. Now we will start with basic chemistry. Yes, Professor. Chiron steeled himself. I can do this. His eyes burned with determination. I can become a mage. As the afternoon approached, outside the academy campus, some girls chatted with each other. Are you going to the library today? Of course, the exams are coming up. They even discussed their studies over their meal. What's your research topic? One student asked. There are some things I need to create first, another replied. Students bustled through the school courtyard. After classes ended, most students headed to the library or joined research groups. Chiron clutched his bag and walked forward. I go to the library every day. That's how I've barely managed to keep up with the noble students. He looked up at the sky. My sleep time has decreased again. I am exhausted. But then he shook off his fatigue. Learning magic makes me feel lighter, because my dream is slowly coming true. Chiron quickened his pace. I wonder if anyone has created magic that lets people stay awake without sleep. Suddenly, his feet lifted off the ground. Why does my body feel so light? Chiron's eyes widened in shock. He was floating in midair. What the hell? I'm flying. He glanced behind him. Someone was holding him up by the collar. What the hell is going on? Chiron was dumbfounded. There was a person, someone carrying him through the air like a hawk snatching its prey. Deep within the forest, with a thud, Chiron was tossed to the ground. Pain shot through him, bringing tears to his eyes. He sat on the ground, looking up at the person before him. Chiron's heart pounded. Red hair, it's Ami. Omi Komish. Sweat dripped down his forehead. I knew I would have to face her eventually. But I never expected her to show up so suddenly. Chiron hesitated. Is she really still the same child from 5 years ago? At that moment, Ami spoke, her expression unreadable. She smirked. So, you do remember me after all? Chiron frowned. What? A small flame flickered at the tip of Ami's finger. In an instant, it flared up violently before Chiron's eyes. Ami grinned menacingly. That's right. I should settle everything right here, shouldn't I? The past replayed in Chiron's mind like an old film. He clutched his head, barely defending against the relentless attacks. Someone shouted, Hey, stop it. A young man standing nearby, watching Ami crouch in front of Chiron, spoke. Miss, you'll end up killing the kid. Ami recalled that day. Initially, she had thought of taking the boy home, but then his crying face. She mused, I wanted to see it just a little longer. The flame she controlled danced wildly. But now, suddenly, her eyes narrowed. You bastard. Chiron sat up straight, meeting her gaze. That look in his eyes. Is he really the same boy from 5 years ago? Chiron sighed. Of course, I remember. He continued. Back then, you ordered those criminals to forcibly strip me. At his words, Ami's memories of the past resurfaced. Back then, she had covered her mouth and laughed. So, why don't we confirm it? Ami suddenly raised her voice, cutting Chiron off. Enough! You obviously remember it clearly. She began speaking loudly, almost frantically. No, that's not how it was, right? It was a misunderstanding. Your memory. There was a huge misunderstanding. You see. Chiron started to say, what? But Ami interrupted again. You'll understand soon enough. Blushing slightly, Ami hesitated. I'm not some indecent woman, you know. Chiron blinked, completely lost. Huh. Ami raised her voice again. Those thugs acted on their own. I never gave such an order. She hurriedly continued. No, wait. I think I heard you say you wanted to see it, right? Or something like that. No, that's not it either. Anyway, Ami declared, from the start, I've never had any interest in men. Chiron mumbled under his breath. No way. You kidnapped me just to say that. Ami froze for a moment, her thoughts screaming internally. Of course not. But why am I even standing here, making excuses? Chiron also came to a realization. Is she worried I'll spread rumors about her past misdeeds all over the academy? Both sides were already in an awkward situation. What a hassle. Chiron stood up. You just need to apologize. Is that so hard? Ami stepped back. What? Chiron sighed tiredly. I get it. It's a memory you want to forget. But regardless, your grades are among the highest in the intermediate class, and you're quite popular too. Still, what happened can't be undone. Chiron spoke calmly. So instead of making excuses, wouldn't it be better to just apologize and put everything to rest? I think that would be the right thing to do. Ami was stunned. Apologize? Her thoughts jolted like a warning. Wait, snap out of it, Ami. Her eyes flickered with panic. This guy is too good with words. Before her mind's eye, a chessboard appeared. He's saying all the right things to make me look bad. And he's scheming to gain the upper hand for himself. How dare he try to outmaneuver me? He must think I'm an easy, spineless fool. Ami thought to herself. In situations like this, she opened her mouth. Apologize? Listen up, you commoner. Ami stared at Chiron. And what exactly do I get for apologizing to you? Chiron looked at her in disbelief. What did you just say? Ami stroked her chin. What I mean is even if I do apologize, there's no guarantee you'll just accept it and move on. And after that, what's stopping you from stabbing me in the back? There's no trust between us, is there? It would be the same as admitting I was in the wrong back then. In the end, wouldn't I be the one losing out? Chiron asked her, do you have to gain something from an apology? An apology is the bare minimum courtesy you owe to someone you've hurt. It's not something you do for personal gain. Ami's loud laughter cut him off. Wow, you really don't understand how the world works, do you? She thought to herself, another attack using moral high ground. I see how it is. Ami assessed the situation and made up her mind. I'll turn the tables right here, right now. She continued. If there's no benefit for me, why should I waste my energy? I can't believe you're flaunting all this righteousness just to act all noble in front of me. Her words left Chiron momentarily speechless. Looks like even if I apologized, I wouldn't have any peace in the Magic Academy anyway. Chiron was forced to broaden his perspective. He thought to himself, what the hell is this? It seems that the model student persona was just an act. Her true wicked nature is still there. Ami covered her mouth and exhaled softly, secretly pleased. I'm about to win. Should I say one more thing? She asked Chiron, you know what the scariest thing in the Magic Academy is, right? Chiron looked puzzled. She spoke in a deep, enigmatic tone. It's the senior students. Ami's next words felt like a heavy stone pressing down on Chiron's shoulders. If you offend a senior, not only will all upperclassmen become your enemies, but even your classmates will too. And of course, if word gets out that you're a commoner, Ami's sharp gaze bore into him. There's a high chance you'll be expelled from the academy. Chiron raised his voice. Are you so worried that I'll spread rumors that you're trying to get me expelled? She covered her mouth and chuckled. Of course not, at least not right away. I'm just saying I'll be watching how you behave. I'll see how well you can keep your mouth shut first. Chiron frowned. What do you mean? She commanded. From now on, bring me coffee every day. I'll test your reliability through small tasks like that. Chiron raised his voice. Why should I? Ami stepped closer to him. I heard you got a special admission. A commoner making it this far must have been tough. Wouldn't it be a shame to be expelled now? Chiron sighed. Phoenix, if doing these pointless errands proves my trustworthiness, then I'll do it. Ami pulled up her hood. A wise choice. Make sure you behave. Your future depends on it, after all. The next moment, her expression turned menacing as she threatened Chiron. If you dare tell a teacher, I swear I'll drag you down with me. With that, she leaped into the air 2 or 3 times before vanishing like a gust of wind sweeping past Chiron. Once Ami was gone, Chiron crouched down to pick up his bag. Well, I guess this is better than getting expelled. It seems her strategic skills are still top-notch, though it feels incredibly unfair that I have to do whatever she wants. Chiron covered his face. It's only just begun, and it's already this hard. The next day, students bustled towards the library. Something seemed to have caught the attention of the academy students. Someone called out, "Hey, look at that!" Chiron, holding a cup of coffee, walked forward. The people around him murmured in surprise. Wait, isn't he the new student? Oh my God! Oh my God! Chiron stood before everyone, holding out the cup with both hands toward Ami. Here you go, Senior Ami. Chiron's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough for everyone to hear, and they all turned their gaze toward Ami and her coffee. Sirios, standing beside Ami, patted her shoulder and whispered, No way, Ami, what's going on? Ami brushed her hair aside, her red eyes appearing once more. Ami snatched the cup of coffee from Chiron's hand. Oh my God, you must have made a lot of this. Then she turned and walked away. Sirios asked, You're just leaving like this? Ami replayed. We need to hurry. We're going to be late for class. No time left. Chiron's face turned bright red. He stared after Ami's figure. What the hell was that? The surrounding students also began whispering among themselves. Oh my God, he just confessed to Ami, but she just left without saying anything? That's so sad. Sirios chased after her and asked, Do you think the new student likes you? She shook her head. No, it's not like that. I was just giving him a little lesson. On the outside, Ami appeared calm, but inside, she was jumping with joy. This is so fun. As she sipped her coffee, she thought, how does it feel? The humiliation the great Ami, just gave you. Ami's mind was already imagining the future. She thought to herself, with this, you'll be added to the list of juniors who secretly like me. She imagined that even if Chiron stood in the middle of the courtyard and shouted that Ami Camis was a creepy pervert, everyone would just click their tongues and sigh. Oh my God, he's trying to get revenge because he was rejected, Ami thought with confidence. From now on, no one will believe anything he says. She hummed as she walked, thinking, what's sweeter than revenge? Sirios walked beside her, completely confused. Ami felt lighthearted. It's like all the worries I've had for the past 5 years have just melted away. Her thoughts were like the loud beat of a drum. It was amazing. Meanwhile, Chiron stood in the middle of the crowd, feeling drained. This is definitely bullying. When did I offend her? Chiron clenched his fists, thinking, If I get stuck in this negative mindset, I'll be the only one who loses. No trust, huh? Fine, I'll just look up again. The emotions in Chiron's eyes had changed. If I have to do this, I'll do it perfectly. The experience and feelings depend on my mindset. And from that moment on, for the next 10 days, the academy was buzzing. He's back again. He's back today. Someone shouted, and the story of a naive romance at the Magic Academy spread. For 10 consecutive days, he confessed nonstop. The cheers and chatter grew louder, and Ami and Sirio stood in front of the library, watching. Ami left. It seemed like the number of people watching had increased. Behind Chiron, many people were staring at him. Ami grinned. With this many people, everyone must know by now. Should I slowly end this thing? Suddenly, Sirio, who was standing next to her, spoke up. Ami, when are you going to accept Chiron's feelings? The unexpected question made Ami freeze. Huh? What are you saying, Sirio? Ami asked loudly. Why would I accept that guy? Have you forgotten who I am? Sirio thought for a moment, then said, but there are so many rumors. Honestly, you wouldn't even look at anyone else, but you always accept coffee from Chiron. Siriel's words were like a bolt from the blue for Ami. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the legendary couple of the academy to form. Her thoughts were reduced to just 3 words. A cup of coffee was placed in front of Ami again. Chiron called out, Senior, here's your coffee, he said with a smile. As soon as Chiron finished speaking, the students below immediately started shouting, Agree, agree. Chiron looked at Ami, confidently and leisurely saying, This time I didn't spill a single drop of coffee, right? But inside, he was urging Ami, hoping she would take the coffee quickly, so they could head to the library. Ami gritted her teeth. Now, not only were her eyes red, but her cheeks were also flushed. How did I end up like this? Are they all messing with me? Ami nervously, with her face bright red, looked at Chiron. Then she swiped her hand, knocking the coffee cup out of Chiron's hand and said, This is so annoying. Cyril and the other students were stunned. Cyril covered his mouth and said, Ami, the coffee spilled on the ground. Ami said, Do you think I'll fall for you just because you gave me this? Ami pointed her finger. You're a student who doesn't even bother to study, and yet you're always following me around, annoying me. She turned and walked away. Don't ever give me this again. Cyril quickly said to Chiron, Sorry, please forgive me. Hey, Ami, everyone around is making noise. Being rejected like that is so harsh. Cyril asked, What are you going to do if these rumors spread? Ami snapped, Who cares? Those idiots are probably full of nonsense. She raised her voice. When I graduate, it'll all end. Outside, on the stairs, Chiron was bending down to pick up the coffee cup, while the gossip continued. I think she's like a frozen princess. That's why she's acting like this. Let's report her for wasting coffee. Poor Chiron. Chiron was still in a daze. Really? I don't have to do this anymore. He stood up holding his bag, while a few girls sighed. Oh no, he looked so distressed it's heartbreaking. But contrary to what everyone said, Chiron wore a satisfied expression. I'm free. That night, at the library, Ami was slumped over, staring at the book in front of her. Damn it. She gritted her teeth, raising her head, gripping her pen firmly. I need to stop those freshmen from spreading rumors. But I'm the one who started them. It will be fine if I end it before the rumors spread. But that's not the most important thing. Ami's eyes glowed red. Hong Yin Kamis, the name of the memory-reflecting technique. The scene around Ami suddenly changed. It was as if she was sitting in the academy courtyard. This was a technique that allowed the user to record their experiences. Ami recalled Chiron handing her the coffee. He shyly called out, Senior, here's your coffee. For 10 days in a row, every time she met Chiron, she used the Hong Yin Kamis. Ami had memorized what Chiron looked like when he did those things. She gritted her teeth. He looked so delighted on the first day. But what Ami saw didn't change at all over the next 9 days. After thinking deeply, she realized his gaze hadn't changed at all. Not even his pupils moved. Ami leaned in, pondering the image in her memory. What did it mean? She seriously asked herself. No matter how much someone tries to hide their emotions, they can't hide their true feelings in their eyes. Because the autonomic nervous system can't be controlled. If he could control his gaze, it would be... Ami's eyes suddenly flashed. He can control his emotions just like a robot. She closed her eyes, or rather, Ami closed the book and concluded, He has been extremely honest. Cyril noticed her movements and softly asked, Oh, Ami, are you done? Ami stood up and packed her books. I'm a bit tired today. Serial also stood up. Then, let's go back together. Ami declined. No, you don't need to do that for me. I'll go alone. Serial asked with concern. Is it because you feel guilty for not accepting Chiron's coffee? Ami was speechless. I told you it's not that. Serial added, if you want to talk about something, just tell me, okay? Ami nodded. Yeah, thanks. Ami walked out, feeling completely drained. She sighed, ugh, I'm so tired. Everything is not going according to plan. My mind is all over the place. Ami pushed the door open. I need to rest for a bit. Suddenly, someone greeted her. Taking an early leave today? Ami thought, it's Jake Adrios. Jake winked at Ami. I thought I'd have to wait for you until midnight. Ami asked him, why would you wait for me? Are you that bored? Jake walked closer. Don't be so harsh. I've heard the rumors. I heard there's a wimp named Chiron who's chasing after you. Ami was fed up. No way. Did you come here to laugh at me? Oh my god, of course not. Here, take this. Jake handed Ami a coffee. This is top-quality Western coffee. You won't find it anywhere on campus. Ami deserves to be treated well. Ami asked disgustedly, what the hell are you doing? Jake answered, as you can see, I'm trying to win your heart. Jake said, unlike that wimp, I'm going to inherit the position of Minister of the Royal Treasury. I'm much more suited for you. Ami visibly grimaced. She coldly said, I'm not interested in playing these disgusting games with you. Jake froze, repeating disgusting. Ami continued, I don't think we're close enough to have a relationship like that. She pointed out bluntly, you think I don't know that your group has been trying to bring me down whenever you get the chance? Jake quickly raised his voice. Wait, I think that's just a misunderstanding. Aren't the things you're saying a bit excessive? He held the steaming coffee cup and stepped closer to Ami. You insulting me is the same as insulting my family's honor. I won't forgive anyone who touches my family's reputation. Jake narrowed his eyes and smiled. As a member of the famous Cammy's family. You must know that, right? Ami coldly replied, you're pathetic. Jake froze. What? Ami didn't hold back, throwing the words directly at him. Just because you have a little fame in this school, you think you can act like this? With those who don't support your family? She smiled. A person who formed that ridiculous group and secretly insults others. Do you even know what honor is? Jake showed his teeth in a filthy grin. He slapped his forehead and cursed at Ami. You bitch, looks like you're getting cocky just because you're getting popular now. Jake snapped loudly. Do you think no one can go up against your Cammy's family? Your family might be on top in some fields, but not in power. He took steps forward, pushing Ami to step back. With the power of my family, I can drain the Cammy's family's finances dry. Jake looked down from above, asking Ami, now do you understand? Ami left. I understand, she bluntly continued. Yes, that look truly belongs to a terrible man. Ami stared straight at Jake's ugly face and commented, unlike Chiron, your eyes look like a dead fish's. Jake was in disbelief. What? Are you saying I'm not even worth comparing to that pathetic guy? Jake went crazy. All right, I've already gone out of order. Before I defeat you for sure, I shouldn't interfere anymore. Jake's next words made Ami furious. I can guarantee that within a day, that guy will never be able to use magic again. Jake continued, I'll show you how great I am. But he was silenced when Ami slapped his coffee cup out of his hands. The coffee cup flew to the ground and shattered. Jake gritted his teeth and glared at Ami. You arrogant bitch. My patience has limits, no matter how beautiful you are. Jake's words faltered as Ami activated her domain. She calmly asked Jake, what? Ami's red eyes flashed in the darkness. What are you trying to do? Jake trembled, thinking to himself, can she really use the 4 forms that quickly? He hesitated and said, are you crazy? Do you know this is against the magic usage laws here? Ami laughed loudly, the wind howling through the narrow hallway. She mocked Jake. What a guy who's only good for his looks. At least Chiron doesn't rely on his family background. She continued, he's someone who takes responsibility for his actions. I could never catch up to him in 6 months, could I? Jake's veins bulged as he wanted to curse Ami. This girl, he thought to himself, she's like a whirlwind inside this room. Jake calculated, if I make any move, would she attack me? I can't fight against the head of this magic academy. But he glanced at Ami, then gripped the handrail, preparing himself. Revenge is sweet, even if it takes 10 years, he muttered, backing down the stairs. Don't think this is over. Ami leaned against the wall and murmured, It's been so long since I've felt this excited. She wondered to herself, why did I do that? Was it because he threatened me? Or because he knows my secret? Ami remembered Chiron's words to her in the forest. If doing this could make you trust me, I would. Ami turned sharply, looking at the coffee spill on the floor. She muttered, damn it, I guess he won't come tomorrow. The moon was high outside. She murmured, thanks to him, my mind's finally clear. A few days later, at the academy, Serial stood there, tears in her eyes. The waves caused by Ami and the chaos. On a piece of paper it was written, I have captured Chiron at Training Center 14 at 6 p.m. before I meditated him. If you dare tell the teachers, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Chiron read the note, then turned to Serial standing next to him. So, Senior Ami came to save me? At the bottom of the paper, it was signed by the Dark Mage. These events had turned into a raging tsunami. The sound of the bell tower rang out, and students slowly made their way into class. Chiron walked while reading a book, everyone around him recognizing him and whispering, hey, that's the guy who flirted with Senior Ami. It's fun, but it's so awkward, right? Chiron sighed helplessly. Oh my. No. Chiron cried inwardly. How am I ever going to show my face here again? He covered his mouth with his book and cleared his throat. In situations like this, all you need is a confident smile. They haven't teased me for long. It seems like they're starting to doubt me. In front of him, Chiron noticed a figure that caught his attention. Oh, it's Senior Serial. Seeing Serial standing alone, Chiron wondered. She's always with Senior Ami. What's going on? Chiron approached and greeted her. Senior Serial. As soon as he spoke, Serial suddenly screamed, startling him into screaming too. Serial rushed over, grabbing Chiron's collar. What are you doing here? Where's Ami? Chiron was shaken, stunned by her sudden question. Why are you asking me this? Serial shoved a piece of paper in front of Chiron. Look at this. You should be in trouble right now, shouldn't you? Chiron frowned. What's this? The note read, Chiron is in my hands. If you want to save him, come to Training Hall 14 before 6 p.m. If you dare report this to a teacher, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Signed, Dark Mage. Chiron stared at the paper, confused. Was I kidnapped? Chiron turned to Serial. Who is this? Dark Mage. 30 minutes earlier, Ami and Serial were walking through the school grounds when someone blocked their way. Senior. How are you? Serial frowned. It's him again. Ami said, didn't I tell you to get lost? Why are you still talking to me? The blonde man grinned. You'd be better off being less arrogant. He waved the paper in his hand. The boss wants to meet you. Serial grabbed Ami's arm and pulled her away. Ignore him. Ami replied, that's why he's stuck at level 5. The blonde man continued. The boss said if I give you this, you'll listen. He added, if you don't want your boyfriend to be in danger, you'd better accept. Serial grimaced as if looking at a madman. What did you just say? She spat. You're sick. Let's go, Ami. We need to head to the library. But Ami suddenly turned around and snatched the paper from the man's hand. Hey, Serial called. Ami. Ami looked at the paper in her hand. Chiron was kidnapped. She thought to herself, is it Jack? Jack had said, I'll make sure he can never use magic again. Ami cursed silently, Jack, that bastard. Ami clenched the paper in her hand and said loudly, so what? Ami threw the paper to the ground. What does it have to do with me? Serial asked, what's this? The blonde man shrugged, saying, I'm just delivering a letter. Serial opened the paper and read aloud. Dark mages are the bad guys who always pick on outstanding students. Huh? She murmured. What do they want with Chiron? What does this have to do with you? Ami looked worried. I really couldn't hold back that day, so I retaliated. Serial said, go tell the professor. She added, not only Chiron, but even you will be in danger. Ami murmured. The professor, yes, that's what we should do, but things won't be that simple. Ami imagined the scenario of being summoned to the meeting room. If the faculty council intervened during the investigation, she'd have to reveal her relationship with Chiron, and her past would be exposed. Ami thought of Chiron's expression. If that happened, they'd find out. Chiron's pitiful face flashed in Ami's mind, knowing that he was a commoner. She recalled the words she had once said to him, a commoner like you, to get this far. It must have been hard, huh? It would be such a shame if you had to drop out. And also Chiron's words, if doing this makes you trust me, I'm willing. Ami's thoughts drifted back 5 years ago. The person lying on the ground said, it wasn't me. She froze, seeing Chiron lying on the ground, begging for mercy. Please. Amy clenched her fists. She called out, Serial, I'll take your bag. I'm going. If you don't see me come back, go tell the professor. Serial was startled. What? Why are you? She watched Amy walk away and shouted. What can you do alone? Do you even know how many of them there are? Amy turned her head and said, Sorry, but I have my own reasons. Don't worry about me. She said confidently. Even if there are 10 bastards like Zek, they won't be able to stop me. Back in the present, Chiron looked at the paper in his hand and said so. He couldn't believe it and asked Serial, Senior Amy is going to save me? Chiron thought, no way. Someone as cunning as her? Chiron hurriedly asked, Did she go alone? What should we do? Serial replied, Amy said she has her own reasons. This is the first time she's relied on me. She added, She told me to wait until 7 p.m. Chiron rubbed his chin. There's no other way. He thought for a moment. Realizing the reason, she didn't want to tell the professor. Chiron took out his pocket watch, looked at the time, and thought, It's to keep the secret between us. We're in this together, so... Chiron thought for a while and concluded, She's willing to face this alone just to keep her secret safe. He then said to Serial, I have to go too. Chiron threw his bag onto the table with a thud. Senior, just wait until the appointed time. Serial called out, Wait. Chiron turned and ran off, thinking as he ran, the 14th hall is toward the mountain. I wonder if I'll make it in time? Suddenly, Chiron's feet left the ground. It was Serial who was holding him, flying. She said, What's the point of running when you can't even reach it? It's better if I go with you. She loudly instructed Chiron. I'm about to teleport, hold on tight. Chiron asked in confusion, What? A golden light flashed beside Chiron, and he saw a faint golden aura surrounding his hands. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the sky, and Chiron screamed in panic. A student walking inside the building saw something flash in the sky. What was that? Who just used magic? Chiron's eyes widened. The destination is the forest. Serial held onto Chiron tightly. It's dangerous if we hit a tree during the teleportation. We should fly from here. No sooner had she said that than she shot up into the air with Chiron. A little while later, Serial landed softly. Chiron, trembling, clung to a tree to steady himself, not at all prepared for what just happened. He stood there gripping the tree, vomiting up green and yellow bile. As soon as Serial landed at Hall 14, she hurried off, calling out, Where are you, Amy? Serial looked around worriedly. No one's here, strange. It's still 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. Chiron wiped his mouth and said, Maybe they changed the location. The address in the letter was leaked, so they must be trying to avoid the teacher's watch. Serial asked loudly, Then what about Amy? Chiron thought for a moment. This is a pretty elaborate plan. Secrets, pasts, all tangled up together. Now's not the time to worry about my secret being a commoner or anything. Both of us could be suspended. We're in a much worse situation than I imagined. Chiron said, Senior, go report this to the professor. He looked ahead. If the senior returns alone, it would be much faster. Serial replied, But Amy asked me to wait until 7 o'clock. Chiron shook his head. It's fine. It's because of me that it's like this. He said to Serial, I'll help her, so it's fine. Senior, go ahead quickly. Serial, stop, what? After hearing that, she screamed loudly, Your reason is because of you? What is the relationship between you two? Are you two secretly dating? Is there something I don't know? Chiron urgently raised his voice. We don't have time. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it will be. Serial came back to her senses. All right, you wait here. As Serial ran off, Chiron let out a deep breath. The mountains were familiar terrain to him. Chiron stood in the middle of the forest and activated his field. He closed his eyes, concentrating, certain that he would find a trace. His field expanded throughout the forest, and Chiron seemed to catch something. Here it is, footprints. He followed the footprints. The footprints of two people weren't from long ago, but they stopped halfway. Had they flown? Suddenly, there was a noise in the forest that startled Chiron. The sound of something breaking? He stood up and looked towards the smoke rising from deep in the forest. Don't tell me something's happened. Inside the deep forest, someone used magic to speak, then paused. The blond man handed a letter to Amy and laughed. Oh my God! I almost hit you with the cannon meant to greet you, Amy. Amy glanced at the red flames beside her. A few more people appeared from above. They landed on the ground, surrounding Amy. Wow! The great Ami has come. Catching such a big fish, you're different from us. The newcomer said. Come on, the one leading the group of bandits spoke. Ami is our guest of honor. Don't be rude. Ami stood in the center of the encirclement, arms crossed, looking at them. What did you think? Turns out you're just a bunch of thugs with nothing better to do than to cause trouble. Red asked, did you really come here alone? Is that kid so important to you that you'd risk your life to come here? Ami coldly replied, it's just catching a rat. No need to burn down the whole house. Red gritted his teeth, anger making him laugh. You're still so confident, huh? With all these eyes watching you, I don't think things will go your way. He looked at Ami with a sinister gaze. This time, I've calculated everything perfectly. Ami didn't even bother to look at him. She replied, what you plan is your business. I don't care. Chiron's head. The thugs around her immediately laughed at Ami's words. Where else could he be? He's probably still licking books somewhere in the library. He doesn't even know what's about to happen to his little staff. The blond guy loudly mocked, I love you books. Where that guy is, who cares? They all stared at Ami. We're only interested in you, girl. The ones here are ready to go crazy for revenge. Rhett looked at Ami and grinned. Last night, that guy is still really angry about it. It's time to settle the score. You can worry about your life. Ami exhaled. If Chiron isn't here, that's easy. She smiled. Just like my housemate said, with this many eyes watching, it's a real pain. A blue light immediately enveloped Ami's body. She said it's just a bit of work cleaning up all this trash. Shouldn't be too hard. The thugs froze. What? He started sweating nervously. No, this can't be. Before they could even understand what was happening, Ami launched an attack at the blonde guy behind her. The fire scorched his arm. The blonde guy screamed, it's too hot. The rest of the group immediately panicked. That girl. She's actually using fire. Run while talking, stay calm, and dodge. He shouted loudly. A large number of targets makes it less effective. The cowardly trash quickly flew high up with a few others, avoiding the attack, and then immediately returned to their original position. But Ami's spiritual power had already swept towards them. The trash froze in place, then boom, he exploded where he stood. Ami remained calm beneath, then waved her hand again. Ami's eyes glowed with sharp red light. Time for some serious business. Ami's field split into several beams, sweeping over them, leaving no one untouched. She focused her strength, and the flames blazed brighter. Boom! Ami launched a barrage of fireballs in all directions. The fireballs shot off wildly. The others scrambled to avoid them. Hey, didn't you say she's only trained in target practice? How is she moving this fast? One guy took a hit and was knocked flying. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, what is this? This level is completely different from when we were on the training field. Does she have real combat experience? It's too hot. He flew higher up, but no matter how strong the skill, there's always a weakness. He hovered in the air, looking down below. To counter a target-based attack like this, I need to attack vertically. A gust gathered into a whirlwind in his palm. Time to strike. He put all his strength into it and hurled an attack at Ami. Wind slash. The wind slash descended from above, pushing closer and closer to Ami. Seeing that Ami couldn't dodge anymore, the guy grinned, gotcha now. But just as the wind slash was about to hit, Ami quickly threw herself backward to avoid it. The guy yelled, what the hell? Ami mocked him with a smile. This is called counterforce at its best. Ami extended her hand. Fire blast. Her field focused directly on the target, and he cursed loudly, damn it. The guy took a full fireball hit from Ami and was knocked back several feet. He went wild. That damn witch. Ami advanced forward. She smiled fiercely and said, because you're always concerned with useless things, you'll keep failing like this. The guy gritted his teeth in hatred, reaching out to counterattack. Don't you dare look down on me. Ami laughed, don't resist in vain. This time, I won't let you go so easily. Something struck directly into Ami's eyes. A purple force surged toward her, and her body seemed to freeze in place. She panicked. What the hell? Ami clutched her face, wincing in pain. The enemies appeared all around Ami, attacking her simultaneously. Strengthen the attack. We've almost got her. The guy laughed, wickedly surprised, huh? The lioness is finally caught. Ami's field was disintegrating. The guy said, if you don't break out of this field, you might lose your mind. This encirclement could be called a counter-magic spell. Ami cursed, you bastard. Her eyes glowed a bright red. You dare use forbidden magic? Ami cursed inwardly. Damn it. Even the red eyes can't help me recover. A gust of wind blew and grabbed Ami's hands. Her arms and legs were immediately bound. The guy laughed loudly. Finally, I've caught you, you bitch. He stroked his hair as he approached Ami. So, how about it? Have you reconsidered my offer from yesterday? Out of nowhere, he pulled a dagger and threatened her. You'd better think carefully. You see, I'm not afraid to commit a crime. Ami gritted her teeth. I warned you. If you dare make a move, I'll take your life. She thought to herself, I can't break free, and I can't even fight back properly. After I turned 12, I could no longer practice. Damn it. Ami hung in the air. I need to find a way out of this. The guy laughed loudly. Looks like you finally realize your situation, huh? He caressed the dagger in his hand. I heard you're tired of all those guys clinging to you. Let me help you with that. He showed a shameless grin to Ami. All I have to do is give this little thing a swipe, and they'll stay away from you. The dagger's sharp red edge was right next to Ami's face. He was clearly enjoying himself. I've wanted to do this from the start. This is exactly how you should have been from the very beginning. The tip of the dagger hovered in front of Ami's eyes. She heard Jack's mocking voice. This is how you should have been from the start. He ordered, say something. Ami squeezed her eyes shut. Damn it, I don't have the strength anymore. Suddenly, she remembered an event from 5 years ago in a narrow alley. She recalled Chiron lying on the ground. So this is how he felt. Just as the tension peaked, someone shouted, stop. Ami opened her eyes to see who spoke. It was Chiron, appearing with a wooden staff in hand. He cursed, you damn pests. Jack's group froze. The guy was surprised. That guy is... Ami was even more shocked than Jack. It's him. Chiron panted heavily, holding his staff and glaring at them. Jack sneered, what's this? You came alone? He twirled the dagger in his hand. The prince has arrived, and his comrades immediately followed suit. The prince? Ami yelled, you idiot, why did you come alone? Chiron remained silent, calculating his next move. Despite being outnumbered, he knew they couldn't subdue the strongest of the intermediate students. No matter what, Senior Serial must have already called the teachers. I just need to buy some time. Chiron's body erupted with magic power. He bolstered his confidence. I've defeated Rain with my sword skills before. I can do this. Chiron ordered, release Senior Ami now. Seeing Chiron running toward him, Jack sneered. You're crazy. You want us to release her, so the two of you can attack us together? Chiron kept running with his staff. The blonde guy asked Jack, is that fool only running toward us? Jack laughed, you idiots, open up. They watched Chiron in silence. At this moment, Chiron also realized something was wrong. Something fell off. Chiron's magic field collapsed, just like Ami's earlier. His eyes widened in disbelief. The staff in his hand also dropped. Chiron clutched his head in pain, shouting. He fell to the ground as Jack's group laughed mockingly. They laughed loudly, just as expected from the prince. Not disappointing at all. What are you going to do with a wizard and that thing? Ami shouted to Chiron, get rid of your magic field. It's anti-magic. Chiron knelt on the ground, clutching his head. Anti-magic? This thing? Ami kept shouting, if you don't remove your magic field, you won't be able to use magic for the rest of your life. Hurry up and remove it. You'll go insane. Are you hearing me? Chiron felt his senses slipping away, his consciousness cracking. He remembered Professor Ithela's words. A wizard must maintain focus to survive on the chaotic battlefield. Chiron thought, the defensive form is used to prevent the magic field from collapsing due to most disruptive elements. Even under physical shock, it won't collapse. And it will also protect against psychological attack spells. Ithela's voice seemed to echo in Chiron's ears. In the end, anti-magic and magic power are just ripples. Chiron endured the mental torture as his magic field was attacked. Chiron thought, if I increase the density of my magic field to the point where it cannot be pierced. Chiron looked at his hand, focused his mind, and began rebuilding his magic field. The blonde guy was surprised. What? He's trying to endure it. Zek sneered. He's trying to act like a top student, but he's just a rookie. Chiron shouted, increase the effectiveness. Ami panicked. Give it up, you idiot, there are too many. You can't endure it forever. But Zek's group froze. What? They saw Chiron's magic field being rebuilt once again. What the hell is this? The layers of the magic field grew more solid. Chiron slowly stood up, trying to focus. I need more strength. Zek's group was hit by the counterspell. They screamed. What is he doing? It's reflecting back at us. Zek continued his attack. Don't be afraid. Your emotions are what's causing the disruption in the waves. Zek screamed. Do you want to be attacked by anti-magic? On the other side, Chiron was gradually standing up. Each step he took reinforced his magic field. Chiron's magic field grew larger and stronger. Zek shouted, Don't get any closer. The anti-magic is fighting back against us. No. Zek's allies were being attacked by the anti-magic. They clutched their heads in pain, screaming for help. What's going on? Suddenly, the wind that had been binding Amy loosened. She was still confused, as she couldn't use her magic field, so she had no idea what was happening. Amy's hands were released. Magic field, now I can use it. The anti-magic has disappeared. She landed on the ground. Amy glared at Chiron's magic field in front of her. No way, a magic field this cold and rigid can't exist, can it? Chiron had blood dripping from his nose. He looked down. I can feel something stirring under my feet. Chiron's magic field was suppressing the anti-magic. He silently sensed as if he were standing on a tiny worm. Zek's forbidden magic was wreaking havoc on him. This doesn't make sense. Are you messing with me? He looked at his fallen allies and screamed, We have 6 people. How could we lose to some weakling like him? Zek, enraged at his defeat, started accusing Chiron. That bastard. He must be a student specialized in anti-magic. That's probably why he got into the academy through special recommendation. Zek stood up and activated his magic field. You think you can beat me with magic combat? Chiron stood frozen. This is a huge mess. Zek on the other side was preparing to launch 2 wind blades. Chiron was panicking. I don't even know what magic to use. Zek laughed loudly. I should cut you down. But before he finished speaking, he was punched by Amy and sent flying, tumbling several meters. Before Zek could recover, he was hit again, this time straight in the face. Amy cursed him. You're done for, you bastard. Chiron quickly intervened to stop Amy from beating Zek senseless. Senior, calm down. Amy continued to pummel Zek. Say it again. You worthless bastard. Amy relentlessly hit him and kept asking. Say that again, you damn fool. Chiron, feeling helpless, thought if she keeps going, he's going to die. He desperately pulled her back. Please stop. After some struggle, the forest grew quiet. Chiron asked Amy, Are you okay? But Amy lay motionless on him, not responding. Chiron called her again, Senior. Finally, Chiron realized that Amy had passed out. He shouted, Wake up, Senior, Senior. In the forest, both Chiron and Zek's group lay scattered. Chiron looked at Amy, unconscious on top of him. I didn't think she would faint like this. Is she exhausted to the point of collapse? He paused for a moment and then said, Thank you, Senior. Chiron whispered, I heard you came here to save me. Just then, Amy, still lying on him, suddenly jerked away. She sprang up like a spring. Now I feel so much better. Amy turned to look at Chiron. Right. How did you gather the courage to come here and fight them when you're so weak? Chiron was knocked over by Amy, clutching his stomach and kneeling on the ground. As expected, there was nothing about her to praise. Amy cleared her throat. Fine. Let's get out of here quickly. She extended her hand. If the teachers catch us now, we'll be in serious trouble. Chiron grabbed Amy's hand and stood up. Senior Serial must have already reported this to the teachers. I told her to do that. Amy was startled. What? I told Serial not to do that. Why would she? Chiron raised his voice. What else could we have done? It was an emergency. Amy clutched her head. You don't understand how things are going to play out here. It will get a lot more complicated if the school gets involved in something like this. Mages only overlook things after carefully reviewing and investigating them. In other words, they won't overlook this. Amy yelled, Do you want our secret to be exposed as well? Chiron replied, Do you think that's the problem? We only just barely survived. Lying dead over there, listening to them argue. A secret? Amy muttered, Damn it. We can worry about the consequences later. Let's just run for now. Chiron, confused, asked, We're running. What else are we doing? At that moment, a blinding pink light from above struck down, freezing the 2 of them in place. Amy gritted her teeth. Please let it be an older teacher coming. An older, more lenient teacher might let us off easily. An older teacher might say something like this was bound to happen. But the ones who appeared were 2 terrifying figures. One was Fireflame Thatch, a rank 6 certified mage, and the other was Ice Princess Sienna, also rank 6. As soon as Amy saw them, she clutched her head. I'm doomed. The 2 most temperamental advisors in the academy. Am I going to die now? Serial rushed over. Amy, are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? What happened to your head? Ami was dizzy. I'm fine. How did you get here so quickly? Thatch was preparing to cast a spell. A ball of light shot straight into the sky. Cyril admired Thatch's technique. That's the sunlight flame strike spell. I heard it's a very difficult spell to use. Thanks to the light of the spell, Thatch noticed the 6 members of Zek's group lying unconscious on the ground. What the hell happened here? Gata turned around and looked at Ami and Cyril, startling both of them. Thatch walked over and shook Ami. Ami, how did an outstanding student like you get caught up in such a mess? Gata asked Ami, are you injured anywhere? Sienna looked on with a serious expression. Sienna said to Chiron, we came here because we heard you two were in danger. Can you explain what's going on here? Chiron nodded. It's because... But before he could finish, Zek cut in. Let me explain, he said. You think I can't explain everything to the teachers? Zek, with his bruised face, said, to be honest, because of some personal grievances, I requested a one-on-one duel. This happens quite often in our impulsive age. Sheena's gaze was sharp. A one-on-one duel, you say? I heard that she received a threatening letter. Also, she glanced at Zek's companions lying on the ground. I saw you use anti-magic. You're not going to say you don't know the Academy's rules, are you? He flinched and tried to justify himself. It's because Ami is too strong. I only used it as a countermeasure. He patted his chest confidently. Not to mention, it was Ami who broke the rules first when she attacked me in the library. That's why I suggested a one-on-one duel. Don't you find it strange that Ami didn't report it to the teachers immediately? Ami, hearing him twist the truth, shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who threatened me first in the library. And this time, you wrote that you kidnapped Cyril. Zek interrupted, but the truth is, did we actually kidnap him? In fact, it was you who attacked us first today. He pointed at Cyril's face. Furthermore, seeing that Cyril didn't report the issue to the teachers, but ran straight here, means you two are hiding something. He raised his voice. Have the teachers understood yet? He made the final decision about their guilt, saying that the guilty ones are definitely those two, then turned to look at Cyril. While Ami gritted her teeth, you bastard. Zek grinned now. Why don't you two reveal those secrets right here? What's wrong? He mocked quietly. Now do you understand? The terrifying power of a dark sorcerer. He secretly calculated, I'm planning to blow this small matter out of proportion. I don't care how much money this will cost me. Once I uncover your precious secret, I'll report it to the local authorities, national agencies. Even the church will know about it. I'll spread the news everywhere. But Professor Sheena interrupted his madness, and the air around them quickly grew tense. She said, you can stop spouting nonsense now. Zek, the cold wind howled fiercely. Sheena said, you and your friends used anti-magic. You even went beyond the limits of using anti-magic. You used it to attack others. She looked at Chiron and said, you know that the minds of Sinran or Ami could have been destroyed. In fact, they could have even lost their sanity. Chiron gritted his teeth his life. Professor Sheena's gaze turned icy blue. I believe that just these actions are enough to expel you from this academy. Zek patted his chest and laughed loudly. A lowly advisor like you thinks you can expel me? That stepped forward and whispered to Sheena. Ma'am, the Adios family is practically the lifeline of this academy. Without their funding, well, including our salaries. Sheena replied, isn't it the role of advisors like us to guide students onto the right path? She commanded sharply, if you can't do that, then you'd better pack up and leave this academy right now. Zek laughed loudly. Fine. Let's see who gets expelled, me or you. He tried to widen his swollen eyes and glared at Sheena, then said, this world runs on money. Money. Before money, everyone will be forced to bow down. Sheena's expression darkened more and more, as Zek kept talking nonstop. You should take this chance to learn a little about how this world really works. Sheena coldly replied. Before that, she raised her hand high. It seems like I still need to teach you a lesson. A column of ice began to form, the wind blowing so fiercely that it was impossible to keep one's eyes open. Chiron sighed, sitting down. Ami squinted her eyes. How did things get to this point? Frustrated, she said, teacher, please stop. You can't just deal with a student like this. The next moment, Zek was immediately surrounded by a mountain of ice, resembling an ice tree. Countless sharp ice needles pointed directly at his face. Chiron stared at the display with his mouth agape. Impressive, She didn't even touch a thread of his clothes. This means she has complete control over magic, even down to the smallest detail. Chiron was stunned, so that's why she's called a genius ice mage. Sheena said, Zek, do you really think everything can be solved with money? He still didn't get it and yelled, Stop talking nonsense and undo this freezing magic. Sheena snapped her fingers, and the ice block shattered immediately. Sheena calmly said, We already know you've harmed many other students, but the Academy hesitated to punish you for your improper actions. Zek gritted his teeth. It's because of my family's funding. Sheena raised her voice. Don't confuse things. She continued, The school is not a place where teachers teach you for money. More importantly, we teach you lessons that even money can't buy. Zek hesitated. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Sheena said, That's what you dream of becoming. She asked seriously, Don't you want to become a mage? Her words seemed to wake Zek up. He remembered his younger self. Teacher Sheena, if you promote me to class 5, I'll become a great mage and repay you. Sheena continued, The dream that you shared with your friends, you all studied together to become mages. Isn't that the reason you came to this school in the first place? Zek looked dazed. He remembered how he and his friends were when they were young, until they grew up. Sheena asked, Do you really want to destroy everything you've built with your own hands? Sheena looked at Zek gently, and he fell silent for a moment before speaking. Teacher, Zek lowered his head. After a long pause, he said, I'm sorry. Chiron looked up at the sky, thinking about the most important thing to him. In the punishment room, there were screams. It hurts. Take it easy. Stop making such a fuss. It's just a scratch. In the end, what was inevitable had come to pass. Chiron and Ami were sitting in the meeting room. Dad asked, Chiron, why didn't you report immediately to the teacher when something like this happened? The first thing you should have done was report it to a teacher. His voice was flat, but instead, you came to rescue a senior student, someone much higher than you. And that's not something we can consider an excuse. Ami and Chiron exchanged glances, both remaining silent. After a while, Ami spoke, I understand now, I'll answer honestly. Chiron looked at her, right? As if we could hide this forever. Even though I don't know who leaked this to the headmaster. Ami stayed silent for a moment before saying, Actually, Chiron thought his identity is... Ami winked, he's my boyfriend. As soon as Ami finished speaking, both Sheena and Serial were left stunned. The scream echoed through the academy. What? The loud shouting rang out, Help me, please! The scream echoed throughout the academy. What's going on? The loud cries rang out, Help me! Is anyone there? In her imagination, Ami was like a princess bound by a thorny branch, crying for help, Please save me. The attackers were like cruel black men who would come to this remote mountain to save her. She should have accepted our feelings. Then this wouldn't have happened. Suddenly, the sound of a horse's neigh rang out. The attackers froze. Who? They turned around and saw a shining white horse. Someone said, Who else could it be? Soren appeared like a prince, kicking away the bad guys. They shouted, Behind you! Ami, hanging from a tree, asked, Who are you? Soren cut the thorny branch binding Ami and tenderly said, I'm here, Ami. Soren lifted Ami in his arms like a princess. Ami called, Soren. He sweetly looked at her, Ami. The two of them whispered each other's names, Soren, Ami. The students around were excited. No way, really? The girls stared at Soren standing in front of them, saying, How romantic. Soren nodded, Of course, it's all real. She confirmed, I saw it with my own eyes. Then Ami appeared behind her and called Soren. Ami's voice echoed throughout the academy. What kind of ridiculous rumor are you spreading? I know you've been into those cheesy romance novels lately, but this is really unacceptable. A notice was posted on the Academy's bulletin board. It read, Official Notice. A notice regarding punishment related to the misconduct of the school research club. Specifically, the violent behavior of the school research club and various other images. The goddess of Amphia, Ami Karis, admitted that she was dating the new student Aryan. Senior Ami said she was dating the new student to save the person she loves from the violent, wrongful trap, and that a youthful love blossomed the moment they connected. The magic of the dark abyss was easily defeated, but what is the true identity of the new student? Ami and Aryan shared a passionate kiss under the moonlight in the remote forest. The girls in the school couldn't stop sighing, Oh my God, I'm so jealous. Ami's voice rang out, Aryan, are you trying to get yourself killed? She sighed, You've never even seen it happen with your own eyes. Soren chuckled excitedly. Why would I need to see it to know what happened? You said you two were dating, right? So, of course, you'd end up kissing, right? She laughed and said, I've already planned everything. And with this, no other troublesome boys will dare to approach you. Ami clicked her tongue. That makes sense, at least in that regard. A few days before the incident, Thatch slammed the table, asking Ami, you're lying, aren't you? Thatch raised his voice to question, Ami, the one I know, wouldn't have any interest in dating anyone. This is ridiculous. Besides, Sir Aryan is a new student, right? Ami remained calm despite the situation. Actually, I met Sir Aryan when we were kids. But to meet again here at the Magic Academy like this, you could say it's fate. She turned to brush her hair and smiled at Sir Aryan, right? Sir Aryan. Soren quietly asked, so what will you do about this? But before he could finish his sentence, Ami kicked him hard. Soren quickly nodded. That's right. Thatch and Shino were speechless. So that's why he rushed to save Ami like that. Ami thought, it's better to pretend to be lovers than to let our past be exposed. Soren was still excited. I knew it. Something felt off from the very beginning. What is this, Ami? You're really so foolish. Ami silently drank her water. Sir Aryan said, we have combined classes today, right? You'll be able to see Sir Aryan then. Soren forgot about eating, focusing on asking Ami, do you have plans to meet up after class? Maybe have dinner together? Or do you prefer a secret date in the library? Ami casually replied, we're just focusing on studying as usual. Soren rested his chin on his hand. So dull. Ami smiled to herself. I have a ton of things to do. I don't have time to waste on this fake dating nonsense. She clenched her fist and Sir Aryan too. That useless guy was just enjoying his normal school life. He's still so carefree. Then Ami realized something was off. Wait, why am I feeling uneasy about this? At the training area for the intermediate combined class 2, someone called Sir Aryan. Soren happily called out, over here. Sir Aryan waved, hello senior. Soren excitedly ran over. Hey, how's it going today? Do you miss Ami a lot? Soren scratched his head and laughed. Senior, you're so funny. Ami covered her mouth. So that's it. That's exactly it. He should be incredibly grateful to be pretending to be my boyfriend, but instead, look at him. Ami thought he should feel pressured when he's close to me. How dare he treat me like this? Then she cleared her throat to get Syrian's attention. Ami waved her hand and said, when it's just us, feel free to talk to us. There's no need to worry about seniority. After all, we know each other too well. Sir Aryan stood there stunned. Wow, this is the first time I've heard Ami say something like that. Could this be the power of love? Ami said, considering our relationship. Sir Aryan quickly laughed awkwardly. Oh no, I'm fine after all. You're still a senior. He continued, class is starting now, I'll go ahead. With that, Sir Aryan left, leaving Ami standing there. Sir Aryan waved back, okay, see you. Ami turned and walked away, but Serial quickly called Ami. She turned back to look at Sir Aryan. What's going on? Sir Aryan pulled out a chair and sat down. Soren quietly listened to the malicious words aimed at him. Congratulations, congratulations. You must be feeling really smug, huh? You came to class just to pretend to be in a relationship, didn't you? You don't even have any skills. Do you even remember how you got into the academy with that face of yours? Countless unkind gazes were directed at Sir Aryan, because he was always out on dates instead of studying. Soren silently listened to them talk. He didn't even know anything about spells. His hand, resting on his lap, clenched tightly, shaking. Since 2 days ago, the rumor about him spread further. 2 days ago, on the notice board. In the 7th grade class, someone came running and shouted, hey, have you heard the news? They were all talking loudly. The senior Ami and the new student are dating, of course they are. I heard they even admitted it in front of the teacher. A boy was crying, comforting others, no way, the senior should be mine. A girl replied, you have no chance, cry on my shoulder instead. Another girl complained, this is so annoying. Just thinking about 2 students who were the center of attention becoming a couple. I was planning to go after that new student myself. Maria sat listening to everyone laugh and gossip. It's understandable. Birds of a feather flock together, right? It's obvious. We should congratulate him. Suddenly, someone appeared next to Maria and spoke, making her jump. But isn't this a little strange? Everyone in the class turned to look at the person who had spoken. The short-haired girl asked, what do you mean? The other person said, I'm talking about that new student, look at this. The newcomer slammed a piece of paper on the table. What's this? First semester scores? Everyone gathered around to look at the paper. What's this? What's going on? What's this? The paper showed everyone's scores, and Sir Aryan was at the bottom of the class. He scored 30 in every subject. Isn't he supposed to be at the top? People started changing their opinions of Sir Aryan. Looks like he doesn't know anything about magic after all. A classmate who didn't believe it asked, how could this be? The big guy said, yet he still got special treatment to enter the academy. There's something shady about this. The other person kept throwing malicious words at Sir Aryan. It's like his family is backing him. Then he spreads rumors about being a genius, and later seduces a young lady from a noble family. He sighed, the world is really unfair. A rich young master, who only knows how to play around, and comes to the academy just to find a girlfriend? These words successfully stirred up the frustration of everyone. You mean he got in here because of connections? I just noticed. Isn't that suspicious? People started pretending to be righteous, wanting to drive Sir Aryan out. For the future of all of us, let's drive this filthy scum out of this school. We will never forgive him. Maria sat silently listening. The classroom door was pushed open, and there were still people loudly complaining. How could the academy do something so unfair? Soren silently looked inside. Strange, it's so quiet. The unusual silence in the classroom confused Sir Aryan. It was so noisy just a moment ago. He walked into the classroom and asked his desk mate, what is the advanced class about? But the guy just walked away without answering. Soren remained silent. Maybe it wasn't necessary to ask why they acted like this. The students whispered to each other, but made sure Sir Aryan could hear. It's because of me that even Ami could be affected. Currently in the practice room, during the field practice class, Sir Aryan stood alone. Soren tried to focus on his field but still heard the mockery of others. Why is he practicing here? Soren silently listened to them, his field of magic touching mine. This is disgusting. They kept showing their excessive malice towards Sir Aryan. His field was far too big. At this moment, Ithella walked over to call him. Sir Aryan, how's everything going? Soren quickly greeted her, Professor Ithella. He asked her, the shifting technique is quite difficult. When I try to move my field outside my body, it feels like my consciousness is going along with it. Ithella smiled. That feeling is normal, Sir Aryan. Your magic field is of the natural type, so it will pull your consciousness along with it. Ithella continued, the shifting technique is artificial, separating the field from your body, so it doesn't suit you very well. Soren nodded. I thought so too. Ithella asked, how about the other 4 formations you tried? Soren thought for a moment. Those other forms? Soren said, no problem with those, I guess. Ithella smiled and asked, great, would you like to try practicing in the mirror field? Soren was stunned. What? Sir Aryan was confused right now. Ithella said, if you don't feel comfortable, we can do it later. Sir Aryan remained silent and didn't respond. She continued, Sir Aryan is the only student in the 7th class capable of shifting all 4 forms. So I just wanted to see it once. Ithella looked at Sir Aryan with concern. This child wanted to use the mirror field from the very first day. Could it be that he is worried about the judgment of the other students? Soren thought, now is not the time to be emotionally sensitive. But those who believe in their own worth will not be so easily swayed. A moment later, he lifted his head and said, I will try. Please give me feedback. The 7th grade students immediately shot unfriendly looks at Sir Aryan. He still wants to try. Another student replied, he just wants to show off in front of his girlfriend. They looked at Sir Aryan standing in the mirror field, speaking disdainfully. After all, what else can he do other than that? Ethan said, try each form one by one. Just shift through all 4 forms. Soren nodded. Yes, sir. One of the criteria to be promoted to the next level is proficiency in shifting the field. If I succeed now, I will be one step closer to being promoted. The 4th grade students were also waiting to laugh at Sir Aryan, except for Ami and Serial. How much better could he be? Soren thought, maybe I won't have to clash with the 7th grade anymore and can get out of the situation. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Soren's field immediately appeared in the mirror field, first the defensive form. Ami was surprised, even stronger than when I first saw it with Mage H, Shadow Star. A male student said, it has 144 facets. This is already a high-level defensive form. The 7th grade student stayed silent, listening to others comment on Sir Aryan. At this level, isn't it just like an armored wall? Soren's field then shifted into a star shape, and then the field rotated, changing into a cross shape. Ethan smiled. Indeed, this student has a very good foundation. His shifting speed seems to be far superior to the 7th grade. At this level, moving up to class 4 will be no problem at all. Soren stood in the field, exhaling a breath, even though I really want to prove my success. If I want advice from the professor, I need to show them my failure. Soren's field shifted again, and some 5th grade students looked confused. He's already trying the shifting form? Only 5th grade students are supposed to try that form. The 7th grade students raise their eyebrows. The shifting form, could it be? The key is... Soren focused, moving the center of the field before it completely collapsed and disappeared. He held his head, panting from the exhaustion. It's still the same as when I practiced. I can move the center of the field, but it feels like the further the field moves away from my body, the more my consciousness is pulled along with it. Soren encouraged himself. Let's try again. Other students began to cover their mouths, laughing. Malicious whispers echoed as they seized the opportunity to bring Sir Aryan down. What is he doing? Does he think he's a genius? So arrogant. Is he proud of himself now? Doesn't he know what shame is? He still dares to stand there. Soren remained silent, standing there while the others mocked him. It's still just the 4 basic forms. Ami spoke up. Hey, he's doing really well. What's going on? Ceruleal said, look at Soren's field. She said to Ami, why is it trembling like that? Is he embarrassed because he's being watched? Ami shook her head. No way, he's not the type of guy to be so weak. She muttered, what's going on lately? Soren lowered his head. Why do people take pleasure in the failure of others? Isn't it just that everyone wants to see my failure? Everyone is isolating me. Soren began to doubt himself. As expected, my memories from childhood to now keep replaying in Soren's mind. I don't fit in here, do I? Suddenly, a voice broke in, startling Soren. You're thinking too much. The voice said, don't hesitate, just do whatever you want. Soren listened in silence. Wasn't it your dream to become a magician? He was confused by the voice. Who is it? But Soren also snapped out of it. No, wait, what am I thinking? He closed his eyes tightly. Soren's field surged up again. I came here to become a magician. After all, the 4th grade students were in awe of Soren's field. The 7th grade students looked displeased as Soren stood in his field. He clenched his fists, trying to focus. Before it shifts, before it disappears, Soren shouted loudly. Someone flipped through the incident report, a student accident, dated by review. The circumstances were that 6 students attempted to harm the victim's mind by using excessive anti-magic. A banned magic at school. However, 7th grade student Soren suppressed the anti-magic with a defensive form. The person flipping through the report thought he resisted anti-magic with just a defensive form. One of the 4 basic forms? Sienna had a thought. Anti-magic is a kind of magic so dangerous that even experts have to use artifacts. It's both difficult and risky. An artifact is an object imbued with magical power, so that even non-magicians can use it to perform similar magic. She was sure there's no way those kids could have used anti-magic properly. But for one person to fight against 6. Sienna pondered, Soren's mental power must be greater than the combined strength of 6 opponents. She sighed, truly a genius. Just then, someone called out, Miss Sienna in the office, Soren. Sienna asked Ethan, did he succeed in switching to the shift form? Ethan nodded. Yes, just yesterday. The boy has only been learning the 4 transformations for a month. Ethan said, I confirmed that the field was separated and vanished. For about 4 seconds. Sienna smiled. That's great. She lifted her teacup and took a sip, thinking. As expected, my judgment was right, Ethan continued. Therefore, to encourage the students' motivation, I have some suggestions to make to the teachers. Sienna adjusted her glasses. I think we're on the same page. A few days later, during the 7th grade chemistry class, Sienna wrote a formula on the board. She said, today's lesson will end here. The students sighed in relief, and Sienna continued. The reason we're ending the lesson early is because I have some special news to announce. She called, Soren, the new student, please stand up. He quickly stood up and said yes. Sienna said, Soren will be promoted to 5th grade. From tomorrow, your schedule will follow the 5th grade, so try to adapt to it. The 7th grade students immediately began murmuring. Did you hear? He got promoted 2 levels. That's impossible. Normally it takes 2 years to move up 1 grade. In their minds, only one thought remained. Which family is supporting him that he got promoted 2 levels? Sienna grabbed her book, preparing to leave. Hopefully, you'll all work hard to achieve this. Good luck. However, before she could leave, the short-haired female student, who always opposed Soren, spoke up. Wait, I object. There's never been a precedent for a 2-level promotion. It seems something suspicious is going on, she loudly questioned. Also, why is a student who can't use any magic being promoted early? Sienna thought for a moment. Can't use any magic? She looked up at Soren. Ms. Athela didn't mention this. Sienna asked. Is that true? Soren remained silent. Countless eyes in the classroom turned toward Soren, all clearly conveying the message. Obviously, you have nothing left. They said you can't go, you can't move fast. Soren calmly replied, yes, I haven't been able to use any magic. Sienna was also somewhat surprised, unable to believe it. Even a simple spell could usually be learned out of curiosity. However, she said, but there's no rule that requires magic to be promoted. So it's not a problem. Just as Sienna finished speaking, someone slammed their desk loudly. The person who stood up was the tall student who had been deliberately provoking others to oppose Soren, and he could not accept it at all. He shouted loudly, this is clearly favoritism. Didn't the teachers say that a magic field isn't everything in magic? Soren stood there, listening to his questioning. What else is Soren good at besides the magic field? If he could perform even one spell, I would accept it. The 7th grade students felt they had found a reason to speak up and chimed in. That's right, if it's about spellcasting, we're confident we can do better than him. Soren can't even keep up with the theoretical lessons. They looked at Sienna. If you still insist on promoting him early, we'll propose it to the student council and organize a hearing. Sienna fell silent, thinking, I wasn't aware of this situation at all. Sienna said, I understand your concerns. It seems I was a bit too hasty with this announcement. She continued, we'll officially make an announcement after the teachers' meeting. The tall student immediately smiled, having achieved his goal. Sienna sat inside, staring out the window, wondering why the students were so agitated. She thought to herself, it doesn't seem like just a protest against unfairness. There was also a hint of emotional issues mixed in with that sound. At that moment, someone entered and called out to Sienna, excuse me, Miss Sienna. She asked, what is it, Maria? Maria hesitated. About what happened earlier. I have something I want to tell you. Maria slowly began recounting. It all started a week ago. At first, we completely ignored Soren. Sienna remembered Soren's lonely appearance, but a few days ago, everyone started publicly bad-mouthing him and even littered his desk with trash. Maria sat in front of Sienna and said, they even disrupted his studies. She started crying. I saw it all. I saw him suffer from rumors and attacks from everyone. The way they bullied him was truly unfair. Maria cried, trembling eye. Sienna, now I understand. She stood tall. After a pause, Sienna said, thank you, Maria. You done well. Now let me handle this. In the book titled Exceptional Students, the physiologist Tokelin once said something very profound. Tokelin said, a person should sleep at least 6 hours a day for optimal health. He sighed, though I only slept 4 hours a day throughout my student years. The interviewer asked him, doesn't this contradict your own needs? Mr. Tokelin, you only slept 4 hours but still became an exceptional student. Tokelin pointed and said, listen, teenagers aren't just people. They're superheroes, whether they sleep or not. Nothing affects them, no matter what they do. When the clock struck 12, Soren leaned back, sighing. He looked around, noticing there was no one around. Is it already this late? As he passed a classmate leaving the library, Soren took the initiative to nod and greet them. Luckily, the girl politely nodded back. Soren walked alone outside the school grounds, the crescent moon hanging high. Soren recalled Tamira's words. Young master, once you enroll at the Magic Academy, there will be countless nobles who won't value you. But no matter what, you must endure. If you can endure until the very end, you will reap the sweet fruits. Soren looked up, thinking to himself, I will definitely make it. He thought of those who cared about him, and Soren made a firm decision to place his trust in himself. The professor of the advanced class, Master Ji. Soren gazed at the moon above. No matter who tries to block my way, I will still become a master of magic. In the dorm room on the 3rd floor of the building, Soren had just finished showering. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He hesitated, glancing around. It's this late already? Soren looked at the clock. Past 1 a.m. Who could it be? He suspected it might be the 7th grade students. Could it be them? The voice outside spoke up. Soren, are you free? Soren opened the door. Miss Sienna? She asked. Can I come in? Soren quickly nodded. Of course. He awkwardly poured tea for Sienna. Would you like some tea? Sienna declined. No, it's fine. I meant to come see you earlier, but you weren't in your room. She apologized. Sorry for disturbing you this late. Sienna glanced at the desk in front of Soren. I see. Sienna realized when she first saw Soren's grades, she thought there was something strange about them. Although his grades were low, they were all the same across all subjects. She understood now. It seemed like he had tried to broaden his understanding in all areas at once, instead of just achieving high marks in a few subjects. He studied for the future, not because he couldn't learn magic, but because he had chosen not to. But why did he make that choice now? Sienna looked at Soren. Could it be that he didn't get to go to school when he was younger? Soren sat upright in front of Sienna, awkwardly thinking, I feel so embarrassed. The two of them sat across from each other. Soren thought, maybe it's because it's not class time. Sienna focused on observing Soren. Even in class, he always focused on looking directly at her, but it seemed he was a shy type. She asked, is school life very difficult for you? Soren nodded. Yes, but it's also fun, and learning is very interesting. Sienna said, I've heard that the students in your class have been bullying you. Soren lowered his head. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me, Mississippi. Sienna said seriously. Tell me the truth. Don't be shy about it. Soren nodded. I really am fine, though I do feel a bit sad that I can't make any friends. After a moment, he looked up and said, but I don't know what to do to make them stop hating me. Sienna asked, aren't you at all angry with them? Soren nodded. Of course I am. I'm still human after all. Though I do hope to have a good relationship with them, he said calmly, but I don't want to obsess over relationships to the point of losing myself. Even if all the students in class 7 say that I'm wrong, in the end, they're just 40 people. Soren explained carefully to Sienna, I believe that somewhere in this world, there's someone who will understand me. Sienna realized, I understand now. She smiled and nodded at Soren. I understand what you're saying. Soren, I'll bring this up at the teacher's meeting. Sienna made a judgment. Soren wants to be promoted to the next class early. Sienna's voice was serious, steady as she spoke at the teacher's meeting. Therefore, I propose to conclude the meeting with the suggestion that Soren should be promoted early. Several professors pondered. Isn't this a bit sensitive? In the Amphia's Magic Academy's faculty room, the professors were also noisy. A whole group bullying a student just because that student can't use magic? This happens often with the intermediate level classes, especially in lower year groups. These classes often have many younger students, along with a few older ones who lack talent. Additionally, the gap in skill between students at that level is usually very wide. One teacher said, that means Soren should be promoted to the next class as soon as possible. In terms of the student's benefits, he should graduate in 4 years. Sienna sat down, and he continued, from a school standpoint, he should graduate sooner rather than later. But Thatch spoke up, I oppose. Amphias asked, you oppose? What's the reason, Thatch? He replied, I know Soren is a genius, but the issue is that he can't use magic, and I believe the weak theoretical scores can't be overlooked either. Sienna said irritably, as I mentioned earlier, Soren's scores are because he's studying all fields at once. He's postponing his magic studies. As a teacher, we shouldn't interfere with the personal learning methods of students. I'm not questioning his method of studying. Thatch frowned. The issue is that you're showing excessive concern for Soren, Miss Sienna. Sienna's lips twitched. What did you just say? Thatch defended himself. Although the other students may be weaker than Soren in terms of versatility, they still outperform him in terms of overall intelligence. Such a decision could make other students feel like failures and diminish their motivation to study. Gata laughed and said, a teacher shouldn't just focus on a genius and forget about the other students, right? Sheena raised her voice. You're not only intending to ruin the future of a talented student, but you're also failing to recognize the misguided jealousy of those children. Thatch and Sheena each slammed their hands on the table loudly. Other teachers rubbed their heads. Here they go again. How can their personalities be so completely opposite? Other professors looked at Sheena, the 6th level certificates, so contradictory with Thatch. The 6th level certificates, like water and fire inside, I can't believe they became mages. Amphias waved his hand. Enough, both of you. Go back to your seats. He said, both of you have your own viewpoints and reasons. Miss Sheena's point is very meaningful, but Thatch's opinion is not without merit. He's concerned with the overall balance of the school, and I believe that concern comes from his love for the students. Amphias said, he means well, I understand that. We need to consider the common feelings of the students. Thatch nodded. That's exactly what I meant, Principal. Sheena listened to Amphias, and instead of continuing, he smiled. Why don't we do this? The next morning, students were bustling in and out, quickly rushing ahead. They were loudly gathering in front of the intermediate class announcement board. What's going on? On it was written, announcement for class promotion exam. Due to multiple complaints regarding the decision for early class promotion, the school has decided to give all students in Class 7 the opportunity for class promotion. The person promoted will be selected based on the following criteria. Students involved are advised to take note. Note, the early promotion will be determined by an exam. Only one student will be promoted, and they will be promoted straight to Class 5. The exam subject will be magic, and the spell chosen to evaluate is teleportation. The issue of using magic as the sole subject for evaluation has been resolved. Therefore, the school has decided to change the evaluation criteria to using the teleportation spell, which is taught in Class 5. Someone shouted loudly. All Class 7 students can participate in the promotion exam. They were all chatting loudly. If we pass the test, we'll be promoted 2 levels straight to Class 5. Teleportation? Hey, do you know how to use teleportation? Someone replied, of course not, that's a spell taught in Class 5. Class 7 students were continuously confused. The theory seems simple enough. The practical part shouldn't be that hard, right? A senior I know had to be hospitalized for making a mistake while practicing it. A Class 5 student yelled, what? Then how are we supposed to do it? Do they have no intention of letting anyone from our class be promoted? Then someone walked over, and the Class 7 students instinctively stepped aside. Everyone focused their attention on Soren, who had just arrived. He looked up at the announcement board. Teleportation, huh? After class, in front of the advanced class announcement board, everyone was noisy. Did that really happen? Yeah, bullying. Poor guy. He's only in Class 7, just because he doesn't know how to use magic. Class 7 hasn't even learned magic yet. What does that have to do with it? Someone explained, it's clearly jealousy, because he's dating Ami. Ami stood in front of the announcement board, stunned. So he's been bullied? She realized, so that's why he's been avoiding me. He didn't want me to get involved. Serial, standing next to Ami, analyzed, actually Class 7's mental energy is still pretty weak, so it's not surprising this happened. I've encountered something similar before, but getting promoted early isn't such a big deal, is it? Ami turned and walked away. Serial called out after her, where are you going? Ami replied, to see Soren. Serial said, what? Wait, what are you planning to do? Ami snapped, give him a lesson, of course. He hid this from me? I'm going to gather those bastards from Class 7. Serial panicked. Are you crazy? You can't do that. Ami, flaring up, said, why not? I'm involved in this too. Serial was dragged along by Ami, but still tried to reason with her. If you were in his place, would you want the person you like to be involved in a bullying incident? Serial raised his voice. If you go there, things will get worse. Ami muttered to herself. So stupid. She thought, so that's why. What a load of nonsense. I'm not the one he likes. Then why did he hide this from me? Serial said, anyway, teleportation is way too difficult for Class 7. Ami, lost in thought. If it's that difficult, then that's fine. For someone who's never learned magic, trying to learn teleportation would be way too dangerous. Serial suggested, Ami, why don't you teach him? Wouldn't that make more sense? Ami shouted, what? Why should I help that brat? Besides, I'm preparing for the upcoming exam. I don't have time for this. Serial nodded. Right, I forgot. Sorry, Ami said loudly. If he can't solve something like this on his own, then he's not worthy of being my boyfriend. That night at the academy, something appeared on the trees. Someone was moving at incredible speed. A figure landed, and someone mumbled, this isn't what you think. Ami, cloaked, sat on a tree and muttered to herself, I'm only helping him because it's my responsibility. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared, and Ami kicked off the ground, heading toward Soren's room. First, he'll have to beg me for help. Ami landed on Soren's window, startling him. Who's there? Soren shouted, who's there? But before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Ami smiled brightly. I'm here to teach you a lesson. How dare you hide this from me? Then Ami's face dropped. Inside Soren's room was Sienna sitting. Sienna adjusted her glasses and said, is that you, Ami? She asked. Wait, are you meeting at this hour? And at the boys' dorm at night? Ami quickly waved her hand. No, there's been a misunderstanding. It's a huge misunderstanding, really. Sienna quickly said, sure, the next room is full of people coming over. Let's save this for later. Sienna covered her mouth. It's been a while since we've seen each other, and you're already so bold. Ami stammered. It's the first time I've come here. I thought he would get in trouble if I met with you, so I came here secretly. Ami suddenly remembered and asked Sienna, "But if you're saying that, then why are you still here at this hour?" Sienna replied, "I came to give him some advice about the promotion exam. The atmosphere in the classroom is very chaotic right now." Ami nodded. "I see." Soren handed Ami some tea. "Senior, have some tea." "Thank you, this smells really good. Where did you learn to brew tea?" As they were talking, Ami suddenly realized she wanted to hit Soren. "This isn't what I meant. That brat. Why do I have to suffer like this?" Soren quickly shouted, "I'm sorry." Ami's voice echoed through the dorm. "And why didn't you tell me you were being bullied, huh?" Sienna softly called out, "Hey, both of you, let's sit down first. Let me finish explaining the promotion exam." Soren took a sip of tea, thinking, after everything, he was speechless, looking at himself and Ami sitting across from Sienna. He sighed, "Well, here we are again." Ami said, "This teleportation exam, isn't it a bit dangerous? Soren hasn't even learned magic yet." Sienna replied, "The headmaster directly issued the order. I'm also worried, but clearly the headmaster must have some reason for doing this." Ami thought to herself, "No wonder. It's another one of the headmaster's tricks." Soren asked Ami, "Is it really that dangerous?" Ami nodded, "Of course. Do you know that teleportation magic uses the attribute of light?" Soren responded, "Yes, I've heard of the theory of light transformation." Ami explained, "Light has something called absolute speed. They say no material in the world can surpass the speed of light." She explained how the magic works. Teleportation is a spell that uses that speed to transcend time and space. Soren said, "By transforming the body into light?" Sienna, sitting next to him, added, "It sounds complicated. But actually, teleportation isn't that difficult. Even beginners can succeed easily. So just try it." The required speed for teleportation is near light speed, because it's a spell that can be performed even if you only understand 1/1000th of light speed. Sienna spoke evenly. However, because of this, the level of light transformation is reduced, and the remaining mass of the body is very minimal. Soren thought for a moment. So, learning it is easy, but it's very dangerous if something goes wrong. It's like the speed of sound. He turned to Sienna and said, "Now I understand why teleportation is a forbidden spell at the academy." Sienna smiled. "As expected, you learn quickly." Ami, sitting beside them, shot a glance. "What's going on?" She thought, "When did these two get so close? They're completely ignoring me." "Does Sienna ever act this friendly with anyone?" Soren asked. "So, how do we pass this dangerous magic test?" Sienna replied, "Well," Ami cleared her throat and said, "You should practice it somewhere with no obstacles." Soren asked, "Is there such a place?" Ami raised a finger. "Yes, there is." Soren looked up at the ceiling. "Up there?" Then it hit him. Could it be up there in the sky? The horizon? The boundary? The area for teleportation, at an altitude of 1000 m, length of 700 m? Sienna replied, "It's not certified yet, but realistically, there's no other place like it." Speaking of that mountain peak, she continued, "The rule of the exam is to race from one peak to the other." Soren gaped. "That sounds amazing. There's no obstacle up there?" He smiled. "So if I fall, I'll die, right?" Ami asked Sienna, "But isn't this an exam where the first one to reach the goal wins? Don't you think it's a bit too difficult for 7th graders? Sienna's gaze softened. "If no one reaches the goal, the student who teleports the furthest will win. Of course, the difficulty of the exam will be set at level 1. There will be safety equipment to minimize the risk." She paused for a moment before continuing. "What worries me is that if the students compete too aggressively, there might be collisions." Ami glanced at Soren. "If that's the case, then obviously Soren." Sienna picked up where Ami left off. "He will become the target of everyone's competition." Soren sat in silence, thinking, "Can I really do this? If it's just a tough exam, I can handle it," but he remembered the malicious looks others had given him. "I don't like the idea of fighting the entire class by myself. I hate being hurt by the harshness of competition." Soren asked himself, "Should I take this test?" At that moment, Sienna spoke again. "I'm sorry." She looked at him. "I tried to get you into Class 5 from the entrance exam when you first enrolled. It seems my good intentions have caused you trouble." Soren quickly spoke up. "No, not at all. Don't say that." Sienna bowed her head. "From now on, I will take responsibility for teaching you." Ami, sitting next to them, remained silent. After a long pause, she looked up, her expression dark, and stared at Sienna. "What? Why do you have to go this far?" Sienna looked at Ami. I just feel responsible for the unprecedented difficulty of this promotion exam. I'll do my best to make it right. Ami patted her chest. No, that could make things worse. There will be rumors that the teacher supervising the promotion exam is favoring Soren. If that happens, even if he passes the exam, the results will be invalidated. She confidently stared at Sienna and said, let Soren handle it. If it's just a level 1 difficulty exam, there won't be any problem, right? I can teach him. Soren stared at Ami in confusion. Ami, wait, isn't she mad at me? Sheena adjusted her glasses. Yes, she is, but Ami, you? Sheena asked Ami, I know you've applied for the graduation promotion exam. Do you think you're capable of taking care of Soren? Soren jumped, turning to look at Ami beside him. He couldn't believe it. The graduation class? His eyes widened in shock. Wait, the graduation class means... The graduation class was the dream of every student at the Magic Academy to become a professional mage. In that class, students' abilities were recognized at a near-professional level. If you became a graduating student at a prestigious school, a newspaper article would be published in the Kingdom's Magic Academy journal. However, once you stepped onto that path, your school life would be over, and what awaited you was a hellish, grueling training. The promotion application form, the number 1 exam for Ami Camus, had been submitted. Ami would be the first to step into such a place. Soren leaned closer to ask Ami, how can this be? Isn't this a bit too soon for someone our age? Ami turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. That? Ami held back tears, thinking, this is all because of you. You little brat. She thought about how Soren was about to skip 2 whole grades. You brat progressing too quickly. The only place I can run away to is the graduation class. Ami quickly ran away to the hellish graduation class. Don't come here. Soren glared at Ami with a mischievous look in his eyes. I don't even dare to dream of taking the top spot in the advanced class. And yet she confidently applied to a place that's way out of my league. Soren silently watched Ami and Sienna talking. He thought, even in such an important situation, she's here helping me. Meanwhile, Ami was chatting with Sienna. Even if I'm busy, there's nothing I can't handle well, so just give up. Sienna smiled back. I understand how you feel about your boyfriend, but it's such a crucial moment. You should leave it to the teacher. Sienna said, since it's Soren's first time learning magic, it would be more effective if a teacher teaches him. This successfully boosted Ami's competitive spirit. She quickly turned to look at Soren. So, Soren, you choose. Me or Sienna? Soren tensed up. Ami asked, wouldn't you prefer your girlfriend to teach you instead? Soren laughed awkwardly and said, I'll handle it myself, don't worry. Both Sheena and Ami were stunned. What? A loud scream echoed through the dormitory. What? Ami shouted in Soren's face. You idiot, do you know how rare this opportunity is? Soren twisted his hands and replied, I don't want to bother the teachers on the board of examiners. Besides, I still have an important exam ahead. Ami raised her voice. Others are even willing to spend a fortune to hire tutors. Also, aren't you the target of competition for the entire class? Ami said, that's not something you could do on your own. Soren lowered his head. Isn't that why you're pushing for an early graduation class? If I keep hesitating here, I won't be able to move up to a higher position. Soren's words left Ami speechless. Soren continued. For me, Class 5 is just one step on the path to becoming a mage. Just like a senior. Ami covered her mouth and coughed. Soren spoke to Ami, believe in me, senior. Although I can't say I'm sure I'll pass the test. I'll do my best and won't regret it. Sheena listened silently as they spoke. When Soren finished, she stood up and said, I understand now. If that's the wish of the student, then as a teacher, I must accept it. Sheena said her goodbyes. I won't stay any longer. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and the other students can do the same. Soren stood up and bowed his head. Thank you so much for caring about me. Sheena continued. You all can stay and discuss your opinions. As for you, Ami. Sheena walked to the door, turned back and looked at Ami. Let's forget about today. But if you ever climb through the boys' dorm window again, you understand, right? Ami lowered her head. Yes, I understand. Her soul screamed inside. I'm still alive. After Sienna left, Ami sat down, exhaling heavily. That was close. As she relaxed, Ami suddenly froze. She quickly stood up and said, I'm leaving now. Soren also bowed to Ami. Yes, thank you for coming all the way here. Soren sincerely said, Thank you so much, senior. Ami suddenly asked, Hey, tell me the truth. Why have you been avoiding me? Soren froze, and Ami continued. You could have told me from the start that you were being bullied. It's not something you should deal with alone. Ami turned back, her heart full of emotion. She remembered Sariel's words. If the person you like sees that scene, they'll feel their self-esteem has been deeply hurt. Ami stammered, my self-esteem has been hurt. Soren responded, it's not that I want to avoid you, senior. Ami covered her mouth in panic. So is it really true? Soren continued. If you're wondering why, it's because you are my target. Ami fell silent, feeling resigned. So that's what it was. I knew it. Soren scratched his face. Actually, when I first came to the school, I saw your name at the top of the list. Soren remembered when he first arrived at school and saw Ami's name on the achievement board. Soren said, at that moment, I thought I'd work really hard to be like you, senior. On the Class 4 achievement board, it was written, Rank 1, Kami's Ami. Soren laughed, but back then I never expected things to turn out like this. It's really awkward. If I told you I was being bullied, things might get even more awkward. Ami scoofed. Target, huh? She muttered. Damn, being beaten by a little brat. Ami remembered how her father used to say, if you know anyone from the Magic Academy, introduce them to me. She looked coldly at Soren. What a ridiculous connection. Ami whispered, are you joking? No. Ami shouted, target my ass. How ridiculous. She stepped up in front of Soren, putting on a smile and calling him senior in front of him, but then secretly trying to catch up to me from behind. Huh? Ami pushed open the window. If you intend to surpass me. She put on her coat, turned around and said, then from now on, don't call me senior anymore. Soren stood still, and Ami raised her voice. Don't you dare compete with me in a straight-up way. She climbed out the window. You better catch up to me soon. Otherwise, I'll make you call me senior for the rest of your life. Suddenly, Soren spoke up, Ami. Ami was shocked. You're calling me by my name? Soren said, wait a minute. He stood in the room, looking at Ami seriously. I will catch up to you for sure. Ami laughed. Her face darkened, releasing a cold, deathly aura. You plan to catch up to me with that look? She turned around to face Soren and flew out. I hope by then, I haven't graduated yet. Soren clung to the window and watched as she disappeared. He exhaled deeply. I refuse to accept help, but it seems the people who are attacking me are watching my every move. Soren's eyes showed determination. The only thing I can rely on now is my own 2 feet. The time left until the early promotion exam was 1 month. The countdown had begun. The next day, after class, everyone was talking noisily. Are you preparing for the promotion exam? Students were chatting and exchanging opinions. I just hired a tutor for the exam. I need to learn teleportation in 1 month. It's really dangerous, yet there are still 20 people who've signed up for the exam. In theory, it's easy, but if you apply the formula, it's not that hard. A boy from Class 7 was talking with his friends. The problem is the ability to apply it. The green-haired boy pointed at Soren, who was carrying a pile of books along the road. Is that kid taking the exam too? One of the books fell, with the title Optical Theory written on the cover. Soren thought I said I would do it on my own, but looking at the pile of theoretical books in front of him, Soren sighed. The problem is the application. In reality, the environment a magician faces is always changing, especially when it comes to teleportation magic. Information about the terrain is crucial, and depending on the situation, adjustments need to be made to the intensity and light levels. Soren sat down, jotting down notes. The units alone go up to the 20th power of 10. How could a human even calculate that? He slapped his head. No, don't give up. There's no reason they would make an impossible test. He thought for a moment. Sienna had also said that learning teleportation wasn't that difficult. But what if that doesn't apply to someone like me who has never studied magic? Soren remembered what Sienna had said. The Class 7 kids will definitely succeed because they've been educated from a young age, and they can easily hire expensive tutors. Soren felt like an outsider watching them. Sienna had asked him if he could close the gap. Soren looked up. Anthea's was smiling at him. Meanwhile, someone was clapping, praising, great job. The person looked at the back of the tall figure and said, You've performed the teleportation perfectly. Sure enough, the son of Slider, the technical advisor of the Magic Association. He called out, Young Master Mark, Slider Mark. 15 years old, Class 7, standing straight, easy to talk to. It's nothing, since you're being taught by a certified instructor. The man handed him a towel to wipe his face. Mark said, I was a bit worried, but it's pretty easy, huh? The man explained. Since the test is quite simple, you can focus on the essentials. His tone was steady. Although learning to perfectly apply teleportation in a month is impossible, if we speed up the essential parts of the test and leave the rest of the time for practice, then completing the exam is completely possible. Mark smirked. Maybe I should thank that special jerk after all. He wiped the sweat off his face. Thanks to him, I've leveled up by 2 ranks in such a short time. Mark drank some water and turned to ask the man, by the way, what's that jerk doing? The man replied, as per the young master's orders. I've been keeping an eye on him, but it seems like he's just self-studying and reading books. Mark was puzzled. Self-study, with books from A? He was suspicious. What's this about? I thought with his money, he'd be hiring an amazing tutor. Is something fishy going on? Mark ordered. Keep watching him. He's not a careless fool. His tone was even. Just reading a few books? How could he use magic? Meanwhile, Soren was immersed in a mountain of books. He put his pen down to take a break. I've done everything I can. First, I've spent a lot of time understanding light theory in depth. I've memorized the theory without making a single mistake. I'm not sure, but there's not much time left. The training field for Class 7, number 41. Since it's nighttime, there are only 1 or 2 dim lights. Soren stood beneath it, preparing himself. Now I have to cast the magic. Nothing's impossible. I just have to hope it works the way I expect. Soren's eyes glowed with a faint blue light. First, activate the domain. Suddenly, Soren began to shine as soon as he spoke, applying optical theory. Soren focused hard. I'm at the boundary between omnipotence and omniscience. The light grew brighter, and Soren was nearly surrounded by green. With the words, I in the center, fading away, Soren's body suddenly turned golden. He looked at himself in delight. All right, it's working. Soren called out, now, time for the teleportation test. His eyes widened. A human can't calculate the amount of light. Soren recalled the teachings. When a magician focuses, their mind becomes sharp enough to perceive everything around them. It's said that exceptional magicians can even count the number of leaves from a distance. Someone placed small coins in their hand and explained. This is called an extreme state of mental sensitivity, also known as the domain. Antheus spread his hands and said, at this point, a magician becomes aware of the outside world in a supernatural way. And as a result, they can manipulate phenomena. In front of Soren, it was as though a new world had opened up, not by calculating numbers, but by sensing everything around him. The days kept passing by, and only 13 days remained until the teleportation test. With 9 days left inside the academy, someone asked, what the hell is that? Everyone turned their attention to the back of the class, looking at his face. The short-haired girl with pink hair, who was always annoyed, also shifted her attention to the back of the room. A voice rang out. He's training without any protection? Impossible. Everyone was staring at Soren, his face wrapped in bandages. Soren focused on writing and thinking. His first attempt at teleportation had failed. Soren felt a little defeated. To correct the mistakes, he had no choice but to keep practicing. Soren kept falling to the ground, lying there, hugging his knees. This time, my knee messed up. Counting down the days. 8 days left, Soren was scribbling notes. He was still focused, calculating. Is the mistake a 0.02 microsecond delay? Counting down the days. 7 left, it was a foolish method. But only 6 days remained. At night, the training field was filled with the sound of constant impacts. Only 5 days left, and Soren was still falling. For days left, he made a firm decision. This time, my body will memorize it as instinct. Counting down, 3 days, 2 days, and only 1 day left. Soren stood under the light, breathing heavily. Soren's sweat dripped onto the ground. What should I do? At least the test is soon. But every time I fix one mistake, another one appears. Soren wiped his face. There's nothing left to correct now. I have to do this. I must. Soren silently took a deep breath. The space in front of him became blurry. He slapped his face to wake himself up. Link them together. I can do this. I have to do this. Soren tried again, his foot pressing against the ground. Soren focused and thought. Move. A spark of light flickered and then shot off. When he opened his eyes again, Soren found himself hovering very close to the ground. With a thud, Soren landed gently on the ground. He sighed in relief. This time, no injuries. Soren lay flat on the ground, laughing contentedly. I did it. How far can I go now? He kept thinking, eventually falling asleep without realizing it. I don't have time to lie around here. I need to practice the link. I need to pray. The next morning, Mark stood above, looking out at the courtyard. The man called out to him, "Young master." He asked Mark, "How do you feel?" Mark turned around confidently and answered, "Very good. Today will be a historic day, because I will level up to Class 5. He narrowed his eyes. 700 meters is nothing. I'll do it easily. Inside the academy, the classroom for Year 7 was still quite empty. Maria walked to the door. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, Maria, have you given up on the exam?" Maria was startled. Mark, she thought. It must be him. Maria asked, "Aren't you at the training ground? Are you studying?" Mark laughed loudly. "Do I look like a fool who failed at studying?" He arrogantly asked Maria, "What are you doing here? Is that why your grades are so terrible?" Mark mocked Maria. "You should go learn at the training zones. A good way to learn is to watch and learn from those better than you." Maria turned to leave, hesitated, and said, "Right, good luck. I hope you pass." Mark laughed and asked, "Really? You hope I pass?" Maria's hand trembled. Mark leaned closer to her and said, "You really are amazing, you know. Did you know that? It's like you're sleeping with a teacher or something." Maria reflexively asked, "How would you know that?" Her response amused Mark. He laughed loudly. "You're so stupid. I was just testing to see if it was really you." Maria's backpack fell to the ground. "I have many ways to gather information. It's a bit strange for a shy girl like you to be in the teacher's office." Mark backed Maria into the wall. "Since we're classmates, I'm being nice to you. But once I become your senior," he threatened Maria, "do you think you'll be safe after that?" Seeing Maria tremble like a leaf, Mark stood up straight. She really is a coward. How could she ever think of becoming a magician? Even though she's 4 years older than me, she's still in the same class as me. Mark left a final remark and walked away. Just wait and see. Behind him, Maria sat down on the floor in fear. Maria trembled, covering her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Mark barged into the room, loudly asking, "The plan has been discussed, right?" The other 4 members from Year 7 turned to look. One of them answered, "2 of us will stick to Soren as soon as the match starts. The other 2 will protect him." Mark nodded. "So there will be 2 opportunities to make him fail." Mark said, "The first round distance is 10 meters. So make sure to push him out at least 10 times. The gray-haired boy nodded and asked, "You're really going to do what you promised if we finish this, right?" Mark's eyes suddenly gleamed. "That, of course. Once I rank up, I'll definitely find a job for you. You won't have to worry about finding a job, even if you don't graduate." Mark assured him, "My father is the technical advisor of the Magic Association. If you help me, I'll never forget it. If I can help, I'll definitely help you." He smugly thought to himself, no small mistake should happen. A genius shouldn't let their guard down. Inside the misty forest. Is this the bridge we can't cross? Those not registered for the Year 7 exam were gathered in one spot. The short-haired girl, who had previously opposed Soren, asked, "This is the finals, right? I'm so tired." The pink-haired girl also said, "There are more people than I expected, especially." They all stared at the terrifying Year 5 students standing in front. She finished the seniors from Year 5 from the Year 5 student side. They were all nervously thinking, if any of these kids get into our class, I hope it's one who's super cute. Everyone laughed and chatted. It'll be fun. Both Year 4 and Year 6 are here to watch. The judges arrived right on time, including the headmaster. A light spell shot into the sky. Etheli looked at the signal and turned to say, "It's time." She looked at the students standing at the starting line. "The test will start in 10 minutes. Someone cursed. "What the hell? It was supposed to be a bridge. Where is it?" Another voice spoke up. "Idiot, the bridge is right there." Someone looked down and saw only 3 to 4 thin ropes stretched across. They shouted, "What? A bridge like this?" On this side, someone was using binoculars to observe the group of contestants. "Here it is, this is the best spot." Serial excitedly held the binoculars. "From here, I can see everything clearly." Amy, standing behind, said with her arms crossed, "Hey, we don't have time for this. Why are you watching those idiots from Year 7? Serial said, "What are you talking about?" "I need to cheer for your boyfriend. Give him some good luck." Amy sighed. Whoever gets through, gets through. Whoever fails, fails. What's the point of cheering? She bit her finger thoughtfully. Anyway, can you teleport? The black-haired boy came up to call out, Mark, as he warmed up and asked, have you found cereal? The black-haired boy replied, no, strange. The boy said, she's not here. Mark glanced around. What? On this side, Soren is still lying on the ground, with an ant leaving his face. Suddenly, Soren opened his eyes wide, startling the ant, which ran away. He sprang up like a spring and shouted loudly, what time is it now? Someone also shouted loudly, what? Missing? Amy looked through the binoculars. What did you say? Soren is missing? Cereal panicked. I'm not sure anymore. I have looked everywhere and can't find him. Amy hesitated. Could it be? She thought anxiously. He hasn't failed in using magic, has he? See, I told you self-learning teleportation is very difficult. Over here, the students taking the exam were standing in front of a steep cliff. Someone murmured, this is a cliff, not a bridge. Ethan said, the rules are very simple. When the teacher signals, you all should move to the other side of the cliff. The one who goes the farthest by teleportation will pass the exam. The 7th grade students looked at each other. Really? Someone stepped forward to take a look. She said, do we have to run over there? If we don't complete the exam, we will fall down there, right? The 7th grade students are skeptical. Is there really a safety device down there? Thad stood in front of them talking. If you're scared, just give up. The students taking the test from the 7th grade turned to look at him. Thad said, as you all know, death is something that can completely happen in any curriculum at a magic school. Thad's expression was serious. Moreover, this is an early promotion test, a place to select suitable students for the 5th grade. So if you can ensure your ability to protect yourselves, then participate. Or with that weak determination, you might as well leave now while you still can. Outside it seemed serious, but inside Thad was laughing. Quaking in your boots, right? A little pressure is necessary to prevent safety incidents. He glanced over to one side. The real danger was here. Thad looked at Mark's group, standing there with their arms crossed. Those who participated for the sake of competition. Mark laughed derisively. What are you mediocre talents participating in this test for anyway? The result is just to pave the way for me in society. He was smug, besides that brat with the umbrella. I heard he taught himself to pass the test, right? I'll definitely defeat Thad and show him. What a half-hearted guy. Looking ahead, I even have to prepare thoroughly like this. Just then Ethan raised his hand. All lines up, the test may begin. Suddenly, she saw something and fell silent. Someone was running from a distance. It was Soren, looking quite disheveled. Everyone was astonished to see him arrive. Soren, panting, said, I'm sorry. He looked up at Ethan and asked, am I still allowed to participate in the test, right? Ethan hurriedly ran to Soren. Over here. Through the binoculars, Serial has also seen him. Amy, that guy over there. Amy snatched the binoculars from Serial's hands. Always cursing, what the hell are you doing showing up now, you idiot? Amy observed while biting his lip. That kid, why does his face have so many injuries? Could it be he got hurt during practice? At the judges' area, Sienna turned to Anthea's, the principal. She gestured to Ethan, wanting to ask if it was appropriate to disqualify a late student. Anthea's nodded. Managing the situation is also a skill of the students. Let's start the exam as scheduled. Sienna paused for a moment before replying. I understand. Then an orange flare was shot into the sky. Ethan turned around and shouted, prepare, the exam will begin as planned. Ethan spoke to Soren, who was unsteady. Soren, if you want to give up, just let me know, okay? Soren took slow steps forward, thanking her for being concerned. I'm fine. Someone waved at Soren. Over here, he said confusedly, thank you. The one who spoke glanced at the person standing a Soren away and signaled. Successfully completed the first step, eliminated that kid in 10 rounds. Soren bowed his head, breathing heavily. He raised his eyes forward. Focus now, concentrate all that he has. Miss Ethan raised her hand high and said, the early promotion exam for Class 7 officially begins now. Everyone, get ready. Ethan looked at the watch in his hand. Everyone had lined up in position. All aimed their guns in the ready position. Maglib signaled to the person next to him. Just follow my lead. The person next to him nodded. Soren also focused his mind. Ethan shot a flare into the sky as a signal. All the students participating in the exam rushed forward. Soren also ran headlong like everyone else. The two people ran behind Soren, exchanging nods. As the clock ticked away slowly, Each second of the test passed. The children had come this far through rigorous training. However, this was the first time they had seen the cliff. What would it feel like to have the sky flowing beneath their feet? The feeling of heat spreading across their toes, excitement or fear. This was a world they had never known. There was only one strategy the children could think of. Classmates sprinted forward with the desire. Determined, they must win first place. Every student held the thought that securing first place was entirely possible. As time passed, 2 seconds in, the distance to the cliff was 20 meters. Mark was also using all his strength to run. He thought running fast wouldn't guarantee first place. What mattered was using the teleportation at the right moment. According to theory and practice, the prerequisite for victory was having the right timing to jump. Depending on the position of the jump, the outcome would be determined. Whether it was an earlier or later jump made no difference at all. Of course, if one had the courage to do so. The red-haired classmate made a misstep, the distance to the cliff still quite far. He took a risk. The red-haired classmate shouted recklessly, "Let it be." Then he immediately disappeared in a golden light. Another classmate hurriedly yelled, "Me too, me too." Everyone began to use teleportation as the test time passed 3 seconds. 5 meters to the cliff, the leading group set off. Someone shouted, "Darn it, I will definitely do it." The distance now 3 meters, another classmate also rushed forward. One of Mark's buddies from behind rushed up. "Sorry, Mark, I'm going ahead," he yelled. "What should I do if the escort team leaves first?" Mark gritted his teeth in anger. These cowardly fools. Mark still kept running forward, worried. What if he fell? Mark's leader jumped when there was 2 left, 3.5 seconds into the test. Soren was still sprinting. One of Mark's buddies responsible for holding Soren's legs thought, "This crazy guy, why is he still following me?" Another buddy hesitated. "What else is there besides us?" Well then, someone shouted, "I'm going ahead," and then immediately vanished. The 2 responsible for holding Soren's legs also began to cast their spells. Soren kept running until the distance was only 1 meter, 3.7 seconds into the test. Soren still felt it wasn't time yet. He stepped right at the edge of the cliff. Soren made up his mind. He must catch up to them. Students watching from the army side were aghast. Even the judges on Sheena's side did not expect this. Itella stood worried, watching. The murmur of discussions faded. He had no choice. He jumped off. Soren Aryan, overcoming 2M, the testing time is passing for seconds. At the Ocean family's mansion, just like the previous swordsmanship contest. This is the first time I see someone not frightened when standing in front of my father. You are not scared at all. It's all the astonishment expressed by Ryan towards him. Because he himself didn't dare to look straight at his own father. 1 year ago, Ocean Mansion, Ryan's room. He hears Ryan's praise for him and feels a bit embarrassed. That was nothing special. It's just that I've read in a book. It said that the essence of fear comes from imagination. But what astonishes Soren more is Ryan's knightly oath. How could it compare to your knightly oath? Even he didn't anticipate that Ryan would invoke a knightly oath with him. Remembering the book that says only humans fear a sword, Soren calmly explains, imagining that he will die right after that. For example, even if jumping off a cliff, we only truly die when we hit the ground, right? So I stopped imagining the future and focused on the present, which means I should find a solution. To avoid fear, he stopped imagining the future and focused on the present, doing his best to find the answer. This has helped him a lot. Hearing his explanation, Ryan couldn't believe it and felt utterly foolish. Soren, are you stupid? Stupid really? Being called stupid, Soren was a bit shocked. Seeing him casually talking about dangerous things as if they were nothing. With sweat all over his head, he firmly grabbed his shoulders and shouted, "If you fall from a cliff, you will die. Definitely die, okay? What are you talking about?" Seeing Ryan misunderstanding his words and becoming so anxious, he quickly explained, "No, that's not what I meant. Think clearly, I won't die the moment I jump down." Returning to reality, all the students gathered to watch along with all the teachers were extremely. The watch in Ethela's hand ticked every second and minute. At the cliff, all the students participating in the exam had turned into streaks of light flying away. Just as he began to jump down, his body radiated a bit of golden light, starting to open up the domain. The wind resistance was too great, and using the teleportation spell created pressure on his body. I mustn't lose focus. If the domain is broken, everything will end. At the moment Soren fell, his entire body was enveloped by a layer of light. The space around Soren began to transform. His body soared, rushing forward at the speed of light, and gradually catching up with the students ahead. Soren surpassed the group of students in front. One student noticed this and shouted in surprise. Everyone started to be utterly amazed. They didn't expect him to catch up and even surpass them. What? How late did he jump to be able to surpass like that? Watching Soren pass by, the guy couldn't believe it. On the other side of the mountain, the group of students cheering watched with joy as he began to enter the race. They all cheered for Soren. It started, come on, although it was just a fleeting moment when seen with the naked eye. But, did you see that? Yeah, the student just jumped down there. The 5th grade students were incredibly impressed to witness Soren's outstanding performance. They couldn't believe that a new student could achieve this level. Amy, he's attempting magic for the first time, right? Serial asked in astonishment, her voice slightly trembling. Even Amy didn't know how to respond. She was just as shocked and speechless. Calming down, she also understood why he started later than everyone else, so she felt less surprised than before. Indeed, even though he started late, he made an effort to make up for it. As long as he maintains that good pace, Soren will always be in the lead. Back in the race, Mark was leading, but he knew it wouldn't be long before Soren caught up with him. Damn it, what is the operation team doing? Now the distance ahead is no longer an issue. Mark thought to himself, glancing back while trying to accelerate. But it was too late. In an instant, Soren had surpassed him to become the leader. That black-haired brat is right in front of me now. In the distance, in the forest away from the mountain range where the competition was taking place, Maria was slowly stepping into the woods. In Maria's village, it wasn't that she lacked talent from the beginning, but the bullying from her classmates and her own self-doubt had held her back. In the teacher's lounge, when asked about her grades, Maria trembled and didn't dare to look up as she answered with a shaky voice. Yes, sir, it's because they are bothering me too much. Moreover, without letting her finish, the teacher coldly cut her off. It's evident that classmates hinder each other. This is a competition after all. All the other students advanced and were promoted to the next class. At the end of Rule 3, the participating students were divided into 3 groups. Leading the group was the one with Zyron and Mark's strike team. The middle group stayed about 3 meters behind. And behind them was the last group, those using magic for the first time out of fear. Damn it, I can't even use the flying magic. According to what the seniors said, even if you fall, you'd still be safe, right? While flying for a while, one careless student sneezed. That sneeze caused that student to lose balance and fall. Following them were many other students in Group 3, all of whom fell down the cliff, panicking and screaming, "Help, teacher, I give up." Seeing the students fall, the other students and teachers were laughing and watching the spectacle. As predicted, those students who couldn't overcome their fear fell first. Saying that, the teacher quickly noted down the names of those who were eliminated. The eliminated students continued to fall, shouting nonstop, "Where is the safety device? How much longer do we have to fall like this?" When all had fallen from a certain height, a large fan at the bottom of the cliff began to operate. The propellers created gusts of wind to cushion the falling students, allowing them to land safely. The ones who were still conscious lay on the ground, lamenting, "This is too much. You should have warned us about this." After a thrilling encounter, the eliminated students cried out in protest because the upperclassmen hadn't warned them about this. They didn't know that this was just a small gift from the upperclassmen for the younger students, deliberately left behind. In the end, all the students in the last group were eliminated. 200 meters in, the students who had reached this point showed signs of exhaustion, breathing heavily. "I can't go any further," some students, too exhausted to maintain their teleportation spells, started falling behind. "Teacher, help me!" The familiar cries rang out again, as many from the middle group had given up. Back with the leading group, Mark was still pushing himself to go faster. His magical abilities were average, but he still showed no signs of fatigue. Idiots! If you don't have the ability, don't even dream about climbing higher. The ones in the middle will give up soon enough. Hearing the cries of surrender behind him, Mark sneered inwardly. Although he had tried to accelerate and stay close to Soren, the gap between them was still quite wide. The problem was, damn it, is it just me, or does the distance between me and that kid keep getting wider? Mark gritted his teeth, frustrated. Mark continued to speed up, try to catch up with him, feeling uneasy thinking about Soren. The kid didn't even show the slightest sign of fatigue. How is that even possible? He should have been dead before we even started, right? Suddenly, up ahead, Soren began to change. A surge of energy flowed into his body. Mark, still behind, witnessed it all and cursed under his breath. What the hell is that? Soren suddenly accelerated, and Ms. Athela used her magical eyes to observe the test results of all the students. And she couldn't help but praise his talent. Soren's talent was truly impressive. Even I have to use the focus charm multiple times, yet Soren's pace remains constant, like a fixed value. It's like a machine. The focus charm that Ms. Athela uses targets herself to stabilize her mind, while also creating a unique inertia. Not just Ms. Athela, all the teachers grading the test nodded in agreement with her assessment. Some teachers even commented on Mark when they saw his decent magical level. On the other hand, Mark had a noticeable change in his pace, which was good compared to his classmates, but still showed some impatience due to his youth. Not only that, some even praised Ms. Athela's talent. Truly, Ms. Athela is amazing. Even from such a distance, she could accurately detect everything with her sense. Truly impressive. Thatch stood off to the side, his face filled with discomfort, silently staying quiet. The principal, watching from the sidelines, was thoroughly impressed by the talent Soren was displaying. Serial, holding binoculars, looked at the competition in astonishment and asked Ami beside him. He can use the focus charm on his own? That's impressive. Where did Soren learn those advanced skills? Ami, standing across from him, replied while keeping her focus on the competition. Though she already knew the answer, she wouldn't say it out loud. Learn? Most mages are taught how to consciously use the unconscious world. But this kid is different. He's almost directly controlling his subconscious. That's not something you can just learn. Look at him. He's leaving me behind. Mark knew he couldn't win fairly, so he had to stick to his plan. Without wasting any time, Mark suddenly shouted, "Let's go." Receiving Mark's signal, the two underlings immediately began executing the plan they had prepared earlier. Although both of them had reached their limits. Damn it, he signaled, but why now? They had no choice but to gather every last bit of mental energy in one go. To complete the task, the underling decided to gamble everything, using all of his remaining mental energy to push himself to his absolute limit. Soren sensed the disturbance. A double attack? Someone must have changed their pace. In just a moment of distraction, a shadow appeared in front of Soren, catching him off guard. A student had lunged forward, startling Soren, who could only slow down to avoid a collision. What's happening? Before he could understand what was going on, another student charged at him. Soren widened his eyes, staring at the student rushing toward him. The underling, even though he knew his actions were wrong, couldn't defy his orders. He thought, "Sorry, but your game ends here. Let's fall together." The underling closed his eyes tightly and sped towards Soren with the intent to make him fall. Soren opened his eyes wide, staring at the student rushing toward him, astonished. Is he really going to crash into me? The student, eyes squeezed shut, teeth clenched in anxiety, hovered in midair. The student suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Soren in confusion. As the student fell slowly, all he could do was watch Soren play in the air, and in his mind he thought, him? Can this really be happening? In this dangerous space, a few students are playing with falling. It's over. At that moment, Soren was struggling to stay focused. His hand played with the deep, vast air, the blue sky faintly visible before him. The temperature had shifted, and fatigue began to set in. With his final resolve, Soren's emerald eyes suddenly brightened once again. I can't afford to faint. Focus. A bright light, like the rays of the sun, shot up into the blue sky. The student falling below saw this scene. He really is a demon, not a human. With that thought, the student fell further, along with a few others. Below, the students of Class 5 were still chattering loudly. Did he move strangely just now? Could it be he's lost his direction? One student said they were probably trying to slam straight into that kid in front. That's the real goal. That's the real objective. Two students turned to look at him, utterly shocked. How do you know that? Who would intentionally cause an accident? When a rookie's name was mentioned, he calmly sat cross-legged, his arms folded in front of him, surrounded by other students. A rookie then demonstrated with his hands, one clenched into a fist, the other open and standing straight. He brought them close together and said, "One person blocks the race path ahead, the other attacks from the side." With a straight face, a rookie calmly analyzed, "That's a brilliant strategy to stop both things." With the advantages of teleportation and spatial jumps, If the new student hadn't run the race course, something disastrous would have certainly happened. After finishing his analysis, Iruki casually waved his hand and smirked. Well, if it were me, I'd have easily escaped using the motion equation. Hearing this, the two students just scowled angrily, looking away. That fake innocent act is really disgusting. The two of them exchanged a glance. But according to Iruki, there's no way the teachers didn't notice what was going on. They don't know what they're planning. Meanwhile, the principal and Ms. Shino were still watching the exam. Mark, with his abilities, was speeding ahead confidently, laughing loudly in exhilaration. The top spot is mine. Mark flashed a victorious smile. Everyone would surely envy him. His foolish classmates and even the Class 6 students would become his juniors. Just watch. Mark's eyes, full of confidence, gleamed brightly. This is my talent. Soren, meanwhile, was trying his best to catch up, trailing Mark's bright magic. Soren thought Mark's condition is excellent. He will definitely finish the exam. If I want to win, I have to go even faster. If I rush and increase the distance with teleportation, my rhythm might break. With determination in his eyes, Soren thought, I will go at a different pace. Then, Soren's magic flared up, accelerating faster. Soren shot ahead, faster than Mark, by half a beat. The crowd grew more excited, cheering loudly. Soren has caught up. Now it's just the two of them. Mark, go faster. Amy, holding binoculars, looked on in astonishment. Even though his physical condition is poor, how is he still able to use magic so powerfully? Meanwhile, Serial clung to Amy's arm, his face full of curiosity. Let me see more. Suddenly, Amy, with wide eyes, pulled away from the binoculars. What is that? A strand of magic, like a coiling thread, was speeding toward Mark. Mark, scared, swerved to the side, letting the magic pass by. What the hell is that? Mark was flustered. I'm gonna die. And then Soren was right behind him. A warning flashed up, activating the bridge's difficulty level, one that couldn't be surpassed. Everyone was shocked by that warning. Level 10. Soren stunned everyone. Both Mark and Soren stared at the dangerous sight of the tangled magical matrix before them, which was continuously shooting out long strands of magic. What the hell is this? What does level 10 even mean? In front of everyone, Miss Sienna quickly called out. Principal, I'll go to the equipment room, she said, as she immediately ran off. Without further words, she used magic to fly upwards. A brilliant burst of magic shot up into the sky. Miss Sienna hurriedly said, Principal, we should stop the exam. Another teacher spoke, but this is the exam that promotes to the next two levels. If it's cancelled, the families will protest fiercely. What should we do then? At that moment, Principal Amphias was still looking at the exam taking place. Upon hearing the other teacher, Principal Amphias shouted in anger. Is that really what we're worried about right now? Signal to stop the exam immediately. A magic burst flew into the sky, appearing before Soren and Mark, shocking both of them. Soren hovered in midair, staring at the signal before him. The exam is over now. Meanwhile, the burst of magic from the principal had arrived. Stepping out of the magic, the principal said hurriedly, I just saw the yellow signal. Does this mean the exam is cancelled? Then, there'll be a pile of complaint papers on my desk to deal with. The principal quickly made his way to the equipment room, speaking loudly. Brett, did you drink again yesterday? You know how important today's exam is. This time, I'm definitely. The principal grabbed the doorknob but couldn't open it. He stopped and muttered locked? Seems like it wasn't a mistake. The principal gathered his magic, and a brilliant flare of magic lit up for a moment. He paused for a beat. Someone's behind the door. A green light appeared, clearly showing the scene inside. Behind the door were two figures, one slumped over the desk, the other sitting on the floor in front of the control system. The principal raised his hand, pointing magic at the door. Someone, open the door immediately. If not, I'll blast it open. A voice came from inside. Go ahead and do it. Please, principal. Anyway, even if I disappear, no one will know. The principal froze, recognizing the voice. A small piece of memory flashed before him, as he remembered holding a briefcase with a little student behind him. You are... The principal gasped in realization. Maria? Maria sat in front of the door, clutching her legs, trembling in fear. Realizing this, the principal hurriedly started banging on the door. Do you know what you're doing? Open the door. I'll treat this as an accident. and you'll only get a light punishment. Maria yelled, no, anyway, it's all over now. If Mark levels up, I'll have to live a hellish life again. What's the difference between dying here and that? What? The principal froze upon hearing Maria. It's better this way. Better? Maria screamed, trembling in fear as she clutched her legs, and the principal stood there stunned. He sighed deeply, closing his eyes. I understand now. Do whatever you want. Maria, tears streaming down her face, suddenly looked up. If you don't want to open it, then don't. It's not urgent anyway. Just as you wanted, the exam has been canceled. The yellow signal beam shone brightly before Soren and Mark. Mark, gritting his teeth, thought angrily, the exam is stopped? Don't joke with me. The chance to level up is right in front of me. Mark turned his eyes towards Soren behind him. Reconsider now. No matter what, I can't go outside now. The chance to defeat that guy may never come again. Soren, breathing heavily from exhaustion, still had a sharp gaze. Mark glared at Soren angrily, when suddenly a loud noise rang out. Two beams of light shot towards them. The maze shot out dangerous magic beams. Principal, Soren and Mark have entered the maze. The beams of light continued to fly out. Miss Sienna covered her mouth in shock. No! The principal clenched his fists. The principal, furious, clenched his fists. These fools again. Sheena, panicked, watched as the two rushed into danger. Her heart burning with worry, and shouted at the principal. Stop this now. It's too dangerous. What are you doing, principal? With that, all the teachers rushed to the principal, seeking his decision. At this moment, the principal was indeed very angry. His hands clenched into fists. His face, no longer holding the calm expression. His eyes glinted with a golden hue as he intently watched the two entering the maze. In his heart, a sense of regret began to rise. I thought if it were you, it would be a bit different. But if you were blinded by greed and made hasty judgments, you'll never find your way out of the maze. In the maze, Soren continued to maintain his speed, weaving through trying to find an exit. The students watching were in a state of panic, anxiously moving around, unable to stay still. Oh my God! What should we do now? What should we do? Ami and Sariel covered their mouths, not knowing what to say, calling the name of their friend standing beside them. Ami, frustrated and helpless, watched as the exam continued, unable to do anything. Those idiots, level 10 is for professionals. From the cliffs, thick black threads shot out. These threads formed different shapes. The powerful thread shot towards the south, forcing him to struggle to dodge. The speed of the trap was too fast. Dodge one, and another would immediately appear, leaving him almost no time to calculate. If this continues, his mental energy would soon run out. Meanwhile, Mark continued confidently charging into the maze. Anyway, both of us are going to be eliminated, but whoever goes the farthest will be the winner. If I perform well here, maybe I'll get recognized. With those thoughts in mind, Mark sped on without thinking. He zigzagged through the maze with incredible speed. As he moved, he felt smug watching Soren still struggling to dodge. How about that? Can you see my technique? You'll be stuck there forever. The dense black maze walls still surrounded Soren. He tried to dodge the approaching walls while searching for an exit. But as he watched Mark rushing ahead, he wanted to warn him of the danger, but it was too late. He couldn't. At the control room, the screen displayed a red light, and an alarm sounded. With Maria's voice following, Teacher, what is this competition really about? Maria, sitting with her back against the door, tightly hugging her knees, choked out the words, lying to push others into a deep abyss, but above all, is this the kind of competition the Academy wants? Thatch sat against the back of the door, trying to calm Maria. You've misunderstood. Maria, her voice loud, interrupted. Don't compare me to you. You, a teacher who's always been seen as a genius. What do you know? Her voice choked with tears, her face streaked with sorrow. I followed your teachings, enduring with perseverance. But here at this school, if a student has no talent, who will remember them? A mediocre student like me. Noticing Maria's distressed emotions, Thatch gently spoke. I don't know if you know this, but I also graduated from this school. When I was in my final year, you were just a freshman. Hearing Thatch's words, Maria stopped crying. She hadn't expected him to remember that, even after all these years. He still remembered that? After all, I once heard rumors about a genius named Zeth studying at the school, Thatch said with a nostalgic frown. Maria, with a voice still shaky from crying, replied, No, I've never heard of that. I've always been at the bottom. I've stayed in class 5 for 5 years, and as a result, I've grown angrier seeing my classmates easily progress. Thatch continued, sharing his own experiences from when he was in the academy, his voice carrying some nostalgia and loss. Impossible, the teacher now, Maria said, somewhat in disbelief. Thatch laughed loudly, cutting off Maria, and continued, one day, I was caught by the principal and scolded. Hey, what's this? That kid attacked me first, Thatch's voice echoed one evening in a secluded corner of the academy. It's just a small matter. Why do you have to intervene? Thatch, with a face full of bruises as if he had just fought, spoke stubbornly. Normally, I wouldn't care about these things. But at times like this, do you know what is the one thing that mages should never do? The principal cut in, interrupting Thatch. It's comparing yourself to others. Thatch froze, unable to look directly, still stubbornly arguing. What? What are you talking about? Are you preaching now? Ignoring Thatch's attitude, the principal calmly continued. Mages call it the existence that erases the self. Just look at yourself. If you can do that, then that's truly erasing the self, constantly focusing on others during your journey. One day, you will lose your way. In the maze, Mark continued confidently charging ahead until he realized something was wrong. Looking at the net ahead, Mark realized it was locked. Trapped in a dead end, unable to escape, Mark panicked. Fear surged within him, causing Mark to lose his ability to think. Now, all that was left in Mark's heart was regret. I shouldn't have taken this path. Seeing himself trapped with the maze walls closing in, Mark had only one thought, will I die like this? He regretted it deeply and screamed in fear, help me. Outside, seeing Mark in danger, everyone was worried and fearful. Mark, no! At the moment when it seemed Mark would die, a hand reached out. The hand grabbed Mark's collar and pulled him, saving him just in time. Grabbing Mark's collar, Soren gritted his teeth and sped up to escape the maze's attack. Seeing Soren successfully save Mark, the students in class 7 cheered in joy. Mark is saved. Soren saved him. Suddenly, one student realized they were both still in the competition and questioned aloud. But this is the exam. Why did he save his competition? Right after that question, another student shouted at the questioning student, you idiot, does winning even matter when someone could die right in front of you? Now it doesn't matter anymore. Another student realized Soren's way of saving Mark was quite special. How could he perform the teleportation like that? In the air, Mark continued to struggle, shouting for help. Help me, help me. Really troublesome, Soren shouted. Shut up and let me think. These traps are an illusion. I have to see through these traps in order to find a way out of here. Let's move forward first, Soren thought, while trying to think of a way out of the maze, all while carrying the heavy burden on his mind, making him a bit tired. Soren used light speed to carry his mind upward. The traps were chasing them. As Soren moved, the traps in the maze seemed alive, chasing after him. Going up is useless. Avoid it. The students below saw that flying up was useless and yelled out warnings. Seeing the maze closing in, Soren knew that pulling ahead was ineffective, but at that moment, he couldn't think of a better solution. Increasing the distance doesn't mean anything. What should I do? An idea suddenly flashed. Soren knew what he had to do now. Right, I have a way. I need to go back. Without thinking too long, Soren accelerated, pulling his mind back. Seeing the main character turn back, Iruki excitedly clenched his fists and shouted. Exactly, going forward isn't always right. Sometimes going back is the right answer. On the other side, seeing Soren perform so well, his classmates were thrown into confusion. It's only been a month. Did he really practice by himself? I thought he got here because of connections, and he didn't even know how to use magic. Maybe we misunderstood him? He could do it. Forget the misunderstanding. Now, all the students are cheering for Soren. It's dangerous, avoid it. Maybe Soren, Serial exclaimed, realizing that his efforts weren't just for the exam, but for something more. Ami from the side affirmed, yes, he practices hard, not just to pass this exam. After all, the promotion exam is just a small part of the journey to becoming a... He simply wants to become a talented mage, Serial spoke up. Back in the control room, Thad continued to comfort Maria. Competition is just a tool to reach Dick faster. Going slower isn't a problem. When we cross the Dick line, we'll all become mages, Thad's words continued to echo. At that moment, all the teachers and students, including the principal, were speechless. watching as Soren narrowly escaped the maze. Behind the door, Maria weakly expressed regret. It's not too late, is it? Knowing that she had succeeded in persuading Maria. Thad smiled gently. I will help you, so why not have a little more courage? Thad's words gave her more courage. Maria cried with regret, possibly also crying because she felt relieved. Back in the competition, unexpectedly, the principal spoke up, continue the exam. This caused Sheena and the other teachers to turn around in surprise. The principal remained unshaken, speaking firmly, I'll take full responsibility for everything. Ahead, the scene was filled with danger. The crowd's cheers echoed, go be careful, avoid it. Soren, with a focused gaze, continued moving forward. He pulled Mark with one hand towards the dangerous maze. The trap seemed to be alive, moving. Unpredictable, without rules. Soren wanted to save Mark, but couldn't locate the position. Mark screamed in fear, I don't want to die. Soren, however, remained calm, thinking deeply, first I need to sense the whole structure, focus on one point. Soren used his eyes to find a safe exit, and saw the entire maze structure glowing. I've been through this before, it's like the feeling of running away. At that moment, Soren saw the path he needed to take. Soren put all his effort into speeding up to his limit, racing towards the maze along the path that was set in his mind. His speed was so fast that only a golden afterimage could be seen. Soren darted through the maze's cracks so quickly before it disappeared. In the maze, it was like a fish in water, easily overcoming the obstacles. The students watching were amazed, their mouths hanging open at Soren's strength. The student who was being pulled along had passed out, drooling without realizing it. Amy and Serial were also quite surprised by his actions. All the teachers were deeply impressed by Soren's performance, wondering how he did it. It's the danger that amplifies hidden power. The limit forms at a point of satisfaction. Amphias seemed to realize the origin of the hidden power within Soren. But what he hadn't expected was that even he couldn't comprehend Soren's limits. But I can't feel any satisfaction or desire from that child. Could it be that this child has no limits? The maze kept changing, rushing towards him. No matter how it changed, Soren could still dodge it all. Amphias, witnessing it all, was left stunned. Because now, he could feel that Soren's heart held no distractions. Incredible, no distractions, no trivial thoughts. Ethela continued to watch closely. Although she appeared calm, her heart wasn't as steady as her outward appearance. The magic density was nearly 99.9%, and despite the panic, everything was calculated perfectly. A remarkable talent, but this challenge was truly too dangerous. Soren passed through maze after maze, and each time, the challenge became even harder. When overcoming a challenge in the maze, he realized that the gap between obstacles had become narrower, about 1 meter. He kept thinking of solutions. Teleporting 10 meters wasn't possible. If so, I'll divide the teleportation into January 10th th, in the order of left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left. While thinking, his body followed the plan, darting through gaps less than 1 meter with light speed. Soren moved to the next level, and then the 7th level. At this level, the maze formed hexagonal shapes, tightly packed like a beehive, causing him some confusion. Soren realized the issue. I can't go in a straight line. The gap is extremely narrow. Without hesitation, Soren found a solution and quickly adapted. Then I'll break it down as much as possible. Rainbow drop. Finally, I could do it now. Iruki excitedly clenched his fists and shouted, surprising everyone around him. What is that? Bending light? Someone couldn't hold back and asked as they watched how Soren passed through the maze. Iruki, why is the light bending? Light only travels in a straight line, right? Iruki, hearing the questions from his classmates, kindly explained. It's a simple principle. How can you not understand? If you take the derivative of a circle, you'll get an infinite straight line. The teleportation distance is divided into 1/1000th. 1/1000th? Unable to hide his amazement, everyone shouted. How did you calculate that? Everyone asked. What calculation? It's a feeling, it's intelligence. Isn't he a smart kid? Iruki helplessly replied. In short, he's a genius, completely the opposite of... Iruki proudly continued boasting, but none of his classmates paid attention to him. All of them were stunned by Soren's talent. A genius? Truly terrifying. The maze began to change again. The black threads seemed to have life, and started to form into one mass. The threads grew denser, forming an enormous shape. This created more difficulty for Soren. It's too big. Soren was startled and amazed by what the maze had created. Realizing what it was, all the teachers stood up in panic and shouted, "No! That's the maze of the line!" A massive, terrifying black line head created by the maze appeared in front of Soren. Seeing the maze continue to operate while Thad had been gone for so long, not being able to stop it made Sheena extremely anxious. What on earth is going on? Unable to wait any longer, Sheena used teleportation to transform into a light streak and flew away. At this moment, Mark regained consciousness. Where am I? As he regained awareness, Mark looked up. What he saw was a massive mouth of the line coming toward him, causing him to panic and scream Thad. Monster! Mark continued to struggle in fear, while Soren remained calm and faced the situation, thinking of a way to break free. I must remember everything. The order I've seen: first it's the leftward loop. While Soren was finding a way to escape, Mark wasn't as calm. He desperately begged, "I will live honestly. Please save me." On the other side, Sheena had teleported to Thad's location. As soon as her feet hit the ground, she hurriedly ran toward the control room, shouting, "Teacher, what's going on?" Thad, hearing her rush, spoke up. "Sheena, what's happening here?" Sheena, running impatiently, shouted, "There's no time. Stop the equipment now." The exam's been canceled? Thad still didn't understand. He thought the exam had been canceled long ago. It hasn't been canceled. I heard Soren and Mark are still in the exam, Sheena shouted, startling Thad. What? Damn it. Without thinking, Thad turned and ran to the control panel. Sheena, Thad, a panicked voice urgently called their names. It was Ethela, running up to them in a hurry, speaking loudly as if she had something important to say. Soren, at the moment the dragon charges, the button will lock both of them inside. All the students watching were terrified, shouting in fear, unable to look at what was happening next. Both teachers and students were frightened, watching everything unfold before their eyes. Time seemed to stop. At that moment, the second hand of the clock moved forward by 1 second. The clock hand was moving, and it stopped exactly at 12. The clock hand reversed by about a minute before Ethela arrived. Standing in front of the huge mouth ready to snap shut, Soren lay over Mark. Mark was quite scared. Everyone around was extremely panicked. Amy and Siriel screamed together, too terrified to look at what was about to happen. Soren stood before the monster, using his strength, his eyes glowing bright blue. Drops of sweat slid down his face as everything around him seemed to stop. A minute before the clash, calm, he filtered into another perspective. I'm still alive. Think now, the neutrons in my body are working at full capacity. 1/10 of a second, a flash of light breaks through the barriers. 100th of a second. The light source threaded through the blocks, 6 intersections, 9 teleportations in total, including the exit. 1/10 of a second, he thought, I might have made a mistake. The light was blocked by a red wall. Soren thought that he and Mark couldn't escape from this path, and had to find another way. Returning to the present, the clock had just struck 12, and the monster viciously charged forward. Everyone around was terrified. Ami shouted in panic, Soren. Amphias was about to use his power to save them, but he suddenly realized something and stopped. A flash of light from the darkness shot through the air as if trying to escape from the deep abyss of the universe. Loud explosions came from the flickering light in the blue sky. Everyone below rushed toward the light, all shouting together, no, it can't be. From that light, Soren dove straight down to the ground, pulling Mark along, much to the amazement of everyone. Someone below whispered, he really got out? They aren't ghosts returning, right? Ethela stood frozen, stunned by what was happening before her eyes. Then, she hurriedly ran off somewhere. Soren was breathing heavily, not believing he had just narrowly escaped death. What happened? Did I make it out? I can't remember anything. The engine system of the impassable bridge had been disabled, level 0. The boy with the spiky hair, witnessing it all, exclaimed in astonishment. That's human-level difficulty. He surpassed the expert level of the advanced class. Soren, exhausted, breathed heavily after the challenge. He yelled, I thought I was definitely dead, surprising everyone with his words. Serial joyfully cried out, he did it. He really did it. Ami smiled gently and thought, so cool. Those who get through with all their strength never boast or brag. Everyone rushed towards Soren, excitedly congratulating him for overcoming such a difficult challenge. Congratulations, you're amazing. You've been directly accepted into Class 5. The Class 6 students will be so jealous. The professors teleported over, surprised, and asked, Soren really passed? Sheena lamented, her voice full of regret. I missed this important moment because of Professor Thad. Thad, embarrassed, said, I'll explain later, but I tried my best. Sheena scolded him. You didn't help at all. Thad was deeply hurt by her words. Sheena spoke up, anyway, since both of you reached the finish line at the same time, we need to confirm. Principal, please announce who. She hesitated. Amphias, with a blank expression, was called by Sheena, principal. Amphias pondered, did I really mess up? Looking at Soren, he thought to himself, I'm glad you've shown everyone the light. The light of the ILCH family. Thatch looked at Amphias. He thought, the title given to the one who laid the foundation for the definition with Fulton's is also the one who was awarded the King's Golden Circle Prize. Sheena, looking worried, asked what's wrong with him. An impulse of greed flared up within him due to Soren's outstanding talent. Thatch moved forward, placing his right hand on his chest. He bowed respectfully and said, Principal, please announce your decision. I believe the one who will shape the future of the Academy has appeared. Amphias laughed. Yes, I'm a bit too hasty. He reminisced, witnessing his talented student. He thought, I feel envious of his innocent love for magic. Recalling that scene, I don't believe in fate. Amphias held up a pendant, continuing to think. It's been so long since my heart raced like this. Standing before all the students and professors, Amphias spoke, even if only one person is accepted, I still want to commend all the students who participated. The courage you showed today will be the driving force to bring the world closer to a bright future. The one who passed today's test is Aryan. Soren. Everyone around him cheered, looking at him with a fatigued, stunned face, with vacant eyes. From the crowd, a figure slowly stepped forward. It was Mark, slowly moving with difficulty, still carrying the injuries from the challenge. People around whispered, see Mark, don't tell me he's going to oppose this because he went with Soren. But the new student is the one who saved him, and the conflict event is very suspicious too. Mark became uneasy. How could this be? I saw it with my own eyes. He's a real genius. Soren glared at Mark with a terrifying look. Mark lowered his head, admitting, I've been wrong all this time. With sincerity, Mark continued, no, I'm sorry. Senior, as a mage, I accept full responsibility. All the upperclassmen, in fear, bowed their heads in unison. They all shouted together, I was wrong. Senior, we accept our punishment. Soren, still amused, said, all right, I hope everyone is sincere. They all shouted, yes, yes, Senior. Everyone thought, he's really scary. Luckily, we apologize first. Meanwhile, Soren thought, I just want to sleep. I'm too tired to stay alert. So cool. Amy urged, let's go. Serial, confused, asked, I thought we should stay with Soren for an occasion like this. Amy replied, there's no time. He's already proven himself. Now, it's our turn. Suddenly Soren looked at Amy. He shouted, Amy. Amy started to feel uneasy. Both of them stopped. He raised his hand, pointing at Amy. Soren said, I kept my promise, right? Right now, I'm not fully awake, but I'll catch up with you soon. Amy froze, and everyone around gasped. Did he just call out her name like that? Is he jealous of his girlfriend? He's so cool, Soren. Amy cried, tears falling at what he had just said. Soren didn't remember anything about this when he woke up. Soren had been promoted to Class 5. Somewhere, Ithella was searching for something, full of questions in her mind. This is strange. I'm sure synesthesia followed Soren. She was worried I lost him in the Dragon Maze. In a grand school building, in a room called the Disciplinary Committee. A meeting at the Disciplinary Committee was taking place. Thatch was holding a report on violations. Behind him, Maria was bowing her head, confessing her wrongdoings. Maria had honestly confessed her mistakes and was awaiting punishment. However, Soren, Mark, and even the gatekeeper, Brad, who had been affected by the sleep spell, spoke out, saying they didn't want Maria to be disciplined or anything. Other students, also sympathetic, started speaking up, admitting their own mistakes. They even spoke about things related to Soren's test. Following Mark's lead, the other students stood up, admitting their wrongs, and the atmosphere heated up. Soren looked at Mark and thought, he's trying to keep his promise to take responsibility. Alpheus spoke up, I think Maria's situation is unfortunate. She didn't use that machine to harm anyone. With a solemn expression, he continued, according to the rules, disciplinary action will be taken. Soren, hands crossed, said, but I accept the punishment as well. I ignored the signal to pause the test and entered the maze. Moreover, I led Mark into such danger. Alpheus rubbed his eyes. But who would have thought I'd see such a scene at this academy? Thad thought, this is beyond what the principal expected. The students were all bowing their heads, accepting the punishment. The students didn't see the truth as it was clouded by competition, pride, and envy. Now, in order to become mages with reputation, they were also admitting their mistakes. Thatch sighed, remembering his first meeting with the principal. Who would have thought of teaching like this? He's always taught me so much. Teacher, Alpheus slammed the gavel. A loud bang echoed. All the students cried out. Back at Maria's spot, she bowed her head and apologized. Sheena was writing up violation reports for each student. This was an unprecedented precedent since the academy was founded, that everyone here was punished. On the violation reports, Maria Malong, 19 years old, Class 7, homeroom teacher. Disciplinary action, 2 months suspension. Mark Sridhar, 15 years old, Class 7, homeroom teacher. 2 months suspension. Mark and Maria received a 2-month suspension. The other students received a 1-month suspension. And on Soren's report, he was only punished to write a self-reflection report. Remembering when Soren took responsibility, Soren, why did you enter the maze despite seeing the signal? Soren said, at that time, I didn't want to lose. The only thing I thought about was solving that maze. I don't really remember anymore. Sheena smiled. You do have a positive side I didn't expect from you, even though you look so well-behaved. On Soren's representative paper, he was placed in Class 5. Because he's a boy, isn't he? Returning to Soren's spot, he was fast asleep from exhaustion. In his dream, it seemed like someone was calling his name. Soren, Soren. Suddenly there was a shout, the dragon maze, a flash of light. It was him flying like a beam of light. Focus more. His eyes widened as he remembered the scrutinizing gazes. I will erase myself. Erase myself. Remembering what had happened, cutting the soul into pieces, as if it were dissolving into the world, as if this were the world itself. Soren continued to rush forward. On becoming, the space around him began to shatter. Soren kept moving forward. The space around him began to shatter faster, infinitely. He suddenly fell into the shattered area. Rushing at full speed, Soren panicked. On the other side of the fracture was a void of black. A piano sound rang out, causing Soren to snap awake from the terrifying dream. He wondered, has the piano started playing already? He put on his uniform and adjusted his tie. He thought, I don't remember anything. Why does it feel so difficult? He picked up a notebook, right, the notebook Ami lent me. It helped me remember the rules of magic. He flipped through the pages. I need to return this in class today. I want to thank her for helping me all the way through. He seemed to have seen something, his face filled with confusion. In the combined practice hall number 2, Soren called Ami. Ami turned around, worried, while Serial greeted Soren. Soren, how are you? Are you okay? Soren held a basket full of apples and offered them to the two. Thanks to you both. I want to express my gratitude. Ami asked, what's this? Apples? Soren handed the notebook back to Ami and replied, I didn't mean to peek, but it seems you like apples. She thought to herself, but I like cherries. I like apples what? She immediately flipped through the pages of the notebook. On the notebook it was written, what do you think? The problem is time. What good is saying sorry? Sorry apples in Korean, apple and sorry sound the same. She blushed and quickly ran away, shouting. Anything's fine, Serial called Ami. Where are you going? The class is about to start. Leaving the two of them behind, unsure of what had happened. Why is she acting like this? Serial chased after Ami. Afterward, Ami easily passed the advanced test and advanced to the graduation class. But it seemed there were still some issues that even her genius brain couldn't solve. A month later, the 7th grade students returned after a month of suspension. In unison, they shouted, Senior, we saved your spot for you. Serial was surprised by this. He anxiously said, Everyone, you really don't have to do this. Strangely, every time there was a combined class, the 7th grade students would start saving seats for him. Everyone remembered when he made that scary face. They walked off and returned to their seats. It felt like he had become a terrifying senior. Suddenly, a voice asked him, Is there a seat for me? A junior, recognizing the voice, he turned around. Of course, Miss Serial. Please have a seat. Serial continued. Your lovely girlfriend isn't here. I guess we don't see you being this energetic? He nervously laughed. You're the one who feels lonely, aren't you? You two are always together. Serial replied, That's right, and that's why I'm preparing to graduate and live a normal life. Soren panicked. Really? Serial replied, I was going to graduate and live a normal life. But after seeing you and Ami, I feel so energized. I feel like I've wasted a bit of my youth. Also, it seems like Ami wants to become a soldier. Soren, what? A soldier? She said she's planning to join the war in Asia. She sighed. Are you two really dating? Soren anxiously asked. Isn't that dangerous? Although Thormia is peaceful right now. But if war breaks out, Serial replied, if war really happens, all mages are obligated to participate. That's why we receive so many benefits and support like this. Also, Ami specializes in sniper magic, so she'll only participate secretly. Doesn't it sound cool? Agent Ami, beautiful and charming. Imagining that image, Cyril replied, yeah. Why am I worried about someone ranked number 1? Especially, he waved his hand to say goodbye to Serial. Starting from class 5, students begin to think about their future careers as mages. If you're good at something, it's a huge advantage. But why is that? People often don't talk about it with students who have low grades. Suddenly, Nate called Cyril. Hey Cyril, are you planning to practice alone? If there's anything difficult, just ask me. A very friendly guy. Nate, he's a friend I really appreciate for talking to me, even though I'm not great at speaking. Even though his grades are average. He's so versatile that he can control lightning. His versatility isn't exactly friendly, though. Seeing Cyril sigh, Nate said, You're sighing again. Cyril thought, everyone has their own characteristics. Class 5 is very different from Class 7. Even though we're the same age, they're so much more mature than me. Suddenly, 2 voices came from behind. Hey, Cyril, listen to us. What do you think? Cyril was surprised to hear his name and Nate's name mentioned together, and Nate replied, What? A guy with neat hair spoke up. I said I can't agree to that. Cyril thought, Are they trying to debate? Great. Will they avoid me because I don't understand what they're talking about? What's this? Chemistry? Biology? Or literature? Professor Ithella and SEA. Who do you like more? Cyril was shocked, his eyes wide open and mouth agape. He was so embarrassed, thinking what? Nate sighed and said, What were you thinking, asking that? Cyril panicked and shifted his gaze to Nate, silently thinking, Yeah, Nate. Then he raised his eyebrows and said loudly, I'm on Professor Sheena's team, you know. Cyril, hearing that, silently cried out and put his hands on his head, as if hearing Seth's blow. Nate then crossed his arms and loudly questioned the two. Don't you know that Professor Sheena is the type of wise and beautiful? Feeling targeted, the person facing Nate raised his tone in rebuttal. No, Professor Sheena is the one who makes us feel like we want to be protected. Cyril beside them seemed very awkward watching the 3 of them arguing silently. The teenage boys. Suddenly, a voice directed at him rang out. Cyril, what do you think? He was startled, standing there with his mouth agape, thinking, What do I think? Caught off guard by the question, Cyril hesitated and pondered. Right, to have a beautiful school life. I need to learn how to fit in with everyone. Standing in front of 3 pairs of sharp, staring eyes, Siki was staring at him intently. Cyril looked troubled as he faced the choice of having to pick one of the 2 people, thinking silently. But both of them are teachers I respect. Choosing one feels a bit. Thinking this, he clenched his fist tightly and said firmly, For me. Before he could finish, he stumbled back awkwardly when seeing the 2 who were previously glaring. Siki, who was interrogating him, now looked shy and stepped back, awkwardly greeting him, saying, Sorry, we'll come back later. He froze like a statue, silently crying to himself, wondering if it was because he couldn't answer. Nate behind Cyril, as if seeing someone and looking away, raised his hand and shouted, No, it's because of that guy. Then he called out loudly, Hey, Iruki. His gaze was cold as he looked at them, walking slowly as if unaware, and asked, What are you guys talking about so passionately? Nate sighed softly and replied with a wry smile, It's just the usual. Asking which professor is greater or something similar. They are no longer just kids, so to avoid revealing too much, he then raised his hand to introduce Cyril. This is Iruki. Hearing his name mentioned, Cyril standing behind Nate thought to himself. How quickly he changed his attitude. He awkwardly spoke up, Hello. Nate continued. This is the first time you 2 have met, right? Iruki is the eccentric guy from Class 5. Noticing the introduction, Iruki immediately reached out his hand, looking at Cyril with a sharp and cold gaze, saying, "Nice to meet you, Aryan Cyril. I've heard your name for a long time. Honestly, who in this school doesn't know you?" Cyril was taken aback as he reached out to shake Iruki's hand while silently questioning the tone of his voice. Suddenly, he remembered a voice in a vaguely clear face of someone, telling him not to hesitate, that if he wanted to do something, just go ahead and do it. That voice continued to echo in his ears. "You came here to become a wizard, didn't you?" At that moment, he just stood there dumbfounded, silently wondering, who is it? Then he cheerfully grabbed Iruki's hand tightly and exclaimed, "Thank you. Because of you, I was able to successfully use that directional shift." Iruki looked down at his hand being held tightly, surprised, and didn't respond. Cyril continued speaking, "Thanks a lot for last time." After a moment of silence, he raised his eyes to look at him and smirked. "You're the boring type, aren't you?" Cyril abruptly stopped when he heard what you said and blurted out, "Well." Nate saw that and quickly intervened to separate the two of them. He looked at Cyril with a wry smile and explained, "Don't take it to heart, he always talks like that." Then he turned to Iruki, raising both hands in front of his chest, saying, "Hey, what kind of talk is that?" Iruki scratched his head, pretending not to know anything, and calmly replied, "What? That was a compliment." Saying that, he took a step forward, turned his head back, narrowed his eyes at the two who raised their hands at eye level, and mockingly said, "Anyway, good luck. Grade 5 is full of weirdos, so be careful." Seeing that, he immediately asked Iruki, "Where are you going? What about class?" He turned and left quickly, only leaving behind 3 words, "Not concerned." Cyril was astonished by those words. He silently wondered at Iruki's words. Doesn't he care about attending magic class? Seeing that Iruki was gone, Nate turned to scratch his head and sighed with a sad expression. "I'm sorry, he's always like that, but if you get used to him, you'll see he's actually a good guy." He replied to Nate with a confused tone, "Is there something strange about him?" He continued, "Yes, if you want to understand him better, it will be exhausting. To be honest, he's also a genius." Nate spoke at length, hesitating, but the problem is he's a genius in a weird field. So Cyril, surprised by Nate's words, quickly asked, "Iruki is a genius?" Suddenly, loud voices began to chatter from somewhere. "Hey, look, it's Iruki. Why is he heading into the arena again?" In front, Iruki was on stage heading toward somewhere. The crowd below was dense, looking at him with one voice, showing surprise. "Come on, he's not going to take his clothes off and lie down there, is he?" Cyril was perplexed, wondering, take off his clothes? Nate stood beside him, slapped his forehead, and exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, what is he going to do now? Let's go check it out." At this moment, on the high platform, under Iruki's feet, winds began swirling around his legs, with some kind of magical circle surrounding him. Then from where he stood, forces started to radiate quickly outward. Under Iruki's feet, magical circles spun around. He stood confidently with one hand in his pocket, gazing as a green stream of energy ascended from the ground into the sky. Cyril and the others stood there wide-eyed, following the green energy. He wondered, what is that? Then he continued to think, shifting the flow of spiritual energy so fast. That green energy now formed a huge circular vortex above the heads of the other students. Some people had faces filled with fear when another voice rang out. "Every time I witness this, I find it so captivating." Another voice chimed in, "Surely no one else in this kingdom can do such a thing." Iruki smirked and then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, 8 medium-sized green circles appeared on the ceiling. Everyone else looked up, and the sounds of discussion erupted. "What is that, some kind of target?" The teacher who was teaching class 4 heard the noise and turned to look back. Startled, she exclaimed. Then the teacher yelled, "Iruki, stop right now." Above on the ceiling, the round green shapes began to sprout tiny wings and move, and there was an inner circle that looked like an eye. Iruki pinched his thumb and forefinger together, then said with a chilling blue gaze, "Align the points." A voice rang out with a warning bell. "Everyone dodge." Everyone was panicking, searching for a way to escape, shouting this crazy guy. At this moment, everyone was so frightened that they forgot about the green eye that was pierced by a sword. Then it shone brightly on the ceiling, and everyone was even more terrified. Suddenly, it exploded, a loud bang echoing above everyone who was in a state of utmost fear, accompanied by purple smoke and light. Everyone screamed until their throats ached. Soren did not run, but stood still as the purple smoke blew his hair away. Then Iruki's laughter rang out as he spoke while glancing at him. "See you later, Soren," as he was engulfed in the waves of purple and white smoke. Suddenly, the teacher grabbed his ear, furious, scolding and pulling Iruki away. "This naughty boy, the previous suspension just passed, and you're causing trouble again?" He winced in pain, leaning into her hand, replying, "I didn't destroy the machine. You know I didn't do it." Seeing Iruki say that, the teacher shouted, "You're suspended for 3 days, got it?" Iruki showed no surprise, as if he had gone through this many times, and said, "Has it been that long?" Then there was only the voice of someone talking about Iruki. Iruki is the most notorious troublemaker in the 5th grade. His current image is one of high status and distance. He sat cross-legged on the desk, resting his hands behind his head, looking ahead as the voice continued. His communication skills are extremely low. His personality is probably average. But the reason why Iruki is called a genius is that he specializes in just one field. His midterm scores in all social subjects are zeros. But in the natural sciences, he scored a maximum of 100 points. There is a condition known as savant syndrome. Savant syndrome is a phenomenon where sometimes after recovering from brain injury, patients gradually acquire abilities that surpass those of normal people. That strange voice continued to echo. Specifically, Iruki is the king of scientific subjects. His nervous system lights up with neurons. The person explains that, for example, he can calculate what will happen in extreme environments with temperatures below 0 degrees or above 100 degrees. He can even calculate the date 40,000 years from now. If he really wanted, he could count the digits of pi for his entire life too. However, in other areas, the conversation stops here. Then the literature professor, visibly angry, raised a messy paper test. "Iruki, are you looking down on the authority of the professor? It's funny that you turn the essay into a math problem." Specifically in question 2 of the test, which asks, "The poem by poet Gilberto explains the meaning of the lines about the leaves trembling and falling." And Iruki answered that the velocity on the surface of the falling leaf has air resistance, so it moves strongly according to the direction of the net force acting. You wrote the equation for the surface model of the leaf below, and you have solved a series of equations in the literature test. The literature professor, furious, slammed his hands on the table and continued to shout. "This is a literature test, not a math test." And there you are, looking at your completed test that the professor blew up on a big screen. The professor was extremely angry and shouted 1 page. "It seems you want to prove yourself a genius, huh? But there are many things you cannot explain with math, such as a profound image or emotion." Iruki, seemingly uninterested, put his pinky in his ear and said with a bored expression, "But, Professor, there's nothing I can't explain with numbers." He glanced at the professor and continued, "If we cannot explain the world with logical reasoning, how can we live in such a terrifying world?" Saying that, he pointed his index finger at his own nose playfully. Her face seemed like it could explode at any moment. Then he crossed his arms, looked away and said, "For example, an angry face is an expression arising from chemical phenomena inside her body." The professor silently looked at him, filled with anger. Iruki continued, "Emotional imbalance, nerves bulging due to excessive tension, blood pressure fluctuating." Then, her blood vessels dilate, and her face turns deep red. While on the contrary, the blood vessels help make them bulge and turn blue. The professor, hearing him speak thus, became so furious that her face turned red as a demon. Grinding her teeth, angrily shouted at him to disappear. After that, the professor's voice echoed throughout the faculty's working area. "Get out, you get a 0, 0, 0. Do you understand?" Soren, hearing this, stood up in surprise, amazed. He could talk about what he believes in so confidently. He continued, "I can't believe he's the same age as me. There are all kinds of people." So he sat across from me, resting his chin on his hand with a troubled expression. Previously, the professors always encouraged Iruki, but then everyone gave up. He sat there swinging his legs, resting his chin, and happily spoke. "But who would have thought he would be curious about you? Surprising indeed. I was really happy when he talked to me." Soren chuckled, "I understand." Then he thought to himself, "But I'm still a bit worried." Then he put his hand to his mouth and seriously reflected. In any case, it's good to know a lot. While he was thinking, a girl standing next to him softly spoke up, "I'll try again." Both of them were surprised and turned around to see what was happening. It turned out there was a girl with long hair, looking shyly at Soren and asking him. Soren, would you like to join our research group? She said in astonishment. Soren, the girl continued to invite him. We are researching the magic of material teleportation. If someone with high achievements in photon magic like you participates, the research paper will be completed very quickly. Then she added, if you submit the research paper, you won't have to waste your vacation with a bunch of performance evaluations in your remaining time. We can study together. Hearing this, Soren felt awkward and opened his mouth. I'm sorry, my current academic results aren't very good, so I think I need to focus on that first. Then he continued, I'm sorry for declining. Seeing that, the girl softly spoke up. We can't do anything else, but if you change your mind, let me know. After saying that, the girl turned to go back to her group of friends, glancing at him to leave her last words. If you change your mind, you can join anytime. Soren, sitting at the table over there, turned around and smiled with squinted eyes. Hearing that, Soren replied, Okay, thanks, and smiled back at them. After a while, they went somewhere else, so he looked after them with a smug smile and said, That's really embarrassing. That research group is quite prominent. Well, you already have senior army, so that group isn't that special, right? Soren remained silent, wondering what the two things had to do with each other. Then he shifted his thoughts to something else. Unfortunately, he still felt he lacked knowledge too much. He felt frustrated when remembering his low score on the midterm exam. Just improving the score was already challenging, so he couldn't dream about joining that research group. Then he teased, Oh, I'm quite envious. Soren deflected and asked, So, you don't have a research group? If it were you, I think you could join a good one. Nate replied happily, I have a research group. Soren exclaimed in surprise. Then he said, And I'm the leader of the group too. Upon hearing that, Soren showed a look of disappointment and sighed, then lowered his head in silence. Seeing that, Nate embarrassedly waved his hand to comfort him. No, it's not a big group. You're making me feel embarrassed. I only have 2 members, so our group's budget got cut. Nate raised his voice to explain to Soren that all the seniors had graduated, which is why he was given that position. Upon hearing this, Soren nodded appreciatively, asking if the graduated students had also participated in that group. Then he suddenly seemed to think of something. If it's a research group that previously had graduated students involved, then it must be a highly promising research group. Thinking this, Soren asked him if it would be okay for him to visit his research room if it wasn't a bother. Outside in the strange forest, a background noise emerged. Soren, I thought you weren't interested in research. Soren replied, No, I'm interested, but I thought I'd be bothering others if I participated. Nate exclaimed in surprise. What? The research group isn't that rigid. We learn while we play. This is our research room. Nate was leading Soren to his research room, a place that was pitch black with strange shapes. Soren questioned, What is this? Nate introduced, This is called the Mathetista's Chamber, a storage room with all the training equipment of the students. The two suddenly felt tiny like ants standing in front of a massive black cubic research room that had a large indentation in the middle of the open ground in a forest. Nate continued, This is a very advanced storage room. You can place your study materials inside a block, and it will automatically bring them to the room you need. Soren sighed, feeling hopeless about himself, and said, So this is a storage room? Seeing Soren's expression, Nate hurriedly explained, Wait, even though it looks like this, I assure you, the inside is really impressive. You'll be surprised. The two stepped into the laboratory, with Nate leading the way and introducing, This is the precious place my seniors have worked hard to protect. Soren asked, Really? Soren continued, So I can expect something great, right? Nate, smiling, assured him, Of course, and you're going to be amazed by what's inside. Suddenly, an image appeared of someone's hand, quickly writing with chalk on a blackboard, at the source of those sounds. The two walked and talked, and Nate hoisted a bag onto his shoulder, smiling at Soren, saying, Other groups are eyeing this place. My seniors have fought hard to maintain ownership of it. Soren walked past another passage and stopped to ask him, This is? Nate looked back and grinned, then replied, To be honest, we can use everything inside if we want. Soren wondered, Isn't that against the rules? He looked at him and replied, And every time you find the item you want, the structure of this place will change again. In other words, it's better to stop here. He has stepped deep inside, while Soren has just stepped in along the extended yellow line marked with the symbol 7H. So as he walked, one hand carrying his bag on his shoulder while the other was in his pocket, He smiled confidently and said, "No one can find us here." He was surprised as he followed behind, looking at him. Soren was lost in thought, a hiding place that no one could discover. So they joyfully parted, looking at him. He said, "This is our research room." He was left speechless, mouth agape in amazement. He uttered a sound full of doubt. The two of them stood in front of a sign that seemed to be rusty, hanging on the door, with an additional line that read, "Research Room for Supernatural Phenomena." Soren suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Science about supernatural phenomena?" Then he stood there, pondering supernatural phenomena in a magic academy. Yet he was still excited as before. He asked him, "What do you think? It's cool, right?" Then he continued with an excited tone, "Ghosts or spirits, lives, aliens, the underworld, gods, and so on. We study everything related to such matters." He stood behind, his face pale and his body trembling uncontrollably. Soren doubted himself, thinking he must have joined the wrong group. He wasn't entirely uninterested, but it was a bit much. Then a sound of a door opening echoed in the quiet space, followed by a large blast that caused no harm. The blast blew his hair and clothes. Soren exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Nate amusedly laughed, squinting his eyes, and said, "It's just a bit dusty. You'll get used to it soon." He coughed violently while covering his mouth, giving Nate a glare, thinking, "Why do I have to get used to this instead of cleaning it up?" Once more, he froze when he saw something in front of him. Before their eyes stood the back of someone writing on the board. "It turns out that it's a rookie. You are engrossed in solving something." Nate spoke up, "Is it a rookie?" You should tilt your head and leisurely say, "Our research team is quite notorious, so we could not reveal all the members yet. That's why I couldn't tell you earlier." Nate was confused. Does a rookie have an interest in supernatural phenomena? A rookie seemed to have noticed the presence of the two, so he explained Nate's confusion. "It's the opposite. He joined to prove the contrary. This also has quite a good scent to lure those who think everything in the world is by a rational mind." A rookie's eyes lit up excitedly, and he exclaimed, "Oh, is that you, Nate?" He ran over and grabbed Nate's hands with both of his, eagerly starting to speak. "What wind brought a genius like you to this humble place? It's good that you came here. Listen to some things I've discovered." Nate was astonished and replied to him. Then a rookie continued, "When matter is divided, what remains are atoms, right? Is that correct?" With that excited face, a rookie said, "But I think even atoms can be divided into even smaller particles. What do you think those atomic particles are made of?" Nate was flustered by a rookie's question. He hesitated and spoke up. Yeah, that's right, I'm not sure, but I think there's a form of hidden energy." After hearing that, a rookie couldn't stop clapping his hands with Nate. He said, "That's right, I knew you were an amazing person. I can't believe you thought that far ahead." He was really sweating profusely with a rookie, thinking to himself, did I get it right? A rookie joyfully continued, "Yes, there is a lot of latent energy. That energy is so great it could destroy an entire city. What do you think will happen?" Soren was puzzled by the question a rookie posed. He replied in surprise, "What then?" Then a serious expression showed on his face as he hesitantly spoke, "People will get hurt." Hearing that, a rookie raised his pinky to his nose and coldly exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Then he pointed his pinky directly at a rookie's face, now like a madman, saying, "There's a lot of potential energy inside. Do you think we should care about that?" Soren raised his eyebrows in astonishment and exclaimed, "What, do you understand what you're saying?" Then he shouted loudly, "The principal told us that if you become a wizard, you must think about the consequences that magic can cause to this world." Now seeing the two of them tense like that, he didn't know how to handle the situation. Soren's voice grew louder and louder. "So do you think sacrificing the majority is acceptable to satisfy your desires?" A rookie casually took the stem of a cherry from his glass and coldly remarked, "You're really boring." Soren, as he held the cherry up to his eye level, smirked and continued, "Do you think other wizards know about this but choose not to act? It's because they don't have the ability to do it. That's why they don't do it." Then he took the cherry and put it in his mouth while saying, "Your so-called supreme intelligence is a joke in achieving something." Soren, dissatisfied, looked at him and yelled, "Even if we are geniuses, it doesn't matter. I would rather be a harmless fool than a genius causing harm to others." A rookie was tilting his head back, chewing on a cherry while listening to him. He quickly glanced down and said in a teasing tone, "A small minority of geniuses lead the majority of fools. History has proven this, and that's the world we live in. I really hate to use idealism." Soren, with a serious expression, glanced at him, saying no, your logical reasoning reeks of defeat. You can satisfy that ideal quite easily. So, all the sweat and effort from outside. Both of them raised their hands to the sky, waving and speaking to diffuse this tense atmosphere. Well, that discussion was great, really interesting. Soren stood staring at a rookie, who was crossing his arms, looking away while rubbing his nose. He should have whispered some advice, but he knew that struggling emotionally like this wasn't good, right? All right, let's sit down, have a piece of cake, and drink some water. Soren noticed he couldn't stay any longer, so he threw his bag over his shoulder and walked straight to the door, saying, I have nothing more to say here. Goodbye, Nate. I'm leaving now. Nate cried out, waving at Soren, who was leaving. Wait a minute, Soren. Do you know how to get out? A rookie absent-mindedly rubbed his nose and said, just go back the way you came in. If you can't do that, then you really are a complete fool. Nate, angry, turned back and shouted, hey, why did you do that? If it were you, you could have explained it in a way he could understand, right? A rookie plopped down on the couch and replied to him, well, I admit I might have gone a bit too far. Then he crossed his arms and propped his right leg on his thigh, smirking, because he was my rival. So he looked at him with a perplexed expression. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Furthermore, who would have guessed you would use the word rival when all you care about in this world are numbers? A rookie swept his hair back, tilting his head and looking at Nate with pride, saying, it's precisely because all I care about are numbers. You saw Soren at the promotion test, right? Surprisingly replied, the A teleportation test. Of course I remember, and that's how he was assessed at the same level as us. He glanced up at the stairs, pondering as he told those who had just learned teleportation. Do you know how quick you have to think to pass level 10, especially the maze of the current flow? He remained silent, his face clearly showing tension as he looked at a rookie, who continued thoughtfully. Being able to get through it without dividing time is impossible. In that moment, the time he divides spells. Up to 10,000 calculations in an instant. A rookie's voice lowered as he said this. The image of Soren's brain working quickly and connecting with the fields appeared in a rookie's mind. Nate was astonished and exclaimed, 10,000 calculations in an instant? A rookie suddenly bowed his head and laughed like a madman and said loudly, that's the mystery of wisdom, you know, faster than effort and more precise than knowledge. No calculation capability by any conscious perception can defeat the speed of calculations in the subconscious. Then he suddenly became calm again and looked at Nate with a cold glare and said, like Nate said, how about you? He heard a rookie ask and raised an eyebrow, then smiled while answering. I understand now. A battle between calculation and wisdom, huh? And you want to confirm that with that test, right? The upcoming speed test made him think of Soren's determined figure leaving earlier. The next day, many voices of gossip echoed outside the elegant building of the students. The speed test will take place in 2 weeks, right? If I get a failing grade again, I won't be able to level up. Inside the classroom where those whispers came from, it seemed class was over because Soren was standing tidying up his bag on the desk and overheard those voices. But you weren't expecting it, were you? What? They were talking about you, Soren. Hearing this, he paused his actions of packing. Another voice came. He's really good at the practical part, right? I wonder how high his score will be. He listened to their gossip, feeling anxious inside. He secretly thought that in the speed test, you will use active magic, aiming at targets and receiving corresponding points. Active magic is a common term for spells that affect objects outside of the caster. Those not belonging to attack, recovery, or support systems can also participate in this test. You need to take down all the targets appearing in each round to progress to the next round. There will be 3 rounds in order 1.2.3, with the number of targets being 1.0.1.1.2. And shooting quickly and accurately is extremely important. However, Soren was sitting straight on the chair, holding a teacup in both hands. He was both amazed and worried to speak up. Professor, I still can't control the active magic. So how can I take the speed test? The professor replied to him that, in order to use the full-level magic, one must have at least a score of 60 on a score sheet displaying 4 numbers. 4.1.4.0.4.1.4.2. Oliver Sienna was the head teacher of Class 5 and Soren's professor. She sat in a chair, holding a teacup and smiling with squinting eyes, saying to him, but it seems your chemistry grade in my class is rising the fastest. It's quite impressive. He called her with a pleading voice. Professor, from outside the window one could see her office. The two were sitting across from each other, and Sienna fully encouraged him. She wasn't teasing you. You completely understand the subject. You can optimize your knowledge. Soren sat slightly hunched, feeling awkward as he listened to her continue. And there's one more thing, isn't there? Some of the knowledge that only an expert would understand clearly. He was surprised to hear her say that. Then he wondered in shock, wait, is it the particle decomposition theory? After that, he thought to himself, the magic of teleportation is a variant of particle decomposition theory. A type of passive magic that can decompose the user's body into photon form. He recalled the events from earlier. It was such a short time. He didn't feel like it was passive magic at all. So it's not something too advanced for him. Passive magic is a type of magic without a time limit for the mage. After reminiscing, Soren gazed at Sienna as she spoke. I didn't know we could use particle decomposition theory for active magic. She turned to look for something while saying, recently, such magics are being registered at the association. He wondered silently, magic using photons? I hope it sounds really cool. He remembered the dazzling image of the army using the domain. She handed him a document, saying, look at this. Soren held it in his hand and thought, here, this is his first active magic spell. He pondered as he flipped through the pages of the magic journal. He turned to a page with important information. A new discovery about the photon dispersion theory, the photonic head, with additional information under the picture. The researcher described the photonic head as its name suggests. This is magic with a head of light, allowing a person to detect everyone around them through the photonic head. However, this method is not as effective as light magic, and much research still needs to be conducted. Then he voiced his doubt, Professor. Soren held the book up, wide-eyed, and said, are you sure you introduced me to the right magic? I can participate in the exam, but I'm not sure I can use this magic. She picked up her teacup, closed her eyes gently, and said, if we only look at the surface, it seems quite useless, but the idea of using the photonic head is incredibly promising. She sipped her tea and continued, light is the fastest thing in this world. A golden lightning bolt in the shape of a Z zipped across her mind, and the linear paths have the advantage of being very easy to control. In the Tower of Russia, which leads the field of magic efficiency, it has been predicted that the photonic head will be a significant advance in information transmission and communication in the future. A towering skyscraper faintly appeared behind the white clouds. Sienna said it has been and is being researched in many magical techniques that we do not yet know. If they research it more thoroughly and consistently, it will develop into an incredibly grand field of magic by the time you graduate, with great potential. After she spoke, Soren looked at the book, propped his chin in thought, and then replied to Sienna. I understand. It wouldn't be bad if I could master this skill before that happens. I will do as you say, Professor. Magic leads to a new field ahead, he thought. Perhaps it will turn into something quite interesting to learn. Now, Soren was in another space in the forest. He stretched one hand out into the air, but there was nothing there, he exclaimed in surprise. Then he mumbled while raising both hands in front, moving them up and down, wondering why it wasn't working. He held the document that Sienna gave him with one hand, and with the other hand he turned his palm up to look at it, surprised, and exclaimed, just kidding. We can't control it at the current level, huh? Turns out he was in a corner practicing along with other trainees. In practice area number 32, this was a large plot of land at the foot of the mountain, surrounded by forests and hills. Near the edge was a fairly large stage with trainees gathered around it. These were the students of the level 5 practical class. Someone raised their hand in a nonchalant manner and whispered, Invoke the spell. Invoke the spell is a tactical spellcasting action. Then he pondered, of course, magic does not emanate from the hands but from the realm, but visualizing the light beam emanating from the hands made spellcasting easier. Then he worriedly raised his hands to look, continuing to think. Creating light is not a simple task. Could it be because my realm is of the convergence type, similar to spellcasting? Suddenly a voice from a female professor rang out. Nice to meet you all. It was Athela. She stepped out onto the stage, smiling with squinted eyes, saying, Let's begin the lesson right away. The trainees in the field were alarmed and gasped in unison. Who are you? It's Professor Athela's outfit. Her glasses had disappeared. Indeed, she had taken her glasses off and was clapping her hands together, smiling kindly at them. Soren exclaimed in amazement. Oh my gosh, her outfit is gorgeous. The male trainee behind used his finger to touch his chin and squinted as he speculated. She must have just returned from a training session. He turned to look at that person in confusion. Training session. When and where? That male trainee continued to answer him, right? Professor Ithella is indeed the bishop of the Cassis congregation. Soren looked at him skeptically. Bishop, you mean Miss Ithella is a pastor? Another male trainee behind him chimed in. That's right. A bishop is a high-ranking position that protects the 12 holy temples. He said that there are 12 bishops throughout the continent. Ithella shines in her bishop robes, surrounded by an aura that not everyone possesses. The voice of that male student continued to echo. And Miss Ithella is one of them, with a resilient spiritual power. She has been bestowed the title of Jonas by the kingdom. Jonas is the title given to the wizard who possesses the strongest mental power. Once that male student finished speaking, he turned proudly to the arena and said, Do you understand now? On the outside, she may seem like this, but Professor Ithella is... Immediately, the two words mesmerizing appeared above Nate's head. He looked at Ithella with a melee stare, clasped his hands together, and exclaimed with admiration. From today, I will join Professor Ithella's team. Then he hugged his face and twisted his body according to what he said with his pink eyes. I will study hard, study for years, exams for years. The two male students were left speechless seeing Nate like that, while Soren remained silent, looking away in contemplation. How wonderful. He thought that he never expected to learn magic from such a talented professor. Ithella stood happily on the stage, clasped her hands, and loudly asked, Are you all prepared for the speed test? The crowd in front of her shouted in unison. Yes, she told them, before that test. Each class will have a practical lesson like today. They also responded excitedly in unison. Yes, Ithella stood solemnly, smiling as she introduced the content of today's lesson. We will learn an advanced technique to enhance your versatility. I have invited a senior from the graduating class to help us out. They began to chat among themselves. Wow, a graduating class really where? Ithella's voice resonated warmly. Welcoming Mage Kodadama, Samuel. No, Kodo means words, Dama means soul or spirit. Samuel relaxed his shoulders as he stepped forward and greeted the 5th grade class. He placed his hand on his right shoulder and bowed to everyone, saying that he received an invitation from our esteemed Professor Ithella. I have come here, even though this place is not meant for me, and I hope I can help you in some way. I am very willing. The female students excitedly exclaimed. While Samuel stood beside and bowed, Ithella clasped her hands in front of her chest and advised. The characteristic magic of Samuel is Kodadama magic, which is closely related to today's lesson, so please pay attention and focus, everyone. Two male students, Soren and Nate, had very envious expressions. The one on the left exclaimed, Graduation class. And the one on the right clenched his fists and gritted his teeth as he said, He isn't even on the same level as us. Nate and Soren behind him expressed disdain. Nate spoke up, Since when is he at the same level as you guys? Samuel stood on the platform, looking down at everyone who was focused below, and spoke loudly. Kodadama magic uses the power of words to enhance magical power. So seeing it with your own eyes will be easier to imagine than the explanations just now. He extended both hands forward, his blue eyes gently looking up, and said, So first I will show you the ordinary wind spell. He used the field created from his hands. A stream of green air spun like a ball. Soren was surprised and thought to himself, Wow, that magic is what the principal showed me when I was little. Then Samuel exclaimed, Wind spell? Immediately a whirlwind shot up from nowhere, sweeping everyone's hair away with the center of the whirlwind right where he stood. After a while passed, the whirlwind calmed down, and everyone was startled and whispered, That scared me. He's not to be taken lightly. Samuel calmly closed his eyes, holding the notebook in his hand, and continued, Remember the power of the spell just now. I will now enhance its magical power with Kodadama. Then he opened his mouth and read a spell, Mother of the Earth. After that, Samuel opened his blue eyes and looked at the small notebook in his hand, reading loudly, I call upon your strength, please take my hand. From the heavens above, for all eternity, the sacred temple. I hold dear, the spirit of the mage, permeate the heavens and earth, sing a high tune, glorify and praise. Let the flames ignite, turning winds into storms, he read here, and everyone was taken aback by his voice. The female student looked at him with a face full of admiration and murmured, It sounds like a spell, His voice is so beautiful. 3 minutes later, he was still reciting his spell, the soul united with the body. We call upon your name. The mage is unafraid of the wild strength of the mighty lion. Together with the ocean, bringing the passionate sunlight. Along with the earth, which contains the winds blowing for millions of years. I will dedicate myself infinitely, with utmost reverence. Everyone had dozed off while listening to the chant for 3 minutes. Others tiredly called out, "When will it be over? Don't sleep, don't sleep." He kept a serious face, the corners of his eyes crinkling as he said, "Dragon wind." Immediately after, a whirlwind spiraled from his feet straight up into the sky. Its power was so great that it threatened to blow away everyone watching. Among them was Soren. Others panicked and cried out for help. Everyone was swept back and forth by the pull of the whirlwind. Now looking like strands of hair dangling in the wind, they exclaimed, "I thought we were done for." Ithella laughed with her eyes squinted. She didn't vocalize the spell, but she still chanted it in her mind. Samuel's voice rang out. "Of course I'm not just reciting. I put my will into every word and cherish them. In that small book, there are many different spells." He continued, "That's what amplifies magical power. This is the basic principle of Kodadama magic." Samuel held the small notebook and calmly said with closed eyes, "However, the spell is too long to be useful in battle. So now I will show you something called rapid chant." Others hearing him say that panicked more. But Samuel didn't read anything further. He folded the small notebook with his thumb and index finger and softly said, "Earth Mother's gift." Then he tilted his head back and shouted loudly, "Grant me." After that, his words turned into rapid, lengthy incantations that others couldn't make out. Everyone was utterly terrified as the wind increased in strength. Their hair seemed like it wanted to fly off their heads. Samuel continued to chant rapidly, his tongue moving up and down continuously, making it hard to comprehend what he was saying. Samuel held the notebook in one hand and raised the other hand to the sky, shouting some spell, his hair flying wildly in the strong wind. The blue pupils of his eyes looked like they were about to pop out, revealing blood vessels. He yelled, "Dragon wind." After those 3 words, the wind blew straight up from the ground to the sky, visible from miles away, forming a large pillar of wind. Around that pillar, fierce winds wrapped around in a tornado, blowing away the dense trees of the vast forest. Ithella's voice suddenly echoed, "All right, you all have seen the seniors demonstrate, right?" No one answered her, because they were all knocked down by the dragon's rolling spiral technique, scattered on the ground. Soren pounded the ground with one hand to get up while using the other to brush off his hair. His eyes half open, thinking to himself, that power is truly unbelievable. Is this the level of a graduating class? He continued pondering, noting that a regular graduate mage is referred to as an unofficial level 10 mage. Ithella stood with her arms crossed, turned around, and joyfully looked at him, smiling as she said, "Thank you, Samuel." He bowed and replied, "If there's anything, just call me." Some students had managed to sit up while others were still sprawled on the ground. One student over there kept trembling, trying to raise his hand to ask, "Professor, do we have to practice Kododama magic?" She stood on the podium, looking down to respond. "Kododama magic is an advanced subject, so you won't have to practice it." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Then she said solemnly, "Instead, the technique you will be practicing is called Chukju." Soren raised his hand seriously and asked her, "So, the more you count, the stronger it gets?" The other students were stunned, and the male student wondered why it was numbers. "Ma'am?" Ithella spoke up to explain, "Numbers are symbols with patterns. Thus they are compatible with our domain." As she finished speaking, her eyes changed to blue. Behind her appeared a blue area like a glass, pane showing the text. Area of effect, 10 m radius. Ithella continued, "Of course, you won't just count. Similar to Kododama magic, you are assigning a specific meaning to them. I will illustrate. The rule is the most basic system of propositions used in logic and mathematics." At this moment, the space surrounding Ithella was encompassed by the area of effect with a 10 m radius. She stood inside, squinting her eyes with a smile, saying, "I will activate the domain using the Chukju technique. I'll count a sequence of tens," and then she closed her eyes and began to count, 100. The area of effect suddenly expanded from earlier. The students below saw this and began to chatter. "Professor, Did you just count to 100? Did you just count from 1 to 100? A voice filled with astonishment rang out. The professor's domain has expanded. The area of influence that was 10 meters has really expanded to 12 meters. After that, Ithella opened her mouth and continued counting. 400, 1,100. The area continued to expand in radius with the sound of her counting. She counted to 1,700. Then she counted to 2,400, and Soren, extremely amazed, quickly covered his face and thought to himself, "Impossible. How can an ordinary person be so fast?" The area continuously expanded, and he continued to ponder, and it was so easy. He thought to himself like that. After she counted to 10,000, she opened her eyes and let out a sigh. The area now covered nearly half of their training ground. Everyone was amazed and exclaimed. Using just that technique, the domain had increased fourfold. Ithella stood on the stage looking down at the students who were staring in amazement and spoke up. "You all noticed, right? If the magic Kodadama reflects and constructs a scene, then it definitely uses thought and reflection." She reminded them, the faster you count, the stronger the domain becomes. Not only does the size increase, but the strength also rises. The precision and accuracy, a spiral full of numbers twisting down. She continued speaking, and all of your skills will be enhanced. He stared blankly and thought, great, if I learn this technique, I can create photons now. Ithella's voice kept ringing out. Of course, you are not all-powerful, because its effect will diminish if your mental strength is not stable enough. She cheerfully told them. So don't forget that strict discipline and an empathetic will are fundamental principles when opening the realm. Understood? Everyone responded in unison, thank you. A moment later, everyone split up to practice. Soren stood still, silent. Then he clenched his fist and nodded happily to himself. All right, I counted to 1,000 in 1 minute. Then he thought, but counting so fast is harder than I thought. Indeed, everyone around couldn't focus when counting for too long. Seeing that, he pondered. If I hadn't been continuously training my mental strength in class, I definitely wouldn't be able to do it. Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, when I teleported, I used a technique that helped me grasp the complex calculations. He speculated that perhaps it was self-luminescence, a series of numbers, large and small, appearing in his mind. He continued to think, categorizing the numbers by hundreds, and counting them all at once. A luminous ray touched the plane and shone brilliantly. Nate estimated about 10 seconds. Then he solemnly released his palm forward, silently wondering, should I aim for that tree? He momentarily thought in his mind self-luminescence, when suddenly his palm began to glow. Then the golden light spiraled into rings and flew straight towards the tree over there, surprising everyone. The self-luminescence shot directly toward the distant tree, and everyone exclaimed in amazement. Huh? What is this? What is that light? The other students standing behind him all stared in astonishment. Soren was also taken aback and held his position. He silently exclaimed and thought to himself, so dazzling. After casting that luminous move, Soren stood in silence, lost in thought. It was too dazzling. From above, looking down at the large training ground, he saw himself standing like a statue while many people turned to look at him. Their murmurs echoed. Isn't that the luminary projectile? Huh? Did he learn that just for the speed test? Because it's light, so it is indeed really fast. Another student hesitantly spoke up, but learning that just for a test seems a bit. And then another voice replied, right? It doesn't have any damage, though. Ethela, standing outside, turned her head accidentally and saw him casting the luminary projectile, a little dazed and lost in thought. Huh? Soren, the one specialized in defense, has now learned active magic? Then she approached and called out to him loudly. Soren, it seems like you've succeeded with your self-control, right? He turned around, surprised, to look at her. Professor? Then he turned away, speaking in a flustered tone. Yes, perhaps so. Ethela cheerfully suggested. So, do you want to try practicing in the field? Now everyone was focused on the field. There was a silhouette of a person standing in the middle. Everyone was discussing. Oh, are we really practicing speed shooting right now? I'm so curious. Ethela stood behind the table, looking at him and giving instructions. After you finish your self-control, please summon the target. Soren turned back and replied, yes. After answering, he shut his eyes tightly. He focused his thoughts. First, he used self-control to enhance his spiritual field. Gradually, the big and small numbers converged into a large point of light. Then, they divided into smaller points of light gathering around him. Soren stood upright and snapped his fingers. His spiritual field began to activate around him. Then he thought to himself, and summoned the target. Then a series of blue shadows appeared around Soren. Information appeared on the blue blackboard. Speed shooting, level 01, score 00. Time limit is 1 minute. Soren's figure presented multiple targets that then reflected glaring blue light. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the targets right in front of him. Then he raised his hand, focusing his spiritual field to one spot. He raised his palm toward the target floating in the center. Then he focused his mind and activated the photon. Immediately, the photon lit up and flew straight toward the target. Soren saw this and stared blankly, silently exclaiming in his mind, "This is it." He thought to himself that the speed of the projectile was approaching the speed of light. The photon, upon being launched, automatically sought out its target to attack. It shattered the targets into pieces. Soren continued to think. It felt like he was aiming and shooting at the same time. Currently, his rapid-fire level was at level 02 with a score of 11, and the time limit was 55 seconds. The other trainees were astonished and exclaimed, "That's fast." Everyone was surprised and talking loudly, with voices echoing. As soon as he aimed, he hit the target right away. It was like a magic that activated instantly. Ethela stood silently, watching him, then thought to herself, "I see. Soren must be combining the numbers into one large set and deploying them." She quietly concluded in her mind, "This is a technique of modularization, once used in intelligent magic." Now, above Soren's head, his attack looked like fireworks exploding in the sky, while beneath his feet a wide magic circle covered the entire field. Ethela continued observing and thought. This knowledge must have been something he acquired at the impassable bridge. She quietly marveled. What an incredible rate of growth. As for Soren, he was focused on continuing to release attacks toward the targets. His shots never missed and all the targets were obliterated. After a while, the training session with the final image ended. Soren stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, not noticing the information on the wall. Time's up, level 19, score 342. Time limit 0 minutes. Everyone below was astonished. Isn't that a perfect score? He took down 342 targets in 1 minute. Someone's voice rang out. Should I switch to using photons too? It's best not to. That's only possible when you understand it like Soren. He was standing, wiping his sweat and sighed, then thought to himself, with this method, I don't need to worry about the rapid-fire test anymore. Standing outside, watching everything, he folded his arms and spoke up. Up until now, he hasn't been able to succeed with magic. But as soon as he understood it, he scored 342 points right away. Impressive, Iruki said from the side. That's really a casual score. He quickly added, what? But it was his first time, so that's not bad. Iruki sat up and looked at him, smiling widely, saying that his score was casual, but still interesting. Iruki suddenly raised his hand and called out to Ethela. Professor, I also want to try. Both she and Nate were startled when they heard him say that. She voiced her concern. Iruki, you too? She furrowed her brows, worried, and reminded him. But you mustn't cause any trouble. Understood? Soren, who had been wiping his face, suddenly heard someone's voice and was surprised. Huh? It's Iruki. Does he want to practice too? Hearing this, he immediately felt irritated, turning his face away while thinking. Iruki, I don't like the way he thinks. But he hesitated and continued thinking, I'm still curious. Iruki stepped out onto the stage, looking bold and confident. Everyone gathered and looked at him. He took his hands out of his pockets. His face showed a smug expression. Seeing this, everyone stood there, stunned, discussing. A rapid fire with the A-direction shift? Impossible, rapid fire is completely different. Soren was equally surprised. Someone's voice echoed. So, he plans to take down the targets by just looking at them. Instead of using synesthesia, the targets appeared, floating around Iruki one by one. There was also a large summoning circle beneath his feet. He lowered his head and snapped his fingers. His magic field shot straight toward the target. Soren raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought, is the size of the target being reduced as well? How does he plan to do this? Then he widened his eyes in shock and muttered, Iruki's magic field twisted in a Z shape, passing through the center of the targets in the sky, stunning everyone below. Then the targets suddenly exploded simultaneously, like fireworks. Everyone gasped in surprise and exclaimed. The board displayed the results. Speed goal. Level 02. Score, 13. Time limit, 0 minutes, 57 seconds. Iruki's magic field twisted again, passing through the center of the targets, and they exploded once more above everyone's heads. Soren stood there, amazed, watching them explode. He thought to himself that he didn't even need to keep watching. He would easily surpass my score. He thought, his face growing serious. Iruki stood above, glanced down, and smirked, silently thinking. If you're already this shocked, you're not ready. Soren. Then he pointed his hand forward, adjusting the magic field to move faster through the targets. The speed increased. Is Iruki always this strong? A fellow student said, surprised. Soren, standing behind, looked up and raised his hand to cover his mouth. His face was one of astonishment, and he began to analyze the situation. I understand now. If you observe closely, you'll see that he's not chasing the targets with his eyes. He's predicting the target's movement using motion equations. He looked up at how Iruki controlled the magic field and thought to himself. Iruki is breaking down the targets into different equations. He continued to think. But to his surprise, after predicting their movements, Iruki could still keep up with all the targets using the directional shift. Soren thought, then raised his hand to his chin and spoke. How is his magic field moving this fast? That's probably due to his self-discipline. He turned to the person next to him, smiling, and said, Yes, but Iruki doesn't just work with hundreds or thousands of numbers. Soren asked, his voice full of curiosity. So, is he calculating numbers higher than thousands? He looked at him, showing his teeth, and answered bluntly, millions. Hearing this, Soren's expression showed disbelief. The board on the wall displayed the results. Time's up. Level 24 with a score of 548 and a time limit of 0 minutes. Everyone cheered for Iruki's result. What? Iruki, that's incredible. Meanwhile, Iruki was grinning proudly, one hand on his hip. He had one hand raised above his head, looking very awkward. Everyone continued shouting. How come you've been hiding your skills? Hitting the target with such a small directional shift is really hard. Is he even human? Ithella stood to the side, watching him walk past, looking up thoughtfully. Impressive, very skillful. He walked up to the edge of the stage and stood in front of Soren, who was glaring at him. Iruki spoke. So, what do you think? Then he continued, Is it worth watching? Soren looked up at him and replied. Impressive. I didn't know you could use the directional shift like that. Iruki, with his hands in his pockets, smirked arrogantly as he looked at him and said, Is that all? I'm a little disappointed. He asked what? Iruki spoke up. I'm really impressed that you thought of modularization. Soren's face turned pale when he heard that from Iruki. Then Iruki's expression grew serious as he looked at him and asked, Are you curious about how I calculated millions of numbers? Soren tensed up, glaring at Iruki. I am, but is it okay for you to tell me that? It seems like you're treating me like your rival. Everyone was watching, curious about what the two of them were talking about. Iruki stood on the podium, speaking arrogantly. It doesn't matter. Even if you know, you probably still wouldn't be able to do it. Soren remained silent, not responding. Everyone was puzzled. What the heck is going on? Iruki's voice rang out. It's nothing. Then he scratched the back of his head, glancing away, and continued. I used block and reduced the units. Soren was extremely shocked when he heard that. He gaped, thinking to himself, Impossible. How could you consider this a valid method? Everyone around them gasped in disbelief. What? What did he say? Isn't that way too advanced? The numbers are way bigger. Even if you use calculus, a simple method of calculation, the equations would still become complex. He frowned slightly. This is the mad scientist syndrome. Iruki raised his index finger to his nose, furrowing his brow, and spoke. What do you think? Do you think you can beat me? Soren raised his voice. I have no intention of defeating anyone. This is just a test. Don't look away and cover your nose. Answer me. Then Iruki's expression grew serious. If you don't have the skills, then give up on your life's ideals and continue pretending you're the best. He spoke disdainfully. There's nothing convincing about that. Soren, visibly angry, retorted, So if I defeat you, it'll prove I'm right, right? Iruki snapped his fingers and grinned mysteriously, Of course. But you should know, no matter how vast your knowledge is. Iruki continued, compared to me, it's nothing but that of a bug. Soren was furious. What? A bug? Everyone gasped in surprise, including Soren himself, who thought to himself, this. Iruki then eagerly rummaged through his paper bag, muttering, this is interesting. The rules of the target shooting test. Your score is based on the number of targets hit within the time limit. Level 01, score 00, time limit is 1 minute. For each level, the number of targets will increase. First stage, 10 targets. Second stage, 11 targets. Third stage, 12 targets. Fourth stage, 13 targets. Fifth stage, 14 targets. If you miss even one target, you cannot proceed to the next stage. Additionally, the higher the level, the faster the summoned targets will appear. If you can't control your domain fast enough, the student will fail. If you can't quickly handle the targets, you can't summon more, and your score will drop drastically. Everyone gathered around, focusing on the results of the shooting test. Soren was also watching, thinking to himself, the average score for Class 5 is 400, and no one has ever scored above 700. He quickly deduced to score 700. I probably can't miss a single target within 1 minute and need to reach level 30. To do that in 5 seconds, I'll need to surpass 1 level. At this point, Soren stood in the center of the podium, under the watchful eyes of everyone. He then focused, raised his right hand to the sky. Immediately, the targets exploded one after another under his aim. The other students looked up in amazement. One of them exclaimed in admiration, awesome, amazing. Then he turned around and launched an attack, his eyes showing clear determination and sharpness. He swung his arm, directing his domain towards the targets in front of him, and they continued to explode violently in the air. The two people who had spoken with Soren earlier were now standing, looking at him in shock. The one in front spoke up. Soren isn't messing around. Now he doesn't even need to move his head to hit the targets. The person behind him skeptically asked, how is he doing that? The blackboard on the wall flashed with the announcement. Time's up, level 25, score 567, time limit 0 minutes. Someone's voice echoed, in just 1 week, his score has increased by 200 points. The time was up, the domain vanished, and he stretched his left wrist and sighed as the crowd cheered. Then Soren turned and began to walk away. From a distance, two people were whispering to each other. His firing speed is incredible. Once he locks onto a target, he doesn't miss. The guy next to him replied softly, his continuous shots have really improved too. In 1 second, I think he must have shot 4 rounds. The man wiped his sweat with a cloth while glancing back, then exhaled. He thought to himself, see, I've already caught up with his score. It turned out he was glancing at a rookie behind him, who was smirking and slowly getting up. Then he walked past Soren and headed toward the podium. A rookie, hands in his pockets, spoke casually, my turn? Everyone turned their eyes to the podium, and so did Soren, tense as he stared at it. And the result was the same. Iruki still controlled his domain skillfully, sweeping through the targets, causing them to explode in unison. Someone's voice suddenly sounded. His domain is even smaller than before. Iruki's domain swept right past their heads. Everyone watched in awe as the targets exploded, and the person continued, and even faster. His domain continued to curve through the targets, making them explode as a result. After a while, Iruki was finally done. He raised his hand, signaling with his fingers like a gun, then spoke casually, done. The board on the wall flashed again. Time's up, level 25, score 568, time limit 0 minutes. Iruki didn't care and walked off without a glance. The crowd started discussing excitedly. Iruki's score also went up, but it's just 1 point higher than Soren's new score. Then the chatter started to die down. Soren almost made it, but he lost. But Soren's score is increasing exponentially. He'll catch up soon. And Soren was feeling very confused. Soren watched Iruki's back and thought, that 1 point difference is no coincidence. The next day, their scores were only 1 point apart again, with Soren's 571 and Iruki's 572. The next day, the difference between 585 and 586 was just 1 point. The day after that, the gap between 593 and 594 was again just 1 point. Iruki stood with his back to the crowd, raising his right hand, glancing back and smirking proudly. The other students cheered his name, Iruki. Iruki. Only Soren knew that the 1 point difference was deliberate. He stood still, eyes wide, staring at the podium, deep in thought. Want just 1 point more than me? You must have calculated everything from level 1. Then Soren furrowed his brows, staring ahead, pondering. That's exactly it. Though he didn't say it aloud, that was the message Iruki was sending. He imagined Iruki standing on the high wall, looking down at him with arrogant eyes. He could easily defeat someone like me. Soren stood there silently, lost in thought. A little later, at the tall, luxurious building, someone's voice rang out. This time Iruki will probably win. It turned out that the three of them were sitting and talking. The guy sitting at the table, crossing his legs and tilting his head, continued. Getting over 600 points. Soren is really impressive. The person sitting on the left leaned on the table and spoke up. It's just that Iruki is too strong. On Iruki's side, he was sitting, resting his cheek on his hand, looking arrogantly in another direction, not caring about the two people in front of him speaking. Iruki, would you like to join our research team? Teach us how you do it. What's the maximum score you can achieve? Iruki? Soren, sitting to the side, clenched his fist, looking dissatisfied at Iruki. Exactly. Unlike someone who's putting in all his effort like me, Iruki hasn't even used his full potential. Then he silently thought, if I don't figure this out soon, all these efforts will have been in vain. Suddenly, Nate patted him on the shoulder, smiling with narrowed eyes, and said, It's okay. We're cheering for you. Then he added, Actually, both of you are my friends, so it doesn't matter who wins. Soren, irritated, turned his head to look at him and responded, Seriously, when we were eating, I didn't even know if I was chewing food or numbers. He leaned on the table, propped up on both elbows, and tilted his head slightly, saying slowly, I feel sorry for you, but as a spectator, this is really exciting. We're all eager to see which of you will break the high score record. Soren asked, High score record? Is that a thing? Then he asked, What's the score? Is it some senior's record? Nate smirked and replied, Don't tell me you don't know your girlfriend's score. Soren was surprised and turned his head. What? Nate shouted, It's Ami's record, 987 points. At that moment, somewhere else, possibly in front of a two-story building on the school grounds, people were passing by. A girl with pink red hair was sitting against a chair when she heard someone call her name, Ami. It was Serial, running toward her while calling her. Serial stood anxiously in front of her and spoke, Long time no see. You've gained quite a bit of weight. Looks like the graduate class is tough. She handed her a set of documents while smiling lightly, revealing dark circles under her eyes, and said, Don't worry. You'll be just like me soon. Here, this is the document you asked for. Then they both sat down to drink water and chat. Serial looked at her and asked, Was the promotion test really difficult? Ami took a sip of her drink and replied, Not that difficult, but the standards are high. Even if you get a high score, it's not guaranteed you'll pass. Then Ami made a serious face, as if to warn her, They'll study everything you've done up to now. Serial gasped and exclaimed, Oh my God, that's terrifying. But then Ami lowered her head and smiled reassuringly, Don't worry, even though they call it the graduate class. It's really just an advanced level 4 class. With your skills, you'll be fine. Serial held her cup with both hands and looked at Ami with admiration. Wow, I think you've changed. Her mindset seems much more solid now. While Serial was thinking, Ami spoke up, How's Soren been lately? Serial was struck by the question like a bolt of lightning. And suddenly she screamed in shock. How terrible! You two haven't met? Are you really dating? Then she continued, There's something interesting going on, her voice echoed by a nearby artificial waterfall. Ami's expression seemed uninterested as she asked, So, Iruki challenged Soren? She looked at Serial, who was worried, and continued. When I was still in level 5, he also challenged me. He's kind of strange, isn't he? He pretends not to care about others, but once he defeats you, he... Hearing this, Serial was confused. So, is he a genius hunter? Or something like that? And what about our Chiron? Aren't you going to help him, Ami? Serial hurriedly asked her, one after another. She, on the other hand, was leaning her arm on the armrest of the chair, sipping her drink, and calmly replied. Why bother? He doesn't need my help. And what do you mean by our Chiron? She suddenly shouted. You're so heartless. Why are you being so cold to your boyfriend? Ami furrowed her brows, took a sip from her straw, and softly said, No, that's not what I meant. Then she seemed ready to say, Chiron knows what he needs to do. Over here, he was panting heavily. His face was soaked with sweat. It turns out he had just completed the rapid-fire test. Everyone was in awe when they saw the scoreboard on the wall. Timeout, level 30, score 700, and time limit 0 minutes. Now Chiron was gasping for breath. He He was standing with one hand on his knee, loosening his tie. It seemed he had given it his all. The two people standing below the platform were astonished and exclaimed in turn, "I can't believe I'm seeing someone score 700 points in level 5. That damn bastard, what a terrifying monster." The crowd was buzzing with excitement. To achieve that score, he had to level up 10 levels in 10 seconds. I can't believe he actually did it. Chiron furrowed his brows and limped, almost at the end of his strength. A rookie, with his hands in his pockets, arrogantly walked toward him and said, "Congratulations, 700 is a high score. Not bad, right?" Chiron gasped for air and glanced at him, replying, "Because I wanted to prove something to you." Iruki closed his eyes, casually passing by him with a smirk. "I knew it." Serial's voice rang out. "So, can Chiron win?" Ami, sipping her drink and looking at the sky, responded in a nonchalant tone. "What does winning or losing matter? It's just a test." Hearing this, she looked at Ami in surprise. "Wait, are you flexing your undefeated Ami reputation?" Then she continued yelling, "I know you defeated a rookie, the one who holds the record of 987 points in the rapid-fire test." Ami neighed in rebuttal. "No, I've never competed with him. I still talk about his taunting tricks, though." Then she glanced somewhere, as if saying if we actually did compete, I'd probably lose. She said this in a serious tone. Serial was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Her scream echoed. "What?" Back to the scene. The blackboard appeared, showing only the word over. 711 points and 0 minutes. The crowd in the stands shouted out, "Incredible! That was a rookie's result." He was standing, looking at his result. Someone's voice screamed loudly. 1 point difference again. I can't believe he scored 700 points and still looked so calm. What is a rookie's limit? Everyone was wondering that. Cyril, bewildered, stood amidst the crowd, thinking, "I'm sure." Then he looked up at a rookie with an unsatisfied expression, quietly reaching a conclusion in his mind. "I can't beat him." Cyril's briefcase was casually placed on the table. He sat quietly on the simple bed inside the large room. The sunlight streamed through the window, directly shining on his face. He gazed out of the window, lost in thought. After the holiday ends, the next test period begins. I only have 3 days. Then he closed his eyes, bowed his head, and sighed. I can't find any other way to beat a rookie in that short time. Should I give up? It's just a test, after all. Suddenly, he remembered the words. Well then, idealize life and pretend like you're the best. His expression suddenly changed. There was something unsatisfied on his face. Then he remembered a series of images he had experienced recently, all painful and unfair things to him. Then he thought, no one will believe what I say. And the last image he remembered was when he was young, witnessing several dead bodies scattered on the road in an alley. Then he took a match, lit it, and set a candle on fire. He sat cross-legged on the bed, looking at the burning candle on the table, lost in thought. I've lost my sense of reality after studying at this aristocratic school for so long. In truth, Iruki's words weren't wrong. And then he thought, the world won't listen to those without power. Chiron's eyes suddenly turned blue, and he silently told himself, I won't give up. Then he sat up straight, closed his eyes, and meditated to surpass Iruki. There was no other way but to surpass the numbers. The drops of water slowly grew smaller and formed larger numbers. He silently said, what is this number series? And he gathered the numbers into a circular field, glowing brightly in the palm of his hand. He raised it to eye level, looking at it. What is its core? Then he reminded himself, don't think about that. He then raised his hand straight to the sky and released it. He continued to think, if I get lost in these thoughts, I won't be able to observe the whole picture. I will only, he thought as he relaxed his hand. The small blue lights slowly fell down. And as he thought, feeling them, the lights transformed into even smaller lights, falling down one after another. More and more solitary lights fell, enveloping Chiron's body. His body floating in midair, transparent and glowing blue. His eyes wide-eyed as he looked at them. Then he wondered how far he could count. Then he thought, I can. Chiron was flying up towards where the light was coming from. Then he pondered, how far can I go? He flew to a barrier like a rippling water surface, with a whirlpool in the center. He flew into it while thinking, what is this? The end of the numbers? Impossible, numbers are infinite. Chiron touched the thin surface with both hands, stopped thinking, so what is this? Suddenly, the space around him began to crack, and he stared in shock with his mouth wide open. The ground beneath his feet started cracking, and when he looked down, he gasped in surprise, huh? Huh? And then the crack under his feet widened, forming a large hole. He froze, not knowing what to do. Back in the present, he hurriedly opened his eyes, breathing heavily, and thought, I must have counted, but what was that? An illusion? The candle on the table had burned out, leaving only the wax residue. He stared at it, wondering, was it because of death? Was it really an illusion? I felt a strong pulling force. Chiron sat cross-legged on the bed, raised his hands, and looked outside the window in shock, trying to explain it like the numbers. Maybe they exist not just to be counted. He looked up at the bright moon above the castle, thinking. Chiron later realized that 40 hours had passed since he closed his eyes. The next day, the speed shooting test would take place at the training ground, Stadium 1. It was the speed shooting test for Class 5, and 2 people stood in the middle of the field. The audience seating around the stadium had filled up. The scoreboard on the wall was also up and running. Someone sighed and said, I'm so nervous, so nervous. It was those 2 male students again. The person on the left spoke up in confusion. Why are the lower class students here? The person on the right furrowed his brows and replied, probably here to watch. I've done that too. Suddenly, everyone looked at the door. Oh, over there. Then someone exclaimed in surprise. Why are the seniors from Class 4 here too? Among them was Serial. The male student cried, the pressure is too much. The person on the right awkwardly spoke up to comfort him. Don't worry, they're all here to watch the match between Chiron and Iruki. That's probably it. Everyone in the back seats didn't dare speak when Serial and her friends took someone else's spot. She smiled slyly, raised her hand, and said to the student who had lost his seat, thanks. The male student who had been crying earlier responded, oh, of course. He looked up at the schedule for the events happening today. So many events. Someone's voice rang out. The main event today. The scoreboard displayed that Iruki and Chiron would compete against each other in Group 20. The male student with pink hair asked, who do you think will win? The person sitting in the middle stroked his chin and replied, Iruki is currently leading. Serial raised her index finger confidently and said, it's still too early to say. Then she looked at them and mischievously continued. Since the test is team-based, the score might change. If it's in a real-world scenario, Chiron will win, she said confidently. By now, a minute had passed, and the test had ended. In the first round, the person on the left won with a score of 427. He happily raised 2 fingers and said, I won. The other person, dissatisfied, said, I passed the test, but why am I still so upset? Serial, sitting in the stands, furrowed her brows and rested her chin, thinking, he says that, but what should I do? I'm so worried. And after a minute, the test ended. It was Nade's team. He stood wiping the sweat off, secretly glad. I did well. Ithella, standing behind the desk, spoke up, well done, Team 19. She then flipped over a piece of paper and smiled slyly. Now it's time for the final team, Team 20. After she finished speaking, the cheers of the crowd echoed across the ceiling. Iruki and Chiron both stepped into position at the same time, and the crowd chanted their names, Chiron, Iruki. The chanting continued to echo, Iruki. Ithella felt uneasy. He stood silently in the midst of the cheers, Chiron. Someone spoke up casually, Chiron seems really focused. The 2 friends raised their index fingers to their lips, signaling for him to be quiet. The cheering stopped completely. The 2 were now standing at the center of the arena. Ithella's voice rang out, you will have 1 minute. She stood behind the 2 and spoke, many students are watching you. So I hope you both do your best. Chiron, focusing, nodded slightly. Iruki didn't seem interested. Ithella then said, all right, let's begin. The information board on the wall had 2 buttons, yellow for Iruki and red for Chiron. The yellow button beeped, and everyone went silent, watching the arena. Chiron started counting in his mind, his eyes glowing with the same light as in his dream. Then the red button beeped for him. Both began to activate their domains for the battle. The 2 used different techniques. Iruki's was powerful and serpentine, while Chiron's was decisive and precise. The audience below the stands was watching the breathtaking match, and they exclaimed, amazing. Now both were at the same level, level 12, after only 58 seconds. Someone shouted. At the start, all the targets exploded. Chiron's eyes emitted blue light as he focused all his domain power into his palm. The crowd cheered in admiration. Both are so skilled. Iruki, while casting her technique, glanced at Chiron. Someone commented that Iruki's domain was now smaller. Indeed, Iruki's technique became sharper and faster, destroying targets with precision. Someone sitting next to Serial crossed their arms and commented, "So this is the power behind the rumors about Iruki. It's strong," she said seriously. "That's why Army calls him a formidable opponent, Chiron." Then, her eyes widened in surprise. "Huh? Chiron's score is higher?" She looked up at the information board and exclaimed, "Chiron's score is 121, while Iruki's is 119. Then she shouted at him, "That bastard Iruki is playing around again? Does he think he can turn the situation around and joke like this?" "I admit it, Iruki, you're still laughing in your heart, but everyone is misunderstanding." He raised his hand and smiled, thinking while launching his attack, "I've been giving my all from the start." He glanced over at Chiron and thought, this guy only in 3 days. What has he done? Iruki looked at Chiron, who was focused on launching his attack, thinking this. On the podium, Ifella watched them carefully without taking her eyes off. She thought to herself, I understand now. When you travel a road for the first time, it seems long, but if you go again, you'll get there faster. She silently looked at Chiron, then continued thinking, counting is the same. But, you've come so far already, Chiron. Iruki looked at him with a smile, the kind of smile that showed he was out of his mind, and said, this guy is really crazy. Chiron quickly swung his hand forward, focusing his domain into his palm and firing it, causing the targets to explode one by one. Then, Chiron stared at his palm, thinking to himself, release the module. Ifella, standing outside, was incredibly surprised. She started to think, he's gathering the numbers while simultaneously calculating them. This technique can only be used when a person reaches the limit of their computational awareness. She remembered when Chiron entered the arena. To do this, he must have entered a state of super focus before coming here. But if that's the case, right now he is extremely focused to attack as quickly and accurately as possible. He reminded himself, if he loses focus even a little bit, all the efforts to maintain the matrix so far will be in vain. He had to stay focused no matter what. He furrowed his brow, thinking this. In his mind, a golden spark flew straight into the source of the light over there. On the information board on the wall, the scores of the two were rising steadily. Chiron was leading with a score of 469, while Iruki's score was 432. The gray-haired person sitting next to Serial suddenly exclaimed, the point gap is getting bigger. She and the girl next to her raised their hands and stood up, shouting, Chiron is pulling ahead. Everyone in the stand stood up and cheered. The blonde girl with pigtails shouted toward the arena, go faster. The atmosphere in the arena was intense. Both of their techniques were incredibly powerful and swift. Everyone was excited and praising. Iruki, while launching his technique to destroy a target, thought, this is some serious motivation. That guy is breaking his usual calculation style, which means he's betting everything on this move. He glanced at Chiron, a slight smile on his lips. Fine, I admit it, Chiron. Your spirit is just as strong as mine. Then, he immediately clenched his fist and muttered, but my bet will always be on a completely different level. Iruki emphasized his thoughts and clenched his fist, his sharp eyes focusing his domain. Suddenly, green lightning surrounded him. Everyone froze in shock. Some stood up. Others rubbed their eyes to see what was happening. Something was strange, the points of Iruki. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. His score just shot up out of nowhere. Iruki's score suddenly skyrocketed, and his level was now one higher than Chiron's. The two people standing next to each other earlier were also in shock. The person on the left spoke up, but I don't think Chiron is falling behind at all. The person on the right added, the rhythm of Iruki's explosions just changed in a strange way. Nate thought to himself, no way. Serial's group of 3 had stood up. The pink-haired girl wondered, did anyone notice something strange with Iruki's domain projection? She fronade and answered, yes, that's not a projection. Serial panicked and pointed forward, shouting, he's using 2 domains at once. 2 streams of domain appeared around Iruki, surrounding him. Now everyone was incredibly surprised. Someone yelled, is that even possible? Ifella, astonished, started thinking, that's the end of the domain. It's a characteristic sign of the mind-switching separation technique. I never thought I'd witness a student using this technique. What's more, he's executing 2 consecutive chains at the same time and recording the process. She thought to herself, even if he has the genius syndrome, that kind of ability is incredibly rare. I never a magi, Nate a child, could hide such immense power. Then, Ithella murmured, another unpredictable variable has appeared at this magic academy. Siriel and her friends were intently watching the arena. She muttered, Ami was right. Iruki's dual domains passed through the target and flew across the ceiling. Siriel's voice rang out. Iruki is truly a monster. Iruki extended his hand forward, directing both domains to strike the target. The scores of both players suddenly stopped. Iruki had 845 points, and Cyrone had 692. Someone's voice exclaimed, it's over. Nade's group of 3 watched closely. The person on the left spoke, so it's clear what the outcome is. Then he continued, this time, Cyrone really was out of luck. He's standing there, silently struggling to catch his breath. He felt powerless, thinking in the end, I still couldn't win, even though I bet everything I had. Cyrone hung there in front of the mirror in his mind, clearly having done his best, now feeling exhausted. He thought to himself, but I still can't even compare to half of a rookie. He sadly thought in his mind, even though I've tried my best. His hand dropped, but then he clenched it into a fist. Cyrone thought again, try my best? Sweat beaded on his face as he bowed his head. He stared, telling himself, no, I'm still afraid. Cyrone feared that he wouldn't be allowed to follow that path. Then he raised his clenched fist and slammed it into the mirror in front of him. But now it didn't matter anymore, Cyrone thought. A crack appeared in the mirror as he withdrew his fist. Then, Cyrone raised his fist again, gathering strength. He gritted his teeth and stared at the crack with determined eyes, thinking, I will break through this myself. A powerful force slammed into the mirror and created a large hole, which suddenly began to glow. Cyrone stared in awe as the light reflected off his face. The light filled the entire space in his mind, as if it were daylight. Back on the arena, Ithella turned her head in shock to look at him. She glanced over and wondered, Cyrone? Unable to believe it, all the targets were pierced by Cyrone's yellow light beams, which shot through the center with millimeter precision. The light was truly so small. The audience in the stands was once again stunned, unable to close their mouths in amazement. Someone shouted, hey, look at Cyrone, the light. It's getting brighter and brighter. Siriel's group was also in a hurry, almost rushing down to the arena. Cyrone made no sound, only standing there with his head lowered. The light emanating from him was so intense that the targets, which were green, turned black. Then, they were completely destroyed, no trace left, by the light beams coming from Cyrone without him needing to do anything. The scores of both players were rapidly increasing, but it seemed Cyrone's were rising faster than Iruki's. He turned to look at Cyrone, coughing once, then grinned through clenched teeth, thinking, no matter how fast you are, I'll still calculate faster than you. There were only 5 seconds left. Iruki was still confident. I will calculate every number in this world. His dual domains were still accelerating, and there were 4 seconds left. As Iruki's dual domain struck the target, only 3 seconds remained. He thought, I'm ahead, I can win, and there were only 2 seconds left, just 1 more second. Finally, only 1 second remained. Iruki frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, damn, why is time moving so slowly? Everyone stood up together and shouted as the match ended. Iruki suddenly sat down on the floor, thinking, it's over. He looked at his score with satisfaction. Not bad, I won, didn't I? His score was 1247, and then he looked over at Cyrone, wondering, how's Cyrone? His face showed confusion as he glanced at Cyrone, who still hadn't moved. Suddenly, someone ran over, shook his shoulder, and called out loudly, Cyrone. He snapped out of it and took a deep breath. It was Cyril, slowly letting go of his shoulder, looking worried and asking, Cyrone, are you okay? The people around them gathered close, and he spoke up, Cyril, the test. She turned to look at the scoreboard on the wall, and cheerfully said, the victory belongs to you. He was stunned as he looked at the scoreboard, and she continued, you set a new record. His score was 1273. The other students happily gathered around, all saying in unison, congratulations, Cyrone. He stood there stunned, thinking, did I really win? Suddenly, Iruki walked over to Cyrone and called out to him, hey you. Cyrone looked at Iruki with wide eyes. Everyone around them was also surprised. Iruki then said, wide area magic is banned in rapid-fire tests, you know. Cyrone immediately closed his mouth, thinking, right, the whole arena was covered by that light. Iruki's voice rang out again. You really are something else. Iruki put one hand in his pocket and extended the other to offer a handshake, smiling as he said, Just because you can use wide area magic doesn't mean it's about flaunting it. I'm just kidding. Congratulations on your win. The other male students nearby all exclaimed in surprise. What? Iruki actually admits he was defeated? Is the sun rising in the west today? Cyrone took Iruki's hand as he stood up, saying, So, are you finally admitting what I said? That life is more important than research? Iruki replied seriously, Yes, you're right. Cyrone, still in disbelief, asked again, Huh? You're being serious? Iruki calmly responded, But it seems like you misunderstood something. A blast doesn't necessarily mean violence. No one understood what they were talking about. Iruki continued, A blast is just a large energy mass accumulated together. To be considered violence, the intention of the user must be to cause harm to others. Serial, standing beside them, widened her eyes and muttered softly. But Cyrone doesn't care about that. Cyrone raised his eyebrow in rebuttal. A lot of those energies are controlled by humans. Doesn't that still make them dangerous? Iruki replied. Then the person who controls that enormous energy must take responsibility for it. Speaking of which, I have something to ask of you, he said, looking at Cyrone with confusion. Iruki's face grew serious as he spoke. From now on, you must be responsible for me. Iruki's voice rang out. An explosion is just a release of massive energy. It's uncontrollable energy. But if we can control it, it could be the energy that saves 100,000 lives. He spoke seriously, as a strange light shone from the dark sky, casting down over a city. Iruki stood facing Cyrone and said, A new era has begun. We're no longer just fighting against nature. Of course, I don't have such noble ideals. Cyrone stood there silently for a moment before speaking. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? If you had, I wouldn't have misunderstood. The others were standing around, watching them, whispering among themselves. Iruki responded, I wanted you to understand where you belong, as the one who wields the power. Cyrone was surprised by Iruki's answer. Then he stood up straight and continued, Or are you just someone who knows how to fear? Cyrone stared ahead, thinking, I understand now. Iruki is afraid. He's afraid his power might get out of control, he thought as he looked at him. Iruki spoke with eyes full of anguish. If you defeat me, you'll prove your will. So, the only one who can stop me is you. Iruki looked at Cyrone, who appeared confused, and spoke sincerely. If you can't handle me, I won't take another step. Those standing behind Cyrone were puzzled and murmured, What? Is he saying he won't move because of his own strength? Cyrone was uncertain, not sure what to make of it. Suddenly, Iruki said something that left him completely confused. He looked at Iruki with worry, unsure whether Iruki was delusional or being practical. But there was one thing he was sure of. He stared into Iruki's eyes and thought, the fear in his eyes is real. Then he stepped forward, took Iruki's hand, and spoke, I promise. He looked at him with firm determination. When the time comes, I'll stop you. Everyone in the arena had no idea what was happening and all exclaimed together. What? Then Nade ran toward them, tears streaming down his face, calling out, You guys. He threw his arms around the two of them, pulling them into a hug and laughing. You guys are so cool. I'm proud to have you as my friends. Ithella stood behind the crowd and called out, Cyrone, come here for a moment. He turned Nade around and replied, Yes, of course, while Iruki struggled to breathe as Nade squeezed his neck. Then Cyrone followed Ithella outside. She suddenly grabbed his shoulder and spoke in a tone that made him flinch. Cyrone, she said, looking at him with concern, do you know what you just done? Do you really want to leave here? Cyrone panicked when he heard her. Cyrone hesitated. Professor Ithella. She raised an eyebrow and said, Where you're heading? If you go to that place, you won't be yourself anymore. Cyrone looked down dejectedly and spoke softly. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was this dangerous. Ithella spoke gently, Cyrone. Then she lowered her head thoughtfully and continued, The domain you're about to enter goes beyond mere numbers and is called the Infinite Realm. Wizards often call it the immortal function. She looked into his eyes and added, Our clerics call it Nirvana. Cyrone was stunned when he heard that word. Humans can reach the infinite, but those who reach it will cease to exist as they are. He thought to himself, Beyond the numbers, what I saw there, the space I shattered with my punch was vast. Cyrone felt a pull toward it, as though something was drawing him forward. He continued to think, It keeps pulling me in. Cyrone suddenly woke up from sleep, gasping for air and pressing his hand against his forehead. He got out of bed, placed his hands on the desk, and thought, that nightmare again. Ever since I entered that place, I've been having this nightmare every day. He said that when he went inside, he felt a strange sensation. He picked up a glass of water, but his hands were unsteady, causing the glass to tip over. Suddenly, his whole body trembled. He placed his hands on the table to steady himself, while his other hand grabbed at the chest of his shirt. He was worried and scared, thinking that sometimes he could still feel it. I asked Professor Ethan, but neither of us could figure out what was wrong with my body. He looked at the puddle of water on the table, worried. What the hell is happening to me? One evening, as birds were flying back to their nests, Cyrone's voice echoed through the ceiling. Lately, I think I'm being haunted. He sat in a chair, his face clearly showing exhaustion from not being able to sleep well. Iruki and Nade, sitting nearby, neighed to him in confusion after hearing what he said. The three of them were in some room. Nade sat on the left side of the couch, scratching his head and grinning. You look serious, so I got worried there for a second. Cyrone sat in the middle, looking tired as he responded. I'm serious. You're saying this is a research group on spiritual science, right? Iruki sat with his arms crossed, smiling wryly. The level of concern from someone who's beaten me is on another level. Nade was surprised. Wait, you actually thought he was serious? Cyrone sighed, looking at Iruki and asking, did I ask something stupid? Iruki propped his chin with his hand, looking at him and speaking up. The dream you mentioned, Nade, wasn't it of you in an empty, dark space? He continued, and the stars were being pulled toward somewhere, right? Cyrone simply nodded. Iruki's voice rang out, and finally, that barrier shattered, right? A burst of light, correct? Iruki asked. Cyrone wide, Nade his eyes and replied, yeah, that's right. It moved like a heartbeat. Iruki, sitting cross-legged on the chair, looked at him and said, considering the size and speed of the space you're talking about, that must be a number that no one in this world can predict. Now Iruki had a new nickname, the Black Dreamer, Iruki, spiritual studies critic. Jokingly, if we assume that place is real, he continued, his expression turning serious, it would have to be outside the universe. Nade and Cyrone both froze and looked at Iruki in surprise, exclaiming in unison, outside the universe? Cyrone looked at Iruki with suspicion and asked, are you talking about the universe mentioned Nade in the books? But how could I dream about it if I've never even seen it? Nade propped his chin and stared at him sharply. No. He raised his hand and said with a very serious expression, I've heard about it. Cyrone looked flustered and exclaimed, Nade. And Nade also had a new nickname, Wide Nade the Spiritual Studies Questioner. With a serious face, he explained, Nade, 200 years ago, a death row inmate underwent a soul-swapping experiment. If a person's soul is materialized, there's a hypothesis that electricity can separate it. A closed conduit, or in other words, they would place a person in a metal box and pass an electric current through it. But the experiment was inhumane and was stopped long ago. The death row inmate survived, and their consciousness returned Nade after a month. But Nade paused here for a moment. Then he continued, he also gave Nade knowledge of the situation of countries beyond the continent, about places he had never been or heard of. Cyrone asked in confusion, is that really true? Nade rested his elbows on his thighs, falling silent as he answered. The information the death row inmate provided has been verified and confirmed to be true. He glanced at Cyrone and warned Nade him. His soul was separated by electricity, and then it was ionized, causing an electrical phenomenon. Is it possible that this power attracted information about the world to the death row inmate? That's a hypothesis. The strange itching sensation the inmate experienced. That's called a spiritual sensation. When I heard Nade mention it, I got goosebumps, and Cyrone hugged his arms tightly, scared, exclaiming, oh, itching? That's just like my symptoms. Iruki suddenly stood up, startling Cyrone, and then spoke loudly. So that's why Cyrone can see the universe out there. If your soul was ionized by electricity leading to a quantum phenomenon, then the possibility of you transcending space and time becomes real. Cyrone was dumbfounded. Transcending space and time? Iruki held up his thumb and index finger, creating a small space the size of a tiny bead, and said, in a microscopic world smaller than an electron, could an event beyond human comprehension occur there? A world defined by probability, a place you cannot observe and measure at the same time. If you consider the weight of the soul to be lighter than an electron atom, an electron orbit appeared in Iruki's imagination. He continued, The relationship between space and time would become meaningless. And then Iruki pointed his index finger to the ceiling, looking at Cyrone, and concluded it is possible to perceive the space outside. Nate also pointed at Cyrone, excitedly saying, "What do you think?" "I think this is exactly your case." Cyrone shouted in awe. "You figured it out already? This is incredible. With both of you, it really feels like a proper research group." Cyrone praised them, and Nate smiled, showing his teeth, replying, "It seems so, doesn't it?" Iruki also grinned Nate proudly, sitting with his arms crossed, looking at Cyrone and saying, "It's just a matter of solving problems. If we want to research, we need more information." Then he asked, "Why haven't you told the truth yet?" Cyrone didn't understand Iruki's point. Iruki looked at Cyrone seriously. "During the rapid-fire test, your luminous body had a problem. You also mentioned that after that, you started having nightmares every night. Tell us what happened." Iruki sincerely wanted to know what had occurred. Cyrone awkwardly looked down at the table. Then Cyrone shared with them, "Actually, Professor Athela told me a few things." After hearing this, Nate was shocked and shouted, "Immortality function? What is that?" "Iruki, do you know what it is?" Iruki stood there without answering, only letting out a soft laugh. Cyrone looked at him, slightly panicked. Then Iruki leaned back, laughing loudly. "I know now, so that's it. It's the immortality function." Iruki continued, "I heard my father talk about it. It's the dream of mathematicians. A formula that becomes the key to everything in this world." Nate and Cyrone both felt uneasy hearing that, and Cyrone awkwardly replied, "But the professor also said it's extremely dangerous." Iruki spread his arms wide and spoke loudly. "Of course. After all, everything and nothing is the same." Then Iruki covered his mouth, laughing softly, and said, "I get it now. To defeat me, you'll need the immortality function." Cyrone was both surprised and happy as he looked at Iruki. He thought to himself, "I don't know why, but seeing them joke around makes me feel relieved." Cyrone said seriously, "I've made up my mind. I'll join the paranormal research group." Iruki and Nate both jumped up happily when they heard his decision. Nate asked, "Really?" Cyrone replied, "Yeah, I don't want to be scared anymore. I want to research it myself and confront it head-on." Cyrone stood up, squinting and smiling. "If I'm doing it with you guys, I'm sure I'll find something." Nate raised both arms to the sky and shouted, "This is amazing. No matter what the immortality function is, we'll overcome it. Now we have enough people. We're officially a team." Nate was so happy he almost cried. "That means we'll be getting funding." Iruki also said, "But will the professor allow Cyrone to join? Our reputation isn't exactly stellar." Nate mischievously raised a piece of paper and said, "Trust me, I'll get him in without the professor finding out." Cyrone and Iruki looked at each other, both confused, and asked in unison, "Is this really okay?" Then Nate jumped up to snatch the paper from both of them, grinning widely and saying, "Don't worry, it's fine. Now let's go grab some coffee and celebrate the new team member." Nate continued, "I'll do it today." Iruki coldly reminded him, "But you're broke." As for Cyrone, he didn't say anything, just glanced at the window and thought to himself. Then, "This is my research group," he thought, looking around the entire research room. And he told himself, "Let's start by cleaning up one of these afternoons." But it didn't go as Nate had hoped. Nate's group formation application was taken by someone, and it seemed the person was very angry. The scariest professor who discovered it was Sienna. She had a very intimidating expression as she looked at the form and spoke in a low voice. A voice echoed, "Professor Thatch, this is..." Gata, holding a stack of papers up to his nose, glanced back and replied, "Ah, an application to join the research group. This happens every holiday." As Gata walked and talked, he didn't notice a form fall to the ground. It gathered on the ground for a while, and once it's time for training, then the group would form. "Well, let's just get this over with," Sienna said after noticing the form and immediately reminded Gata. "Professor, you dropped this," Sienna said, and Gata jumped in surprise. "Oh no." She picked up the form and looked at it. "This is..." Thatch glanced over as well, and Gata frowned. "Professor, this research group is..." Thatch hesitated, looking at the group's application form. The group researching the science of supernatural souls. His voice was filled with surprise. The group researching the science of supernatural souls? Then Thatch added, and Gata's gaze landed on the name Aryan Chiron. Gata glanced at the form and asked her, "Isn't that Chiron?" Sienna's face darkened, and she didn't say anything. She squeezed the form tightly, causing it to crumple, and then flashed a frightening smile. In the lower region of the mountains, deep within the range, there was a house. A voice echoed out from inside. "I'm sorry, Professor Athela. You're in the middle of your practice." She sat cross-legged at the tea table, lifting a cup of tea and smiling with squinted eyes as she spoke. "You've come all the way here, so it must not be a simple matter, Professor Sienna. So this is Athela's house." The atmosphere grew quiet for a moment. The two sat facing each other, sipping their tea, the surrounding scenery peaceful. Sienna set her cup down and said, "Actually, Chiron has joined a research group." Athela happily asked, "Finally, he's joined a group? Which one?" Sienna leaned forward, her face serious. "A research group on the science of supernatural souls." Athela, who had been drinking her tea, froze upon hearing this, nearly spilling her tea. Then Sienna, both frightened and trembling, continued, "As you know, even before we became professors, this group already had a history of causing trouble. Every day, I received so many complaints from parents." She became more and more frightened. "Why does it have to be that group? Chiron is the future of our school, and right now, he should be focused on his studies." Athela, still holding her cup of tea, looked at her with a silly smile and said, "But isn't the group different now?" She raised her finger and tried to defend Nade's group. "The current president is Nade, a very well-behaved student who gets along with his peers, so I'm sure there won't be any problems. Those troublemakers have all graduated now. The current president of the Thalmia Magic Association is the former president of that group." She continued happily, "I'm sure they will all share wonderful experiences and study together." At the same time, in Nade's group, he was lying with his head on a cushion on the long chair, feeling very relaxed, and greeted Chiron. "Oh, Chiron, you're here?" He stood by the door, using his sleeve to wipe away the dust rising in the air. He complained, "You guys?" From the ceiling, dust was rising all over the room. Chiron, standing, waved the dust away and continued, "Aren't you going to class?" "I'm not feeling too well today, so I'm just lying back on the long chair with my arms behind my head and legs crossed." He replied to him, "I'm not feeling well today." Meanwhile, Iruki, sitting on the chair, focused on his game of chess and said, "I'm always doing this anyway." He then excitedly focused on his game. "All right, checkmate, one more round." His hands moved quickly, controlling two pieces at the same time. Chiron stood behind him, frozen in place, not saying anything further. Then he turned toward the mess on the right and thought to himself, "I cleaned up already, but it's messy again." After that, he spoke up, "You guys aren't studying, not doing any research." Nade lifted his face and replied, "If you regret it, that's fine, but you're not leaving." Chiron turned away, took off his outer uniform, sighed and said, "I'll study now." Saying that, he went to the round table near the long desk, took out his materials, and quietly started studying. Iruki and Nade both silently watched him. Nade, sitting on the chair, made a frustrated face and thought to himself, "What a model student." Suddenly, Iruki propped his elbows on the table, lowered his body, and sneered at him, saying, "Nade, have you finished your new invention yet?" Nade turned around and looked up at him. "Oh, right, of course, I've done it already." Iruki's voice reached Chiron's ears. "So this is the invisibility cloak?" While writing down notes, Chiron overheard Iruki's words. The two of them continued chatting enthusiastically. "Wow, that's so cool, really awesome, right?" Chiron couldn't concentrate on studying anymore, so he secretly tilted his ear to listen to their conversation. "It can last for an hour, and if we input energy like this, wow, that's amazing." Chiron couldn't pretend to stay silent any longer. He stood up, looked at the two of them with a curious expression, and shouted, "I want to see too." Back at the meeting between Sienna and Athela at Athela's private house, Sienna calmly picked up her cup of tea, took a sip, and then spoke. "We were talking about Nate, so let's talk about the other kids as well. That kid, Iruki, he's in the 5th grade but pretends to be so clueless." In Sienna's mind, the faces of Iruki and Chiron appeared. She fell silent, and then continued, "Have you seen his abilities?" And Chiron even defeated Iruki's monster. "Once these graduates finish, they'll likely be the shining stars of our school." Then, suddenly, she hurriedly placed the teacup on her lap, her voice rising as she exclaimed, "What if Chiron hangs out with kids like Iruki and becomes as rebellious as him? He'll become the worst failure case in the Magic Academy." Athela, hearing this, looked dazed and anxiously spoke, "Failure?" Then, Athela casually replied, "Oh, you're worrying too much. Meanwhile, in the research room of the three, Chiron's voice sounded in awe as he saw a pile of strange devices that looked like grenades in a wooden box. Wow! Did you make all these, Nate? So, this is a magic grenade? The three of them sat around the wooden box. Nate sat, resting his hands on the floor, laughing and saying, I'm saving these for when I need to make a really big show one day. Chiron, sitting next to him, pulled up his invisibility cloak while lifting a pink round grenade and said with a doubtful tone, But isn't this a little dangerous? Iruki sighed, picked up a black book, and laughing replied, Oh, stop it. Nade's dream is to become a magic engineer. That's why he's going to school, Iruki continued. Chiron, with his invisibility cloak on, was now only visible from the head, the collar, and his hands clutching the cloak. Oh wow, a magic engineer? That sounds so cool, Chiron said admiringly. So you use electronics to make all this? He then asked, But what's this book? The red one? Chiron reached for the red book, and Iruki and Nade both glanced at it. Nade was about to speak when Iruki quickly interjected. Huh? Is this from the Human Anatomy Research Group? How did it end up here? Chiron flipped the book open, looking at Iruki and saying, The Human Anatomy Research Group? Then, he looked at the page he just opened and froze. What? What is this? The page Chiron opened showed images of two beautiful women. He awkwardly let the book fall to the floor and covered his face with both hands, leaving only his left eye visible. Isn't that a student from our school? Iruki looked at the page and raised an eyebrow. So it's here? Nade, however, looked at Chiron nonchalantly and started explaining. This is kind of like an info guide from some shady research group. The drawings are a bit bad, but it's filled with insider information. Iruki said, his tone bored. It's just for the amusement of some idle kids. But Chiron felt uneasy, and he frowned. Isn't the school going to intervene? Then suddenly his eyes widened and his cheeks flushed. The reason for his reaction was that he saw a drawing of Amy in the book. Iruki noticed his silence and asked, Why aren't you saying anything, Chiron? Are you actually dating her? Before Iruki could finish, Chiron raised both hands to the sky, awkwardly stuttering. What? You guys shouldn't be looking at this stuff. What the hell? Nade saw Chiron's reaction and raised his hand, wanting to say something, but all he could do was let out a single exclamation. Then Chiron quickly lowered his hand, looking at Iruki with worry, and changed the subject. Who's running a group like this? Iruki calmly answered, It's a secretive, underground group. But most of the stuff written about is the graduating class, so I guess they're from that class. He mumbled worriedly, A group like this in the graduating class? At the eaves of Athela's house, the soft sunlight gently reflected off her roof. Sienna's voice echoed. That's right, the Supernatural Soul Science Research Group is also an underground group. She then said with a serious expression, The Dark Magic Users Group is just child's play. The problem is that it's just a joke created by the smartest and most talented students in the school. They all have different talents, such as in painting or eyes with supernatural abilities. Sienna continued speaking, then paused. Very high level, they have talents in communication or research. Then she added, They've completely avoided the school's investigation system. Sienna sat up straight, her hands clasped together, her expression serious as she spoke to Athela. The reason we haven't touched the Supernatural Soul Science Research Group is that it's no longer considered an official group. The bright students are trying to revive the Supernatural Soul Science Research Group. Then she spoke with a cold expression and sharp eyes. So with this opportunity, I'll disband this group. Athela was silent for a moment. Then she closed her eyes, poured tea into her cup, and spoke. I understand your concern for your students. She poured tea into the cup while speaking. However, there's a reason the school doesn't intervene with those groups. To help students develop independence, these research groups are considered independent, and they must take responsibility for their own choices. On a high branch, there was a nest of baby birds, their colors different from the pink of the mother bird. The mother bird perched nearby, in their school. Athela continued, If we adults take away that right from them, they'll be afraid of making choices. She calmly implied to Sienna, So why don't we give them a chance? Sienna sat in silence, closing her eyes to think for a moment. Then she raised her brow and spoke. Of course, what you said is true, but... Sienna opened her eyes and looked at Athela with concern, then disagreed. I believe that developing students' talents and preventing them from going down the wrong path is also the responsibility of adults. Athela stayed silent, looking at her, thinking. I can see how much Professor Sienna cares for Chiron. but I want to give Chiron enough time to make his own decision. But we can't ignore the professor's opinion. She thought, then spoke. I'm sorry for not mentioning this earlier, but this matter involves Chiron. In the recent speed shooting test, Chiron reached Nirvana. Sienna's eyes widened in shock when she heard this. She couldn't believe it was true. She then screamed loudly. What? Sienna's scream echoed through the mountains. It startled the birds perched high on the treetops, causing them to panic and fly into the sky. In the research room of the three, the lights hanging from the ceiling suddenly shook violently, causing the ground to tremble. Chiron crouched on the floor, terrified, muttering, is it an earthquake? Nade quickly shoved the invisibility cloak into the wooden box and shouted, Hurry, hide everything. Iruki also helped Nade by gathering the papers and putting them into the wooden box. Only Chiron was confused. What's going on? Iruki adjusted the long chair and replied, A professor is controlling the storage room. Nade hurriedly adjusted the table while Chiron just stood there, looking at them and speaking with concern. What should we do now? Iruki quickly responded, Just sit and wait. A hand was placed on the intercom outside the door, and a voice came through, announcing an urgent investigation. Sienna was standing, waiting for the door to open. She thought seriously, it will take 3 minutes to reach the desired storage room, enough time to hide the evidence. In the research room at that moment, Chiron was forced by Nade and Iruki to sit down on a chair. He anxiously shouted, The professor's coming. Are we not going to answer her? Nade grabbed his arm, looking at him and responding, It's fine. Just act like nothing's wrong. Iruki nervously reminded, If we get caught, it's not just a suspension. After hearing their words, Chiron sat down, and Nade crossed his legs on the chair, folding his hands, giving him a serious look and saying, This research room is our territory. If you're scared, then it's over. He was a bit doubtful but spoke up, Fine. Sienna exuded a cold and powerful aura, her presence dominating as she pushed the door open and stepped inside. In front of her were the three of them, sitting on chairs in different positions, and the room itself appeared perfectly normal with no signs of suspicion. Iruki sat with his arms crossed, looking up at her with a proud gaze. Nade sat upright, leaning on both his hands, slightly lowering his head while glancing up at her. Chiron looked serious, staring straight ahead. Sienna furrowed her brows, staring at all three of them intently, thinking to herself, Before it's too late, I must disband this group. Sienna's thoughts faltered for a moment. This is why I anticipated this reaction. But Nade, casually crossing his legs, spoke up. We're sorry, we're in the middle of a discussion. Sienna was displeased by his attitude. That attitude was rather irritating, and Nade just sat with his legs crossed. He rested his elbows on the armrests, interlacing his fingers, and with a sly smile, he said, If you had sent an official document before coming here, we would have welcomed you warmly. Sienna didn't even look at him, instead glaring to the side, thinking to herself, What frustrates me the most is that Chiron got dragged into this too. On the outside, Chiron seemed perfectly fine. He just sat silently, looking down at the table, but on the inside, he was screaming in his head. It's Professor Sienna. Is it okay if I just stay like this? Then Sienna smiled brightly and spoke up, I don't know what the issue is. When a guest arrives, shouldn't you offer tea or some refreshments? Nade immediately smiled slyly and replied to her, Oh, wow. Do you really trust us that much to drink tea we've served you? Chiron, sitting between the two of them, had gone completely silent, wishing he could just log out of the situation. She pushed up her glasses with her index and middle fingers, then closed her eyes and gave a soft smile. Then, I'll get straight to the point before leaving here. She sat upright in her chair, speaking directly. I expect you all to return to the research room. After she finished speaking, Iruki just stared at her seriously. Nade smiled with narrowed eyes, and Chiron looked at her, slightly confused. Then the three of them leaned forward, wide-eyed, and simultaneously exclaimed, What? Nade suddenly slammed his hand on the table, standing up in pain and shouting, Return the room? Why out of nowhere? Sienna pulled out a document, flipping through it to find something, then said, I've checked the files, and it's hard to find any reason not to shut down this research group. The truth is, you all haven't done anything in 4 years. Chiron broke into a cold sweat, looking anxiously at Iruki, who was just as worried. She continued, The truth is that you've been lacking students for the entire semester, and that alone is enough reason to shut down this group. It seems that your budget has been cut again, hasn't it? Sienna flipped through the documents as she spoke. According to the policies, if you can produce any results within a month, you can continue the research group. If not, Nate suddenly knelt on the table, clasping his hands and bowing his head in front of Sienna, much to Chiron's surprise. I beg you, anything but research results. He knelt, his head lowered, pleading earnestly. The topic of supernatural research is something that can't be proven, right? Do you really want to close the only research group that could destroy the Magic Society? A society that relies so heavily on science and logic? We'll do anything except provide research results, please. Sienna held the folder against her face, looking down at Nate as she said, If that's what you want, I have another suggestion. Nate spoke seriously. Yes, I'll do anything. Sienna looked at Nate sternly and said, Remove Chiron from the group. After she spoke, Nate immediately raised his head, looking at her in surprise. Chiron and Iruki were also shocked. The three of them were equally surprised by her condition. Then they all shouted in unison, Why? After a moment of discussion, Sienna spoke. Have you understood? Nate and Iruki sat up straight on their chairs, both pondering what decision to make. As for Chiron, she had made him sit in the chair across from her. He was equally confused. Sienna stood behind the chair, arms crossed, and said, Immortality is a major issue that even the students can't solve. It's extremely dangerous for a young student to handle. Chiron could end up disappearing because of it. Chiron looked up at her, both worried and dissatisfied, and replied, I already know it's dangerous. I won't do it again. She tilted her head and looked at him, saying, That's not all. The real problem is the overload that comes after. Chiron looked at Nade and Iruki, asking, Overload? What's that? Nade seemed to be confused and didn't respond, while Iruki furrowed his brows and explained to him, I should explain it like a disease that geniuses get, right? I had it when I was 5 to 8 years old, but it wasn't that severe. He recounted what his father had said to him. You're crazy now, so just keep your mouth shut and live with it. Nade spoke with curiosity. I don't know anything about it. Sienna raised her hand to her forehead, looking somewhat resigned, and said, I'm calling it an issue because you all treat it as one. Overload is a phenomenon that happens when your mind can't fully control the flood of information coming from a sudden awakening. The person's brain will store something inside, and it will glow outward. She said, it's like a dam that can't hold back too much water. It's a terrible symptom that could shatter your consciousness. But the mistake is thinking of it as a disease that only geniuses suffer from. A mother with a sick child on the bed. But because she heard that it was a disease of geniuses, she was both happy and worried and didn't treat it. Sienna continued, Many children have missed the best time for treatment and live in suffering for the rest of their lives because of it. And thinking about overload being the cause of immortality. Your teacher here never wants to imagine how dangerous it can be. When Chiron heard her say that, his brows furrowed in worry, his consciousness shrinking. Perhaps that was it. The nightmare he saw every night. His body often felt discomfort, as if a series of cylindrical threads inside his body were thrashing about. Then he thought, maybe I've really gone mad, haven't I? Sienna stood there, frowning, trying to convince them. I think I will have Chiron focus on psychological treatment while minimizing the impact on his studies as much as possible. He lowered his head sadly, and she continued, I will personally adjust things so that there are no lasting consequences. So if you truly care about your friend, you should send Chiron in. Suddenly, Nade shouted loudly, interrupting her, No! She looked at Nade in surprise. He spoke with a very firm and confident tone, but still had a hint of humor in his expression. President, I don't think you know everything. She was angry and snapped. What? Is this the time to throw a tantrum? But Iruki was the one who spoke up in response. Isn't this something Chiron should decide for himself? Chiron froze when he heard those words. Then Iruki spoke up. I know you're worried, but isn't this a bit too much? Nade, next to him, was seething with frustration. That's right, I can say it, he said. The reason you're going this far, Professor, is because you like him, don't you? He hesitated for a moment before shouting in anger. Because you like Chiron, right? Sienna was taken aback and immediately responded. Yes, is there a problem? After hearing her response, Nate felt like he had been struck by lightning. He grabbed his head and tilted his neck back to the sky, shouting, Of course it's a problem. I can't believe a professor would be attracted to a student. His face turned so red it seemed like it was smoking. His eyes glazed over with confusion as he said, If that's the case, then is it possible that you like me? Sienna coldly replied quickly, "No, not even a percent." Nade painfully collapsed face down onto the desk, groaning, "So cruel." Chiron, standing beside him, exclaimed in panic, "The president's dead." She glanced at him and said, "I'm not getting involved in that debate. Just accept the reality. Stop sulking and face the truth." A rookie standing there looked at her and spoke, "Professor, if Chiron can't handle the overload, does that mean he can only go this far? He won't die, right?" Chiron stood frozen when he heard him ask that, and Sienna replied seriously, "I think you already know this because you've experienced it yourself. This isn't a normal matter. This is immortality." Iruki furrowed his brow in confusion. Immortality is a field that has never been fully understood. It's the area Chiron has stepped into. Shouldn't we trust him and wait for him? Are you worried about him surpassing his limits, Professor? He then seriously emphasized, and that's what people call obsession. Sienna was silent after hearing this, looking down and biting her lip. She began to think. Obsession? She remembered a memory from her childhood. Someone calling her name, Sienna. She needed to leave this place. She remembered sitting alone in the forest, trembling in fear, clutching her head. Chiron blinked and spoke. "As I thought, this is something you have to decide for yourself." Sienna jumped, worried, and looked at him. "Chiron," he said, "the truth is, I'm very scared too. As you said, Professor, there was a time when I thought I had gone insane." She hurriedly spoke. "Then let's start from now," but Chiron interrupted her before she could finish. "No, I've actually felt great." Sienna stared at him in shock. "What?" Siron vừa đặt tay trái lên ngực mình nơi trái tim đang đập vừa nói với giọng thân tình. "Đó không phải là thứ ai cũng có thể trải nghiệm, nhưng lại xảy ra ở trên em, phải chứ? Em thật sự sợ việc những cơn ác mộng biến mất. Nếu những cơn ác mộng biến mất, khi đó em không thể tìm hiểu về bí mật ẩn sâu bên trong em nữa." Sau đó, anh ngước mắt lên nhìn cô ấy với ánh mắt tràn đầy tự tin. "Nếu đây là câu hỏi đặt ra cho riêng mình em muốn tìm được câu trả lời. Em không muốn chạy khỏi mà sẽ đối đầu với nó." Sienna trầm mặc nghĩ rằng, như cậu ấy. Cô ấy nhớ tới một cậu trai tóc vàng đã từng giơ tay ra giúp đỡ cô ấy. Người đó từng nói, "Đừng chạy trốn, nhìn thẳng về trước đi." Và rồi cô ấy thầm nói trong lòng, em ấy như người đó. After a moment, Sienna nodded and said, "I understand now. I respect Chiron's decision. And I will never consider the idea of him giving up again." The three of them were both surprised and relieved, and Nate lifted his head from under the table, speaking up. So, she's agreeing, right?" She nodded and answered, "Yes, that's right." Then she turned, waved her hand, and smiled brightly. "Let's go back to the original condition. You'll show results in the next month, right?" Nate frowned, dumbfounded, and then he couldn't help but laugh nervously, his face turning pale. The three of them were sitting on the bench by the water, looking confused, each staring off in different directions, and Nate seemed to have lost his mind. Chiron, in a panic, exclaimed, "What should we do?" "So, we have to show research results in 1 month, right? Do you guys have any records of past research?" Nate, completely spaced out, couldn't respond, while a rookie raised an eyebrow thoughtfully and answered, "From what I know, SPSRG hasn't done any research at all. If they have, anything like supernatural soul science is already in the textbooks. There's no evidence to prove the existence of souls," Iruki said helplessly. Finally, Nate spoke up, but it was strange. His face was pale as he said, "I'm sorry, former president. The research team will end with this generation." He said more, but it was inaudible. Chiron shed a few tears, but still encouraged him. "Nate, hang in there." Suddenly, Iruki, who had been sitting back lazily, sat up with his eyes sparkling. "Pretty girl," Chiron spoke up. "This isn't the time for that. Focus." Nate, however, remained in a daze. But then, when he heard "pretty girl," he jumped up, raised his hand to shield his eyes, and kept asking, Where? They were looking at a girl in a long dress with long purple hair, walking over there. Nate couldn't take his eyes off her and exclaimed, "Who's that? Is she from the advanced class?" Iruki, stroking his chin in thought, said, "I don't think anyone like that is in the advanced class. Did she graduate?" Chiron looked at the two of them, puzzled. "Iruki, do you remember every girl in the advanced class?" Chiron then saw that the girl looked very much like Sienna. He frowned and blushed, letting out a gasp. Chiron and Nade then looked at the girl and simultaneously shouted, It's Professor Sienna." Nade then said loudly, "What? No way. Can a person change that much?" Iruki looked at Chiron and asked, Chiron, you really have an eye for girls. Huh? Pervert. Chiron panicked and explained, no, it's not like that. Then he wondered, but where did she go on the weekend? And the makeup. They watched Sienna's figure and began discussing. Iruki guessed, is she going on a date? Well, she's at the right age, Nade replied skeptically. What? She has a boyfriend? Nade suddenly stood up, muttering, this is my chance. Chiron sat beside them, wondering what Nade was planning to do. Nade, excited, said, after we follow Professor Sienna and find her weakness, we'll use it to prevent the research group from disbanding. Iruki spoke seriously. Following a certified 6th-tier mage isn't easy, but we have the invisibility cloak. Saying that, the two of them ran off, leaving instructions for Chiron. Iruki said, I'll follow the professor first. You go with Nade. Nade pointed directly at Chiron and shouted, I'll go get the cloak from the research room. You know how to keep your distance from the target, right? This is the only way to save the research group. They left those words behind, and Chiron stood there, confused and clueless. Then he screamed, use your brains for studying, guys. At that moment, Sienna stopped, looking around warily and cautiously. The three of them were hiding under the invisibility cloak behind the apple stand. Iruki spoke up. She's very cautious. We almost got discovered. Nade was very excited about this. He grinned mischievously and said, looks like something's going on. Who is she planning to meet? Chiron, on the other hand, voiced his dissatisfaction. Why do we have to do this? But then, slightly worried, he added, but there's something else. The four of them were in a large, busy market with people walking by. Chiron asked, shouldn't they be avoiding the commoners? Sienna kept walking, constantly glancing over her shoulder, as if watching out for someone. She even carefully turned around when she sensed something suspicious. Then, Sienna quickly walked past the stalls in the street. Iruki shared his thoughts. There's definitely something shady going on. She was very cautious of her surroundings. Nade was worried about the fate of the documents. I wonder if the sorcerer is selling any of those strange items for money. Chiron looked at him with a judgmental gaze. Do you think she's like you? Sienna stood in front of the door to a residential area in the district. She smiled as the door opened. A man reached out and hugged her, expressing his happiness. The three of them were shocked and exclaimed together, a man? Is that her secret boyfriend? A commoner hiding his face? Hot news! Is this a forbidden love secretly disapproved by her family? Both Iruki and Chiron turned their eyes to Nade, and she went inside. We should stop here. However, unable to hide his curiosity, Nade quickly jumped out and ran down the street with excitement. What are you saying? We have to follow the professor and find evidence for the survival of the research group. Iruki and Chiron were helpless in the face of Nade's decision. Nade signaled to Iruki. Iruki, it's time. Iruki cleared his throat and mentally prepared himself. A stream of blue light entered the metal pins inside the door. The lock on the outside opened due to the pressure from the magical force, and Nade cheered loudly. We did it! The door is open. He swung the door wide open, bragging about his prediction. I knew it, the basement door lock was the weakest. Let's go in. Nade and Iruki quickly started exploring the floors of the house. The first floor had nothing. Great, let's break into the second floor. Use your magic domain to scout the hallway first. Chiron could only stand there, helplessly smiling at the innocence of his friends. Why don't these two use their intelligence and extraordinary motivation for studying? The three of them, cloaked in invisibility, crept along the walls, listening intently around the house when Nade signaled. Stop, I hear a woman's voice coming from that room. The room ahead was closed, and the sound Nade heard came from there. Chiron, sensing things were getting out of hand, cried out, Please, let's go back. Please. Nade spoke up to stop him. Professor Sienna was the one who started this. We have no other choice. Nade pressed his ear against the door, listening intently as Sienna's voice rose. Don't you need to change clothes? Amin's gentle voice came from inside. I still prefer the outfit I'm wearing today. Sienna replied from inside. Should I change? Then Amin decided to make the decision for her. No, just wear this one. You look beautiful. Iruki and Chiron, hearing this, both blushed and awkwardly muttered. I think we should stop listening now. Sienna's voice came again from inside. When will your wife be back? Amin responded. She should be back in about 2 hours. The three of them, hearing this, were stunned and shocked. Professor is dating someone who's already married? Amin inside quickly got to work. Great, let's get to it. Iruki spoke up. This is more than just a weakness. Nate was in a panic after hearing what he just heard. I don't think we should do this. He quickly grabbed the door lock, determined to stop this wrong act. We need to stop this from happening. The three of them rushed into the room, tears streaming down their faces, trying to prevent the unfortunate Nate from happening. Professor, don't do this. The three of them said in unison, then their voices trailed off. This is wrong, Professor. The three of them were stunned by the scene in front of them, as the door couldn't withstand the pressure from the three and fell apart. The sight of Amin sitting and drawing left the three of them confused. Drawing? Sienna stammered. The sudden appearance of her students in this situation made her go into a state of shock, and she shouted in anger, What are you all doing here? Immediately, all three of them had their hands raised in punishment. Their trembling hands were suspended in the air, not knowing for how long. Nade, leading the group, spoke up to apologize. I'm sorry, Professor. We thought, he continued, you were doing something adult-related. Sienna was surprised by Nade's justification. What? Do you really think I would do something like that? She became angry and ordered, Go back to school, and you'll regret this. Understood? Iruki sighed helplessly. There has to be a punishment. Iruki quickly pulled Nade forward, under the metaphorical gun. He's the one who did it. Chiron quickly presented the evidence. The invisibility cloak also belongs to Nade. Nade stood in the middle, caught off guard by his two friends turning against him. Traitors! You didn't oppose anything. Amin quickly stepped in to rescue the three of them. Don't scold them anymore. I'm Fine. The door has been fixed. Sienna still felt uneasy about him, but Amin spoke up to explain. My students just followed me because they were worried about me. Right, Sienna? Amin smiled and gestured that it was fine. Although being followed is because of my carelessness, breaking into someone's house is wrong. Clearly, these kids didn't think things through and barged in because their teacher is here. He slowly moved outside, saying to them, I'll go make some tea. You all talk amongst yourselves. The Chiron group quickly responded. Thank you. The three of them watched Amin with admiration. He's truly an angel. Watching Amin's slow movements made Chiron start to realize something. He silently wondered, is he wearing a mask? Suddenly, a shift in his mind made Chiron clutch his head in thought. But why does my head feel so heavy all of a sudden? Could this have something to do with feelings of sympathy? Sienna helplessly placed her hand on her forehead and said, Thankfully, Amin is such a generous person. Chiron immediately asked. Professor, he asked politely, who is he? Nade, standing aside, couldn't hide his curiosity. Right. What's your relationship with him? Why do you have to be so cautious when meeting him? Sienna, feeling frustrated with her students, still had to answer. Amin was a senior who studied at the Magic Academy with me when we were young. Iruki asked, So he's also a wizard? But why did he lose his sight? Sienna suddenly sighed, hesitating before answering. Amin, she murmured softly. The atmosphere grew heavy. He lost his sight because of me. Sienna remembered that day when she ran through the pouring rain. When she was young, she had also experienced overwhelming pressure. The image of her crying loudly in the rain was accompanied by her narration. During that hellish day, the only thing she could do was run away. Amin, at that time, was a boy running quickly while shouting loudly. Sienna, it's dangerous. The water is really high over there. Sienna, stubborn as ever, ran away from Amin. No, don't come near me. Then she lost her footing. Sienna was swept away by the current, with Amin's voice calling her from above. Sienna! He quickly jumped into the water after her. The two of them grabbed onto a large piece of wood. Sienna, terrified, cried out loudly. Amin immediately comforted her. Hold on tight. If we can just hold on until we reach the downstream, we'll be saved. Amin suddenly saw the scene ahead. A huge pile of logs stacked on top of each other, with large and small sections creating a very dangerous obstacle. Amin quickly instructed Sienna. Sienna, we have to dive down. You can do it, right? Sienna, tears streaming down, trembling with fear, said, I can't. Amin, running out of time, immediately pushed Sienna's head down and reassured her. Hold your breath. I'll push you down so you don't float up again. If we hold on tight, we'll survive. Sienna obediently followed. Yes. Alone, Amin was at the surface, facing the massive logs ahead with a flicker of hope rising within him. Yes, we'll survive. The speed was increasing, the logs crashing into the larger trunks, matching his thoughts. At least you must live. Amin's tears fell as he waited for what would come next for the two of them. Sienna bitterly recalled the story. The genius of the Magic Academy, Amin, lost his sight just like that. He gave up becoming a mage, even though both of them survived. Everyone gave a sympathetic look when they heard Amin's story. Sienna continued as she spoke of how she heard that he had become a painter. You don't know how shocked I was, she said softly. So that's how things turned out? Iruki also understood now, realizing how worried she had been about the overwhelming situation. At this moment, Amin entered, breaking the gloomy atmosphere. Sienna, you're really such a nag, aren't you? Sienna was taken aback. Amin, Chiron quickly spoke up to thank him. Thank you, sir. Amin responded. But even if you nag, Sienna definitely cares a lot about you kids. She talks about her students all the time. Nade, feeling a little embarrassed, scratched his head and said, we also respect her a lot. Iruki, sipping a cup of tea, casually said, this tea tastes like iced tea. Chiron walked over to the unfinished painting Amin was working on and expressed his wish. If it's not too much trouble, could we watch you paint? This caught Amin a little by surprise. You want to watch me paint? Nade quickly agreed. I want to watch too. Iruki expressed his curiosity. How do you paint when you can't see anything? Sienna, seeing her students being a bit too blunt, quickly intervened. Stop being so rude, you guys. Amin gently soothed Sienna. I'm fine, and there's not much time left. I need to keep painting. Sienna, you're okay with that, right? Sienna didn't mind much and immediately agreed. Of course, though I'm a bit embarrassed. Sienna shyly posed for Amin to prepare for the painting. At this point, Amin had almost finished sketching his painting. Nade, standing to the side, couldn't help but marvel at Amin's skills. This is unbelievable. I wonder how he does it. Iruki thought for a moment and said, he must be using his domain. Nade turned to discuss. That means he must at least be a Sonner rank. Meanwhile, Shaun remained silent, observing Amin's every movement. He slowly stood up, slightly nervous, and said, Uncle Amin. Shaun asked a question that immediately stopped Amin in his tracks. You can see, right? Amin immediately smiled and turned to look at Shaun. He slowly removed the eye patch, saying, I've been waiting for this moment. I've been wondering if Shaun would figure it out. Shaun was stunned by the scene before him. Amin's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Shaun, sharing a personal thought. Did you notice? Amin's eyes were sparkling as he removed the white cloth, stepping closer to Shaun, causing him to feel nervous. I'm waiting to see when Shaun will realize. Shaun tapped Nade on the head, but received no reply. Nade, Iruki, come here, look at Amin's eyes. He turned around and saw his two friends frozen in place, astonished. Sienna was also still, sitting motionless. Shaun checked each of them, speaking softly. This is... Wait. Amin spoke up from behind, explaining that it was magic. The golden light surrounding Amin intensified, adding to his authority. This technique is called frozen reading. Shaun couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed. No way, he thought. I never imagined I'd witness a mage who has reached the level where they can cast time magic at the speed of light. Amin calmly invited Shaun to sit. Sit down, take it easy. We have plenty of time. At that moment, the room around Amin split into thousands of smaller rooms, forming an endless maze. Shaun still couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth hanging open in shock. Amin sat across from him, calmly confessing. To be honest, I've always been worried. I knew you'd figure it out soon. Shaun, surprised, asked. You knew I would figure it out? Amin pointed to the white cloth wrapped around his eyes and explained. Ordinary people receive light through their eyes and interpret it as images. But my eyes themselves are the light. He continued, the moment I looked at you, I knew we had something in common. Shaun, thinking it over, spoke with his reasoning. Could it be? He immediately received confirmation from Amin. Yes, that's right. Amin smiled kindly and revealed the ability of immortality. Shaun was just as stunned after hearing this. He hesitantly asked Amin, Can I ask about the ability of immortality? Amin didn't hesitate and explained to Shaun. Immortality is the gateway to reincarnation, and those who open that door are called keybearers. The light from Amin's eyes pierced through the white cloth. Before Shaun, a keyhole suddenly appeared, its lock opened, surrounded by a golden aura of power. Shaun, you've opened that door. As Amin explained, an image of a turquoise light and its power circle appeared. The mind of a key-bearer flows into the infinite, and from there, they feel immense power and liberation. Shaun listened carefully to every word, noticing the tension on Amin's face, who reassured him. Don't worry. As long as you don't exceed the limit, your mind will remain intact. Shaun quickly expressed, it's fine really. Actually, I've been dreaming of the universe every night. Amin was surprised by this information. The universe? Shaun expressed his concerns about this matter. Yes, I've kept it from my friends, but because of these supernatural sensations, I felt like I'm losing my mind. He hesitated before continuing, and it seems there's some danger too. Amin smiled and said to Shaun, I understand now. It's probably. He brought good news to Shaun, someone who truly cares about you, Shaun. This made Shaun a bit confused. Amin continued explaining, first, the symptoms you're experiencing are unavoidable. The image of Shaun floating in the cosmos, surrounded by thousands of stars, accompanied Amin's detailed explanation. The place you're reaching is the infinite realm. That's the universe. Anyone who faces reincarnation in such an overwhelming space would feel fear. And a stimulus like fear can lead to enlightenment. Amin illustrated the moment Shaun unlocked the cosmic key, and most keybearers would gain the omnipotence of space. But Shaun, the fear you feel isn't related to space at all. You're facing something entirely different. Amin gently reassured Shaun once more. When you understand what it is, the fear you feel will disappear. Hearing this, Shaun immediately felt uplifted again. How can you be so sure? Amin smiled and said, you'll find a way, even though I don't know when. It might be soon, or it could take a lifetime to realize. This made Shaun's mood a little downcast. A lifetime? Really? Amin reassured him again, but don't worry. The image of Shaun's cosmic soul was reflected behind him along with Amin's words. It was already inside you, you just haven't named it yet. Shaun reflected on the statement, and then asked, is it something that hasn't been explored yet? The universe exists, but it's inside me. I don't understand much. He continued to provide information that surprised Amin. Or does it relate to the light and the strings I used to dream about? Seemingly realizing something, Amin smiled and continued. Perhaps it relates to gauge symmetry theory. Shaun felt as if a new piece of knowledge was unfolding. Gauge symmetry theory. Amin continued explaining. Scholars believe that this world is perfectly symmetrical. Humans are influenced by streams of supernatural power in the universe, Amin elaborated. A perfect physical law, a world that can be explained through mathematics. Just like the speed of light being constant. This ideal symmetry seems like a product intentionally crafted by someone. However, over time, as the world evolves, the forces acting on humanity quickly veer off their original course. Yet, the more we research, the more we realize that symmetry has been broken. Chiron turned to observe Iruki, lost in thought. Thinking back, Iruki had once told me about the world of mysterious probabilities. Amin continued, the universe we live in is not perfect. We can't know what broke that symmetry. He concluded that it was an unknown existence. But if it's you, Chiron, you'll find it. Chiron, hearing Amin's encouragement, awkwardly replied, thank you, uncle. He seemed to have realized many things, happily confirming with Amin, thank you so much, Uncle Amin. I think I can do it. Chiron also hesitated and expressed his regret, the fact that I followed the professor. But I'm really glad I met you. Amin turned to look at Sienna and said, take care of Sienna. He kindly told Chiron, she's softer than you think. At this moment, Chiron suddenly remembered and quickly asked, why did you hide your abilities? You could have told her. Amin slightly bowed and explained, Sienna always worries about me because of that feeling of guilt. But my eyesight hasn't fully recovered. So, it wouldn't be good for her to waste her time on me. His thoughts briefly flickered. Besides, I'm already married. Amin turned back to sit down and continued his drawing, while Chiron resumed his task of observing. While drawing, Amin thought back to the previous conversation. I want to help Sienna live her life. Sienna sat still, posing for Amin's painting, her cheeks flushed pink, resembling the noble ladies of ancient times. Chiron sat quietly, reflecting on their conversation, while Nade and Iruki chatted next to him. Chiron recalled Amin's words and smiled, as if agreeing to them. Then promise me, keep this secret. The painting of Sienna in a yellow dress like autumn leaves was finished. Amin expressed his gratitude to Sienna. Thank you, Sienna. Sienna humbly replied, It's nothing, we're like family. Oh, by the way, she said softly, today is the last day. When you're settled somewhere else, I'll write you a letter. Amin immediately agreed. Okay, I'll reply. Then he turned to Nade and a rookie, reminding them, You too, keep studying well. The three of them happily answered in unison. Thank you, Uncle. Amin smiled, saying to Sienna, See you later, while Sienna, feeling a bit reluctant, said her goodbyes. I'm leaving now. Immediately after, a bright voice rang out from a distance. My dear, I'm back from shopping. Have you finished the painting? All four of Sienna's group could smell the figure of Amin's wife and hear her inviting voice. Oh my, Miss Sienna, are you leaving already? Stay and have a meal with us. Chiron was shocked by the image of Amin's wife. Uncle Amin really has a unique taste. She bent down to observe Sienna's face and asked, Why is your face so red? My dear, Miss Sienna doesn't seem to be feeling well. Sienna was speechless, unable to reply. Oh, Sienna and the students quickly left the awkward atmosphere. I'm sorry, she said. We're busy, so we'll leave now. Amin only had time to give a quick farewell. Goodbye, Sienna. The red-haired girl behind them observed everything they did. Then she mocked Amin, saying, I wonder if the higher-ups believe this. Amin, does your true sight really show such an expression? Amin coldly spoke. Stop complaining, just report it. She quickly began to explain. I need to leave Greece for Calpera. There are many mosquitoes on the way, but what's that compared to Amin's true sight? She then spoke in a mocking tone. Wait, should I call you the one who seeks the souls of the eternal realm? Amin quietly entered the house and said, I'll do as agreed, so stop saying nonsense. She then asked, You still haven't told Sienna, have you? Seeing Amin's silence, she reminded him, Don't forget, the lives of those you care about are at risk. Amin coldly retorted, Don't worry, Sienna doesn't know anything. Sienna silently walked ahead without saying anything. Nade, worried, said this isn't good. Chiron turned and asked, Why? Nade explained, With this blow, Sienna's mood is really bad. When we return to the academy, we'll be punished for surveillance and trespassing, and the research group will be disbanded. He suddenly called out to Sienna, causing her to stop. Professor Sienna. Nade stepped forward with his usual playful tone and asked, Can we eat something before we head back? A rookie immediately chimed in. Yes, we're starving. Chiron smiled gently and replied, We finally got the chance to go out, so we should eat something, right? Sienna looked at her three students, all of them looking so pitiful, and her heart softened. She said, All right, you must be really hungry. You haven't eaten anything all day. She quickly agreed and turned to continue walking. Okay, let's go. We'll eat until we're stuffed. The three behind her, having successfully carried out their plan, all rejoiced. Perfect. Nate focused on his final goal. I need to cheer her up so she can avoid the punishment. Iruki, on the other hand, was already thinking about tonight's meal. I'll order something really expensive, Iruki thought. Only Chiron was concerned about Sienna's feelings. She was upset about leaving Uncle Amin, so he should cheer her up. 2 hours later, as the sky gradually darkened, Sienna's voice rang out in a shop in the city. Give me more. Panicked voices were heard continuously. Professor, I'm sorry, they pleaded, please stop, Mississippi. Sienna's face flushed from the alcohol as she raised the bottle, speaking loudly. One more bottle, please. Her students below, worried, begged, please stop drinking, Mississippi. There was a mystery that still couldn't be solved. What had happened to Sienna? 2 hours earlier, when the three students were begging her, the table was already set with beautifully arranged, delicious dishes. Nade, seeing Sienna pour herself some wine, asked, Professor, are you really going to drink? Sienna casually raised her glass, teasing her students. So what? You can break into someone else's house, but I can't drink wine. Nade quickly laughed and reassured her. No, today is your day off, so drink as much as you like. Chiron swiftly and skillfully enjoyed every dish on the table, constantly praising the food. It's so good. Iruki, laughing at Chiron's innocence, said, You look like it's your first time eating this. Nade, meanwhile, quickly poured wine for Sienna to win her favor. Let me pour the wine for you, miss, he said, but Sienna swiftly pulled the bottle away, dismissing her student. What are you doing with this little thing? Nade smiled, but in his mind, he was already thinking about his plan. However, he had to make sure the professor remained in a good mood. He had to stay hidden with his plan if he wanted to ask her. Behind him, Chiron happily shared food with Iruki. Iruki, try this? Iruki immediately refused. No, I'm tired of eating. Nade, plotting with a cunning grin, thought to himself, I'll definitely find her weakness. About an hour later, Nade cried out in pain as Sienna pinched his round cheek, saying, You troublesome kid. She happily played with Nade's chubby cheeks. Why are your cheeks always so plump? Chiron and Iruki, sitting across from them, started to get worried. She's drunk. Suddenly, Sienna turned to them, making both jump in surprise. You two did great in the speed shooting competition. While still holding Nade's cheek, Sienna pointed at the two of them and praised them in a loud voice. You're both really talented. Why are you slacking off in school? Her voice softened a bit, and Sienna, with tears in her eyes, said, Even if you're talented, so many others still can't achieve their dreams. She said in a somewhat embarrassed tone, You all think I'm a bad professor? But what about you? Chiron quickly spoke up to clarify. No, we don't think that at all. Sienna's face was now flushed from the alcohol, mixed with an unspoken sadness. It seemed like she lost her balance and collapsed directly onto the dining table. Sienna dropped her face onto the table, motionless, causing her students to panic and shout. Professor, Iruki, casually picking his teeth, said, I'm done eating. All three of them looked at their professor, thinking the same thing. She's still not awake. Nade, still chewing his food, looked at the professor with concern. What now? We still haven't paid here. Chiron walked over and shook Sienna, calling out to her, Professor, wake up, Professor. At that moment, a man's voice came from nearby, along with a chuckle. Oh no, this young lady seems completely drunk. Should I take her back on my horse? Of course, Nade replied, but she's just a lady, so I'll politely refuse. No need. But the man didn't care and continued to approach Sienna's seat. Hey kids, stay out of this. Let the adults handle it. Go help her. He reached out to touch Sienna, and upon closer inspection, his teeth were actually quite nice. His gaze suddenly shifted, quite impressive. Just as he was about to touch Sienna, Chiron grabbed his wrist, his voice cold. Why haven't you let go yet? His eyes were firm as he stared at the two strange men. Don't touch our professor. Both men were taken aback by Chiron's attitude, then raised their voices, shouting, How dare this kid, if you're students? Why are you sitting here at night? Children should be at home, sleeping with their mothers. Nade and Chiron stood expressionless. Just one word from me, and you'll be expelled. Suddenly, a spark of electric light appeared, and the man froze, his eyes nearly popping out. Nade, standing to the side, cast a spell and spoke threateningly. I think it would be better if you quietly leave, unless you want to be embarrassed. One man quickly realized, hesitating, and said, It's magic. The other man began to panic. Don't tell me they're from the Amphis Magic Academy. He thought to himself, then it's beyond my control. A sudden voice spoke up, the administrative officer, Chris Silver Douglas. The man turned around and saw that his wallet was now in Iruki's hands. My wallet, when did you take it? Iruki calmly examined the documents before asking, Are you someone with authority? He tossed the wallet back to its owner, then smiled and said, If you want to expel these guys, come find Mekiden Iruki. I'll handle it all. The wallet hit the man's face, who was still in shock. He was so surprised that he stammered, Mekiden. The image of the powerful man with immense strength and his impressive history left both men astonished. A first-class noble, a family that's been advising the royal court for 3 generations, is that Mekiden? The two men quickly panicked and fled. They never should have picked a fight with these people in the first place, let alone flaunt their power like that. Nade watched them run and curiously asked Iruki, Why did you mention the family? I thought you didn't like them, Iruki explained, except for those bastards who only care about family ties. Let's go, the food was good, but now I'm in a bad mood. Sienna was still lying peacefully, smiling in her sleep. That photo was quickly printed out by Nade, who was filled with joy. He held the photo in his hand, turning around happily as if he had struck gold. Look at this perfectionist who got drunk and fell asleep. Shocking news. Iruki, holding the camera, complimented Nade's photography skills. You're good at taking photos. Not bad. You should be happy with your opportunity. Our group can avoid the threat of annihilation now. Chiron, drenched in sweat, whispered, You guys. At this moment, Sienna was lying motionless on Chiron's back, like a large block of meat. Why do I have to carry Sienna like this? Nate jokingly replied. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Iruki quickly explained. You're the strongest out of the three of us. The helpless image of Nate carrying Sienna on his back. Nate muttered as he took a step. I'm going to die. Iruki, even weaker than him, hadn't even taken a step before he had ascended. Iruki stepped up next to Chiron and whispered a little tip. Try using force, Iruki suggested. Chiron looked confused. Can I just use it whenever I want? He asked. Iruki explained. If you can use the spirit domain, then you can use the force. Nate suddenly turned around, as if he had just remembered something. Right, there are magic swordsmen in the kingdom too. Iruki encouraged Chiron. I know you have the talent. Chiron's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Really? I want to learn, Chiron said eagerly. Iruki quickly began to guide him. First, close your eyes and focus on yourself. He gently directed Chiron. I will ask guiding questions. Follow my voice, okay? Chiron nodded seriously. Got it. He slowly sank into the depths of his own mind. First, I need to feel myself, and then deeply acknowledge who I am. In the silent space of his soul, Chiron heard Iruki's voice. Can you hear my voice? Take a deep breath, breathe slowly. Iruki, standing behind Chiron, spoke mysteriously. Listen carefully and answer me. Where did you have your first kiss with Senior Ami? Chiron opened his eyes in helplessness at his two friends' joke. Nate burst out laughing. Haha, you got tricked, Chiron. The dark purple night sky and the crescent moon created a beautiful starry night. As the three of them crossed the bridge, Chiron spoke. Hey, don't use her weakness to beg anymore. Nate appeared displeased. Why? We worked so hard to get it. Chiron spoke softly. You know, Professor Sienna, today, she must have had a tiring and sad day. Sienna was asleep on Chiron's back. Iruki spoke up. Professor, she just doesn't want us to go through the pain she once had. Nate stayed silent, avoiding the gaze of his two friends. He scratched his head and then made a decision. All right, but the former president entrusted the group to me. If we disband, then so be it. Nate felt uncomfortable making the decision. He threw the photo into the river below, watching it quickly dissolve with the flowing water. Well, everything will be fine. The three of them faced each other, determined. Right, we'll just do what we can. It's fine. Suddenly, Sienna jumped up, startling the students. What's right? Chiron nervously asked. Professor, are you awake? Sienna quickly replied, sorry to bother you all. My apologies. She quickly put her coat back on and said, I will keep your secret. She quickly put her coat back on and said calmly, I will keep your secret. The three of them asked in surprise, Really? Seeing her students still not understanding, Sienna explained, What I mean is I won't punish you. Got it? The three of them were stunned and answered in unison, Really? Then Sienna pointed at the three of them and said, I'll give you a month. She spoke with the tone of a professor giving an assignment to her students. Show me some demons or something. If you really care about your research group, then use that confidence to convince the academy. Sienna spoke with passion. What I mean is, you need to achieve what you want. Upon Sienna's powerful words, it seemed Chiron felt something and spoke softly. Professor. Nade, standing to the side, quickly replied, Yes. He stood in front of the professor, determined. Whether we explain or not, we will prove the value of our research group with confidence and pride. Iruki, standing to the side, also excitedly said, We have to use our intellect, right? Sienna encouraged the three of them. All right, go ahead, you troublesome students. Nate enthusiastically responded. Then don't be too surprised. Standing in front of this scene, Chiron smiled contentedly and thought, The situation hasn't changed. He smiled happily, feeling much lighter. The four of them then walked across the bridge. At this point, the students finally asked Sheena, Professor, when did you wake up? How can a mage pass out just from a few drops of alcohol? This made Sheena pause. What? Wait a minute. A few days later at the academy, under the clear sky with white clouds, whispers and gossip began to spread inside the academy. What's this? A research presentation? A large poster was pasted on the bulletin board, attracting many students who passed by. Since when did Senior Chiron join this group? Senior Iruki too? Everyone was puzzled by the name of the research group. But what is this psychic science research group? The poster was printed in gray with mysterious images. with the title and text that caught the reader's eye. Psychic Science Research Group. The terrifying truth about the Amphis Magic Academy. Outside, near the castle, voices asked, "Did Senior Chiron and Naruki join too? Is this really an academic presentation?" The scene then flashed back to 10 days ago, at a place called Istaz. Nate shouted out as he threw up his hands. "I can't think of anything." He leaned back in the sofa and sighed deeply. On the table were piles of cards. Iruki was lying on the opposite couch, also sighing. And on the couch next to him, Chiron was slouching back, wondering what to do. At this moment, Iruki reached up to touch his nose and said, "Even if we stay up all night discussing, looking at all the topics on the table like elves, zombies, exorcism, spiritualism, supernatural perception, monsters, divinity, possession, extrasensory perception, aliens, spirits, and Ouija boards, the afterlife, out-of-body experiences, ghost stories, hybrids, and there aren't that many useful topics, are there?" Nate looked at the topics in his hand. One side was about monsters, elves, exorcism, and the other side was about out-of-body experiences, supernatural perception. Spirits, with a blank expression, said, "Even if these things really happened, we still couldn't demonstrate them during the presentation." The topic cards fell scattered around, reflecting the confusion and helplessness of the three of them. "It has been 3 days since we promised Professor Sheena. We confidently declared to the professor that our presentation would win, but what we're researching is the science of supernatural souls." I recall the scene where the professor pointed at the three of us and said, "Show me a ghost or something." Chiron sighed helplessly, thinking, "How can I show something that can't be seen with the naked eye?" Because of that, we're all going crazy now. That's why we have Nade throwing a bunch of photos in the air, asking himself, "Why did I throw these photos away?" Iruki said, "Well, I've already been crazy for a while." "And me too." At that moment, our protagonist Chiron stretched and yawned before saying, "I can't do this anymore." Then he said, "Nate, about this." He glanced over and then went silent. He jumped up and screamed when he saw Nade's translucent image smiling at him. Chiron, sitting in his chair, fell backward onto the floor. Nade stood behind the chair, his shadow smiling as he said cheerfully, "How's that? Maybe we can fool them this way and tell them it's a ghost." Iruki, still lying with his legs propped up on the chair, nonchalantly said, "That's just a lightning shadow." As Chiron stood up, he turned to Iruki, still panicking. "It looked at me. That's why I'm scared." Iruki sighed and glanced over. A mage wouldn't be fooled by something like that. Nade innocently said, "Huh?" But it fooled Chiron. Iruki asked, "Does being fooled for just 2 seconds count as being fooled?" Hearing this, Chiron froze. He immediately stood up, clenched his fists, and yelled, "We don't need to verify." He confirmed again, "We don't need verification." Nate smiled and said, "Right. Then let's go find Professor Sheena's weakness." Iruki rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Wait, I think he has a good idea." Chiron explained to Nade, "It's not that I was fooled, and that's why I'm scared. It's a fear deep inside me that's been triggered." Nate said, surprised, "Can you explain that a bit more?" Chiron said seriously, "Instead of forcing them to believe by presenting evidence, we'll bring out the hidden fears within them." Iruki began to understand. Nate said, "So you mean we should change tactics? Instead of proving it to them first, we'll make them believe first and then prove it." Chiron replied, "Exactly. It's a form of mental warfare." Nate grabbed Chiron's face, shaking it, and yelled, You're the one who will save us." Chiron, annoyed, yelled back, "You haven't bathed in 3 days." Iruki, still leaning back, said, "It's an inverted concept. Quite clever." Iruki pointed at Nade's shadow and said, "The problem here is if we show them magic looking like this, those superstitious people probably won't believe it anyway. Can you make it move in a way that's more terrifying?" Nade, who was being ignored by Chiron, pushed his face away and replied, "Well, I can try. Of course I can." He started using both hands to create a spell and said, "If I keep using this lightning shadow effect." Nade made a sound. "Watch this." A series of shadows with the same expression as him appeared all at once. Nade danced and sang. "If I use it 24 times per second, I could even create smoother animations." The two of them watched as Nade, who hadn't slept for 3 days, danced around. Chiron, feeling bored, turned away and said, "We can't use this method." Iruki then asked, "Can you make a machine?" Nate stopped, scratching his head, looking puzzled, and replied, "I've thought of that. But there's one issue," he explained while illustrating. "I can input the program into a machine and move the projections. For example, if someone enters a forest and unexpectedly encounters a ghost and reacts immediately, they'll jump and scream, 'Ah, it's a ghost!' But if someone doesn't react, they won't be fooled. At that point, they'll just stay calm and wonder, 'What's this? It's fake.'" Chiron thought for a moment. "You're right. I was really surprised when he looked at me." At this moment, a hand was raised, accompanied by a voice. "Ah, that's a rookie," he confidently said. "I think I can solve that problem." The other two were startled and asked, "You can do it, Iruki?" "How?" Iruki pointed upwards and said, "Just predict their reactions, and it can be done. We'll use the theory of complex systems." Chiron repeated, "Predict their reactions, go on." He illustrated his words with a mental image of Chiron's daily habits. Iruki continued, "After analyzing most of the habitual reactions, we can program it. For example, after predicting that Chiron will look to the left, a spirit on the left will look toward him. When Chiron gets scared and runs away, two choices will be presented: either chase him or continue staring." Hearing this, Chiron was amazed and exclaimed, "Can you really do that?" Iruki continued, "Everyone's habits at the academy are similar, so it can be done. But we'll need a lot of data." He went on to explain, "We'll also need plenty of memory. But more importantly, we need a method to send the entire program to all the machines." Nate Sitta said, "My lightning energy won't be enough." At this point, he suddenly seemed to have an idea. Nate suddenly said, "That's right. Chiron, you can use your own glow, right?" Chiron was also startled and replied, "I can use my own glow." He remembered what the professor had said. In the Tower of Naga, where the latest magic was developed, the glow had been predicted to revolutionize communication methods. Chiron confirmed, "That's right. Professor Senna said so. We can use it as a medium for exchanging information." Nate became excited. "Yes, that's it. We can do it." At this point, Iruki spoke again. "We could create a perfect ghost. But I don't think just scaring them with a ghost will be enough." He turned to Chiron and asked, "You have another plan, right, Chiron?" Chiron replied, "Yeah, but I think—" He frowned. "For example, I plan to use a psychological trick." Saying this, Chiron began writing on paper. Iruki and Nade both curiously looked down at the paper. Chiron anxiously asked, "Is it bad? Does it look awful? If it doesn't work, we can always add another keyword." Nade, still looking at the paper, said, "No." He assured him, "It's good." This made Chiron ask again, "Really? Nade, are you sure? I don't even think we can use it like that in that presentation." Iruki said at this moment, "If it succeeds, I guarantee that the whole academy will be turned upside down, turned 180 degrees. Chiron was excited. "Really? That would be awesome." Nade was cheerful. "So it's decided then." Nade assigned tasks. "I will go make the machine right away. Iruki will write the program, and Chiron will prepare the self-luminescence." Chiron and Nade were excited. "Great. We could save the group." Iruki pondered and then said, "But do you know what?" Nade asked in surprise. "What now?" Iruki said seriously, "I roughly calculated the amount of self-luminescence needed to send data." Chiron asked, "How much do we need?" Iruki held up both hands in front and said, "You ask Chiron. What do you think? Is it possible?" Chiron and Nade's expressions changed. Chiron stammered, 10. His face was extremely confused. 10 minutes. 10 days later. At Easter. So with a nervous face, he pushed the door open and called out loudly, "Hey, you two. I'm going to put up some fix-app posters." And oh my goodness. Inside Iruki's room, the person who had written the action habit equation all day looked up, and Chiron, the person who has been training tirelessly all day, turns around and asks, "What's going on?" Nate said, "It's creating a big buzz. Everyone is saying they will come to watch." Chiron wiped the beads of sweat on his face. After seeing that fix-app poster, how could they say they would come? Iruki asked doubtfully. "Oh no. Is it because we put our names on it? It's going to be chaotic. If too many people come, the workload will increase." "How many people do you think will come?" Nate said extremely happily. I'm not too sure, but it's more than half of the academy. Outside, someone shouted a rookie. Chiron, calm down. About 17 days until the research group's presentation. On supernatural soul science. Someone was stepping by. Lumina was walking down the hallway and heard people discussing around. Do you think it will be fun? Definitely. Who would have guessed that both seniors Chiron and Iruki would present? I'm sure that presentation will be extraordinary. I wonder what they will show us next. All the sounds of people gossiping reached her ears. Lumina walked along the path, her figure casting a shadow between the buildings. Suddenly, a person, hidden in the corner, asked without showing their face. Is it true that the group of supernatural souls will be giving a presentation? She replied, we haven't decided yet if the group can pull it off. The person in the corner continued. According to my information, if Thad's presentation fails, the Academy will revoke their research room. The person in the corner said, of course, that group is finished. Their glorious past is long gone. Another short-haired person, also hiding in the corner, said, but we still don't know. Iruki is in the group. The one with Savant Syndrome and Chiron. The one who defeated the Dark Sorcerer. We can't underestimate the abilities of Nade. The person sneered and said, they're still just low-ranking students. What we should be concerned about is what will happen afterward. The girl continued walking straight ahead, proving the fight of the research group was starting. To become the second master of Ixtas had already begun. In a dark room, the sound of teeth grinding could be heard. Suddenly, the bricks on the wall automatically parted. Instantly, light from the outside streamed in, illuminating the dim room. Following the dim light, one could see Chiron's handsome face, extremely tense. He clenched his teeth, his brow furrowed. He was concentrating intensely to perform a recovery method. Both his hands extended forward. The magical energy was channeled through his hands. A powerful beam of light was instantly released. After a while, Chiron's hands were covered in sweat. It seemed like he was getting tired. He slumped down onto the floor, his face clearly showing exhaustion. Chiron recalled, this is called mental recovery. It's an extreme method to quickly replenish magical energy. Once the mental energy reaches its limit, it will need around 20 minutes to recover. And you'll continue to drain it until you hit your limit. The average mental energy consumption per spell is the constant focus that lasts for 40 minutes. Therefore, this is considered a foolish method that could kill the user. Thinking about this, Chiron looked at the pocket watch in his hand. He thought to himself, if the professor finds out, he won't let it go. The stopwatch read 5 minutes 32 seconds. Chiron looked a bit down. Not good. The goal of pushing his mental energy to the limit like this was so that he could use Fat Kwong 2 for 5 minutes. 7 more days until the presentation. Chiron frowned. He made up his mind. To achieve the goal of 10 minutes, I have no choice but to keep going until my consciousness is completely destroyed. Chiron's thoughts were hazy. Could I really do it? At that moment, Nate peeked his head into the room and looked at Chiron. He worriedly asked him, Chiron, are you okay? Startled by the sudden call, Chiron jumped in surprise. He awkwardly replied, of course, I'll make it before the deadline. Nate sadly wiped his tears. He muttered, honestly, the goal is too far-fetched. It's beyond the reach of a level 5. But if Thad fails, our group will. Nate didn't dare continue, because both of them understood that the result would be disastrous for the group. Chiron understood Nade's meaning. He quickly reassured him. I told you. Don't worry. He smoothly changed the subject. So, how about you? Is your part done? Hearing Chiron's question, Nate didn't remember it. Right? I'm about to go for the experiment. Come here for a second. Chiron followed Nade into a room. As soon as he stepped in, he stopped in his tracks. He was taken aback. Before his eyes was the sight of a rookie with dark circles under his eyes, frantically writing his paper. Chiron gasped in shock. Iruki! He rushed over, slapping his hand on Iruki's shoulder repeatedly. Are you okay? Iruki didn't stop writing, his eyes wide open. He mechanically responded, don't worry. Don't worry. I'll make it in time. Chiron was at a loss for words. He thought helplessly, I can't stop him. He's really crazy. Nate suddenly spoke, interrupting his thoughts. Here it is. After seeing Nade's results, Chiron couldn't help but be amazed. Surprised, he eagerly asked Nade, "Is this the prototype?" Nade laughed and explained to him, "The final test will be with your own magic. I need to test the performance of the lights that a rookie's father sent us." Nade guided Chiron to conduct the experiment. "Hold the crystal ball and use your magic to test it." Chiron followed what Nade said. He held the crystal ball with both hands. After making sure it was stable, he signaled, "All right." Chiron closed his eyes, concentrating his mind on channeling his mana into the ball. In an instant, the ball emitted a dazzling, mesmerizing light. The light from the ball traveled down a tube connected to it. Chiron was amazed. He joyfully shouted, "Wow, this is amazing!" Nade stood next to him, squinting with a smile. "So, how is it?" His voice carried a sense of pride. "Not bad, right?" Looking at the result in front of him, Chiron was sure that his team had already succeeded halfway. In the following days, on a rainy evening, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed on the muddy ground. It was Nade. He had just returned from outside. As soon as he entered the house, Nade took a deep breath. He had a bit of rainwater on him. The first thing Nade did after returning was walk to Chiron's room. He peeked inside. He called out, "Chiron, it's almost time for the presentation. Are you ready yet?" Inside, everything was eerily quiet. Nade softly called again, "Chiron?" Suddenly, Chiron's pocket watch, which he always used, slid across the floor, stopping just below Nade's feet. Nade bent down to pick it up. Immediately, Nade's pupils contracted. He froze in shock. "Wait, Chiron?" His voice betrayed his excitement. "Did you really do it?" Chiron stepped out of the room. His face dotted with sweat, but there was a broad smile on his lips. Chiron gave Nade a thumbs up. He excitedly said, "Let's do this together." Soon after, the presentation day arrived. The spiritual science research team gathered at the academy. Everyone was eagerly awaiting this day. A female server with a tray of drinks invited guests. "This is the academy's famous peach juice." A female student with pink hair, holding a flyer, was eagerly distributing it. She kept announcing, "Please take a flyer." Amid the lively atmosphere, heavy footsteps suddenly rang out, followed by a dry, harsh voice. "Huh? Is there an event today?" It was Slider Mark, who had been suspended for 2 months. He grumbled, clearly uncomfortable. "Why are there so many people here?" The pink-haired girl quickly approached, handed him a flyer. "Please take a flyer and wait in line." Mark took it. He awkwardly replied, "Huh? Oh, thanks." Holding the flyer in his hand, Mark silently commented, "A girl. What kind of flyer is this? It's like a child's drawing." Suddenly, he stared intently at one detail. Wait. On the flyer, besides the eerie images, there was also bold text with the heading, "Spiritual Science Research Team. The terrifying truth behind Anfis Magic Academy. The secret the school wants to hide will soon be revealed." The introduction was quite captivating, but what Mark was more interested in was the name. Aryan Chiron. This name, I can't forget it. He furrowed his brow in anger and thought, "Huh? What's this presentation? Who would bother to watch it? I still thought he was a genius." Suddenly Maria, who was also suspended for 2 months like Mark, peered in to see the flyer Mark was holding. She excitedly exclaimed, "Happily, you're going to watch too, right? Right? Let's go." Mark, seeing Maria so enthusiastic, reluctantly said, "Of course. If I go, maybe I'll learn something." Not giving Mark a chance to back out, Maria decisively grabbed him and rushed off. She happily shouted, "Let's line up over here." Maria and Mark received special education from Thatch while they were suspended. More specifically, Mark got stuck there and had to endure even more intense lessons. While Maria dragged Mark to watch Chiron's presentation, a group of girls gathered, gossiping excitedly. One of them, a girl with chestnut-colored hair, pointed at Amy in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh, you guys? Isn't it the graduation class?" The girl with black hair, standing next to her, couldn't believe it at first. She asked, stunned, "What? The graduation seniors?" Another girl, eavesdropping nearby, chimed in, Where? Where?" Soon enough, all eyes turned toward Amy and Serial. The students excitedly cheered. "It's Senior Amy and Senior Serial." The students couldn't help but gossip. Why would the graduation students come to watch a presentation from the advanced class? A voice interrupted with a teasing tone. Senior Chiron is her boyfriend, you know. Immediately, everyone understood, and they shouted in unison. Amid the students' discussions, Serial, still innocently, handed Amy a pastry. She playfully told Amy, "Open wide." Amy, already mortified, could no longer hold back. Serial giggled. "Oh my, how long are you going to keep saying that? It's because it's your boyfriend's presentation, after all." She deliberately emphasized the word. Your boyfriend. Amy, embarrassed, covered her face with her hands, regretting it. I'm so embarrassed. This really is... What goes around comes around. Suddenly, the students turned their attention toward one direction. Someone exclaimed in surprise. What? The seniors from Class 1 are here? Another person couldn't help but ask. Why would someone so rare show up here? Amy didn't understand at first either. Which person could make such a distinguished former student like herself be overlooked? Serial pointed ahead. She raised her voice. Amy, over there. The person approaching was wearing the prestigious school badge on their black suit. The crowd behind them was utterly stunned. They asked each other, why is Senior Foamy here? Don't tell me. He's here to watch the presentation? The students were wide-eyed, with mouths agape. They were astonished and said, no way. That's Senior Jose from the electronics department. And Senior Jackin, the one they call the electronic monster. Senior Richard from the alchemy department, and Senior Caden. The students couldn't believe their eyes. They were utterly shocked and exclaimed, what on earth is going on? The appearance of these distinguished figures not only amazed the students, but even Serial was taken aback. Why are they here? Amy, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. She asked Serial nonchalantly, what do you think they all have in common? Serial frowned and asked, commonality? Amy looked at Serial and replied straightforwardly, yes, all of them, as far as I know. There's a rumor that they're all members of a secret research group called Golden Ancient. At this moment, in the presentation hall, the students had all found their seats. Sheena was carrying a tea tray to offer to an elderly teacher with white hair. The teacher was so surprised she stammered. Sheena couldn't believe it and said, what wind brought you here? The headmaster, Amphias, smiled warmly. Please explain with this tea in hand. The students worked hard to prepare for this presentation, so of course I had to come. Sheena immediately bowed respectfully and nervously invited the headmaster to sit in the most honorable seat. Of course, sir. Please sit here. Amphias smiled warmly and sat down next to the elderly teacher. Hidden behind that kind smile, Amphias narrowed his sharp eyes, quietly making calculations in his mind. Let's see what these kids have prepared for me. The seating area in the presentation hall was now packed. A few people sighed. There's no more seats. Please stop pushing. Amy glanced around. She quietly assessed the situation. The presentation. Suddenly, Amy spotted Mark and Maria sitting together. In the distance, she saw Fermi's group. The front row was, of course, reserved for Amphias. Sheena and the other distinguished teachers sat nearby. With so many influential figures present, Amy couldn't help but wonder, is there something I don't know? Soon after, the lights in the entire hall went out. Only a spotlight remained, focusing on the center of the stage. The voice of the announcer rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, in the center of the stage, Nate in a neat suit, took on the role of the presenter. Facing the audience, he solemnly introduced, please allow me to introduce the presentation on spiritual science. He raised his hand and declared, let's begin. The ambitious research group's presentation on spiritual science had started. And 30 minutes later, contrary to everyone's expectations, there was no applause or praise. Instead, a shower of paper and harsh criticism rained down from the audience. The students were tossing paper into balls and throwing them onto the stage. They continued to yell, I expected nothing from Class 5. Focus on your studies. Total waste of time. Is this even a presentation? What a scam. Amy looked as though she had been struck speechless. Serial, sitting next to her, quietly called out, Amy. Above the stage, the technical staff were adjusting the lights to focus on Nate. Below, Nate began the presentation. Thank you all for being here at today's presentation. He gave a brief introduction of himself. Today, I'll be taking on the role of MC for the presentation. I'm the leader of the spiritual science research team. He's Nate. The voice of Nate filled the stage with confidence. Today, our main topic will be the elementals. Mark sat below the stage. He frowned. Grumbling, he said, "Elemental. Like spirits, huh?" On the contrary, Maria, sitting next to him, gazed at the stage with admiration. On the stage, Nate continued with his presentation. Some of you may feel frightened, so please be careful while watching. As soon as Nate finished speaking, all the lights on the stage suddenly turned on. The lights were golden, blue and red interwoven together. The whole stage lit up brightly. It was an absolutely spectacular sight. The audience below gasped in amazement. "That's a great idea. 3 million for this?" Suddenly, Sienna changed her mind. What exactly are they planning to do? On the stage, an image of a grand school, as massive as an ancient castle, appeared on the projection. Nate held the microphone. His voice was full of emotion as he spoke. Has anyone ever heard the story of how this school was built? It was 250 years ago. With that, Nate snapped his fingers. Instantly, the screen on stage shifted to an ancient village. Nate looked up at the screen. He continued, submerged in a scene of chaotic warfare. Nate's voice was slow and steady. However, the entire continent had gone through the famous conquest. He went on. The people there sought refuge by retreating deep into the mountains. The civilians, and of course, even the soldiers who didn't want to fight, were no exception. And as Nate reached this point, the lights on stage went completely out. The surroundings of the auditorium were enveloped in a dark, somber hue. The students sitting below were a bit startled. They looked up in surprise, and some of them instinctively muttered, "Huh, the lights." Nate's voice rang out again, no longer calm and measured. This time, it was dark and eerie. Terrifying. Non-human entities have appeared. At that moment, a loud scream echoed, interrupting Nate's narration. Some of the more faint-hearted students turned pale with fright. Their hairs stood on end. They tried to calm themselves. There's probably nothing scary coming out, right? On the stage, the blood-stained footsteps of an armored knight suddenly appeared. Nate's voice grew solemn. "It's..." The armored knight suddenly screamed. Its arms flailed wildly. It was covered in blood. It looked just like a zombie. According to Nate, the armored knight is someone whose body has been possessed by an evil spirit. The students who were scared earlier now started laughing. One of them even pointed at the armored knight, mocking, "Isn't that a rookie? What is he doing here?" On the stage, Iruki staggered forward with difficulty. He moaned as he walked. He looked terrifying but also pitiful. However, the audience below burst into laughter. Cariel laughed so hard she could barely breathe. She commented, "This is too funny." Ami, sitting beside her, furrowed her brows and said, "Wait a minute. Is this a presentation or a play?" On the stage, Nate continued to lead the story. And then one night, the stage lights turned a cold, blue hue. The once vibrant village now lay in a sorrowful atmosphere. Desolate, Nate's voice suddenly rang out, filled with a mournful tone. Melancholic. "Olia, my love. Olia, where are you? Damn it. To avoid the war. I came here, but I lost you. The one most precious to me." At this point, it felt like Nate's heart was being torn apart. The pain was evident on his face. Maria sat in the seats below. She clenched her hands tightly. She was fully absorbed in the play on stage. It seemed like he had lost his lover while escaping. His eyes weren't like Maria's. His mouth twisted as he commented, "What the hell is this? Isn't this a presentation? And when is that person coming out?" Right at that moment, the person Mark had been thinking about finally appeared. Chiron's voice rang out, almost causing him to choke on his saliva. "Noah, I'm here. Noah." At Chiron's call, the audience turned their gazes toward him in unison. In the dim stage light, Chiron's figure appeared in a stunning white dress. He placed his hand over his heart. His voice was gentle, filled with infinite love. "My love." The entire auditorium nearly exploded with the audience's screams from below. "It's Chiron." The female students blushed, unable to believe their eyes. "Is that Chiron?" The male students were clutching their stomachs, laughing uncontrollably. In the VIP seats in front, Sheena's mouth hung open. She was so stunned she couldn't speak. On the stage below, Serial furrowed his brows and turned to call Ami. Chiron is pretending to be a woman? Ami. At this moment, Ami was so stunned by the sweet scene on stage that she couldn't even speak. Serial quickly shook her. Ami, snap out of it. Meanwhile, under the stage lights, Chiron rushed into Nade's arms. Nade affectionately wrapped his arm around Chiron's shoulder. He spoke with deep emotion. Olia, I miss you. Chiron smoothly responded. Let's never be apart again. No. At this moment, Nade and Chiron exchanged a loving gaze. Chiron's gaze softened. Noah gently leaned in. It seemed like they were about to share a warm kiss. Mark's face turned pale. Maria's face turned bright red. She stammered. Don't tell me. It can't be. The male students strained their eyes, focusing intently. They were determined not to miss a single moment on stage from now on. Chiron and Nade were almost touching lips. Serial exclaimed, Is this for real? Ami blurted out, In plays, they do it for real, don't they? At the crucial moment, Iruki's summoned spirit appeared, clad in blood-red iron armor, standing right behind Nade. He opened his mouth wide, looking like he was about to devour Nade whole. With a snap, Iruki bit into Nade's shoulder. Nade let out a blood-curdling scream. Help me! Witnessing the bloody scene on stage, the audience below was left wide-eyed in shock. The entire hall fell silent. The lights in the hall suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Maria, trembling, leaned against Mark. That's a bit scary. With Maria leaning on him, Mark was trembling with fear. At that moment, the spotlight in the center of the stage lit up. Nade held up an ancient book in his hand. 6 months ago, the origin of this story was an old diary discovered during a research project on the Academy's history. Nade excitedly shared. Our research team started studying it immediately, and the result was a shocking truth. The souls have turned malevolent, infected by evil spirits that corrupted them. Now, they wander the mortal world searching for someone to possess. As Nade continued, some students began to feel uneasy. Nade's gaze grew sharper. Until today. Suddenly, a massive bell appeared right behind Nade. The bell's deep sound resonated. The students below gasped in surprise. That bell sound. Isn't that the bell that rings at midnight? But it's not even 7 o'clock yet. Nade stood on the stage. His voice took on an eerie tone. At midnight, when all light disappears. Yes, at midnight, the evil spirits will appear. Below, Maria was visibly frightened by Nade's words. Meanwhile, Mark remained indifferent. His face betrayed his disdain. On the stage, Nade flashed a mischievous grin. You've never seen an evil spirit at midnight, have you? Well, these spirits only show themselves to those they want to see them. But, through our presentation today, I'm sure you're all a little more curious about these evil spirits now, aren't you? Or rather, you'll get used to it. The new frequency of the spirits. Tonight, when the bell tolls at midnight, take a look around you. You might see an evil spirit lurking nearby. Upon hearing this, the audience below couldn't help but feel confused. They murmured in worry. Whoa, what is this? So scary. A few tried to act brave, boldly declaring, That's a lie. I have to stay in the library until midnight tonight. Amid the chattering, Nade suddenly announced, Of course, that's only if you're lucky. We'll conclude the presentation here. The entire auditorium froze for a few seconds. Then, the stage lights suddenly turned back on. The hall lit up brightly. The students stopped cursing. The lights are back on. For a moment, no one could believe it. They asked in confusion, Is that it? Immediately after, a flurry of paper rained down onto the stage, followed by a stream of curses. Damn! Is this what you call a presentation? The students protested loudly. There's no evidence or results. You didn't show us anything. Honestly, I was stupid to believe Chiron and Iruki. I knew this would happen. Forget about the elementals. Ami angrily flicked her cloak and left. Koda yelled in frustration. So embarrassing. I knew this would happen when I got close to those weirdos. Sorel quickly ran after Ami and called out to Koda. A group of students, rumored to be from the Alchemist Society, silently stood up and began to leave. Only Fumi remained seated. In the honor seats, Sienna nervously spoke to Amphias. I'm sorry, headmaster. Sienna bowed deeply. She quickly said, I'll punish those students. She forced a smile. They're from the spiritual group, after all. So it's understandable. On the other hand, Amphias showed no reaction. He simply waved his hand, as if nothing significant had happened. Don't worry. Why would they do that? Sienna raised her hand to cover her face and sighed. She muttered, Did I make a mistake trusting them? Amphias walked up to the stage. He pondered for a moment. If we were going to end like this, then we shouldn't have started in the first place. Isn't that right? Chiron. Amphias smiled briefly. His eyes were filled with trust. Behind the wings of the stage, Nade burst into laughter. He turned to laugh and ask Iruki, Did you see their expressions? Iruki nodded. Yes, I'm sure of it. Just look at their eyes, you'll understand. Their blank expressions. The confusion of the students. Maria's anxiety. Mark's disdainful gaze. All of that, according to Iruki, was seeds already planted. The mysterious object on the stage would also play an important role in this mission. Chiron walked from behind. He slowly spoke to Nade and Iruki. Step 1 has been successful. Chiron said with enthusiasm. Let's show them what an elemental really is. The midnight hour was drawing near. The prestigious academy was immersed in a silent darkness. The clouds above were a deep purple, adding to the mysterious atmosphere of the place. Eerie. The clock on the wall ticked, signaling that it was already past 11:30. Nade stood outside Chiron's room. He reminded, It's time. Chiron, is your sequencing meditation over? Chiron turned around. He nodded lightly. Then, he stepped outside with Nade. It turns out, a few days ago, Nade had gone out in the rain. He walked all over the academy to complete a very important task. That task was installing hundreds of projectors around the school. The projectors had wires that led down into the ground, and those projectors would broadcast the predicted actions of Iruki. Below, in a basement under the ground, Nade walked carefully and whispered to Chiron, Be careful. Iruki checked his watch, counting mentally 5 minutes and 15 seconds until midnight. Wait, 9 seconds. We can't be too early or too late. We need to show them the ghost exactly at midnight. Iruki raised his hand to signal. Start when I give the signal. Nade adjusted some settings on the control panel and said to Chiron. He raised his hand to signal. Ready. Nade, tense, glanced at Chiron. He spoke loudly. Now. Right away. Chiron transferred his abundant magical energy into the crystal ball. Immediately, the light from the crystal ball radiated brilliantly. Nade shielded his eyes with his hand, exclaiming, Such an incredible magical source. Iruki couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for Chiron. He had truly developed his magical power so much in just 1 month. Just as I expected from you, Chiron. However, Chiron, on the other hand, didn't show any joy. He seemed puzzled, mumbling, Strange. It feels like I poured water into an empty bowl. Hearing this, Nade jerked back, exclaiming, What? Don't tell me. Nade rushed to the control panel. He shouted frantically, Damn, what's going on with this? Iruki asked in worry, What's wrong? Is something wrong? Nade grumbled. The output energy. It's not increasing. Indeed, the needle on the gauge wouldn't move past 18%. Iruki was immediately alarmed. What's happening? Can you fix this? Nade panicked. I don't know. My calculations were perfect. What the hell is going on? The main cause was that the rats had chewed through the transmission pipes, which prevented Chiron's magical energy from reaching the projector. After a moment of struggling, Iruki said in disappointment, It's over. We've failed. The pendulum clock in Iruki's hand indicated that there were only a few seconds left until midnight. Nade lowered his head. It's all my fault. Iruki softly called, Nade. Tears rolled down Nade's cheeks. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm sorry for making you all a joke. He spoke while wiping away his tears. I'll take full responsibility, no matter what. So, Nade turned to Chiron and said, Stop, Chiron. Let me take responsibility for this. But Chiron firmly replied, No, He said slowly, "We've all worked so hard. We've sacrificed our sleep for this. Nade and a rookie. You both give it everything you've got." Chiron's eyes burned with intense determination. "I can't let it end like this." As if sensing that Chiron was about to do something dangerous, Iruki immediately shouted, "Nade, stop Chiron." Nade was still in a daze. Huh. After a few seconds of processing, Nade immediately realized. He stammered, "No, no way." Nade shouted in panic. Is he planning to use his immortality? Sure enough, Chiron began to activate the energy from within himself. His eyes began to glow. Chiron entered an infinite spiral space. Iruki and Nade strongly opposed. "Chiron, stop! Don't continue!" Iruki violently shook Chiron. "Damn it! Why hasn't it stopped?" Nade grabbed the hand that was holding Chiron's crystal ball, pulling it out with all his strength. He cried out, pleading with Chiron, "Please, stop! You'll disappear." Nade said, his eyes filled with tears. "We can give up on this research. I don't want to lose you." Chiron softly called his name. "Nade." His expression was unexpectedly calm. He felt an overwhelming power consuming his body. The power was so terrifying that Chiron could barely endure it. He clenched his teeth. The sound of his painful groans escaped through his clenched teeth. He recalled what Master Amin had said. "I won't disappear." Chiron screamed in agony. His body began to disintegrate into dust. He told himself, "I have to remember." Beautiful memories began to appear before Chiron's eyes, playing like a fast-forwarded film. From the moment he was embraced by his parents, the bright smile of Zwina and Ryan, the first time meeting Amin and Serial, the months spent as friends with Nade and Iruki, the trusting gaze of Principal Alpheus, the reunion with Amin, the countless life-and-death moments, the relentless efforts for this very moment. All of it reminded Chiron of who he was. And as he realized who he was, the immortality energy within him awakened. The process of his disintegration slowed. In fact, Chiron's body began to slowly restore to its original form. As Amin said, Chiron did not disappear. He opened his eyes, making a silent vow to himself that he would no longer run away. Chiron screamed. Nade asked him in panic, "Chiron, are you all right?" Chiron suddenly screamed out. Iruki reacted in time. He turned and shouted at Nade, "Nade, the machine!" Nade rushed to the control panel. He gasped in shock. "Wait, hold on." Nade couldn't believe his eyes. No way." The clock's hands were jumping. The current reading was at 157%. Nade teared up. He hurriedly gestured at Iruki. "Iruki, right now?" In Iruki's hand was a switch. Following Nade's signal, Iruki decisively flipped the switch. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory, Maria's soft voice rang out. "What? It's already midnight." Marilyn Maria, currently a 7th grade student, closed her book and said, "How unfortunate, but I should get some sleep. I've got class tomorrow." Suddenly, Maria shivered. She remembered something that made her spine go cold. "I forgot. I just remembered. That elemental story. Am I really going to see a ghost at midnight?" She sighed deeply. "Sharonia, is there really such a thing as an elemental?" After speaking, Maria happened to glance at the window. Outside, an elemental ghost appeared. It clung to the window. The ghost had a fierce, terrifying appearance. Its face was hollow and full of bone. It drooled, pressing its face against the glass. Maria looked horrified when she saw it. On the other side, Ami's sharp scream echoed, "Go away!" followed by the sound of glass shattering as a flower vase broke. In front of Ami stood a towering black figure. Ami trembled and screamed, "What are you? How? How did you get in here?" The dark figure was a ghost dressed in knight's armor. It hadn't harmed Ami but smiled. Ami widened her eyes, staring at it. She thought, did it just smile? Suddenly, Ami turned and ran. She screamed loudly while running. Serial, from the next room, also rushed into Ami's room. She shouted, "Ami, a ghost just appeared." Ami asked in shock, "Serial, you saw it too?" Serial, panicking, said, "That means..." Both Serial and Ami turned their heads toward the back. Sure enough, all the female students from the other rooms rushed out like a disturbed hive of bees. The sound of screaming echoed loudly. Ghost! Run! In front of them was a horde of undead soldiers in terrifying, bizarre forms. Throughout the campus, all the lights in the rooms lit up at once. The entire academy trembled violently. Screams filled the air. Ghost! I see a ghost! Just as threatened during the briefing. When the clock strikes midnight, the evil spirits appear in their most terrifying forms. The moaning and howling sounds were spine-chilling. Evil spirits appeared everywhere, from the school grounds to the classrooms and dorms of the students. The screams grew louder. Help! They're even in the sky. The entire school was shaken that night. The chaos caused by the evil spirits was overwhelming. Everyone was in a panic. Why do they keep chasing us? Don't come any closer. The ancient tower of the academy had not been shaken like this in a long time. The students rushed out to the yard, gathering together in a group. The female students huddled together, sobbing, "Do something." The male students tried to use magic to fight back against the evil spirits. A male student with light brown hair said, awkwardly, "They're everywhere, just attack." The footsteps of the evil spirits echoed loudly. Indeed, there were so many of them, and they looked horrifying. The students had lost their fighting spirit. They cried out, covering each other and running in panic. At that moment, the evil spirits suddenly disappeared. The students looked around in confusion. "They're gone." A male student, still crying, said doubtfully, "The light." The male student standing next to him looked up. "Hey, there's someone on the roof." On the roof, 3 figures, Zyron, Nade, and a rookie, stood side by side, looking down at the students below. Nade clapped his hands a few times and casually said, "Our presentation was late, but you all still showed up." Nade placed his hand on his chest and solemnly said, "Thank you." Suddenly, an angry shout rang out. "Hey, you kids!" It was Sheena, running over while angrily scolding. "Get down here right now. It's midnight. Why is there chaos?" In Sheena's hand was the projector that Nade had set up earlier. She shouted in frustration, "I was taking a shower, and you scared me half to death." On the roof, Nade, seeing this, gave a wave and winked playfully at Sheena. "The night is beautiful, Professor Sheena." Upon seeing the projector that Sheena brought, the students finally understood. 3 million for the projector, so those ghosts were fake? Someone laughed, and Sheena turned to see it was Amphia's. She asked in surprise, "Principal, what are you doing here?" Amphia's replied, "I told you earlier. I think the presentation hasn't ended yet. Let's listen until the end." On the roof, Nate eagerly raised a question to all the students below. "All right, everyone, according to our research group, souls do exist. Do you believe in the phenomenon of superheating?" The students below immediately protested vehemently. Leading the charge was a male student with light brown hair, loudly scolding the group. "They're still going on? What do you mean it exists? They're all fake, using tricks that even a 3-year-old could do." After saying the word tricks, the male student suddenly felt something was off. The 2 girls standing behind him whispered to each other, "How could they do this?" The male student quickly turned around and hastily said, "What are you saying? Of course they're using 3D magic." The female student still didn't find his answer convincing. They explained, "But that's strange. How can 3D projections move differently?" Immediately, the entire campus erupted in lively discussion. The students eagerly turned to discuss with each other. "Since I realized they were fake, I've been thinking about it. But I still don't understand. I think they used the projection in the machine. But how could they do it all over the school? They'd need a huge amount of data and energy." Antheus, still using his magical power, created a funny ghost and laughed as he asked Sheena, "How's that?" Antheus jokingly asked Sheena, "Can you explain the trick they used?" Professor Sheena sighed helplessly, adjusting her glasses as she carefully chose her words. "The prank they pulled is actually pretty advanced." On the roof, behind Nade, Chiron smiled slightly, thinking to himself that what mages value the most is intelligence. They can't suppress their curiosity and are drawn to it. This is something that the ancient texts have always concluded. The male students who had mocked Nade's group earlier were now extremely angry. "I was tricked by a 5th grader. This is so frustrating." The male student with light brown hair was shaking with anger, his veins standing out on his forehead. "But I don't know what mechanism they used." Although Nade's group's performance was impressive, it still didn't completely convince Sheena. She frowned and turned to Antheus, saying, Their tricks are hard to pull off, but it's not enough for us to approve of their research group. In response, Antheus just smiled knowingly. He calmly said to Sheena, "Actually, this trick isn't that important." Anthea's words left Sheena puzzled for a moment. Meanwhile, the students continued criticizing Nade's group. "They're still fake, there's no such thing as a soul." The male student with light brown hair was the most agitated. He pointed at Nade, shouting angrily, "What do fake souls have to do with supernatural research?" Nade chuckled. "Oh, you guys still don't believe in supernatural research?" The students below responded in unison. "Of course not, that was just a performance trick." Nade calmly replied, "Then let me ask you this. Why are all of you here?" All the students were left stunned by Nade's question. "Huh?" Nade continued asking, "What were you all running away from and scared of? If souls or ghosts aren't real?" The students below stammered, We. Both Ami and Serial could only remain silent. At this moment, Nade narrowed his eyes and said, "Your feelings right now are the core of the research group's study on supernatural souls." Nade's voice was slow, but it struck directly at the core of the students' hearts. "All of you, those who don't believe in souls. Yet when you see a ghost, you become afraid. That's because the seed of doubt about whether souls and ghosts really exist is inside all of you." Nade used his oratory skills to slowly convince everyone. "We're only showing you that tiny seed of doubt. We don't know if they exist or not, but we're studying that doubt. And the purpose of research is precisely that." As Nade presented, Chiron and a rookie silently nodded at each other. Below, a female student with chestnut-colored hair whispered, covering her mouth, "That's right, there was a time when the information we know as truth now was considered a lie in the past." On the campus, Nade's voice rang out powerfully. "Because everyone showed us that doubt, we've proven that our research group is valuable." And with that, the presentation of the Supernatural Soul Research Group ended. At this point, all three of them, Chiron, Nade, and Iruki, bowed deeply. They turned to all the students and teachers below and said, "Thank you very much." The students looked at each other and smiled. A male student with light brown hair curled the corner of his mouth. Immediately, the entire campus erupted in cheers from the students. "Awesome, we approve. If it's a special thing like this, I'm happy to be fooled by you all as many times as you want." Behind the students stood the teachers. Antheus clasped his hands behind his back, his voice steady but carrying the authority of someone in charge. "Where do we come from, and where are we heading in the future?" Some are exploring doubt and revealing what cannot be seen. What do the teachers think? Sheena remained silent. Antheus smiled and commented, "I think this presentation has significance." Thad, standing beside him, respectfully said, "I have no objections." "Headmaster," Sheena sighed. "I understand so." Sheena stood upright. She solemnly declared, "The professors have decided that we will acknowledge the presentation of the Supernatural Soul Research Group." Upon hearing this, the three members of the group couldn't hide their excitement. "So, what now?" Sheena's forehead twitched with anger. She shouted angrily, "Instead, you three are suspended for 3 days. You bunch of idiots." Despite the suspension order, the three, Iruki, Chiron, and Nade, embraced each other. They burst into joyous celebration. "We did it! We succeeded! We did it!" Below, the students joined in. "Congratulations! Give it your all!" Sheena, seeing that she was completely ignored, shouted angrily, "Are you even listening to your professor? I told you you're all suspended." Maria turned to Mark and said, "Wow, Senior Chiron is really..." Mark immediately chimed in, "Awesome." Mark's eyes sparkled with admiration. Senior Chiron is a genius. Serial also looked at Chiron's group with admiration. "Oh my, they're really cool. Everyone will want to do that at least once. At least once, to make the world marvel." Ami, standing beside her, stayed silent. She thought to herself, "I never expected this. While I'm burying myself in studies just to graduate, you're wasting your time on something so pointless." Looking at Chiron's radiant smile, Omi pouted. She sniffed coldly. Ami looked up at the twinkling stars in the sky and silently thought to herself, "I'm a little jealous, just a little bit." In a hidden corner, a few figures in black clothes, their faces obscured, were seething with anger as they watched Chiron's group succeed. One of them clicked his tongue. A half-full glass is better than an empty one. Those who've already graduated are letting a bunch of noisy brats stir up trouble. Another one crossed his arms. Annoyed, he said, "Forget about taking Ista as your personal property. My research group on the language of ants, however, is requesting help." Another person interrupted, cutting across. "They're still just in the 5th grade. Don't tell me you're just going to turn tail and run?" The member of the ant language research group snapped back angrily. "What's that?" "But they'll soon graduate to the next level." A person with a girlish demeanor covered his mouth and chuckled mockingly. "If you don't want to face them next year, you better graduate this year." The ant language researcher trembled with anger as he retorted, "You'd better shut your mouth, Toy Doll Research Group." He was so furious, he was almost insane. The member of the ant language research group began to escalate things with the others. "And you too," the hide-and-seek research group. Formy, who had been silent with his arms crossed until now, finally spoke up, interrupting. His voice was cold as ice. It carried the authority of a leader. "Enough. Stop it. Let's end this here. We'll draw too much attention from others." Formy curved the corner of his mouth. His words came out with a sinister, unfathomable tone. "If we keep this up, all we're doing is bringing harm to ourselves. Let's just wait for the right moment." Far off, Sheena quietly observed Formy's group. She sighed and thought to herself, "Those pesky brats from those shady research groups." Sheena wanted to cry out loud, "Can you all just grow up already?" Amphias extended his hand, using the magic Chiron had employed to shape the evil spirits. He chuckled. "Impressive," he murmured in approval. "Really beautiful." Amphias stroked his beard. He smiled, nodding in appreciation. "Even I, as a specialist in light magic, I'm quite amazed. The way it's used like this really surprised me." He gazed up at the sky, admiring the ethereal beauty of the shining stars. Amphias commented, clearly pleased, "You've completed a rather difficult task." Chiron, "At that time, I thought you wouldn't be able to do it. I thought this child's limits would stop here. But I was wrong." As he spoke, Amphias looked down at the relic in his hand. He whispered softly, "Perhaps in the future, you will have the power to fulfill my dream." With that said, Amphias clenched the relic tightly in his hand. At this moment, Chiron was lying lazily on the grass. He smiled blissfully. "Feels really good." He gently tapped Chiron a few times. Worried, he asked, "But are you really okay? You're still all right?" Chiron smiled reassuringly at Nade. "I've fine." Iruki, remembering, sat up. "You didn't really mess with Chiron, did you? You're crazy. Who would risk their life for something like this?" Hearing Iruki tease, Chiron just laughed. Iruki glanced at Chiron. "But you're still the best." Nate quickly sat up. "I agree with Iruki. You're right. If Chiron hadn't used his innate ability, he wouldn't have been able to complete it. But to think of risking your life for something like that, that's really—" Iruki lay back down. He chuckled. "It was just pure luck that you made it through." Thinking about how Chiron might have vanished using his immortality power, Iruki confirmed again. "But you really are crazy." Chiron, hearing his friends praise him endlessly, couldn't help but blush. He awkwardly spoke. "Why do you only praise me like this? You're all geniuses too." Iruki, the one who predicted the entire school's reactions, just like you did, is pretty skilled. Iruki, receiving the compliment, looked bashful and glanced away. Chiron turned to compliment Nade. "Nade, the one who can create such a large amount of machinery. But that's just the beginning." Just like Iruki, Nade was embarrassed. His face turned as red as a tomato. All three of them felt their faces burning. They were all flustered. Iruki awkwardly spoke up. "Wow, who knew you'd actually be modest about it?" Nade nervosely spoke. "You guys know. You're making me embarrassed." Chiron reached his hand out as if he wanted to touch the distant, glittering stars in the sky. He murmured, "For me, I want to reach higher, just like those bright stars up there." As Chiron spoke, his eyes sparkled with belief and hope. Iruki also looked up at the sky. He then asked, "So, what's the plan now? Because I've already been working quite a lot. Should I start thinking about my advanced career now?" Hearing this, Nate quickly sat up. He excitedly spoke. "Yeah, that's a good idea. We three should graduate together." once we join the world outside. After graduation, I'm pretty sure there'll be tons of fun waiting for us out there. Chiron raised an eyebrow and looked at Nade. He mumbled, "The world outside." Iruki, hearing Nade, sat up as well. He grinned broadly. "That sounds good. Isn't it about time we start living freely and confidently?" Nade eagerly stretched out his hand. "Promise me," he declared with determination. "We'll stick together until the end." Chiron placed his hand on Nade's. He agreed. "Yeah, we'll become the strongest." Iruki was the last to place his hand. He asked quietly, "But what should we use to cheer ourselves up and keep this promise?" Nade kaswali replied, "Who knows? Just use whatever's available." Suddenly, Nade came up with an idea. "All right." He pointed at the brightest star in the sky and shouted, "Long live science." Iruki quickly joined in with Nade. "Don't give up." The three sheep. Chiron stretched out his hand. With enthusiasm, he declared their resolve. "We'll graduate together." Nade suddenly pointed at Iruki, teasing him. "What kind of fake cheering is that?" Iruki grinned mischievously. "I was just saying we should try to be like the three sheep." Chiron sat in the middle, laughing so hard he was almost in tears. He silently wished, "Together, we'll become the strongest mages." That night, the sky was beautiful. The stars shone brightly, illuminating the academy grounds. It promised a bright future ahead. The next day, in the male dormitory, Nade's voice called for Chiron. "Chiron, wake up!" He shook him as he spoke. "Are you really going to waste this precious suspension time like that? Let's go out and have some fun." Iruki stood next to Nade, observing Chiron's expression. He guessed, "He's out cold. He must be really tired." Nade didn't give up. He tried shaking Chiron again. "Chiron." But Chiron still didn't react. He lay still, eyes shut tight. Chiron wasn't avoiding waking up. He just felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. He couldn't move at all. He thought to himself, "Right, again. I'm stuck in a nightmare again. And just like before, I'm drifting into the endless, obscure space, along with the movements of the stars. And the final destination, a massive black hole surrounded by twisting light, is waiting for me. But this time, something's different. I always wake up at this point. Something is different this time. What I saw yesterday, it's changed. It's a string of golden, glittering, magical particles. They blended together. There's something like a shattered mirror." Chiron didn't quite understand what it was. He opened his eyes wide. Before him was a scene so magical, it was hard to put into words. Chiron's entire body suddenly vanished. Chiron broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly awake, he was startled and realized the dream has changed. He drowsily wondered, "What's this? Has yesterday's experience caused this change?" On the wall, the clock was ticking towards 1 p.m. Chiron still hadn't regained his composure. He lay still on the bed, eyes wide open, mouth moving slightly. But, above his head, a brilliant, radiant string of golden beads swirled in continuous circles around Chiron. His hands gripped the blanket tightly. He anxiously asked, "What's going on with these things?" Chiron quickly got out of bed. He picked up the note from Nade and Iruki. It said, "We're heading to the casino. As long as we can predict Iruki's behavior, we'll stay rich. You'll see." At the bottom, there were two smiling, mischievous faces drawn by the two of them. Chiron sighed in resignation. "Oh no," he muttered. "To the casino, huh? It feels like they're going to come back empty-handed. Anyway, with a 3-day suspension, what should I do now?" Chiron thought of his parents back home. He considered, should I take this opportunity to go home? He was sure his parents would be shocked. Then, they would ask him the same question. "What? A suspension? Are you being punished?" Thinking of this, he quickly dismissed the thought. Never mind. I definitely need to keep this a secret." A moment later, Chiron dressed neatly. He stood before the mirror, smiling as he carefully adjusted his cuff. Chiron smiled happily, because he was excited inside. I just remembered. There's something I really want to do. For some reason, my heart is racing. After saying that, Chiron turned and walked out. He didn't realize that the golden, mystical particles had followed his silhouette. They formed the shape of Chiron, standing proudly before the mirror, as if he were truly standing there. Before long, Chiron stopped in front of a well-kept bookstore. He reached out and grasped the doorknob. His heart raced with excitement. Over the past few years, I've been studying nonstop. Now I want to buy a novel for myself. I really miss the old days. A wave of painful memories suddenly flooded Chiron's mind. The arrogant, yelling voice of the bookstore owner echoed in his ears, as if it had just happened. What do you think you're doing with those dirty fingers? Back then, Chiron was still a poor child in torn clothes. Even though he was different now, the trauma of being looked down upon still ran deep in his soul. Chiron worriedly wondered, what should I do if they tell me not to touch anything anymore? After a few seconds of hesitation, Chiron finally made up his mind and stepped into the bookstore. It was still the same owner from before. Her orange curly hair and green dress were unchanged. The only difference was that the arrogant attitude had been replaced with a warm, welcoming smile. She greeted him with unexpected enthusiasm. Oh, my welcome, handsome customer. It's an honor for you to visit this humble place. Are you here to purchase a few items, perhaps? The owner's enthusiasm made Chiron momentarily flustered. No, I just came here to buy a book. The owner cheerfully replied. I see. Please feel free to choose anything you like. Oh my, you're quite handsome. Chiron was really not used to such friendly treatment. He awkwardly replied, thank you. Chiron couldn't believe it. She didn't recognize him at all. It had only been 5 years. Watching the owner's back as she walked away, he wondered, have I really changed that much? After picking out the book he wanted, Chiron walked up to the counter to pay. Looking at the gold coins Chiron handed over, the owner flattered him. Oh my, you're so generous. Thank you so much. She handed him the book titled Raising Dragons to Defeat the Demon Lord. This was the very book he had always dreamed of since he was a child. Chiron happily exclaimed, finally, I got it. My favorite novel. It's the first book I've ever bought. Thinking that, holding the book in his hands, Chiron spun around joyfully, causing people on the street to click their tongues. Youth always so carefree, so wild. He hugged the book to his chest, grinning widely. Good thing I still had some of the allowance my family sent me. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Chiron. A girl unexpectedly hugged Chiron's arm. She looked at him, smiling brightly. She asked, you're Chiron, right? Caught off guard by the sudden hug, Chiron's face turned red. His hands were clammy. Panicked, he asked, who are you? The girl didn't answer his question, but didn't let go of his arm either. She turned around, waving her hand to someone behind her. It's him. Hey guys, it's Chiron. After a moment of observation, Chiron was stunned to realize that the girl in front of him was someone he knew. Her sweet voice hadn't changed at all. She was the little girl who often watched Chiron attentively whenever he was busy reading. Chiron, you're reading again? When Chiron was little, whenever he sat under a tree reading, a group of kids would always tease him. Now, seeing them again, he could still recognize them. And they immediately recognized him too. The burly guy at the front loudly called out to him. Chiron, is that really you? Chiron stared wide-eyed and called out. Althor. He turned to the girl next to him, calling her by name. Oh, so you're Lumina? Lumina, seeing that Chiron still remembered her, happily said, that's right. Did you forget my face? Chiron awkwardly replied, I honestly didn't recognize you at all. Wow, you've really grown beautiful. Chiron remembered, when they were kids, Lumina had the nickname Johnny Knox. Hearing him say that, Lumina seemed a little dissatisfied. She raised her fist and said, what? You used to say I wasn't pretty when we were little. Chiron immediately laughed nervously. Oh, well, no, not really. The childhood friends quickly surrounded Chiron, admiring him. One after another, they took turns asking Chiron a dozen questions. What's going on with you? Why are you dressed like a noble? Isn't it expensive? Wow, you've really changed a lot. Suddenly surrounded, Chiron became flustered. He awkwardly replied, well, this is... As Chiron didn't know how to respond, Althor, the leader of the village kids, spoke up and greeted him. Chiron, it's been a long time since I've seen you. How have you been lately? He said. I asked Vincent, but he didn't say anything. Chiron looked at Althor. He wasn't sure how to explain. How should I tell them? Chiron hesitated for a moment. Yeah, that's... He silently considered. Either way, they'd eventually find out about me. If I lie now, it'll just hurt them later. Especially In the end, Chiron chose to be honest. During this time, I've been studying at the Magic Academy. Hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. Magic. The Magic Academy? Althor's expression suddenly turned sour. He thought to himself, Ania. Chiron recalled the old days. Ever since he was a child, Althor had been built strong. His personality was also bold and generous. Naturally, he became the leader of the village kids. At that time, Althor was only 10. Althor and the other kids were heading into the forest when he suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, saying, Chiron. He continued asking, Are you reading again? Hearing a familiar voice, Chiron quickly turned his head and responded, Althor. The words appeared in his mind. Maybe his weakness lies in his pride. Their attention suddenly shifted to the thick book in Chiron's hand, and they couldn't help but exclaim, So many words. He must be really smart. We can't even read books like that. Hearing the whispers of admiration from the two friends behind Althor, he could only stand silently and watch. Then he quickly stepped up to Chiron, grabbed the book from his hands, and shouted, You don't even go to school? Why are you reading stuff like this? Chiron couldn't do anything against his strength. He just flinched and let out a few startled exclamations. Althor placed his small axe on his shoulder, striking a heroic pose, and said loudly, You have to train your strength to be useful to society. In a small village in the mountains, full of danger, there's one rule you must know. Chiron's small figure flashed in his mind. He smiled gently and answered softly, I understand. Back to the moment. Althor, seeing Chiron's reaction, went silent without responding. Then he sighed deeply, as though lifting a heavy burden. A moment later, Althor returned the book to Chiron and said, As long as you understand, the leader protects the village. And everyone follows the leader. This is how people survive here. This was the lesson Chiron had learned through the passing days. Then Althor smiled brightly, extended his hand toward Chiron, and asked, I'm going to play football. Want to come along? Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Althor! Lumina, holding a mop in her hand, rushed toward them and confronted Althor. I told you not to bully Chiron. Althor, getting hit by Lumina, protested angrily. Who's bullying who, you fool? She ignored his words and continued shouting. He just got better from his illness. And you're still saying this? Isn't this bullying? Althor, being scolded so fiercely, got a little angry and yelled, If you keep acting like this, no one's going to marry you. The flashback ended. Chiron chuckled to himself and thought, Well, all that stuff was from a long time ago. Althor hesitantly spoke up. Unbelievable. You really go to school? Lumina, equally surprised, asked him, Do you know how to use magic? The friend beside him, equally excited, whispered, Can you show us? Chiron smiled awkwardly and replied, No, I just started learning recently, so I'm not very proficient yet. And besides, using magic outside the academy is against the rules. Hearing this, the friend sighed in disappointment. That's too bad. Suddenly, Althor noticed the book Chiron was clutching and said with a smile, You always have a book with you, just like before? Then he reached out and grabbed the book, saying, Hey, let me see what the Magic Academy's book says. Seeing Althor's sudden action, Chiron gasped, Wait a minute. At that moment, he felt a wave of panic inside. No, this is the novel I just bought for entertainment. Althor's grip tightened. He successfully pulled the book out of Chiron's hand. But in his haste, he fumbled and dropped it. Seeing this, Chiron couldn't help but shout. In his mind, he thought, My precious book. Chiron reached out desperately to catch the book. As his hand neared the book, a quick flash of memories rushed through his mind. But he was lucky enough to catch it. The fleeting memories felt so real, causing Chiron to feel some pain as he clutched the book tightly and fell to the ground. Everyone around him rushed to ask in concern, Chiron, what happened? Are you okay? Lumina turned to Althor and questioned him. Why did you do that again? You're not a child anymore. Why are you still bullying him? Althor stammered in response. I didn't do anything. Chiron spoke up to calm them. It's fine, it was just an accident. Don't worry. Lumina, hearing this, anxiously said, You suddenly collapsed. How can I not worry? It's not usually this bad. Althor stood there, watching the two of them talk, and suddenly felt a strange, indescribable emotion rise within him. When Lumina saw that he was fine, she cheerfully spoke up. Well, don't just stand here. Are you coming with us? Let's go have some delicious food. Althor chimed in from behind. Yes, Chiron, he added enthusiastically. To celebrate the store-wide discount, we're throwing a party at Lumina's place. Let's catch up there, what do you think? The group of friends quickly agreed. Awesome, it's a deal. Seeing their excitement, Chiron smiled and responded. All right, let's go then. At the same time, he thought to himself, I don't have anything else to do right now, so it should be fine. A moment later, the chubby friend and another companion led a carriage to a stop in front of them. Althor gently picked Chiron up and happily said, You sit in the front seat. Startled by the sudden movement, Chiron exclaimed, You can lift me up? Althor laughed and replied with ease, With someone as light as you? Of course. Watching this display, Chiron thought to himself, Althor, you bastard. In the time we've been apart, you've turned into a monster. Now you're even good with business. He stared at his friend, speculating, It's likely that Althor will become the new leader of the village. With that, Chiron and the others headed towards Lumina's house. A little while later, Lumina's mother's voice rang out. My goodness, who's this? Is that you, Chiron? You're getting more handsome every time I see you. Looks like Lumina is shaking with excitement. Hearing this, Lumina blushed and quickly shouted, Mom, stop talking nonsense. After Lumina's enthusiastic greeting, Chiron and the others continued their celebration. They raised their glasses and cheerfully said, To our Chiron. Looking at the feast spread out before them, the brown-haired friend couldn't help but exclaim, This looks amazing. Lumina, holding a glass of water, spoke up, Eat a lot, Chiron. He immediately replied, Thanks, I'll eat very well. At the same time, the brown-haired friend, who was very curious, asked, But what's this drink? Before he could continue, the chubby guy quickly interrupted. It's nothing, just some carbonated barley water. On the other side, Althor slowly took a large sip, silently observing everything that was happening. Then, the brown-haired friend suddenly shouted, Chiron, tell us more about school. You must be the best in school, right? Hearing that, Chiron immediately began coughing uncontrollably. The sip of water in Althor's mouth also spurted out due to this comment. He continued, I'm so curious. Have you become a mage? The rest of the group also excitedly chimed in. I heard only nobles attend that school. So you must have studied with nobles, right? Hearing these questions, Chiron was confused inside. He silently wished, not again, please don't praise me in front of Althor. He took another sip of the barley water. His friends kept talking. I bet the nobles have a lot of beautiful women. Huh. Come on, tell us. We're dying to know. Under their relentless bombardment, Chiron waved his hand and reluctantly answered, How should I know? Just studying alone is already enough to keep me busy. As soon as he finished speaking, Lumina sighed, as if she had just survived a disaster. Immediately after, Althor slammed his glass down onto the table and spoke. Chiron, going to school is good, but have you thought about your next step? Hearing this, Chiron was startled and turned around, exclaiming, The next step? Althor continued. Right now, Lord Vincent is taking care of the family's livelihood. Soon, it will be your responsibility, and you'll need to marry too. After you finish your studies, will you be able to shoulder all of this? Hearing these words, Chiron fell in a deep thought. There's no guarantee that I'll definitely graduate. Seeing his reaction, Althor took a gulp of his barley drink and then said, Right, you need to be more realistic. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of thoughts appeared in Chiron's mind. Reality, now that I think about it, I've spent so much time studying and never thought deeply about this at all. My friends are already helping the family with business, but my father still has to work so hard. He silently wondered to himself, when would he be able to help his father? Seeing him like this, Lumina felt a little worried. At that moment, Althor spoke up, I didn't mean to bring the mood down. Then he challenged them. Hey Chiron, how about a little arm wrestling? You're pretty good, after all. Chiron was taken aback. Arm wrestling? The chubby guy got excited when he saw this. Yeah, Althor and Chiron used to be evenly matched back in the day. The brown-haired friend agreed enthusiastically. Chiron's really strong, actually. I just remembered. Hearing that, Chiron was reminded of old times. Yeah, when we were kids, we used to do this all the time. That wrestling match from back then made the brown-haired friend exclaim. Chiron, you're amazing. Althor insisted. This match doesn't count. Let's do it again. This match doesn't count. Let's have a rematch. But today, keeping Althor's face intact was the right choice. In this village, Thinking that, he took his stance and said, "All right, how about we make a bet today?" Seeing that, Althor grinned and responded, "Whoever loses has to pay for the bet." "Deal," he replied. Before either of them could move, the atmosphere was already heating up again. The group of friends around them cheered excitedly. The battle between the mage and the warrior. "Get ready." Chiron tightly gripped Althor's hand, thinking to himself, "To save face for Althor, I have to hold out as long as I can before I lose." Then suddenly, a voice shouted, "Start!" Immediately, both of their hands tensed, pushing against each other. Then there was a loud noise that even made the barley mug shake. Lumina and the others watched in shock. In the end, Chiron collapsed onto the chair, smoke rising from his body. The whole thing happened so fast that he couldn't help but wonder, what just happened? The group of friends looked worried and immediately asked, "Chiron, are you all right?" Lumina raised her voice. "Althor, why did you use so much force?" He quickly replied, "I didn't expect it to turn out like this. He wasn't this weak back then." Lumina sighed helplessly. "Althor, oh Althor." Seeing this, Althor felt a little guilty. Then he spoke up, "Sorry, let me pay for today's meal." Chiron immediately refused. "No way. I'm the one who lost today," he said, then laughed awkwardly, adding, "You've gotten stronger." Saying that, Chiron pulled out a gold coin from his pocket to prepare to pay. But an accident occurred, making him panic. In his rush, he accidentally dropped his coin pouch, spilling the gold coins out. The others immediately shouted, "Gold coins! You have 5 coins!" Lumina was no exception. She picked up the gold coin and asked him, "Chiron, why do you have so much money?" 5 gold coins is the equivalent of a whole month's worth of my earnings. Looking at Althor's expression, he silently thought to himself, "What should I do? I'm done for." Lumina held the coin and asked, "Chiron, where did you get all this money from?" Chiron stammered, I was sponsored." As soon as he finished, the brown-haired friend lightly added, "What? So, does that mean you won't have to worry about money for the rest of your life?" This statement made Chiron quickly deny it. "No, that's not it." At the same time, he thought to himself, "This is bad. This really has gotten to Althor." His face turned red, a bit unwilling to accept it. But then, Althor sighed and relaxed. A moment later, he stood up like a cat, fur bristling, and yelled, "Why are you all making a fuss over just a few gold coins?" Seeing this, the chubby guy jumped in surprise and stammered, "Sorry." Seeing Althor's reaction, Lumina thought to herself, now I see why Althor reacts like this." The group of friends suddenly started reminiscing about the past. They all shared the same thought. Right. Back when we were kids, whenever we were around Chiron, things would get a bit sensitive. Althor also tried to hold himself back. Then, he clapped his hands to break the tension. "All right, have you guys heard about this?" The chubby guy immediately picked up on it and continued, "There's a wild beast attacking people in the mountains." The brown-haired guy joined in, "I heard about that too. Recently, wild animals have been disappearing." Huh? Lumina felt a surge of relief. "Good job, Martin. That was a lifesaver." Thanks to this, everyone started to loosen up and eagerly discuss the topic. "My dad said it's similar to a bear. Is that right?" Chiron was no exception. He quickly spoke up, "Right. I heard about it from my dad. But why would something from the north come all the way here?" Upon hearing this, Lumina replied, "I know. Right. Is it some kind of mating season or something? Anyway, they say that every day they go out hunting, so everyone should be careful. But since they hide deep in the forest, it's not really dangerous unless you go in there." At that moment, Althor's gaze suddenly sharpened. He spoke up, "About that, how about we go hunt it ourselves?" Hearing this suggestion, everyone was surprised and exclaimed in unison, "We!" He firmly replied, "Yes, we'll help the villagers. You all know about it, right? At that age, you know the skills." Althor continued with confidence, "If it's just a bear, the adults don't need to get involved. Let's go hunt it down together." Seeing his overwhelming presence, the brown-haired friend eagerly responded, "Looks like you can finally hunt a bear by yourself now, huh?" "Althor, a normal bear would be easy." Chiron, unable to believe what he was hearing, stammered, "Really? A bear?" Seeing the admiration in his friend's reactions, Althor grinned, clearly pleased with himself. "All right, we'll leave tomorrow morning then." Then he glanced at Chiron and said, "You'll be joining us, right, Chiron?" Upon hearing this, Lumina's eyes suddenly sparkled as she exclaimed, "Chiron too?" Althor confidently replied, "Of course. He used to go with us before, right? Right." Chiron didn't hesitate and answered, "If I can help, I'll join." Seeing this, Althor happily raised his glass and said, "Great. Tomorrow morning, we'll meet in front of Lumina's house." Lumina, sitting next to them, called out, "Okay." Then they all clinked their glasses and shouted together, "It's going to be a bear hunt." "Yes, we'll go hunting with Althor." Chiron took a small sip of the fermented barley drink, secretly feeling excited inside. "I can't wait. Although this wasn't part of the plan, it's still so exciting." Time passed quickly. Before they knew it, dawn had arrived. Lumina opened the door and called out, "Chiron, did you sleep well? We're leaving now." Chiron secured his short dagger at his side and replied, "All right, I'm ready. Let's go." The two of them stepped out of the house together. Lumina excitedly waved ahead and shouted, "We're all good over here." Their friends cheerfully waved back in response. Seeing them, Althor reminded them, "If it's been a long time since you've done this, and you fall behind, we'll leave you behind." Upon hearing that, Chiron laughed and replied, "Don't worry." Then they all headed deeper into the misty morning forest together. After a while, they got to work. "Drop it there in that spot." "All right, flip it over." At the same time, the chubby friend was diligently securing the net to a tree branch. Once done, he signaled to the two friends below. Seeing how in sync they were, Chiron couldn't help but admire them. The net and traps were set up so quickly. "You guys are amazing." The blue-haired friend smiled and replied, "We just set the trap. The hardest part is left for Althor." Althor was currently scouting around. He noticed some claw marks on the tree trunks and silently guessed, "It seems like the bear is close by." Then Althor said loudly, "From now on, we'll be scouting this area. If you spot it, don't provoke it. Withdraw and report back to me immediately." The group immediately responded, "Got it." Chiron watched this and silently admired Althor. His father must be a real expert. Very cool. At that moment, Althor turned and gave someone a focused look before smiling. It was the sight of Lumina happily humming a tune, looking incredibly cute. After walking a few steps, Chiron suddenly realized, if we just look for it, right, if I use my spirit domain, it might help. He closed his eyes, focused his energy, and silently thought, "This will help Althor find the bear faster." Let's see. In an instant, Chiron entered a state of concentration. But what appeared in his mind wasn't the image of a bear. Instead, it was the image of a beast that had a huge chunk of flesh missing. Chiron was startled and wondered, "What is that?" He turned to look at his friends and realized something was off. "I feel like something's wrong. Through my senses." Then Chiron unconsciously stepped forward. He placed a hand over his eyes, stunned and disbelieving. Chiron brushed the leaves aside with his hand. A single thought kept repeating in his mind. "No way, no way." Just as he was about to touch the image that appeared when using the spirit domain, a large hand slammed onto his shoulder and shouted, "Chiron!" It was Althor. He pulled on Chiron's shoulder and questioned him. "What are you doing? How could you disappear from our sight without saying anything?" He continued loudly, "Because of you, we—" But before he could finish his sentence, the sight in front of him made Althor fall silent. Under their feet was the massive carcass of a beast, and a series of animal corpses scattered all around. Althor was startled and wondered, "What is all of this?" The others had caught up to them by now. The corpses weren't only on the ground. Some were hanging from the tree branches. The chubby friend yelled, "What's that?" "Althor." Althor turned to answer, "That's—" But before he could say anything, Chiron interrupted, "Retreat. This isn't something a normal bear could do." Althor was stunned and asked, "What?" He continued, "We need to inform the adults and seal the mountain. We may also have to request soldiers from the city to handle this. This is—" Before he could finish, Althor urgently grabbed his shoulder and stammered, "Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Chiron, wait a minute. Soldiers? What?" He then said, "We don't even know what it is yet. So why are you saying this? We can handle this ourselves, right?" Chiron turned and answered, "Didn't you just say that? This isn't a bear that we can handle." Seeing Chiron's determination, Althor angrily shouted, What do you know? I'm the captain. Giving orders is my job. Seeing the two of them clash, Lumina anxiously grabbed her hands and said softly, Althor. Chiron knew something wasn't right and tried to stop it. Listen to me. Listen to me. But Althor ignored him and kept yelling. You're always like this. You never acknowledge me as the captain. Isn't that right? I told you not to treat me like the fool I used to be. Chiron was taken aback and exclaimed, Althor! A rustling sound from behind made him freeze. A surge of commanding energy ran through his body. The others felt it too. The chubby friend, frightened, spoke up. Guys, do you see that? It's coming. Althor immediately reacted, drawing his bow forward. He pulled the bowstring as far back as he could, ready for action. The others followed suit, aiming their arrows towards the source of the noise. Even the brown-haired friend did the same. He shakily pulled back his bowstring, but then he aimed his arrow higher. The sight before him terrified him, his whole body trembling as he stammered. Althor, what is that? What is that monster? In front of them appeared a very large wolf, exuding a bloodthirsty, menacing aura. Chiron clenched his lips and thought to himself, a monster, a mysterious living being that does not follow the laws of evolution. Thoughts kept racing through his mind. I've seen it in the monster book I read before. That thing. At that moment, Althor shouted out. Then he shot an arrow at it and yelled, D. But the beast quickly tilted its head to the other side. Witnessing this, the brown-haired guy panicked and exclaimed. It dodged the arrow. Chiron's expression wasn't much different from his. He recognized it as a werewolf. After its move, he firmly believed it's a monster with intelligence. As far as Chiron knew, monsters, in general, are stronger and faster than ordinary beasts. The truth is, some of them even have fairly high intelligence. The origin of monsters is still being studied, but it is hypothesized that they evolved in a unique way due to their completely different environment from other living beings. Everyone was terrified and stuttered. It dodged the arrow. The wolf bared its sharp fangs, looking at the people there with hungry eyes. It used its sharp eyes to observe and swiftly advanced. The young man, panic-stricken, he only managed to shout, Run. The others knew it was too dangerous to stay. The whole group hurried to run in the opposite direction to escape. But the hardest thing now was that they didn't know where to run. One of them said, If we run downhill, the monster will... At this moment, someone shouted, Run up the mountain. As everyone ran in a panic just trying to escape, Chiron still hadn't moved. With his weapon in hand, he stood tall, facing the beast. The size difference was indeed apparent, but Chiron still did not back down. His teammates shouted his name. Chiron, don't tell me you're planning to use yourself as bait. Meanwhile, Chiron remained focused and continued fighting. The arrow was released. The monster, huge in size with rough, scaly skin, the damage from the arrow had no effect on it at all. It countered with its claws, taking advantage of its small size and agility. Chiron successfully dodged the attack. The monster growled in frustration. Chiron was breathing heavily. He thought it's moving too fast. Its skin is thick too. The only way for everyone to survive now is one thing. I need to lure it away. Facing the giant beast, Chiron remained resolute in his initial decision, even though it was extremely risky. It charged again, but he was lucky enough to dodge. Chiron quickly retreated. The more he successfully dodged the monster's attacks, the more it lost control. Its eyes filled with rage. One thing Chiron didn't expect was that it suddenly lost interest in attacking him and turned away. He felt defeated as he realized. No, I can't stop it. The monster swiftly charged toward the group from earlier. They still had no idea what horrors were about to unfold. At the leader's command, drop everything heavy. Hurry. The others just hoped they could run as fast as possible. But Althor hesitated. He said, You all go ahead. Lumina turned back and asked, Althor, what are you doing? Althor, with tears in his eyes, shaking with fear, tried to hold it in and answered, Chiron, I can't leave him behind. Lumina was struck as if by lightning. Tears flowed, and she couldn't speak. She called his name out loud. Althor. Now, the monster was dangerously close to Althor. The moment when the line between life and death was perilously thin. Althor turned around and saw everything. But the thing that concerned him most at that moment was No way. Chiron is dead? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became. Althor blamed himself. It's because I told him to come along. If I had listened to Chiron when he told me to run down, then he wouldn't have. A powerful beam of light suddenly shot up towards the monster. Althor didn't understand what was happening in front of him, but it was clear that the monster was experiencing excruciating pain from the light. Lumina excitedly ran over and said, "It's dead." The others were confused when they saw this. This is losing control? Chiron, sweat soaking his forehead, ran over and could only shout, "Run! Run fast! It's not over yet. The danger is still close." It was the only thing that could make him panic like this. The monster, which seemed to have been killed earlier, slowly began to move. It sat up, recovering its composure quickly, exuding a menacing and venomous aura. Lumina shuddered. What? That was just a flash of light, wasn't it? The massive creature rushed towards them, and by now, it was too late to run. Althor noticed something strange with his body. To be sure, he tried moving his legs. But the result was the same. His body wouldn't move. Lumina was doing her best to run as fast as she could. Under the claws of the beast, unfortunately, she no longer had the strength to continue running. In that split second, she could have escaped, but she carelessly tripped. Under the sharp claws of the beast, Lumina seemed to have no hope left. Tears flowed freely, and Chiron refused to let his teammate get hurt, using every method to hold the beast back. Althor called out urgently, "Chiron!" As Chiron was caught off guard, the beast quickly retracted its claws and attacked him. His face filled with fear, Chiron hurriedly used his teleportation skill. The beast, startled by this, looked up and the flash from earlier reappeared with a loud explosion. Lumina shouted, "Chiron is gathering an extremely powerful energy." It advanced and struck deep into the beast. The beast's strength weakened, and Chiron hesitated. "All right, what do I do now? I was planning to launch it after releasing a flash of light, but if I do that, it'll claw me. I can't let it stay in my current position either. Now, both this beast and I are not in clear territory." Chiron came up with an idea, a way to throw it off and make it fall. The methods he considered required photonization, a force that creates gravity, something that disrupts symmetry. Chiron extended his hand. He gently touched his own hand in the world beyond. Chiron thought, "I've made contact with it." The two hands clasped together, emitting a blinding light. This was the culmination of nameless intellect. The two-dimensional space dissolved, and now only Chiron remained standing there. He thought, "That's mass." The beast, enraged, glared at Chiron in confusion. Before he could process what was happening, the beast was sent flying by Chiron's strike. Not stopping there, Chiron continued to press forward and attack. The beast howled loudly in fury. In the few brief seconds when Chiron struck the wolf, a small flash of light flickered in his mind. Why does this world even exist? Questions kept appearing in Chiron's head. What does existence mean? What is mass? Why does matter have mass? He couldn't help but wonder. In front of Chiron, a golden beam of light slowly expanded, and a void appeared, one that he had seen in his dreams. It was a world of imbalance, he said, and suddenly, within the space where the light resided, ripples of water appeared. The beams of light intensified. Chiron continued, "If the universe existed before all things were born, then the way for all things to exist is by breaking the balance of the universe." He reached out and touched a small water crack in the space. The water rapidly spread, and pieces of space shattered like glass, revealing a blurry void before Chiron's eyes. Mass is what makes this happen, and it can be carried by the photons of light. Back to the moment when he struck the wolf, causing a thunderous noise and a powerful tremor that shook the cliff. In the midst of the thick dust and smoke, a golden flash appeared suddenly in the sky. From where the light appeared, a reverse beam of light flowed out, and Chiron's figure, crouching on the ground, appeared, moving at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He silently observed the scene in front of him, the sound of the aftershock still ringing in the air. Chiron waited tensely, his eyes narrowed in vigilance, not daring to breathe too loudly. It's moving," he muttered quietly, looking at the giant wolf now completely motionless on the ground. Chiron widened his eyes in astonishment, as though he had realized something. I understand now. He said symmetry can be broken by a kind of spatial knowledge, or what could be called unnamed knowledge. There's a mechanism that creates mass from matter. If that mechanism is used, light can be given mass. A joyful expression appeared on Chiron's face. Finally, I understand. He focused intently on the beast before him. Such a dangerous creature. Why did it appear in this mountain range? Wait, why didn't I think of that? Chiron thought to himself. Suddenly, a terrifying howl interrupted his thoughts. It's the wolves! Chiron quickly turned around, looking up at the top of the cliff in confusion. But I'm not alone, he thought to himself, and at that moment, above the cliff, Enter and the others looked on in fear, some of them unable to hold back tears. Before them, a pack of phantom wolves was slowly approaching. Leading them was another alpha wolf, its eyes glowing with a malicious red light. Antier's group was being pushed closer to the edge of the cliff by the pack of wolves. Everyone was trembling uncontrollably, looking to Antier's back as a source of mental support. Martini shakily called out Antier's name, while Lumina cried out in fear, "Hoo-hoo!" Antier's face wasn't any better. He was suppressing the terror rising in his eyes. He spoke in a low voice, "I'll run to the other side. You all go down the cliff." The red-haired boy shouted in panic, "Are you crazy? You want to die?" Antier snapped back, "That's the only way right now." He turned to look at his friends, tears welling up in his eyes. "You all have to survive, so that my and Chiron's sacrifice won't be in vain." As the situation became more tense and reached its peak, a bright flash of light appeared above them, full of hope. Descending from the high blue sky was Chiron, using magic to teleport just in time. To the astonishment of the group. "Are you okay?" They all cried out to him in joy, mixed with worry. "We thought you were dead." Lumina, overwhelmed with emotion, couldn't stop crying. Chiron silently looked at his friends for a moment before speaking. "Sorry, everyone." "Chiron," Anier's voice called out, his lips pressed tight. He still tried to maintain a calm demeanor, although his face betrayed his true feelings. "Sorry for making you worry." "Antier," Chiron gently patted his shoulder. "Leave it to me now." Antier stared at him in shock as he walked step by step toward the pack of wolves, seeing him head straight for them. Antier shouted, "You should run too." Chiron didn't worry in the slightest and calmly responded, "It's fine." "This is not against the rules," he firmly said as he stepped forward, his steps resolute as he faced the danger. On the opposite side, the bloodthirsty wolves kept howling fiercely. One by one, they charged toward Chiron and his group at an unbelievable speed. The distance between Chiron and the alpha wolf was narrowing as it furiously rushed toward him. Chiron remained unshaken. Instead, he was extremely calm, gathering his energy into a glowing orb in the palm of his hand. "What's this light?" Lumina exclaimed in shock. The red-haired boy was confused, but it seemed different from before. In front of them, Chiron let his magical energy pour out, a magical circle appearing in his chest as he focused. Mass was infused into the photon angle, and the glowing orb in Chiron's hand grew larger. Sensing that the powerful magic had gathered enough, he now looked like a being of light. In an instant, Chiron swung his hand and threw the orb forward. The orb shot forward at incredible speed, leaving a streak of light and a gust of wind in the air as it headed straight for the wolf. Before it could react, the light orb struck its neck. Immediately, the light, like an arrow, pierced through the werewolf's body, followed by its painful, agonizing howl. "This is my magic." He stared in disbelief. "I can do it." Another werewolf, seeing its companion sent flying, roared in fury. One by one, they became agitated and charged straight at Chiron. They extended their sharp claws, ready to tear him apart. But Chiron didn't wait for that to happen. He quickly focused his magical power, unexpectedly dodging their attacks and shifting upward, leaving the werewolves staring in confusion. Chiron created another light orb. In an instant, his eyes gleamed with light, and several shadowy figures appeared. The sound of whooshing filled the air as multiple beams of light pierced through the werewolves' bodies, like a meteor shower, leaving them no time to retaliate. Amid the swirling dust, the continuous, painful howls of the werewolves echoed in helplessness. This scene left Altier and the others in a state of shock. One of them muttered in disbelief, "That's a mage." Altier quickly filled in the rest. Before them, Chiron used his magic, moving fluidly in the midst of battle, taking down each werewolf, though this magic was costing him a significant amount of mental energy. Chiron couldn't help but breathe heavily, but he kept pushing forward. While he was resting to regain his strength, a werewolf suddenly lunged at him from behind, intending to ambush him. Without hesitation, Chiron used his magical power and blasted it away with light. The werewolf's body shook slightly, letting out some strange noises after the attack. However, it quickly realized that the strength wasn't enough to cause serious harm like before. A momentary flash of panic crossed Chiron's eyes. His magic's power had weakened. On the other side, the cunning werewolf grinned triumphantly. It quickly regained its composure and let out a powerful growl, calling its companions. The other werewolves, now recovering, seemed to have been injected with a surge of adrenaline as they charged forward together. This sudden change made the mood of Ania and his group take a turn for the worse. "Chiron, it's dangerous!" Ania yelled a warning, while Lumina screamed, "Run!" Chiron watched the pack of werewolves charging toward him with overwhelming momentum as his friends screamed in terror. Fatigue now enveloped Chiron, causing his breath to grow heavier. There was only one way left. He furrowed his brow. Not giving up, Chiron gritted his teeth, once again focusing his mental energy to prepare for the battle. "Can I do this?" Chiron panted heavily, his brow furrowing as he thought to himself, "I still have one more way. Can I maintain balance in this swirling vortex?" His eyes shone a bright jade green. He looked at the swirling vortex in front of him, wondering, "Can I really do this? Can I keep the balance in such a vortex?" Ahead of him, a horde of monsters was charging toward him. Altair and Lumina panicked. Altair shouted, "Chiron, it's too dangerous." Lumina, crying, urged, "Please run." She called out his name, Chiron. However, Chiron seemed to ignore her. He stood still, facing the approaching beast with unflinching resolve. His gaze sharpened, though his face betrayed his tension. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his lips were tightly pressed. Suddenly, Chiron's pupils glowed with a cold, sharp green. In his limitless subconscious, he connected with the energy of immortality, an immense, boundless power like an infinite black hole. From the black hole, a terrifying force was unleashed, and even Chiron was pushed back by the pressure of this immense power. He gritted his teeth, raising both hands in front of him, struggling to withstand the powerful magic surging around him. Chiron's body began to disintegrate into dust due to the overwhelming force from the power. However, he persevered, focused his mind, and continued to use his magic to fight the beasts. In an instant, a surge of supernatural energy was released from Chiron's hands. The vicious beasts continued to charge, but instantly, all of them were obliterated by Chiron's abundant spiritual power. Chiron's power crystallized into beams of green light, directly incinerating the werewolves. Despite the large number of werewolves, they couldn't advance against Chiron's power. They were completely halted. Seeing Chiron's terrifying strength, Lumina and the children in the village couldn't help but be amazed. Altair was also shaken by what he saw. How could this be? He thought to himself. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, it was still hard to believe. Suddenly, a gray-black werewolf took advantage of the others and leapt forward, extending its sharp claws toward Chiron. Luckily, Chiron was able to use his magic in time to knock it away. However, Chiron could feel that he was slowly reaching his limit. "Energy, I can't keep going like this. Spiritual power, my mind will scatter like the wind if this continues." He suddenly remembered something. That's right, like last time. Chiron recalled the time he used immortal energy to transfer it into the crystal ball. His power was gradually transferred through a conduit. At that time, Chiron almost vanished. He tried to remember the actions he took to escape the deadly danger when he placed his hand on the crystal ball. "I need to release all the energy within me," Chiron suddenly shouted, using all his strength with unwavering will. "I'll unleash everything with this." Chiron extended his hand, decisively releasing the strongest strike he could, aimed at the werewolves. Chiron's power was so immense that the surrounding trees shook. The dust swirled in the whirlwind as the werewolves charged forward in a frenzy. Immediately, it is completely incinerated by the power of Chiron. From Chiron, a brilliant beam of golden light shot forward, sweeping everything in its path. After a moment, everything gradually returned to calm, and a leaf gently fell to the ground. The scene before him cleared up, the path ahead wide open. Ahead, the weakened beast stood trembling, unable to hold its ground after taking the recent blow. One werewolf still stubbornly bared its fangs, growling menacingly. Chiron's figure slowly became clearer as the dust settled. He stood coldly, staring at the remaining werewolf. His voice carried a deadly intent. Get lost. Chiron glared fiercely. Leave now and never return. The werewolves immediately recoiled in fear. They turned and fled, taking a few surviving members with them. They ran desperately, not daring to look back. Chiron stood still for a moment. But soon, he grew exhausted, his body swaying. Finally, Chiron could no longer hold on. He collapsed backward. Ania quickly rushed over to catch Chiron. The children in the village saw this and rushed over, standing around Chiron. Lumina, with eyes red from crying, had tears streaming down her cheeks. She gently placed her hand on Chiron's forehead. Altair sadly spoke to everyone. Let's go back. He looked at Chiron, breathing heavily. He awkwardly added, this foolish hunt is over. Night fell, with dim lights glowing in the simple thatched roof houses. On the grassy field, Chiron looked up at the sky, admiring the sparkling, mystical stars. Altair casually walked up beside him, a slight smile curling his lips, and asked Chiron, when did you come out here? Chiron looked at Altair and replied with a smile. After a deep sleep, I just suddenly wanted to watch the stars. Altair sat down beside Chiron, nodding. Ah, Chiron recalled, it's been so long since I slept so deeply. I can't even remember the last time I had a peaceful sleep without nightmares or supernatural visions. Yet, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw the village children gathered around my bed, crying hysterically when they saw me wake up. Chiron asked in confusion, where am I? Lumina, with a shaky voice, said, we thought you wouldn't wake up again. Chiron felt deeply moved. I must have slept like the dead. The others didn't leave my side until I woke up. Thinking of this, he turned to Altair and asked, where are the others? Altair replied, they're busy with the cooking. Altair recounted to Chiron what happened after he lost consciousness. Well, it's a relief. Except for Lumina falling, no one else got hurt. Still, we were pretty shocked by your strength. Chiron smiled lightly upon hearing that, feeling truly relieved. Altair looked up at the sky, casually saying, tomorrow, I'll deal with the adults. The hides and teeth of those monsters are quite valuable. Altair then asked Chiron, what did you say they were called again? Chiron replied, wolves. I heard their fangs are really expensive. Hearing that, Altair chuckled. That's right. After a brief silence, Altair awkwardly said to Chiron, I'm sorry. Chiron was caught off guard, feeling a bit flustered upon hearing Altair's words. Huh? No. I also... Altair didn't look at Chiron, his eyes staring blankly ahead. He quietly said, actually, I'm just jealous of you. Chiron sat alone, absorbed in his book, when suddenly, Altair, Lumina, and the village children happened to walk by. A boy with glasses spoke up, hey, do you guys know? Sometimes Chiron looks really cool. Really? Why is that? Hearing the boy, Altair also glanced at Chiron. Chiron's expression, deep in thought, really did make him seem special to anyone looking. There was even a hint of envy. Altair awkwardly said to Chiron, your dream. Chiron paused and asked, my dream? Altair nodded. Yeah, the dream you're chasing. At this, Altair blushed with embarrassment, avoiding Chiron's gaze. He said awkwardly, I hope you'll achieve it. Hearing Altair's sincere words, Chiron smiled brightly. Yeah, thank you, he said happily. The two of them sat together, with the stars twinkling above. The scene was peaceful and serene. The next morning, in the small village, Lumina sadly pleaded with Chiron. Why are you leaving so soon? Why not stay for another day? Chiron shook Altair's hand and said, a bit reluctantly, I wish I could, but I still have a lot of unfinished research at the academy. Altair understood and didn't try to hold him back. Well, see you later, Chiron. Altair stood at the front of the village children, sincerely wishing Chiron, become a great wizard, okay? Chiron smiled and replied, I'll come back to visit you all. See you later. Suddenly, Lumina ran up to Chiron. She hugged him tightly and said in a small voice, "You better come back, okay? If you become a wizard and ignore me, you're in trouble." Chiron laughed. "I'll remember," then waved goodbye to everyone. "Take care." The children of the village waved back at him. Althor placed a hand on Lumina's shoulder and sighed. "Look at my little sister, her eyes all red from crying." Althor teased her. "If you miss him so much, should I go chase him down for you?" Lumina wiped her tears and muttered softly, "Come on, it's not like he's leaving forever." She looked up, watching Chiron's back as he walked away. Her voice filled with admiration. "Chiron is so cool. Every time he chases his dream." Lumina continued watching Chiron's figure until it disappeared beyond the distant trees. After leaving the village, Chiron made his way to a place called Estes, where he stopped. He took out a book to read. He remembered he had once asked Nade, "Nade, there's something that's been bothering me. How are we supposed to find our research group's room in these 89 buildings?" Nade explained, "Since you're a new member of the group, I'll show you how to find your way." Nade pointed toward the corner of the wall and asked him, "Do you see the number on the ceiling?" Chiron replied, 19, and Nade continued to guide him, saying, "Next, look at the color of the door." Remembering this, Chiron turned to his right, and there was a golden door. He quickly took notes on the distinctive features of the surroundings and carefully thought to himself, "Room 19, golden door, number 5. So?" He took a few more steps, murmuring to himself, "Next, I'll reach a fork in the road." Chiron looked left and right, coming to a conclusion. So that means there are 3 other corridors leading here? He quickly jotted everything down in his notebook and ran through some calculations. Then substituted them with 10, Y, and Z, then worked out an equation. The answer was something we call. He still remembered his own astonishment when Nade had explained. Who could have come up with something like this? Nade had said, "I heard one of the founding members had a brilliant mind, and they're the one who created this equation. That person memorized all of Esther into something." Nade squinted and said, "When I first showed Jiroki this equation, he had said, 'Temporary memory break ends.'" Chiron opened the purple door. He looked inside. Chiron sighed. "That really is a brilliant equation." He walked down the hallway to the room at the end, where a sign read, "Supernatural Psychic Research Group," hung on the door. Before entering, Chiron could hear someone speaking loudly from inside. "Why are you revealing this now? Didn't I already say there was a 57% chance of winning?" The person being questioned didn't back down, immediately retorting, "Ridiculous. I've wasted so much time just because I listened to you." The other person objected. "Don't you understand? The larger the sample size, the more accurate the results." The other person angrily shouted, "That's only if you have unlimited funds, you idiot." Chiron grabbed the door handle and gently turned it. In his hand was the notebook with the equation. He thought to himself, much like how I pieced together all the clues to find a research group through ESDA. The door slowly creaked open, and I realized that I need to find the root causes, the valuable connections, and every moment by my side. From there, I could take each step. Behind the door, Nade and a rookie were arguing fiercely. Chiron greeted both of them. "So, you guys are back after losing everything?" As soon as a rookie saw Chiron, he quickly called out to him. "Chiron," Nade shouted, claiming the right to speak first. "Chiron, listen to what I have to say, and you'll understand." Chiron smiled faintly, and seeing that Chiron wasn't saying anything, but just smiling, the rookie asked in confusion, "Why is he standing there, just smiling like that?" At that moment, Chiron felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, thankful for everything and everyone. He thought to himself, and smiled brightly, "I'm back." At Training Ground 48, Chiron used one hand, channeling his mana to form a glowing ball of light, shining with golden hues. Nade clasped his hands behind his head. Nade curiously asked, "So, what you want to show us is photonization, right? Are you increasing the output power, or what?" A rookie, standing next to Nade, shook his head. "No, it's something different." Iruki pointed out the anomaly in how Chiron was casting the spell. Photonization should emit energy outward, but this one was emitting energy inward. Nade noticed it now. Suddenly, Chiron released a forceful strike, shattering the rock in front of him. The sheer power left Nade and Iruki wide-eyed, both of them gasping in awe. "What?" Nade exclaimed in surprise. "You can punch a hole with light. This is real magic, true sorcery," Iruki asked. "Then what about the incantations I've been using?" Nate gave a sheepish smile and replied, "Ah, those were just some of my little tricks." Chiron calmly explained, "This is an incantation I developed. I call it photon cannon." Iruki rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Photonization, from what I know, is a form of fusion. Fusion is the perfect combination of two types of perception. And when it comes to photonization, everything is incredibly complex. What kind of spell is this? Chiron suggested. I'll explain, but can we go somewhere else? I have something I want to tell you guys as well. Chiron said this mysteriously. Later, at some restaurant outside the academy, Iruki had an expression of disbelief. Stammering, he asked, Is this for real? Nade, sitting next to him, was equally stunned. He asked Chiron in shock, "You've added insane amounts of mass. Can you do something similar with Earth?" Nade was no longer in the mood to eat. He put down his fork and started questioning Chiron. It's truly mind-blowing that you can add mass to something massless like atoms. Nade wiped the sweat from his forehead. He still couldn't believe what Chiron had just said. My head is spinning. Nade deployment. So, you can really use it now? A whole new kind of knowledge, Chiron replied nonchalantly. And with that, the feeling of discomfort vanished. And finally, I've understood the meaning behind the nightmares that have been haunting me, Chiron added. Hearing this, Nade couldn't help but feel excited. He gasped in awe. Incredible! If you could organize the knowledge and theories and then turn them into reality, it would be a discovery that would shake the entire magic world. No, scratch that, it would shake the whole world. Iruki still looked a little uncertain. It is truly amazing. But just understanding the theory behind, it doesn't mean you can actually use photonization, Iruki said. So, I want to ask you guys something. He smiled as he shared his plans with Ned and Iruki. I want to learn more, but since it's the break, we can't go to the library, right? I could go to the Noble Library by myself. But can you two take me there? Nade asked, concerned. It's no problem. But why can't you go in yourself? Does it have something to do with what you were going to say earlier? Hearing Nade's question, Chiron lowered his gaze. He stayed silent for a moment. If I tell you, you won't understand. Hearing Nade's question, Chiron lowered his gaze again. He stayed quiet for a while. If I tell them the truth, will they still treat me the same way? He wondered. If I keep everything like this, they won't be able to become my true friends. He raised his eyes to look at his two close friends. After carefully considering it, he finally made up his mind. No, I won't run away anymore. Chiron decided to tell Nade and Iruki the truth. I'm not a noble. I'm just a commoner. Chiron's words hit Nade like a bolt of lightning. I was abandoned at a stable, and then my current parents took me in and raised me. My father is just an ordinary hunter. After Chiron shared his past, all three of them, Nade, Iruki, and Chiron, fell into silence. No one said a word. A while later, Nade broke the awkward silence. I've been wondering why your attitude has been so dark lately. So, what's the big deal? Iruki cut in, his voice gruff. Why wouldn't it be a big deal? Nade turned to face Iruki. Iruki, what's that supposed to mean? Iruki snapped. Nade, don't you get what this guy just said? Whether it's magic or academics, doesn't that mean he's only been learning for about a year? In just 3 months, he made it to class 5 and even beat me in front of the whole school. Nade and Chiron stared at Iruki in shock. Even with a disability? Nade laughed, joking with Chiron. Chiron, your background isn't an issue for us. He formed a heart shape with his hands and winked at Chiron. To me, you're unique. I love you, man. Chiron fell silent for a moment. Then, he smiled so widely, he was almost moved to tears. Thank you both so much. Iruki sneered, teasing. What's this about I love you, man? Are you serious? Then he paused. Wait, does Ami know about this? Nade, curious, turned to Chiron and asked, How long have you two known each other? Chiron responded reluctantly. Well, since we were kids. At first, we didn't get along that well. Nade eagerly suggested, Come on, tell us more. I'm so curious. Rewinding time, in the capital of the kingdom of Tomia, in the town of Basuka, 5 years ago, in a slum called Reborn, a child, wearing torn, dirty clothes, holding a half-eaten loaf of bread in his hand, was running for his life. Behind him, a group of men were chasing him, looking fierce, holding knives and clubs. Shouting and cursing could be heard. You little brat, think you can steal from us? Yuvanadi, Canis, panting as he ran, could barely keep up. Before long, he was dragging his exhausted feet. He entered a damp, foul-smelling place. He called out, Aryan. In a shabby room, a frail girl was lying on an old wooden plank. Canis softly called her name, Aaron. Her face looked pale and weak. She was breathing heavily, struggling. Candace, frantic, asked, "What's wrong? Are you in a lot of pain?" As he asked, Candace handed her the piece of bread he had managed to scrape together. "Look, it's bread. You can't die. Please, hang on." Candace was on the verge of tears, desperate. "Please, is anyone there?" He turned around. The three men who had been chasing him stood behind him. Their faces were twisted with malice. "Gotcha now." Instantly, Candace was struck with a powerful slap. His small, frail body was thrown back. He screamed in agony, while the three men laughed cruelly. Candace thought to himself, "This is a place I shouldn't have been found." Weakly, he used his hands to fend off the brutal kicks from one of the larger men. He struggled to hold on. The man cursed at him. "You little bastard. You think you can run away?" Candace, feeling utterly helpless, thought, "Now I've been found." The brutal man picked up the bread Candace had scavenged and ripped it into pieces, chewing it loudly. He mocked Candace cruelly. "Candace, you're such a piece of trash. How dare you steal this precious meat and eat it all by yourself?" The man laughed maliciously. Behind him, one of the men with a muscular build grabbed Aryan and threw her over his shoulder. The other man kicked Candace in the face. "Trash!" Candace, filled with rage, yelled back. The man gave a quick glance and signaled to a man with blonde hair. "What are you waiting for?" The blonde-haired man raised a sharp knife in his hand, about to strike down on Candace. Candace stared at the blade, his anger flaring. "If only I had the strength." Aryan, seeing her brother about to die, cried out in despair. The man glanced again and signaled to the blonde-haired man. "What are you waiting for? Get him up." "If only I had the strength." Aryan, seeing her brother about to die, cried bitterly. Candace, in this moment, wished desperately, "If only I." He looked at the three men standing before him, filled with hatred. At that moment, the three thugs froze. A strange, dark smoke suddenly appeared. This dark smoke seemed to effortlessly take the lives of all three powerful men right before Candace's eyes. The men screamed in terror. "What the hell is this?" Candace lay still, staring at the bizarre scene before him. The blood from the three thugs splattered onto his face. He blinked, stunned, wondering what was happening. Blood streaked across his eyes. His pupils contracted, showing that he was experiencing a deep, overwhelming fear. After dealing with the three men, the dark figure coiled around Aryan and lifted her up. Aryan lay still in the midst of the eerie black smoke. Then, the dark smoke slowly lowered Aryan, placing her gently in Candace's arms. The dark figure began to slowly gather together. Before long, a figure slowly emerged from the dark smoke. Candace stared intently at the figure before him. A voice, deep and unfamiliar, spoke from beside him. "What do you think?" The figure in front of Candace had a terrifying appearance. His eyes were completely white, and his mouth, a deep red, stretched all the way to his ears. He asked Candace, "Is it magic fun?" Fresh blood from the dark figure splattered across Candace's face. Suddenly, Candace broke into a maniacal grin. His smile was a silent acceptance of the dark figure's presence. In the capital of the kingdom of Tomia, Basuka, as night fell, the city lights came on. On the roof of a building across from the museum, a dark figure quietly observed the museum from above. The dark figure was none other than Candace. He noted, "The security here is quite numerous." Indeed, the guards were patrolling around the museum in shifts, constantly keeping watch. "This is the first time I've seen so many holy relics. Their archaeological value is immense." Candace, of course, was aware of the value of these artifacts. He asked Aryan, "What about our target?" Aryan replied, "Our target is the core of the mana control system, the holy relic Long Tongue." She revealed, "It's located in the central vault on the 3rd floor, and it's guarded by around 15 security personnel." Aryan specifically reminded Candace, "However, before you retrieve the holy relic, the core of the mana control system, you won't be able to use your mana inside the building." Candace considered it for a moment. "I can't use magic, huh? Then I'll have to go in myself." Aryan instructed him, "Yeah, be careful." Candace simply gave a cold smile. He swiftly leapt across the museum. In the darkness of the night, Candace was like a shadow. He immediately released his dark magic. Candace's magic, like enormous black snakes, easily pierced through the museum's barriers. Candace charged straight for the museum's glass doors. Immediately, the security guard shouted. Candace's eyes sharpened, exuding a thick, killing intent. He said in a low voice, Now, right after, Canis used his magic, mercilessly killing all the security guards in his way. Against Canis's power, the guards were all forcefully thrown into the walls. They gasped in shock. How is this possible? He can use magic. In an instant, Canis had taken down almost all the security personnel, with only a few left trying to stop him. One of them, noticing the intruder, immediately activated the alarm. Capture him, he's a spellcaster. Aryan urged Canis, hurry up. Immediately, Canis increased his speed. He effortlessly knocked away anyone who tried to block his path. Before long, the door to the core of the mana control system was right in front of Canis. He immediately broke down the door and entered. Canis thought to himself, found it. The core of the mana control system. Canis quickly grabbed hold of it. After securing the core in his hand, Canis looked around the room. Behind him, security guards had gathered, shouting, over here! When they realized Canis had taken the core, one of the guards gasped in horror. The core of the mana control system. Before he could finish his sentence, the guard was knocked unconscious by magic. Not just him, but the other security guards also fell one by one. The sound of slow footsteps approached. It was Aryan. She turned her head, scanning the area, then looked at Canis and asked, Canis, wait, you didn't kill anyone, did you? Canis reassured her, don't worry. He pointed to the security guards lying unconscious on the floor and said, I just knocked them out. Suddenly, a deafening explosion échoued. Outside the museum, the royal guards had surrounded the building, and a middle-aged man's voice rang out. Full of anger. I don't know how you managed to bypass the mana control system and use magic, but it ends here. The middle-aged man, dressed in a suit, his eyes burning with fury, gathered his fire mana in his hand. He declared harshly, if you don't return everything you've taken, you won't be leaving here alive. In the thick smoke and fire, two dark figures representing the presence of Canis and Aryan stood still, silently staring at the man in the suit. Canis gradually revealed himself. Not long after, Canis unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy, completely overpowering the man in the suit. He struggled to raise both hands to defend himself. Just as the man in the suit began to regain his composure, Canis and Aryan had completely vanished. The man murmured, they've disappeared. Below, a soldier hurriedly reported to the man in the suit. Commander, the core of the mana control system has been stolen. The man in the suit immediately gave orders. There's no trace of teleportation. They must still be around here somewhere. Find them. The soldier shouted. Understood. The man in the suit frowned. He couldn't understand. Those two are so young. How could they bypass the mana control system and steal the core? He landed in front of the still-burning museum, deep in thought. Not to mention, they're incredibly clever. How could they use dark magic here? Suddenly, the man in the suit remembered. There's only one person, only one mage capable of using this kind of magic. He recalled dark magic that could devour sunlight. A famous mage who had plunged an entire kingdom into chaos with darkness. A darkness that no light could dispel. Grand Mage Victor Axel. Upon remembering this, the man in the suit couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. But wasn't he supposed to have died 40 years ago? Why is someone using his magic now? The city museum had experienced a restless night. In the mountains near Basuka, two people in black robes walked side by side. Those two were none other than the ones who had just stolen the core. Canis and Aryan. They entered a strange room with a glass coffin in the center. Holding the core in his hand, Canis respectfully said, We've obtained the final ingredient, Master. The one lying inside the coffin was the great mage, Victor Axel. Canis placed the core into a mechanism, whispering, With this ingredient, Master. Aryan quietly swallowed. Once the core was in place, Canis said, You will reclaim your title as a great mage. Immediately, a deafening explosion rang out. Canis and Aryan quickly raised their hands to shield their faces. As the dust settled, Canis's face showed pure joy. A skeletal hand reached out from the coffin, gripping the edge tightly. Shortly after, the deep voice of Axel echoed. It's been 40 years, finally, I can meet again. Aryan trembled and knelt in the corner. Axel growled, The bastard who stole my power. Canis looked up, joyfully saying, Finally. Axel, eyes filled with tears, looked up in hatred. Amphia's mere, you traitor. 40 years ago, in a fire. Axel's voice, filled with agony, rang out amidst the flames. No, He howled, refusing to accept it. This research doesn't belong to you. I poured all my heart and soul into it. Axel screamed in madness. Amphias, how could you do this to me? Amphias turned his back on Axel. Amphias stood silently for a moment, then slowly asked, why? In the heart of the roaring fire, Amphias turned slowly. His eyes were filled with tears, and he laughed maniacally. Laughing cruelly, Amphias coldly declared, this research. Before he could finish his sentence, Amphias turned his back and walked away, leaving Axel in the flames. Axel screamed in desperation. Amphias! The fire slowly burned into Axel's clothes. Before long, the vicious flames consumed him entirely. He struggled madly, but to no avail. His fate had already been sealed. He was meant to die in the sea of flames. Now, having been revived, Axel looked down at his hands, still covered in burn marks. Clear evidence that he had once perished in the fire. Axel spat bitterly. 40 years. It took me 40 years to recover. As he spoke, he clenched his fist tightly. His eyes burned with intense fury. He growled with each word. Amphias Myraham, do you think you can live in peace after what you did to me? From the highest throne, Axel sat with authority. Below, Aryan and Canis knelt respectfully before him. Aryan bowed her head in reverence. Canis, standing beside her, also spoke with deep respect. We owe our lives to you, Master. We have received incredible power from you. Nate and I are at your service. You have our full loyalty. Axel cast a glance at Canis and Aryan. He spoke with a deep, authoritative tone. I will place my trust in you both. Axel's gaze shifted to Aryan, her face filled with fear. Then he looked at Canis. His voice grew darker, yet it held a certain grandeur. My beloved disciples. Axel warned them carefully. But you must be cautious. There was a time when Amphias's greed clouded his judgment. He was willing to kill anyone to achieve his goals. He is a murderer, and he will come for us. At that moment, in Amphias's office, thunder cracked through the sky. The rain poured down in torrents, with drops sliding down the glass window. Amphias slowly rose from his desk. He moved over to the bookshelf, pausing for a moment. Finally, Amphias reached out and pulled a book from the shelf. Immediately, the bookshelf split open, revealing a hidden passage. Amphias took a lantern with him and stepped into the secret passage. He set the lantern down next to a framed picture. Amphias turned and glanced out the passageway, muttering, the storm is raging. His voice carried a sense of nostalgia. Just like that day, as he spoke, Amphias placed the pocket watch he always carried on the shelf. It faced a portrait of an old friend. Amphias quietly murmured, never forgive me. At the same time, in Pasuka, dark clouds covered the sky, and the rain poured down onto the city, casting everything in a gloomy tone. At the weekly academic meeting organized by the Royal Professors Union, in the Grand Hall, the most prominent figures were gathered in a group, engaging in lively discussion. While everyone else was enthusiastically debating, Thad sat still, scratching his hair. I get why all the professors try to avoid this meeting, Thad thought. How can they discuss and argue for 3 straight days? Thad's face was pale. His eyes were heavy with dark circles, and internally, he was screaming. I just want to go home. Thad was attending the academic meeting as a representative of the Amphias Academy of Magic. Looking at the group huddled together, Thad sighed, they are truly impressive. Although the official debate had ended some time ago, they continued discussing late into the night. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, Thad's face turned red. It wasn't because he was drunk, but because he was daydreaming. He thought to himself, but the only reason I'm still here is to talk to her. He secretly observed Reno in the crowd. He quietly whispered her name, Reno Ogen, right? Thad went over her notable qualities in his mind. She was one of the top 99 artists and a royal pianist, a student of the Maestro Marin. Thad glanced at Reno again. His thoughts drifted, surprised that she didn't show any discomfort being surrounded by so many people. I couldn't even find a chance to talk to her if Sheena were half the person she is. She turned around and looked at him. Their eyes accidentally met. Thad froze for a moment. He immediately spat out the wine he had been drinking, startled, thinking, what's going on? She's looking at me. No way. Before Thad could process what had just happened, Reno took the initiative to speak to him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Thad." Thad was overjoyed. Thad awkwardly asked, "Huh, how do you know who I am?" Reno smiled and replied, "Of course, you're the professor from the Amphia's Academy of Magic." It sounded like Reno was inviting him to her home. Thad appeared flustered. His words came out a little dazed. Inside, he was ecstatic. "Oh my God, I can't believe I have the chance to talk to her. Don't tell me, she also..." Thinking this, Thad's face turned as red as a tomato. He daydreamed about the future, imagining that he and Reno would get married in happiness. Then they'd have children together. He would gently ask her, "What should we name our child?" And she would laugh and reply to him. But the answer didn't turn out as expected, leaving Thad in confusion. Huh. Suddenly, it was like a thunderclap in clear skies. It struck Thad's ears directly. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it." His mind immediately started racing. The name Chiron Aryan flashed through his mind. He had paid special attention to this name on the day of the entrance exams, because this person lived at the ocean house. Thinking about this, Thad broke into a cold sweat. So, this was a meeting with the parents. As a reflex, Thad immediately flipped the switch. Thad added. At that moment, Thad realized he had said something he shouldn't have. "Would you like to send any message to him? If you tell me, I'll..." Before Thad could finish his sentence, she interrupted him. "It's fine, as long as he's doing well. I'm happy." Seeing Rena's expression suddenly darken, Thad quickly reassured her. "You don't need to worry. It's nothing serious. But Amphia's Academy of Magic is a wonderful school, recognized by the kingdom itself." Thad emphasized, "We'll do our best, please don't worry." Seeing Thad's passionate sincerity, Reno was momentarily surprised. "Oh," but soon after she smiled warmly and gently said, "Thank you so much. Please take care of Chiron." Rena's smile was as warm as the morning sun, making Thad almost lose himself. He was completely engulfed in the sweetness of her smile. After a few seconds of hesitation, Thad finally gathered enough courage to say to Reno, "Meeting like this must be fate. Would you like to go back to Greece with me tomorrow? I'd also like to invite you to lunch." Reno happily agreed. "Oh, that sounds wonderful," she added, "but I also have to attend a performance in Basuka." Thad nervously suggested, "I wonder if I could come and watch." Reno nodded. "I'd be honored if you could come." Inside, Thad was cheering. "This is amazing." Reno seemed a little concerned and said, "To be honest, I'm worried there might be few people attending because of the recent events in the capital." Thad asked with concern, "What events?" Reno replied, "Well, most recently..." Rena's brows furrowed slightly, and she hesitated before saying, "The Inferno was attacked, and a Level B prisoner escaped. The culprit was an unknown dark mage. Because of that, the capital is effectively under martial law." Upon hearing this, Thad's expression darkened. He lost his composure. "Did you just say?" Sweat beaded on Thad's forehead, his voice trembling. "A dark mage?" Thad asked Reno, "Could you tell me more about this?" Reno recalled, "Well, I've heard it's an old man with white hair." From Rena's description, Thad quickly guessed who the old man with white hair was. Before his eyes, the world seemed to go pitch dark. Thad immediately bowed, hurriedly speaking to Reno. "Excuse me, I need to leave." Reno, confused, didn't understand what was happening. Her expression froze. Without hesitation, Thad turned and left in a rush. Reno called after him from behind. "Thad, where are you going all of a sudden?" "Professor Thad." Thad ran while replaying the recent events in his mind. Dark mage, prisoner escape. He gritted his teeth, no longer doubting it. This was his plan. Damn it, why does it always happen when I'm away? The night before, at the Inferno prison, a fire had broken out. Inside the prison, bodies were scattered all over, and one man was being strangled by a magical force. He struggled in vain, and before long, the power of darkness squeezed the life out of him. The dark magic turned into sharp, jagged spikes, piercing through the body of the unfortunate man. The one responsible for these horrific deaths was none other than Axel and his two loyal disciples. Dark magic has two properties, absorption and fusion. While pondering these teachings, Canis stared at the tiny ant crawling on the ground. Darkness absorbs energy and fuses it into one property, Canis thought, his gaze becoming distant. He extended his finger, blocking the ant's path. In his mind, Canis seriously thought the dark energy his spiritual power received could cause slight damage. With that thought, Canis suddenly released his magic, crushing the ant. However, he watched as the remaining ants tried to scurry away from him as far as possible. The ants struggled to escape until they were out of the reach of Canis's dark magic. At that moment, he realized darkness cannot defeat light. A frail voice came from behind Canis. "Well done, Canis." Startled, he spun around and found Ogen standing behind him. Canis softly called, "Master." In Canis's mind, this was the benefactor of their lives. The one who saved both me and Aryan from hell, the Grand Magister Ogen. He looked at Canis and said in a deep voice, "If you try just a bit harder." At this, Ogen tapped his staff on the ground, and immediately, dark magic radiated powerfully, spreading across the land. No matter how far the ants tried to escape, that powerful magic annihilated them. In an instant, darkness completely reigned over the area. A voice filled with authority echoed in Canis's ear. "You will be able to submerge the light." Hearing Ogen's teachings, Canis grinned a sinister smile, his eyes glowing with intense malice. That dark expression and eerie smile had followed Canis as he grew up. And even today, as a young man, the darkness in his soul had never changed. Before Canis, corpses lay scattered. The agonized screams of the victims echoed, "Help me!" The desperate cries only fueled the demon inside Canis, making him even more excited. He grew more brutal, killing without a shred of emotion. Watching her brother act so ruthlessly, Aryan stood behind him and softly reminded, "Canis, this has nothing to do with avenging our master. Do we really have to go this far?" Hearing Aryan's question, Canis didn't turn to look at her. He only replied in a commanding tone, "Aryan, all I need to do is trust Master." Canis's lips curved into a slight smile. "You know that." He turned to look at Aryan, unhesitatingly affirming, Master would never do something pointless. After hearing her brother, Aryan lowered her eyelids and softly replied, I understand, Canis." In Aryan's eyes, Canis had transformed into a demon with a cruel smile. The three of them, Ogen, Canis, and Aryan, stood still, coldly watching the massacre unfold. After eliminating most of the guards, Ogen and his two disciples slowly walked into the prison. The prison was built very securely, but with a simple wave of Ogen's hand. The sturdy iron fence was instantly broken. The prisoners inside were freed. One of them, astonished, exclaimed, "Your skills are incredible." The prisoner raised his chin, speaking to Ogen in a dismissive tone. "Thanks a lot, you're a magician, right?" When the prisoner saw that Ogen was accompanied by Canis and Aryan, he mocked, "Why are you bringing kids with you? Planning a picnic?" He extended his hand, introducing himself to Ogen. "Nice to meet you. I'm Kraken the Nightcat." "Well, you must know me." Ogen disdainfully glanced at Kraken's dirty hand. He clicked his tongue, "Tsh." Ogen's eyes grew cold, and a murderous intent radiated from his every word. "Finally, I'm going into action myself. And yet, all I see are a bunch of nobodies." The prisoners, hearing Ogen's insult, grew angry and shouted, "What? Did that old man just call us nobodies?" The whole group, oblivious to their own insignificance, bravely charged at Ogen. "So, what if you're a magician? We'll crush you with numbers. Catch him." Before they could get close to Ogen, the surroundings suddenly darkened. The prisoners stumbled, backing into each other. They panicked and yelled, "Huh? Why is it so dark? I can't see anything. Hey, wait, the walls are getting closer." Indeed, the walls on either side began to close in, crushing the prisoners in between. In no time, their horrified screams echoed in desperation. "What? This is real. What are you doing? Damn it, get me out of here, stop pushing. I can't escape, damn it." The scene was horrifying. Aryan bit her lip, lowering her head, unable to watch any longer. The blood of the prisoners splattered everywhere. After a moment of silence, from the corner of the room, a man with iron chains on his legs sat. Ogen spoke. "It's all part of the scheme," he emphasized. "The person has hidden themselves very well." The man with the chains narrowed his eyes at Ogen and clicked his tongue. "Tsh." The man's arms were chained, and he had a tattoo of a South American parrot on his shoulder. He was Lucas. Seeing that Ogen had discovered him, he stopped hiding. Lucas stepped forward, sighing, "Ah, Busted, you crazy people. Why are you doing this to the people here?" Canis and Aryan stared silently at him. Ogen observed Lucas in turn, and then asked, "Are you planning to rebel against the kingdom?" Not hearing an answer from Ogen, Lucas chuckled. "Seems like that's exactly what you're up to." Huh. The expressions of Aryan and Canis grew tense. Lucas suddenly leapt into the air, his eyes filled with killing intent, charging straight towards Ogen. He threw a steel mace at Ogen, who remained calm and unmoving. Lucas was momentarily stunned, realizing he could barely touch him. The mace was held in place by Ogen's magic, but Lucas couldn't see any magic at all. He could only judge by his senses, feeling as though his attack had been absorbed. He wondered, who is this old man? At that moment, Ogen spoke calmly. "You've passed." Lucas laughed. "What's going on with you?" He asked Ogen in confusion. "I didn't apply for anything with you." Ogen remained silent, only turning and walking away. Ogen's magic shot directly at Lucas. Lucas panicked and raised his hands to defend himself, thinking, "Damn it, this is bad." Unexpectedly, Ogen's magic didn't intend to kill him. Instead, it helped Lucas break the chains around his body. Ogen's eerie voice echoed, "Money is your weakness." Ogen directly proposed, "I will give you a job that earns a lot of money." He asked Lucas, "Are you interested?" Lucas grinned maliciously. "Now you understand me, huh?" Canis silently watched Lucas. Unconsciously, his eyes showed his discomfort. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily, and a horse struggled to move through the downpour. Thad was sitting inside the carriage. Impatient, he urged the coachman, "Can't you go any faster? Hurry up. I gave you all the gold coins I had." The coachman turned back, awkwardly explaining to Thad, "No matter how fast I go, we won't reach Greece until tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Thad grew frustrated. He gritted his teeth, slamming his hand on the carriage wall, cursing. "Damn it!" The coachman outside was also helpless, muttering, "What am I doing at this hour?" Inside the carriage, Thad rubbed his forehead, his mind in turmoil. Axel had been freed from the prison last night. He frowned, thinking, next, he will appear to take revenge for what happened 40 years ago. I must report this situation quickly. At the Althea's Magic Academy, the rain added to the desolate and gloomy atmosphere of the place. Lucas had changed into a different outfit and was shivering. "It's so cold." Standing above, looking down at the Althea's Academy, Lucas complained, "It's pouring down rain like this. I have to do it, right?" Canis, standing next to him, coldly said, "Stop complaining." He told Lucas, "Just stick to the agreement, Lucas." Lucas chuckled and replied, "You better reward me well for this." Lucas grumbled, "If I knew you guys would do something as crazy as ambushing a magic academy." While Lucas was still grumbling, Axel had flown up high, silently observing the entire Althea's Academy. His eyes radiated intense hatred. Below, Lucas was still complaining, and Axel thought to himself, "If I had known, I wouldn't have followed you guys." In the rainy night, Axel flew high, silently observing the Althea's Magic Academy. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent, and the heavy rain only added to the gloomy, desolate atmosphere of the academy. Lucas crossed his arms in frustration, muttering, "Damn it, I have nothing else to do," and I joined them because they promised me a large sum of money. But honestly, isn't this the same as treason? Lucas glanced at Aryan and started a conversation. "Hey, you don't seem like someone who would do something like this." He teased Aryan, "You're too beautiful to be doing something like a dirty criminal. Ever thought about coming with me?" Hearing Lucas joke about his sister, Canis, who was nearby, couldn't tolerate it. He interrupted, "Lucas, your job is to keep an eye on the hostage." He coldly reminded Lucas, "Just do the job you were hired for." Lucas scoffed, asking Canis, "So, who's the hostage?" Canis didn't want to waste words with him. He casually replied, "You'll find out tomorrow morning." Canis's attitude made it impossible for Lucas to like him. He clicked his tongue in disgust. Canis didn't have a good opinion of Lucas either. He was inwardly irritated. Why did the master bring someone like him? A strange voice, almost like a whisper, crept into Lucas's mind. But the voice warned, "Don't question anything. All of this, everything, is according to his will." He, of course, refers to the Grand Mage Ogen. On this dark night, with rain pouring down like a torrent, Ogen's dark magic silently ruled over the Althea's Academy grounds. Meanwhile, at the Royal Library, ancient records revealed the following. Everything has its own weight, and because of this, the symmetry of the universe has been disrupted. And due to countless circumstances, thanks to the outcome of those incidents, the world we know has become vibrant. From among the mountain-high pile of books, a student with dark circles under his eyes rose. So, in the end, the world we know wouldn't exist without weight, right? Nade, a fifth-grade student from the West, whose hair was a mess like a bird's nest, stood up suddenly and asked loudly. No, more importantly, why was there weight in the first place? I suspect it just suddenly appeared, like boom. Perhaps in response to Nade, Iruki, also a fifth-grade student, was lazily lying on the desk. In a sluggish voice, he replied, "It's just weight or something like that." Nade wasn't satisfied. He raised his voice. "Are you serious? You're implying that God created everything, right? Are you losing your mind? Do you need some snacks to clear your head?" Iruki completely ignored Nade. He lazily twisted his nose. "I'm just saying stuff. How would I know?" Iruki looked up at the library ceiling, where the golden light from the lamp shimmered. His voice sounded tired and helpless. "We've spent all the time we can in this library. We've searched through anything related to weight. But in the end, we still can't understand anything that goes beyond human comprehension." Iruki shifted his position, offering his thoughts. "I think we've approached it as closely as we can from an omniscient perspective." At this, Iruki looked over at Chiron, who was lying still amidst a pile of books. He gently called Chiron's name. Iruki asked Chiron, "From your omniscient perspective, what do you think weight is?" Chiron didn't respond, lost in thought. According to the books, a mage's omniscient ability helps them form an objective, unbiased perspective. However, a mage's omnipotent power is completely personal. Chiron, also a fifth-grade student, after hearing Iruki's question, Chiron sluggishly pulled the book away from his face. He furrowed his brows and said, "It's a bit hard to explain in words." But then, Chiron paused for a moment, his mind drifting back to the experience he had when connecting with the immortal energy. At that time, he extended his hand, and the ethereal crystals fell into his palm. In that moment, Chiron had an experience of existence in his mind. Nade and Iruki both asked in unison, "Existence?" Chiron nodded. "Yes, I could feel the will to exist, a very strong desire." He described it. It was almost as if it was trying its best to make anyone, anywhere, know of its existence. Hearing Chiron's explanation, Iruki rubbed his chin. "That's profound. A desire to prove one's existence." Nade suddenly shouted, "What about this?" Chiron was a little taken aback. "Huh?" Nade excitedly continued, "Chiron, your omnipotence." Nade eagerly suggested, "What if we call it the molecule of a god?" Upon hearing Nade's idea, Chiron's eyes instantly brightened. Iruki, impressed, nodded. "That's a good name. Makes me think too." Chiron praised. "That name fits perfectly with what I was thinking. It's brilliant." With both friends praising him, Nade beamed with joy. "Really? Awesome." Then the omnipotence would become even stronger. The idea became clearer, and Chiron tightly held the magic energy in his hand. He mumbled, repeating the name Nade had given it, "Particles of God." Chiron cheerfully said, "Now I'll study it even more." The next morning, the first rays of sunlight bathed the Althea's Magic Academy. On the school grounds, Nade, Chiron, and Iruki walked together. Nade had his hands clasped behind his head, walking and complaining lazily. "Is this suspension also considered a holiday?" Chiron asked doubtfully. "You guys haven't forgotten the promise from yesterday, right?" At the mention of yesterday's bold promise, Nade and Iruki's faces simultaneously darkened. Both of them looked anxious and nervously repeated, In order for us to graduate together, we need to try hard in class for this term." Chiron reminded the two, "It's only been one day, you know." Iruki and Nade's eyes filled with tears as they nervously imagined some dreadful future and asked Chiron, "If I had to stay in class 5 alone?" Then Iruki continued, "Chiron, wouldn't it be okay for you to stay another year at school?" Chiron sighed, "But both of your grades are higher than mine. I'm the one in the most dangerous situation here." Nade spoke up, "Today's the last day. Do you guys want to stop by the research room?" Chiron raised his hand. "I need to go somewhere. You two go ahead." Iruki told Chiron, "When you're done, make sure to come by." After parting ways with Nade and Iruki, Chiron leisurely walked on, gazing up at the clear blue sky. He recalled, "A month ago, I was just an ignorant first-year student, but now I've learned about the particles of God. And I've gained precious friends." The wind gently ruffled Chiron's golden hair as he felt a little nostalgic. He remembered the moment spent with Amy, walking side by side, She's my girlfriend. And she had introduced me to everyone like that. Beautiful memories unfolded like a slow-motion film in Chiron's mind. He remembered giving Ami a large basket of apples as a gift. He smiled at her and said, "It's all thanks to you. I think I should thank you properly." She was quite taken aback. Huh? What? Me? During the night when he, Nade, and a rookie had pranked the entire school, Ami had secretly admired him. And that evening, she cried while talking to him. From now on, don't call me senpai anymore. Thinking back now, Chiron silently thanked Ami, the one who helped him get here. At that moment, in the Thad district, in the advanced class, the students were preparing to enter the classroom. As usual, Ami and Seriel walked together to class. Suddenly, Chiron appeared in front of them. Ami, senpai, Serielle. Ami and Seriel were immediately startled. Chiron smiled mischievously and gently asked, "Did I scare you?" "Sorry, I just wanted to surprise you." Chiron felt a little embarrassed. He looked down at the 2 coffee cups and softly said, "Thank you, Ami. It's all thanks to you." In response, Ami remained distant and cold. "Why are you speaking so familiarly with me?" Chiron was taken aback. "What?" Even Seriel looked down on him. "Do you even know where you are?" She looked at him with a sharp, piercing gaze, scolding him. "Impressive that you dared come to the graduation class. But haven't you crossed the line? Focus on your studies as a student." Seriel said to Ami, "Let's go. I thought we could have some peace for a while." With that, Seriel and Ami turned and walked away. Leaving Chiron behind, he awkwardly called out to them, "Senpai, Seriel, Ami." Chiron, panicked, ran after Ami and Seriel, calling out to them, "Are you angry at me because I haven't visited for a while?" Seriel directly shoved Chiron, and the 2 hot coffee cups fell to the ground. Seriel shouted at Chiron, "I tried to let it go, but this is called stalking. Do you know that? Leave before I get serious. If you don't want to be disciplined, just leave." Each word from Seriel struck like a sharp knife, piercing Chiron's soul. He trembled, unable to speak. No, it can't be. Chiron didn't understand why they suddenly treated him like this. Seeing that Chiron seemed somewhat pitiful, Ami grabbed Seriel's hand and whispered to her, "That's enough, let's go. Lunch break is almost over." Chiron couldn't believe it. He kept denying everything, saying liar. Chiron tried to get up. He turned and ran off, the words liar repeating over and over in his mind. Seriel watched Chiron's back as he ran. "If you say so, he's really strange. He seems so naive but is very stubborn." Seriel reassured Ami, "Don't worry too much. You already have a handsome guy." But when she said that, Seriel felt like something was off. Ami stopped and asked Seriel, Who are you talking about?" Meanwhile, Chiron was severely shaken. He ran blindly, not paying attention to his surroundings, and accidentally bumped into someone. The person shoved him aside with an irritated look. "Ugh, what are you doing?" Chiron immediately recognized him, calling out loudly, "Mark!" Mark saw that Chiron was wearing the advanced class student badge. Reacting quickly, Mark bowed respectfully and said, "My apologies, senior." Chiron was taken aback. "Mark, don't you recognize me?" Chiron quickly said, "It's me, Chiron. We took the teleportation test together." Mark raised his eyebrows and replied, "Ah, yes." Mark scratched his head, his eyes evasive, stammering, "I'm not sure, but, sorry for not recognizing you." Chiron couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, "Mark, you really don't know me?" Just then, Sienna walked over from a distance and asked, "Hey, what's going on here?" Chiron recognized Sienna's voice and turned around, looking at her with a pleading gaze. "Professor!" Sienna exclaimed. "Oh my!" She asked him, "Who are you? Are you a new student? I've never seen you before." Hearing Sienna's question, Chiron froze in place. Sienna continued, "What's your name?" Mark, seeing Chiron acting unfamiliar, clenched his fists, looking like he was ready to fight. He asked, "Who is this?" Other students nearby began to gather around Chiron, whispering to each other, "I've never seen him before. He looks suspicious. Is he a thief? Who is he really?" Chiron suddenly shouted and turned to run. Mark immediately shouted after him, "Stop! Catch that guy. He's suspicious." Chiron ran, crying as he denied it all. "This isn't real. This is a lie." Chiron kept running, trying to convince himself, "It's a lie. It's a lie." Chiron ran into the group study room and burst through the door. Nate and a rookie were sitting inside. Chiron rushed in and frantically asked, Nate, Iruki, you know me, right? Chiron, through his tears, said, It's me, Chiron. Nate's face suddenly became dark. He asked, How? How did you get in here? Both Nate and Iruki glanced at Chiron, coldly asking, Who are you? In that moment, Chiron was completely hopeless. A thought crossed his mind, just for a second. Have I never existed in this school? Was it all just a dream? Nate, sitting behind the desk, stared at Chiron coldly, his voice sharp as he asked, Wait, how does an outsider know the key to Estes? A barrage of questions from Nate hit Chiron like sharp arrows. Did the research group send you? Who are you? Chiron broke down in tears. He truly didn't know what to do anymore. Even his only friends had forgotten who he was. He started to doubt if his existence was just a lie. Suddenly, Nate and Iruki burst into strange, unsettling laughter, and then both of them started laughing hysterically. Iruki laughed while making a disgusted face. I can't hold it in anymore. Nate laughed so hard he was crying, pointing at Chiron. Look at that face. Nate turned to Iruki and asked, Did you hear that? Nate mockingly imitated Chiron. Nate, Iruki, you know me, right? It's me, Chiron. Iruki joined in, laughing until he lost all composure. Stop. I'm going to die laughing. Chiron suddenly dropped to his knees, whispering, Do you two remember me? Seeing Chiron collapse to the ground, this time, Nate and Iruki were startled. They quickly got up and asked, Chiron, why are you crying? Iruki also walked over to Chiron, looking concerned. What's wrong? Is something happening? Nate gently patted Chiron's back, trying to soothe him. Sorry for teasing you earlier. Is that better? After hearing Chiron explain the whole story, Nate began to understand. No one remembers you? What do you mean? Iruki, sitting next to Chiron, couldn't make sense of it either. But it's strange. Even Professor Sienna said that. Chiron covered his face, crying. When I looked into their eyes, they weren't lying. They really don't remember me. Nate sat up. Maybe we should go outside and check. Chiron quickly stopped him. What if you two forget me as well when we go outside? Thinking about the possibility of Nate and Iruki forgetting him too, Chiron buried his face in his hands and cried. If that happens, Iruki suddenly had an idea. What if we write it down? Without wasting time, Iruki grabbed a pen and wrote on Nate's hand. If you lose your memory, the person with the star symbol will be your friend. He clenched his fist, and on the back of Nate's hand was a drawn star symbol. Nate smiled confidently. If we do this, even if we forget, it won't matter, right? Chiron hesitated. Could this be some kind of supernatural phenomenon? Nate paused. I don't know. I can't think of anything that would cause memory loss. Iruki spoke up. All right, let's go outside and check. Soon enough, the three of them, Nate, Chiron, and Iruki, arrived back at the Alpheus Academy of Magic. They walked carefully, and from the outside, the academy still looked as grand and noble as usual. As they reached the school gates, the three of them, Nate, Chiron, and Iruki, were shocked and exclaimed, What? What the heck is going on here? In the courtyard, all the students had gathered together. The students' faces were grim, and Nate said, stunned, This is even stranger than what Chiron said. Iruki, curious, asked, What are they doing? Nate suggested, Let's get closer and see. Chiron quickly stopped them, asking, What if getting closer makes us like them? Iruki disagreed, analyzing, The chances are pretty low. Didn't you physically interact with them? Chiron thought Iruki made a good point and nodded. Yeah, I guess it should be fine. Just then, Nate suddenly called out loudly. Hey Gabe, where do you think you're going? Gabe stopped when he heard Nate's voice and looked up, confused. Huh? Do you know me? Nate stepped closer to Gabe and casually said, Of course I do. Now tell me, where are you headed? Gabe widened his eyes and, bewildered, said, Tell me who I am. He suddenly grabbed Nate's shoulders and asked rapidly, Who am I, and what's going on with the sounds I've been hearing? Gabe shook his head, screaming in frustration. I can't hear anything. Nate panicked and asked, What are you hearing right now? Hey. Iruki carefully observed Gabe's behavior. He quickly pulled Chiron aside, whispering, I think he doesn't even realize that the sound he's hearing is his own voice. Gabe continued to scream wildly, and Iruki guessed, and now he's even forgotten his own language. Gabe screamed, tears and snot pouring out, and Iruki concluded, He's losing his memory, piece by piece. Suddenly, Gabe went completely silent. Chiron, surprised, said, It stopped. He looked around, and the other students, just like Gabe, had empty, lifeless gazes. They moved like puppets, stepping in sync. The students continued marching in line out of the academy. It wasn't just the students. Even the teachers couldn't escape the same fate. It was as if an invisible hand was pulling the strings, controlling the students to walk one by one into the forest. Deep in the forest, Aryan, wearing a black cloak, stood waiting. She turned to Canis and said, "I've gathered them all, Canis." Aryan signaled to Canis with her eyes. "Let's go." Canis nodded silently at her. Lucas let out a long breath and mocked. How terrifying. He crossed his arms and stood among the students, sarcastically saying, "They've all turned into zombies, unable to think but still alive. So, I can do whatever I want with them, right?" Lucas walked up to Amy and teased her. "Wow, I never expected to find a beautiful girl in a place like this." "Why don't we?" Canis coldly interrupted him. "Lucas." He stared at Lucas with icy eyes, his voice low but firm as he warned, "If you ruin my master's great work with such filthy things, I'll kill you." Lucas shrugged, annoyed. "You're so strict. Can't I just have a little fun?" Canis coldly repeated the warning. "If you dare ignore my words again, I'll kill you right here." Lucas' eyes flashed with anger as he thought, this arrogant little brat. He silently nursed a grudge against Canis. "I don't like him at all. I want to kill him right now. But I'm not stupid enough to fight a mage in their own domain. I'll kill you the moment you lower your guard." Lucas placed his hand lightly on Amy's shoulder, clicking his tongue in regret. TCH. Then Lucas turned away, acting as though he was yielding to Canis. "Fine, after all, it's useless if I don't get paid." Seeing Lucas stop causing trouble, Canis turned and walked away. The students continued to march into the forest, following Aryan and Canis' orders. Behind a nearby tree, Nade whispered to Siren and Iruki. "They're the ones behind this. Should we stop them?" Iruki firmly disagreed. "No." Nade was puzzled and turned to ask Iruki, "Why?" Iruki slowly explained, "Memory manipulation is extremely difficult, and they've applied it to over 500 people." At this point, Iruki's face darkened, emphasizing, "Not to mention, those 500 people are extremely intelligent students." Iruki continued, pointing out the disadvantages of directly confronting Canis and Aryan. "These are people who spent their whole lives training their minds at the Magic Academy, with teachers like Professor Sheena, who is a level 6 mage." Nade shivered and said, "So that means," Siren wide-eyed, added, "they're mages even stronger than us." Iruki agreed with Siren's deduction. "Yes, they're strong to the point we can't even imagine." Iruki believed that they should follow their trail now. It'll be too late to intervene when it gets more dangerous. Siren suddenly spoke up, "Not here." Nade, confused, asked, "Huh?" Siren exclaimed, "The headmaster and Professor Ithella aren't here." Meanwhile, in a small house deep in the forest, Ithella was meditating, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. She furrowed her brows as a strange noise echoed from the roof. Crows flapped their wings, flying in disarray. Ithella opened her eyes wide. She gasped, feeling a sudden unease inside her chest. "What's going on?" "Thousands of demons. All in one night?" A pigeon flew past Ithella's porch. She pushed her glasses up, thinking, and not just that. Moreover, it's way past class time, and no one has come to find me. Not even. Feeling uneasy, Ithella rushed out of her house. She ran to the academy, and upon arrival, she was stunned. What? There wasn't a single person around. Ithella looked around in utter confusion. How is this possible? There's no one in the academy. Suddenly, Ithella froze. From a distance, Thad was running toward her at full speed. As he ran, he spoke hurriedly. "Professor Ithella, I'm glad you're okay." Recognizing the figure, she realized it was Thad. Ithella quickly asked, "Professor Thad, what's happening?" Thad immediately informed her. "There's been an attack. The academy has been attacked." Thad frantically told Ithella, "Professor Ithella, we've been attacked. We've been attacked by dark magic." At that moment, Ithella immediately understood. So, that means the sudden increase in crimes last night was caused by... Thad, running toward Ithella, quickly recounted the situation to her. It will affect the entire academy. Even the gatekeepers have had their memories erased. Thad said seriously, "Professor Ithella, the one behind all of this is Axel Vider, the grand mage who brought about destruction to this world a long time ago." Hearing Thad's words, Ithella was stunned. If they are grand mages... Yes, Thad confirmed. He continued, they are third-class mages. Once a mage reaches third class, they are called Grand Mages. The rank of mages is determined by their achievements and reputation. As far as I know, killing a high-tier monster can grant up to 500 achievement points, and receiving an invitation from the Emperor can grant 100 reputation points. The requirement to go from rank 10 to rank 9 is 1,000 points. And the points required to go from rank 4 to rank 3 is, compared to Anthea Smith, who is currently rank 4. Meanwhile, Axel Vider is rank 3. The difference in their ranks is a staggering 280 million points. Axel Vider is a monumental figure, with his powerful dark magic. He reached rank 3 alone in the previous century. Amazed by Axel's achievements, Ithella asked Thad, why would someone like him pay attention to our academy? Ithella is currently a 6th class mage. Like Thad, he is also a 6th class mage. Hearing Ithella's question, Thad was momentarily at a loss. He wondered to himself, should I tell her the truth? Seeing the bewildered expression on Ithella's face, Thad truly didn't know how to handle the situation. Thad recalled a few years ago, when he was reviewing Ithella's background to decide whether to accept her as a lecturer at the academy. Alpheus was very surprised, and he exclaimed, she was a bishop from the Cassis order. A bishop is an important position that protects the 12 achievements. Alpheus stopped and looked at Ithella, asking her in confusion. The strongest bishop the order has in the kingdom, and a 6th class mage. Why would someone like you want to come and be a teacher at this academy? Ithella sat upright across from Alpheus. She sincerely shared, because I want to follow the teachings of Bishop Dung Cassis. Be like the rays and the light. Ithella stood up and expressed her viewpoint. At other academies, they only focus on training mages to become as powerful as possible. But here, Headmaster Alpheus, you respect the students' autonomy and teach them how to take responsibility for their power. With a bright smile, Ithella said frankly, I truly respect and support your ideals. Headmaster, that's why I want to come to this academy. Ithella's spirit and enthusiasm made a lasting impression on Thad. Now, remembering it, Thad couldn't help but struggle intensely in his mind. Finally, he made up his mind. Thad called out to her, Professor Ithella. He carefully chose his words. I hope you can stay calm after hearing what I'm about to say. Axel Vider is Headmaster Alpheus. Upon hearing Thad's words, Ithella was stunned. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, she slowly opened her eyes and said calmly, I understand. Ithella firmly declared, no matter who it is, if they harm the students of this academy, they must be erased. We must protect them. A blue light radiated from Ithella. Thad, in surprise, called out to her, Professor Ithella. Ithella looked in a certain direction and described the situation of the students. The students are heading towards the mountain range. Before Ithella, the scene in the deep forest unfolded. She exclaimed, the mountain range. It seemed like they were heading towards a bridge they couldn't cross. I've spotted 3 people who seem to be leading them. Ithella suddenly paused. Wait, there are 3 others chasing them. Thad anxiously asked, can you tell who they are? Ithella hesitated briefly. I'm not sure, but their uniforms. She gasped. Ithella recognized one of them. It was Chiron. On Chiron's side, all 3 of them had hidden behind a tree. Nade whispered, why are they bringing them here? He asked in confusion. The bridge they can't cross. Are they planning to push them all off the cliff? Nade angrily shouted, what? Why would they do that? Iruki frowned and analyzed. Usually, there's nothing to gain for either side if they push them off the cliff. Suddenly, Iruki murmured, but there is a reason they're doing this. When they're hostages, I'll go call for help, right now. Nade quickly stopped Iruki. Calm down, look at those whose memories have been erased. Chiron seems to be more composed. He said, even though the headmaster isn't here, we still have Thad and Ithella. I'm sure someone has assessed the situation and requested help already. However, Chiron emphasized, but if they intend to harm the hostages before help arrives, we'll have no choice but to fight. Hearing Chiron, both Nade and Iruki exchanged glances, expressing their agreement with what Chiron just said. Iruki pondered, it will be a huge risk if we fight them when the numbers are clearly not in our favor. Nade helplessly spoke up, we have no choice, we can only wait. Chiron assessed, it seems like they don't intend to push them off the cliff just yet. He remarked, they seem like they're waiting for someone. Below, Lucas shouted loudly, Canis, hey brat, He pointed toward the students while shouting, "Why isn't your leader here yet? Don't you know how important timing is in this kind of situation? Do you want us all to die waiting here like this?" Canis glared at Lucas and slowly said, "We can't start until we get that guy, and Fia's out. The only thing you need to worry about is your contract." That's it. At this moment, Aryan used a mental communication technique to contact Canis. "Canis, it's been too long since we heard from the leader. Why haven't they returned yet?" Canis glanced at Aryan and silently sent a message back to her. "I don't know. The meeting time passed a long time ago. I'm starting to get uneasy. I don't doubt the leader. I just can't understand. The leader has been waiting for this moment longer than anyone. Why haven't they shown up?" Not to mention, Lucas's shout rang out, cutting off Canis's thoughts. "Damn it. At least make sure these guys have a good time. Everything is fine, isn't it?" Canis gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. Why did the leader choose that person for this mission? He couldn't hold it anymore. Canis turned and yelled at Lucas, "You piece of trash." Lucas immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "What? You really want to get beaten? Huh?" Lucas yelled out furiously, "Do you think I'm joking with you?" His strength couldn't be underestimated. Even Aryan was startled. She thought, the death gaze, it's too powerful. It even has the power to shut down the central nervous system of a human. As Canis knew, it was a powerful skill only those who had committed countless crimes could possess. Thinking of this, Canis looked down on Lucas even more. "In Ladome, where I grew up, I've met countless pieces of trash. Looking at others like they're cheap food." Canis narrowed his eyes, insulting Lucas. "You're just like them. Trash like you is common in Ladome." Hearing Canis's harsh words, Lucas sneered. "Now I understand why I never liked you from the start." Lucas retorted, cocking his head. "You think we're different?" "Yeah, I'm trash, and you're the noble one." He sneered, "These living trash. They may have no reason, but their bodies still function." Lucas glanced at a student lying on the ground, drooling. He casually said, "And when they can't eat, drink, or rest, they'll slowly die, even if we don't throw them off this cliff." Suddenly, Lucas grabbed Sheena by the throat. He said cruelly, "This is what I can feel." He lifted Sheena, watching her struggle, while spitting venom. "So, doesn't that mean you want to kill everyone here?" Canis rebutted Lucas. "We didn't bring them here to kill them. They're hostages." Lucas laughed even more cruelly. "And that's exactly why I want to reduce their numbers." Sheena's legs flailed wildly in the air. Lucas, without a hint of mercy, said, "Because once this is over," he smugly declared, "everyone involved in this will be a murderer." Aryan, seeing Lucas strangling Sheena, was also reluctant to act. Canis's eyes were icy, and he asked Lucas coldly, "Are you going to break the rules you've set for yourself?" Lucas frowned. Killing a girl is shameful, but Suddenly, there was an anomaly under Lucas's feet, followed by a deafening explosion. The shockwave from the explosion forced Aryan to cover herself with her arms to prevent injury, while Canis remained calmly standing still. Iruki extended his hand, using his spiritual power, clicking his tongue. Iruki sneered, "I thought at least I could blow off one or two of your legs." Lucas knelt, gritting his teeth. He shouted at Nade and Iruki, "Who the hell are you two?" Suddenly, a sharp sound came from behind him and shot into the sky. It was Chiron, who had successfully rescued Sheena from Lucas's grasp. Chiron, furious, declared, "I won't let you off the hook." Canis interrupted, "Who the hell are you to intervene here? Moreover, how did you escape from mind control?" In another development, deep in the dense forest, at the entrance of a cave, a figure stepped out. It was Axel. He looked slightly surprised. Facing him was Athela. Axel asked in a commanding tone, "Did you come here alone?" Thad nervously told Athela, "We should leave the hostages to the kids, because they're smart enough to buy us some more time." After a few seconds of hesitation, Athela finally agreed with Thad's suggestion. She asked him, "All right, but what about us?" Thad didn't hesitate. "We need to find the headmaster." He said seriously, "We need him to handle this situation." Hearing this, Athela's face briefly showed some tension. "So, what I need to do has already been decided." Thad frowned, pleading with her, "Please, what Athela needs to do is confront Axel directly." With the help of magic, she quickly found Axel's hiding place, a cave deep in the forest. Thad's voice echoed in her ears, "Find Axel." When Athela arrived, Axel slowly stepped out. He spoke calmly, "You're here alone. Ithella respectfully bowed her head to Axel, Bishop of Cassis. Ithella was honored to meet someone considered a legend. Hearing Ithella introduce herself, Axel looked slightly surprised. A bishop? He silently assessed Ithella, considering that she had broken through the black hole and was standing here. It could be said she was a true seeker. But a bishop? Axel couldn't believe it. Yeah, Axel couldn't believe his eyes. Throughout his life, the bishops he had encountered were all elderly men. He quickly realized that Ithella was a genius. She had passed the Eightfold Path and reached the peak of sainthood at such a young age. He suddenly laughed, just as expected. This world is quite interesting. Axel's eyes suddenly filled with intense malice. He gritted his teeth and growled, "Surely. Alpheus, where is that guy?" Ithella got straight to the point. "If you're trying to stall for time, it won't work." Axel looked surprised. "What?" Ithella sharply analyzed. "Because you used a powerful spell last night. You probably don't have much energy left. The only thing you can do is wait for the darkness." Axel silently stared at Ithella. She bluntly made a proposition to him. "If you undo the spell you cast on the students right now, I'll let you face the headmaster." Axel's lips curled into a smile. He laughed maniacally, as if hearing the funniest story in the world. He mocked Ithella. "You think I'm stalling for time?" With that, Ithella froze in shock and looked up. Suddenly, trees all around her began to rise from the ground, trapping her in place. Axel's mocking voice echoed in her ears. "Foolish girl, killing you would be such a waste." He coldly murmured, "But die anyway." Immediately, the eerie trees tightened their grip on Ithella. On Chiron's side, Lucas mocked Canis. "Pretty flawless plan, huh?" He blamed Canis and Aryan, his tone sarcastic. "You guys ignored what I said, and now we have 3 witnesses showing up." He glanced up to see Chiron and a rookie supporting Sheena. Lucas loudly criticized. "What a stupid plan." Seizing the opportunity, he demanded, "If you give me more money, I'll fight this battle for you." "What do you think?" Canis clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. Aryan used a mental manipulation spell to call out to Canis. He told Aryan, "I'll handle them." Aryan quickly retorted, "Let me take care of it." Canis coldly responded, "You deal with the hostages." Canis's gaze sharpened. "I'm enough on my own." Lucas sat down on a rock, eagerly waiting for the show to unfold. Go ahead, do that," he muttered, silently cursing Canis and Aryan. "Idiots." He thought to himself, "Fight all you want, you'll have to pay for it eventually." Canis stepped in front of the Chiron group and casually asked, "How did you all manage to avoid the mind control spell to get here?" Nade laughed. "Avoid it? We broke that dark magic with our own power." Canis naturally didn't believe it. Ridiculous. If that were true, you wouldn't be able to stand here in your current state. Canis was channeling his magic as he spoke, since there wasn't much time left. He suggested, "Let's attack at the same time then. That magic of yours won't be effective." A rookie whispered to Chiron, "His aura is terrifying." Chiron softly instructed Nade, "Nade, take care of Sheena." Chiron slowly channeled his spiritual energy. "If that's dark magic, then based on its weaknesses, my magic has the advantage." Chiron commanded, "I'll fight him. You guys take care of the swordsman." Nade asked in concern, "By yourself? Isn't it better to attack together? It looks like the swordsman won't interfere." Lucas, indeed, maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Chiron cautiously reminded them, "That guy, no matter what he says, don't let your guard down. He pushed an innocent person into a pit." He emphasized, "And he's strong." Chiron could feel the ominous aura emanating from Lucas. Lucas was also paying attention to him. "That kid, he's quite troublesome, picking up on the situation so quickly." Iruki silently assessed Chiron's words. Chiron was right. Lucas was usually easy to deceive. Looking at Chiron's back, Iruki felt more confident. But in battle, he was a completely different person. Chiron took slow, measured steps toward Canis, who also moved closer to him. The 2 opposing magical forces collided directly. Chiron froze. "What's going on?" In front of him, Canis's eyes were so empty that they sent chills down his spine. He felt that he couldn't read them at all. Wherever Canis stepped, darkness spread in his wake. Canis released his intense magical energy toward Chiron. Chiron quickly raised his hand and cast photonization, the light and darkness clashing with each other. Chiron was shocked. The light was held back. His photonization was actually blocked by Canis's dark magic. Chiron was pushed back, but he didn't give up. He quickly used photonization again. Chiron's spiritual energy surged toward Canis, but once again, all the light was swallowed by the darkness. Nate screamed in panic. What just happened? Even after being hit by the light, the darkness is still here? Canis's expression remained calm. Chiron gritted his teeth. Is the power gap between us really that large? Big enough to break the laws of nature? Canis coldly spoke. You think you can rely on the natural weaknesses? With skills like yours? Chiron started to sweat, thinking, damn, something's off with Canis. Chiron thought to himself, what if I do this? He focused his energy, and the power from Chiron was unleashed with incredible force. Canis reached out his hand, feeling a strange sense of unease. Something's not right. Canis thought, let's see how much stronger you can get. Suddenly, he was thrown back. Canis screamed in terror, still unable to understand what had just happened. Witnessing Canis being blasted by that terrifying force, Aryan screamed in panic. Canis! Aryan was stunned. The light pierced through the white veil, and he was sent flying. Nade and a rookie stood with their mouths agape, while Lucas was also stunned into silence. He wondered to himself, what the hell is that kid? The scene shifted. By the trunk of an ancient tree, the atmosphere began to darken, the wind howling fiercely, and a flock of birds struggled to fly as though trying to escape from something. The ancient trees had become sentient, surrounding a girl. Terrified, she could only watch as the branches flew in circles around her. Thud! Perhaps the girl had already been completely swallowed by the tree. Inside, she tried to observe her surroundings, searching for a way out. Suddenly, a voice echoed. How foolish. It's useless. A frail figure appeared, pointing at her with disdain. Die. Then, he extended his hand toward her, launching the tree branches at lightning speed. After a moment of observation, she thought, it's pitch black around me, and she was trembling with fear. But, if she used synesthesia, the branches were still coming closer, as though they were about to pierce her. Suddenly, her body glowed. A powerful light within her was unleashed. At that moment, she no longer felt any fear towards them. After releasing her power, she immediately shot toward the trees at breakneck speed. The branches relentlessly targeted her as they rushed toward her. Thanks to her extreme speed, she deftly avoided every attack. As she dodged, the voice that had threatened her earlier rang out again. Impressive. He continued, but the darkness. Before he finished his sentence, he summoned a mass of dark hands flying toward her. The voice echoed everywhere, and this time, it seemed his attack had an effect. Her legs were now bound by the dark hands. Still, she remained calm and looked for a way to resolve it. She spun around, and as she finished her spin, she lost her calm. She thought in shock, a punch? If I teleport now, my legs will be crippled. So, she thought again and closed her eyes, as though trying to release something. Meanwhile, the dark hands continued to rush toward her. She continued thinking, in that case, I'll just teleport my upper body. As she thought this, a mirrored image of herself flew out from her. With that, she spun and kicked one of the dark hands charging toward her. She landed gracefully, in perfect form. The force within her was so great that the ground where she landed cracked open with a large hole. Dirt flew everywhere, and that frail voice echoed again. Indeed, it's the Cassis target. If you weren't teaching at that little school, you'd probably be someone much greater by now. She seemed to be growing tired, her face now dotted with sweat. The voice continued, but still, Anthea's hasn't uttered a word, hiding her abilities and talents. Before her astonished gaze, an old man with snowy white hair appeared, but no longer with the benevolent look of old. Now, he carried with him a massive aura of death, and he continued speaking to steal all the credit for himself. She screamed, "What does he want from me?" Suddenly, a wave of darkness shot up from below, striking her directly. Caught off guard and unable to react in time, she was knocked backward from the blow. Strangely, he was holding his ground against thousands of punches coming toward the girl. In her eyes, the sight was terrifying, punches speeding toward her without mercy. At the same time, inside a castle, a voice suddenly rang out, "Master!" In the principal's office, a young man with blonde hair was frantically searching while shouting. "Master," he thought to himself. He must be nearby. Then he suddenly remembered something. He had heard that the master had built a THAAD in the principal's office. But where exactly is it? He kept thinking and searching. Suddenly, A book appeared before his eyes, one entirely black with the title, The Bird Watching the Darkness. He then entered the hidden Thad room, and once inside, he quickly placed a lamp on the table. Master, his voice echoed in the pitch-black space as he continued searching. Looking up at the shelf next to him, he appeared surprised, as if he had seen something special. Before him was a painting of a beautiful girl with black hair and a purple flower in her hair. He stared at the painting, thinking, this person, could it be? As he was thinking, a voice suddenly rang out. Who's there? He turned around. Master, you're safe. An old man with white hair and a long beard stepped forward. The old man furrowed his brows and asked, Master, do I know you? The young man with blonde hair was startled and fearful. What's going on? As he lost his memory, he thought, but something fell off. Unlike others, the master hadn't completely lost all his memories. The old man stroked his chin, thinking deeply, and asked, Lost my memory? Or did I travel to the future? Panicking, the old man scratched his head. Oh my, I didn't expect to turn into this old man. My handsome 18-year-old face is gone. The young man looked at him in disbelief. 18 years old? He gasped. 40 years of the master's memories gone? Does that mean the person before me is... The old man, now calmer, asked, Hey kid, Alpheus, the arrogant and notorious young man? He continued, What happened to me? Thad answered honestly. Master was injured by a dark magic, and that's why he lost his memory. Not just that, the safety of the students and faculty. Before he could finish, the old man interrupted. No, I'm not asking about that. He asked, puzzled, Yes? With a terrifying look, he rested his hand on his chin and asked, What about my work? Has something happened? The young man stammered. Master is the headmaster of one of the 5 most prestigious academies in the kingdom. The Alpheus Magic Academy, a person who not only respects the students but also his subordinates within the academy. After hearing Thad's answer, the old man burst into laughter, laughing as he asked, So, I became a teacher, huh? Respectful too? Surprised by this, he quickly asked, Me? Are you seriously telling me that? Before Thad could finish his sentence, the old man suddenly grabbed his collar and lifted him up. The old man was right in his face, asking with a cold, emotionless gaze, What rank am I now? Seeing the terrifying face just inches away, Thad couldn't help but stutter. 4th. You're ranked 4th now. Upon hearing the answer, the old man's face flushed with rage, his veins bulging, his eyes wide as he yelled, What? 4th place? 4th? A genius like me? Only 4th? As he yelled, the old man turned and punched the bookshelves, causing books to fly everywhere. He shouted, I'm not even number 1. Thad, watching in disbelief, thought, What the hell is happening? Hearing the old man's insults, Thad thought, over 60 years old and still just a headmaster? Pathetic. He even keeps an old, difficult picture of himself in his room. As soon as he finished, the old man yanked the photo off the wall and threw it to the ground. Thad stood frozen, pale-faced, as the old man continued his rampage, glaring at him and asking, You, if you're my student, you must know how to use photonization, right? Bring my memories back now. I need to know what this idiot has been doing for the past 40 years. Thad was speechless. Master, can you not look back at your memories? His eyes were filled with tears, as if he might cry. The room was a mess. Standing before Thad, the old man spoke again, threatening, If you're truly my student, then I'll drop you as my disciple. I don't need a weak disciple like you. Do you think I, the great Alpheus, will be afraid of my own past? The old man's fury continued to rise. Thad trembled in fear, replying, Yes. He thought to himself, when a person has to relive their memories, does it change their personality? I am scared. I'm scared that the master I once knew will never return. Right now, I can only trust him. The young man placed his hand on the old man's head, his face filled with worry, and said, I will use photonization to remove the dark energy, sealing your memories. After that, it's up to you, master. The old man sat back in the chair, closed his eyes, and calmly replied, You're worrying about me? Just do your job properly. The young man's thoughts continued. Not to mention, those were the 40 most terrifying years of his life. A voice continuously echoed, Master Alpheus, Master Alpheus, Master Alpheus. Before him, beautiful young women were smiling brightly. One of them asked, How are you so smart, Master? Another girl chimed in, Master Alpheus, please tell us more. Holding a cup in his hand, he took a sip and responded, "My dear ladies, don't worry. This night will last forever," said a handsome young man with golden hair. In his sight, a ruined city appeared, a place where one could easily lose their life from the smallest mistake. The battlefield. Two children were hugging each other for comfort, their entire lives ahead of them. Beneath them, flames were consuming the magnificent high-rise buildings. On the roof, people dressed in robes stood, looking down at the chaotic scene below. We have to live in the battlefield. To survive, we're forced to become weapons. In stark contrast to the earlier scene, the current image was of a majestic city, magnificent compared to the children who went to school to get good jobs. "They can't compare to us," that's what the master said. A girl with violet eyes stood frozen, her gaze empty. "She said to us," a young man with golden hair and bright blue eyes, standing straight, his hand as if just casting a spell. Under the large tree, a young man sat trembling at its base. It seemed he had just encountered something terrifying. I activated the dark bane, almost instinctively. The young man under the tree thought to himself, "If I had been just 1 second too late, what would have happened?" A strange voice suddenly echoed, "You're in quite a difficult situation, Canis." But it seemed that Canis wasn't surprised by the voice. He calmly asked, "What did I just bump into?" The strange voice replied, "Wait. You've been absorbed by a source of light carrying weight. Perhaps the young man with golden hair shot some energy at you earlier." Canis, clutching his chest, asked with difficulty, "What the hell is this? How can light have weight?" The strange voice answered, "There is an intermediary object that can transform light energy into something with mass. It's entirely possible." Canis frowned. "Are you kidding me? I've never heard of anything like that." The voice paused for a long time, then suddenly spoke. He must have found it." Canis, his face dark with frustration, replied, "Sorry if I hurt you. I'm just telling the truth. That guy is quite strong and special. He has a unique way of casting magic for a student in a magic academy." The voice continued rambling while Canis prepared to put on his hat and move forward. However, before the voice could finish, Canis interrupted. "I'm the one who has to win, right?" The voice chuckled in satisfaction. "Of course. If we work together." Canis began walking, the power of darkness constantly enveloping him. A girl screamed in surprise, "Canis!" The young man with green hair and a grim face yelled his name. Canis stepped forward with a provocative look. "You've taken that magic attack." "Huh? Tisich, you must be really cocky, Thad." He calmly continued walking into the arena. "Is that all you've got? I think this battle is going to be pretty amazing." Chiron, with a dark expression, Canis continued, "Let me enjoy this a little longer." Chiron, confused, asked, "Enjoy? You're holding a hostage and calling this a battle?" As he spoke, his hand conjured a sphere of light. On the other side, Canis was summoning a dark aura around his body. Canis taunted, "Your spells won't work on me anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, Chiron leaped toward Canis, shouting, "Then try this move." Canis slammed his palm onto the ground, creating a large hole with water splashing everywhere. The dark aura of Canis completely contrasted with the radiant light of Chiron. The two spells clashed directly, creating a loud sound. Chiron, slightly shocked, muttered, "The same method of casting, huh?" He flew straight up into the sky and summoned 3 powerful beams of light, striking down toward Canis. Below, the onlookers were amazed and frightened by the spectacle of the two battling. It was as if they were two wild beasts fighting. Spells can be divided into 2 types. Spells I can dodge and spells I can't. An older man, his face tense, thought to himself, "For that light beam, just as I thought, I have to get rid of that guy first." Chiron, looking down from above at the result of his attack, saw numerous holes in the ground. Suddenly, he felt something from behind. Yes, Canis had somehow gotten behind him. Taking the opportunity, Canis unleashed dark beams toward Chiron, hitting him this time, causing him to stumble backward. Chiron, in shock, gasped, "What? You appeared from behind me." After taking the hit, it took a moment for him to calm down. Soren used the extreme speed of light to dodge and counter Canis's techniques. The two kept appearing from one spot to another. Below, a young boy with green hair suddenly shouted, "It's the darkness!" That guy, he's using the darkness to teleport. In an endless, quiet dimension, Canis calmly walked through it. The audience below continued to chatter, even as the two fought relentlessly. "Isn't that the trick? He can teleport anywhere he wants, right?" Someone asked and someone else answered, "There are still some limits." He can only teleport to places connected to his own shadow. The green-haired boy still wondered, but we still can't predict where he'll come from. Unless we analyze the shadows of the whole area in the blink of an eye. Have you forgotten? The other boy didn't answer and just shot a glare at the green-haired boy. Chiron, you're the one who can calculate the trajectory of those powerful magic attacks. Meanwhile, the two of them were still battling fiercely above. After some time, Chiron thought to himself, finally got him. With that thought, he shot a powerful beam of light toward the forest. At that moment, Canis emerged from the shadows. The crowd below erupted. He did it. Just as everyone thought it was over, a strange high-pitched laugh rang out. And a dark power overwhelmed, protecting Canis from behind. The faces of the audience went pale, and even Chiron was shocked. What? What's going on? Canis smiled, but there was no trace of amusement in his eyes. His darkness had engulfed Chiron's light, a pair of feet running in desperation. It was Chiron with a terrified face, his clothes in tatters, running somewhere, when suddenly a voice rang out. Hey kid! A monster with sharp fangs and a long, snaking tongue stuck out. That's one tasty snack. Canis laughed eerily as he introduced the creature that had just emerged from the shadows. This is the ultimate dark magic. A terrifying monster, after swallowing Chiron's energy blast whole. The monster, along with the one named Canis, stood proudly, laughing arrogantly. Look at them, they seem really angry. On this side, Iruki and Nade stood behind Chiron, looking quite panicked as they saw Canis monster. It can talk. That's a monster. I've seen it in books, but I've never heard of it being intelligent. Chiron, in a rather battered state, stood there, suddenly sweating, blurting out a monster. And Canis is able to summon a monster to help him? Wizards or magic users, they can create all sorts of things, from items to potions, but none of it can solve this puzzle. This is about creating life. That's the field of biological magic, which is said to be far beyond human comprehension. Chiron was even more shocked when he realized that the monster could talk and was incredibly intelligent. The monster across from them laughed with delight, then spoke after hearing Chiron's observation. Is that all? I'm also pretty, but I'm not letting you see it. Iruki and Nade froze in place, struggling to find words in the face of the monster's size. This bastard has no shame. Canis finally spoke, grinning wickedly. Of course it's smart. This is a monster with the intelligence of a grand mage. Now do you understand? As soon as Canis finished speaking, Chiron sensed something coming. He panicked and looked up immediately. I admit, you have quite special magic. A dark magic column struck down right where Chiron stood. Luckily, he noticed just in time and quickly jumped out of the way, barely avoiding it. But you're just a student. Right behind Chiron, another strike from Canis was already coming at him. Chiron dodged Canis' constant attacks, but he was sent flying quite a distance, landing in a crumpled heap on the ground. Lying on the ground, he struggled to gather magic energy to counterattack Canis. Chiron's counterattack was immediately blocked by Canis' dark magic. Canis, frustrated, gathered more dark magic, his voice rising as he shouted, I told you, you're magic. He slammed his hands down, sending a wave of dark energy forward, shattering Chiron's light magic. It won't work on me. The dark magic of Canis was far too powerful, pushing forward toward Chiron. Iruki and Nade saw the situation worsening, the danger closing in on Chiron. They immediately charged forward to help him. Nade shouted and rushed forward with Iruki. Chiron! The dark magic strike was about to engulf Chiron, almost as if it was going to swallow him whole. He felt terrified by its power, his thoughts racing. What should I do now? I am scared. I'm going to die. Now, Chiron felt like a small, frightened child, facing the imminent death brought on by Canis' dark magic. The claws grazed his shoulder, causing blood to spill. Amy and Serial looked on with worried expressions. Sheena was lying unconscious on the ground, while Vincent, with his red eyes glowing, gritted his teeth in anger. And Iruki and Nade were frantically trying to reach Chiron. But what now? The magical attack hit Chiron, causing blood to splatter everywhere. I have to use everything I have to follow his movements. My photon cannon isn't working. What am I supposed to do against that monster? Monster? Something suddenly flashed in Chiron's mind as he hung by a thread. Suddenly, Chiron's photon cannon erupted. His face twisted, gritting his teeth, his veins popping and blood rushing to his face. The power surged, and the rainbow-colored aura helped him break free from the dark grip. Canis stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. Chiron had managed to escape, his voice rising in disbelief. What? He could bend light? Chiron landed with a heavy thud, surrounded by the radiant aura of limitless magic. Iruki and Nade were running towards him, calling out, Chiron! Immediately, Chiron raised his hand to stop them from getting any closer. Chiron focused his energy into his palm and began speaking. Monsters won't be able to move without a source of magical power. On Canis' side, the monster felt a bit shaken after seeing Chiron escape the dark magic and said, Facing that guy is draining. It weakens your will. Yes, but we are one. Together, we can defeat him. Chiron retorted, addressing Canis and the monster. Is that so? I just tried using that attack, and it dealt damage to you. This means the dark beast has its limits. Canis, hearing Chiron's words, laughed loudly, responding with a mocking grin. Are you saying that my willpower has limits? At that moment, Chiron had gathered enough photon energy in his palm. I had to investigate to understand it. Seeing the light from Chiron's photon cannon, Canis widened his eyes in surprise, thinking to himself, has the energy increased? Once fully charged, Chiron gritted his teeth in anger, preparing himself to unleash it. He directed the photon cannon toward the shadowy figure of Canis and the monstrous entity. Who would fall first? Chiron mustered all his strength and launched a powerful attack at Canis' shadow beast. The beast blocked Chiron's photon cannon. Sensing the disadvantage, it advised Canis to retreat into the forest. Go where the darkness is stronger. Canis found the suggestion odd and asked, What are you saying? We can take him down. The shadow beast scoffed at Canis' shallow thinking. I thought you were smart, but you're just a fool. He's trying to wear you down. You can't fall for that. Is he really trying to fight against impossible odds? Canis mocked Chiron's plan. It's a foolish tactic, but there's no need to play into his hands. Lure him into the forest. The shadow beast continued shielding Canis from Chiron's attacks. Meanwhile, the two communicated telepathically, devising a plan to trap Chiron. Once he follows us, we'll kill him. He's impatient, so he'll chase us. You're right. I agree. If I join forces with this beast, who holds the wisdom of my master, victory will be mine. Having set up the ambush, Canis swiftly leaped into the shadows and fled into the forest, leaving Chiron behind. Immediately, Chiron accelerated at full speed, dashing into the forest in pursuit of Canis for a decisive battle. From a distance, Iruki and Nate cried out in alarm, trying to stop Chiron, knowing the forest could be a trap. Chiron, it's too dangerous in there. Chiron ignored them and pressed on. He gathered energy in his palm again. He unleashed a barrage of photon cannons ahead. His attacks illuminated the entire forest. Iruki and Nate could only stand outside, helplessly watching. We can't do anything now. Let Chiron handle him. Before he could finish speaking, Iruki suddenly sensed something approaching and immediately turned around. Now it's just us? Let's do what we must. A hulking figure wielding two swords was advancing toward Iruki and Nate, speaking as he approached. Now then, it's my turn to warm up. He pointed his sword at the two, grinning wickedly with a hungry look in his eyes. A dense, ominous aura surrounded him. The scene shifts to another location, where Mr. Clump appears with a lewd smile. His teeth straight and white like a billboard for dental care. May I have this dance? His appearance, like that of a pervert, scared the nearby blonde girl, causing her to scream and run away. This scene takes place 40 years ago, at a banquet hosted by the Bastard family. In the middle of the party, during the dancing, Mr. Clump had no one to dance with. The blonde man approached Mr. Clump and teased him. I told you to go find a dance partner. Why are you scaring everyone off? Clump replied, Yes, yes. Clump, showing signs of jealousy, said, It seems like your hair is even nicer than mine. If you let it grow out and dress well, you'd be fine. Long hair was the fashion back then. That was in the youth of Mr. Antheus, whose handsome looks drove the girls wild. Mr. Clump seemed quite bitter about it. Ugh, Mr. Antheus, noticing a nearby voice, turned around and looked. Oh, a woman's voice? Hello, I'm Irina. Nearby, a girl in a jade green gown had been rejected by the man for a dance. Sorry, I'm a bit busy right now. Huh? Why did he avoid her? She's beautiful too. Young Mr. Antheus wondered, while Mr. Clump, still bitter, explained. Well, she's the eldest daughter of the host of today's banquet. The bastard family. It seems like she's going through something. A noblewoman? What's wrong with her? Don't you know anything? Young Mr. Clump seemed helpless with young Mr. Antheus. Mr. Clump spoke seriously, explaining the girl's current situation. Right now, she's not very bright. When she was younger, she had an accident. And because of that, her intellect got stuck at the age of 50. Usually, the family head doesn't let her leave her room. But today, they let her out. Young Mr. Clump was standing there, trying to explain to Mr. Antheus. Nearby, an old man voiced his criticism, mocking the girl. What a disgrace to the family. Oh my, Irina loves parties, so please show some restraint. At this moment, young Mr. Antheus was silently thinking. Just like those old men in his family, speaking of nobility reminds me. Suddenly, young Mr. Antheus started running off. I'll help improve her reputation. His actions startled young Mr. Clump, who tried to stop him. What? Wait a minute. Young Mr. Clump, worried, called out, You're going too far. Feeling sorry for her will only make her look more pitiful. Don't worry. I've never been fake in front of a noblewoman. Hey, you idiot, are you serious? Hey! Not letting young Mr. Clump stop him anymore. Young Mr. Antheus walked over to where Miss Arena was sitting and struck up a conversation. He bowed politely. My dear lady, this night is as beautiful as you. Young Mr. Antheus' sudden appearance startled Miss Arena. Hello, I'm Irina. Huh? That's not the reaction I was expecting. Outside, a few people whispered when they saw young Mr. Antheus trying to talk to Miss Arena. What's he doing with that poor girl? Don't tell me. Young Mr. Antheus is trying to force a smile and talk to her. Could I possibly invite such a beautiful lady to dance? Would you be my partner? As soon as young Mr. Antheus said this, Miss Arena suddenly burst into tears, screaming. Oh no! It left him frozen in shock. Young Mr. Antheus was now in big trouble after his reckless move. The scene shifted to 3 years ago, beneath a rainy night sky. In a dark forest, Iruki was standing in the rain, speaking to the person in front of him. What the hell are you doing? The person standing in front of him didn't say anything, just stood there. Along with the rain, thunder rumbled loudly in the sky. The lightning flashed, illuminating the position of both of them. Iruki kept his gaze on the person ahead with caution. Nate didn't want to let him make a move. The person standing under the rain had green hair. It seemed like the person was just standing there, not doing anything. If possible, Nate was sweating and feeling anxious. Then, Iruki spoke first. Nate, I understand. Nate didn't need Iruki to say more. He already understood what he meant. It seemed like these two understood each other well. Nate said what Iruki was thinking while being cautious about the current situation. You're warning me to be careful, right? Iruki didn't say anything, just glanced at his friend and quietly pondered. Yeah, that's right. In front of them, a man holding 2 sharp swords was getting closer, smiling with an evil grin, his eyes filled with malice, and a thick murderous aura radiated from him. You little pests. He began to charge forward, moving so fast it seemed like he was teleporting. No matter how careful they were, this was inevitable. He was already above them. Both swords crossed, ready to strike with all his might. Iruki and Nade were taken by surprise at the speed of the man, so they had to channel magic into their legs. As he swung his swords, they managed to jump away, just in time to avoid his deadly strikes, dodging his red aura in the nick of time. He bared his teeth and cursed, damn it, his eyes full of murderous intent. Lurid map. Theoretically, a user can enhance their entire body, but randomly increasing the strength of one part of the body can make the user lose balance. That's why lurid maps are often followed by reinforcement paths called builds. Mitochondria build. Mitochondria build focuses on the mitochondria, the powerhouse of cells, and enhances them for more power. It's the most common and fastest model. He moved so quickly that the pressure from his position shattered the ground into a large circle. He rushed forward to pursue Iruki. Seeing the danger as the man got closer to Iruki, Nade yelled out and gathered lightning energy to strike near Iruki. Iruki, careful! A lightning strike swept through the area, interrupting the man's pursuit and forcing him to pause for a moment. Seizing the moment, Iruki struck at the man, causing an explosion. The synchronized attack created an explosion that forced the man to retreat, thinking to himself, look at this. These idiots, I'm sure they've never faced a lurid map user before. The smooth cooperation and quick reactions of the two irritated him, making his face twist in annoyance. Nade used lightning magic to surround himself and moved quickly toward a rookie, joining forces to stare down the crazed lurid map user and figure out how to counter him. He was somewhat impressed by their teamwork, but they really do work well together. He continued to back away, dodging Nade's lightning attacks. The two of them grew increasingly anxious as the man skillfully evaded all their attacks. Damn it, why is it so hard to hit him? This is even harder than the speed shooting test. He kept rolling and retreating, avoiding their blows while thinking, mitochondria build is draining too much of my energy. I need to finish this quickly. He continued to push the mitochondria build to his muscles, enhancing his speed to resolve this fight quickly. After the boost, his body became faster, and he charged forward, doubling his metabolic rate to generate energy even faster. He moved at lightning speed behind a rookie, who couldn't react in time. A rookie panicked, realizing it was already too late. The man was behind him. What's going on? And with a single slash, blood spilled. At the same time, in a place shrouded in darkness, drops of blood were falling to the ground, and nearby, a pair of glasses lay next to the pool of blood. Ithella was bound by dark chains, surrounded by an ominous blackness. Her body was battered, covered in wounds, and she was gasping for air, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A voice from somewhere spoke to her. I truly admire your resilience. The man in black, using the dark chains to suspend her, was nearby. An old, dark figure was floating in the air, chanting a grand dark magic spell. He spoke, It's time for you to die. As he finished speaking, the old man cast a spell mixed with deadly poison toward Ithella. Luckily, she was still alert enough to dodge the attack, saving her life. She silently assessed the magical strike, thinking, that was close. If that hit, death would have been the obvious outcome. She gritted her teeth and prepared for a counterattack. Ithella shouted as she unleashed a powerful sound wave to retaliate. Her attack was strong enough to shatter the dark barrier in front of her. The old dark figure had to raise one hand to shield himself from Ithella's attack. He couldn't help but admire her strike, a shockwave powerful enough to shake the spiritual realm. This is a demon scream. By the time he realized it, the sound wave from Ithella's attack had shattered the dark barrier and punched a large hole in the wall. After the attack, Ithella could see an escape route and quickly gathered her strength, breaking free from the dark chains and flying toward the hole in the wall. She broke out of the dark realm and flew straight outside. Although Ithella had taken quite a bit of damage, she managed to escape successfully. Now floating in midair, she looked back at the dark realm, thinking to herself, if we're talking about magic, I can't compare, I need to. It seemed like Ithella had a different plan in mind to deal with the old dark figure. She slowly withdrew the magic surrounding her body. Switching to physical strength, she transitioned into a combat stance, preparing for close-quarters battle. Her body was now surrounded by a red aura, and she took a defensive stance while still in midair. On the ground, the area where the dark realm had been shook at the spot where Ithella had escaped. Indeed, something massive and dark shattered the dark realm from the inside at the hole. A massive dark creature emerged, destroying the dark realm and sending debris flying everywhere. Ithella was also surprised by the appearance of such a gigantic creature. The dark creature that had just appeared swung its massive arm, striking towards Ithella, who was in a defensive stance. The old dark man stood on the creature's shoulder, looking impressed with Ithella. After you escape my chains, old power user, if you prefer to fight like that, then I'll do the same. He leapt into the air, ordering the creature to prepare to attack Ithella. After blocking the creature's surprise punch, Ithella had to retreat a little. She was angry with the old man and got into position to charge at the dark creature. She gathered her inner strength and charged at the same time the dark creature threw another punch. One side was the power of her inner strength charging forward. The other side was the dark creature's mighty punch. When they collided in midair, they created a powerful shockwave. The scene shifts back to 40 years ago at the bastard family's banquet. Irina's shout caught the attention of everyone at the party. Irina, why did you do that? She looked pale and terrified as she explained. My mother said anyone who wants to talk to me is bad. So I have to. And with that, Mr. Alpheus was stunned. Am I bad just because I wanted to talk to you? Wait, look me in the eye and talk calmly. He was speechless, thinking, what kind of nonsense is this? The people around them started whispering, is he bothering the daughter of the host? A man with long hair in a noble blue outfit named Sarath looked pale and said, this crazy guy, trying to get famous by bothering a noble girl? The whispers grew louder. The young lady is scared. Someone stop him. Irina was still in a state of panic and kept rejecting Mr. Alpheus's attempts to talk to her. I don't want to. I'll get in trouble if I don't listen to my mother. No, I shouldn't make my mother angry. I need to get back to my room. She was trembling, her eyes welling up with tears, on the verge of crying. Mr. Alpheus thought to himself, no, she's not afraid of me, but she's afraid of being punished. On the other side of the crowd, people were still whispering. The butler was calling the guards to protect and capture the man who had harassed the young lady. Young Mr. Clump stood there, worried for his friend. You fool. Why did you stick your nose into other people's business? Apologize and get out of here quickly before this situation escalates. Suddenly, young Mr. Alpheus shouted, turning young Lady Irina, who was in panic, toward him, which startled her. Irina, he said softly, gently to the tearful young lady. Now you're looking at me. Young Lady Irina, what are you afraid of? No one gets scolded for dancing at a party. You didn't do anything wrong. Young Mr. Alpheus smiled kindly, explaining to her calmly. Don't you want to dance? Young Lady Irina had calmed down, and in her eyes, a blond young man gently appeared. You should try it. It's so freeing, don't you think? Everyone at the ball is dancing together, and they all look wonderful. Young Mr. Alpheus smiled and extended his hand toward Irina, politely inviting her to dance. Shall we dance together? At this moment, Irina was no longer panicking. She calmly looked at the young man in front of her and gently raised her hand to his. Her face was now glowing with shyness, her cheeks flushed, feeling happy as this was the first time someone invited her to dance. In the past, she always had to take the initiative, but no one would dance with her. The hand-holding between them now felt natural, with no awkwardness at all. At the moment when the massive punch of the dark creature collided with Athela's fist, a loud sound erupted, shaking the very earth. The force of the collision created waves of energy that radiated out, and dust filled the air. The dark creature stumbled back, and at that moment, many smaller dark creatures, resembling black spiders, emerged. As soon as Athela landed on the ground, she saw the dark spider-like creatures rushing toward her, thinking to herself, is this really the dark magic I know? Without time to rest, she quickly pushed off and charged forward, her fists raining down like a storm. The old dark man remained floating in the air, with the massive dark creature standing still beside him. He looked down at the scene below, smiling with satisfaction. Well, our punches have some power, huh? The old man stood on the side, watching the fight while commenting. Athela didn't hesitate. With every punch, she took down a dark spider. At that moment, the huge dark creature raised both of its arms, preparing to attack. It slammed down with all its strength, causing the ground to shatter into many pieces. Water and debris flew everywhere, but Athela managed to retreat in time, avoiding its attack. The old dark man raised his fist again, a grim smile spreading across his face as he made his move. The dark creature swung a powerful punch forward, but Athela swiftly dodged it. She kept dodging the enemy's attacks with the fastest speed, not needing to think much. She focused only on destroying it, using every opportunity to avoid its blows and get closer to the dark creature. Athela counterattacked, landing continuous punches to its chest. Her strikes, charged with energy, released yellow shockwaves. The old dark man felt the surge of electricity and smirked. Lightning strike, an attack capable of destroying a person from the inside. The continuous lightning strikes would disrupt the internal circulation of the body. The impact and shockwave of its strikes were amplified tenfold, even 100-fold, as the continuous shockwaves spread. As the lightning shockwaves hit his body, the old man laughed loudly, his eyes glowing like a monster. How crazy, he yelled. If you had focused on your training, you could have stood at the top of the world. You wasted your talent just to seek the truth. The old dark man kept speaking. Athela lost her balance and fell, landing in the midst of the dark spiders. The dark spiders began crawling over the massive dark creature. It's all useless, the old man said as he finished speaking, His large hand, now covered in dark spiders, reached toward Athela, who was floating midair. A mere insect struggling against me is nothing compared to my grand plan of world domination. The old dark man looked down from above, arrogantly speaking. The massive dark creature's punch was as fast as lightning, shooting straight toward Athela. A loud crash echoed as the powerful punch struck the ground, sending rocks, earth, and plants flying everywhere. The old dark man looked up in surprise, not knowing when it happened. But Athela had already appeared above the massive dark creature, hovering above its head. She thought, if someone like him entered the arena, no, even if he entered the city, it would be disastrous. I have to stop him, even if it costs me my life. Athela dove from above, hands in a combat stance, preparing to strike. She was like an arrow, filled with immense energy, shooting straight at her enemy. A shockwave erupted, lightning strikes appeared, followed by continuous lightning strikes raining down relentlessly. The massive dark creature screamed in agony, and Athela quickly retreated. The old dark man, hit by the lightning strike, also screamed in pain. I see, he muttered, watching Athela from above, frowning. All those attacks earlier were just a setup for this final move. His hand rose high, as if reaching for something, but at this moment his hand was trembling violently. The pain was unbearable, and suddenly his hand clenched into a fist. His fierce face tightened as he shouted, "Remember this. The time has come to unleash my full power, alongside the talents of my generation." The dark creature raised its fist, and with the old man's command, Athela, stunned, clenched her fists tightly, preparing to block the incoming strike. The old dark man shouted with excitement, and the massive dark creature's fist was aimed directly at Athela. She immediately braced for the impact. Athela felt the overwhelming power of the dark creature's punch, and used all her strength to block it, wondering if the lightning strikes hadn't been enough. "I thought you'd be stronger than this, master," she thought, the force of the blow almost overwhelming. A massive explosion rang out, sending debris, rocks, and leaves flying everywhere. On the other side, blood spurted out, and a loud scream echoed. "Iruki!" Nade gathered his strength with one hand, while the other held tightly to his own hand. "Are you okay?" he asked. Iruki pressed his hand against the bleeding wound on his chest, quickly responding to Nade, "Just a scratch." He grinned, his eyes glowing, and moved forward. "Good job, Nade," he said, watching the blue lightning strikes attack the man wielding two swords. The man was stunned by the shock, his mouth hanging open as he cursed inwardly. Damn blue-haired brat. He pretended to attack, but in reality, he covered the area with his energy field, a scene of their previous battle flashing in his mind. "You want to stop me?" Nade's strength was still holding him back, and Iruki quickly joined the battle. He gritted his teeth, attacking the enemy. The strength, like blue flames, rained down on the man's head. His eyes widened in shock as he gritted his teeth, trying to push himself up. "Impossible. I can't let these brats defeat me." Before he could think it through, suddenly a dark power wrapped around Nade's leg. He was attacking the man when he immediately sensed something was wrong. The energy he had gathered in his hand flickered for a moment and then vanished. He turned quickly, looking back. "Why her?" The black-haired girl was panting, her hand outstretched, controlling the power that was holding Nade back. "Damn it!" Iruki saw the situation and immediately attacked the man with two swords. The man broke free from the bindings and leaped forward, dodging Iruki's attack. One of his swords, quick as lightning, slashed toward Nade's throat. He shouted, "It's your fault!" Nade was terrified, watching the sword come dangerously close to his throat. "Nade!" Iruki shouted urgently. A loud crash rang out, but it wasn't the sound of a blade striking flesh. The man stood there in shock, mouth agape in surprise, as two blocks of ice appeared, stopping the sword just before it reached Nade's throat. Iruki couldn't believe it, turning to look. Ice magic? Could it be? The man with the two swords also turned to look, footsteps approaching the battlefield. A woman walked against the wind, and with each step she took, the ground froze beneath her. It was Sheena. Elsewhere, a series of sounds echoed, "Harvey." Canis rushed forward while calling out, "Harvey, what's going on? Answer me." Harvey quickly replied, "I felt a large shock on the mountainside." He turned back. "Arcane is using the Dark Slaves. That's the Master's final move." Could Alpheus have appeared already? Canis didn't turn around, continuing to move forward. Harvey followed closely behind, glancing around as he responded. That makes sense. Arcane will be here soon. Suddenly, an attack flew toward them, and Harvey raised his hand to block it. We need to clear this area, he said, as behind them, Chiron was chasing, moving like an afterimage. Through the thick forest, two shadows, one gold and one black, chased side by side. Canis said, that persistent bastard, instead of getting trapped in the dark and dying. He's blocking every possible path we have, Harvey replied. It's like we've been trapped on a chessboard. We need to make a change, Canis said as he slammed on the brakes. Harvey immediately responded, got it. I'm on it. Harvey enveloped Canis in magic while launching dark magic to attack Chiron. He also gathered energy, creating a blinding light in the palm of his hand, advancing without hesitation. Back on the other side, snow fell on the cliff, and the man wielding two swords looked at the scene before him. He gasped in shock. The old man's spell has been broken. Behind him stood the black-haired girl. She thought to herself, this is impossible. Only high-ranking monks or mages should be able to break through my master's abyss nova. With her eyes wide open, she was completely puzzled. How could a teacher from a magic school do this? Before her stood Sheena, walking against the wind, and with every step she took, the ground froze beneath her. Miss Sheena Great, you're awake, Nate exclaimed, overjoyed, nearly jumping in excitement, while Iruki continued to observe carefully. Iruki quickly hugged Thad, shivering. His face darkened as he looked ahead. Something's off. She's still not awake. Many students stood frozen. Even as snow piled up on them, they remained still, shivering. Before Iruki could finish a sentence, a sharp shard of ice shot out. It grazed the side of the man with two swords, causing him to spit blood. Hey, stop. Are you trying to kill all these kids? He bent down, pressing one hand against the wound to staunch the bleeding, while the other hand gripped his sword, attempting to stand up. One of his swords had already fallen to the ground. Looking at the figure before him, he revealed a face full of horror. Sometimes there are scum like her. These monsters may be close to death's edge, but they can still kill even in their sleep. Sheena slowly opened her eyes, and a flash of light gleamed in her eyes. Sheena, with a neutral expression, coldly extended one hand. A Boodly Brian. Could that woman have placed a spell on her body? Damn it, this isn't good. The man immediately discarded his remaining sword, stood up, and turned to run. What's the point of collecting a fortune if I'm dead? Ice chunks appeared continuously. The man turned and fled, leaving behind a red afterimage. Damn it, I'm so screwed. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his pupils constricted. Time seemed to stop, and his body froze in place. Sheena remained calm, extending her hand forward. She was about 20 years old, a level 6 mage, with her most prominent spell being Absolute Zero, a powerful ice magic. She tilted her head back, raising her hand high. A large ice vortex swirled around her palm, sucking up rocks and small shards of ice, sending them flying everywhere. Beneath the feet of the man with two swords, patches of ice quickly formed, pinning him to the ground, preventing him from escaping. Gradually, the ice spread up, and he fell to the ground. The ice on either side of his legs had frozen tightly. Truly a bizarre school. From the teachers to the students, they were all just as miserable. In his eyes, the large ice block falling toward him was reflected. He lay on the ground, his legs frozen, the giant ice block looming above him. There was no way to escape now. Ice bomb. From above, the ice blocks, like meteors falling from the sky, were aimed directly at the cliff. The black-haired girl tilted her head, horrified, looking at the falling ice blocks. In this critical moment, Nade rushed to pull her aside. She looked at Nade, who was pressing against her, and said, "What are you doing?" Nade shouted, "Snap out of it. If this continues, we'll all die." As he spoke, tears fell from his eyes onto the girl's face. Seeing Nade cry, she panicked and said, I don't have enough time. I'll handle it." Iruki stood in front of the two, suddenly speaking. Nade immediately asked, "What are you planning to do?" Iruki frowned, not answering Nade, but focusing on his thoughts. "Ice. No, the weight of the ice block is around 15 to 20 tons. I need to break it into thousands of pieces." With that thought, Iruki raised his head to look at the giant ice block, and a beam of energy shot up to face the ice. At the same time, I'll calculate the vectors for each piece, splitting the beam into 2 streams of power. No mistakes can happen here. The 2 streams of power surrounded the ice and squeezed, shattering it into many pieces. Looking at the small ice chunks flying toward them, Nade and the girl were both left speechless. How is this possible? The large ice blocks shattered into many pieces, looking like fireworks made of ice. Did this magic academy have students who could reach this level? Witnessing the scene, the 2 of them suddenly froze in place, realizing that their current posture was a little awkward. What the heck did we just do? The girl pushed Nate away, noticing that his eyes were still wet with tears. She shouted, I just wanted to save you. I didn't do anything to you. We're enemies. Who needs you to save me? She said, and Nate immediately retorted loudly. Stop complaining, calm down. Do you want to kill them all? I don't know. Her answer made Nate turn pale in shock, feeling the weight of it. It's all because of Canis, the girl said, lowering her head. The scene from her childhood appeared in her mind. 2 skinny children lying in the rain, the older sibling trying to protect the younger. Then she stopped, raising her head, smiling, but tears slowly ran down her cheek. I don't care what happens to them, she thought. What the hell? Nate frowned and asked hesitantly. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted. There was an explosion behind the girl. Nade's mouth dropped open in astonishment. The girl turned to look. A footstep approached, blood dripping with each step onto the ground. The girl's eyes widened, tears streaming down her face as she looked at the person in front of her. Canis, covered in wounds, staggered closer, one hand still clutching his stomach. Canis, the girl screamed. Chiron was absorbed in reading his book, seeming like he couldn't tear himself away from it for even a second. Chiron called his 2 friends over, Nade and Iruki. Hey, look at this. They pulled his body back toward him. What's going on? The 3 of them stared at the book Chiron was holding in his hand. Nade asked, the principle of mass energy balance? Chiron replied, yes. Mass can be converted into energy. If that's the case, Iruki continued, does it mean energy can also be converted into mass? Iruki added, with this idea, we can improve the photonization cannon. Suddenly, Chiron exclaimed, wait a second. His gaze unintentionally landed on a line of bold black text. He told the 2 of them, isn't this the name of the professor? Hearing this, both of them gasped. Really? Scene shift, a source of golden magic attack from somewhere. Harvey yelled fiercely, that bastard. He's adding more power to his attack. Canis asked, what? Don't tell me he's getting stronger during the fight? Chiron flew toward them at the speed of light, golden orbs floating in the air. He grabbed one of the orbs nearby, and his eyes released intense blue lightning. He shot them directly toward where Harvey was standing. Harvey, unafraid, laughed loudly. Impressive, but still too green. Chiron replied bluntly, no. Then he flew toward the golden orbs emitting blue lightning. Confidently, he said, it's just training. Harvey, hearing this, was stunned, frozen for a few seconds. He slowly turned into a defensive stance and said to Canis, I can't stop that. Run! Canis replied, no, if we run now, we'll lose the advantage. Canis shouted, draw on my willpower, hurry. Harvey responded with a calm mind, damn, you're really in a hurry. A fierce battle broke out, and the 2 sources of power collided with tremendous force. The battle caused an extremely loud explosion. The explosion left the black-haired girl stunned for a long while. She slowly turned around, and Nade, seeing the explosion, was horrified. Nade looked and suddenly said, what is that? That's the photonization cannon? Iruki was also stunned, just like him. Chiron, that's its name. A bright light shot into the sky, accompanied by Nade and Iruki discussing Chiron. It looks like he applied the formula he learned yesterday. Chiron slowly descended to the ground, and both his friends ran toward him, calling his name in concern. Chiron. Nade saw the wound on his arm. His face turned pale, his eyes filled with worry. He asked gently, are you okay? Chiron said with difficulty, sorry guys. Chiron looked up, his face showing wounds and a vacant expression. I don't think we can win this. Nade, seeing him like this, felt a pang of sympathy and comforted him. What's this? Why are you suddenly so weak? He weakly replied, I'm serious. That guy is incredibly strong. Iruki added, It seems like this is going to be hard. Nate looked at Chiron and said, even after improving the photonization canon this much, we still can't win. The two of them stared at Chiron, seemingly understanding the immense pressure he was carrying. They thought that Chiron was bearing a heavy burden. There were two corpses lying on the ground, and thoughts about Chiron kept swirling in their minds. The only reason he spoke up was because we need to handle things here. They encouraged him. Well done, Chiron. While he sat there, panting, exhausted from the fight that had drained both his strength and spirit. Now, we're together. Iruki stepped forward, standing tall and speaking firmly to Canis. What are you going to do now? On the other side, Canis was in a state of exhaustion, utterly fatigued, and Iruki's words kept ringing in his ears. Do you think you can choose 2 over 3? Admit defeat, Thad, and let the students go. Nate in anger shouted, no one is dead yet. It's not too late to surrender. Canis spoke, the battle isn't over yet. My master will punish you. Upon hearing this, they all glared at him in frustration. Nate spoke first. Punish us? Iruki continued. Do you even realize what you've done? Canis replied. You can ask Amphis when you meet him in hell. Hearing this, all 3 were shocked. The dean? Canis continued, his face full of anger. He made an unforgivable mistake. This wretched academy was created after he combined it with my master's teachings. Everything you have here was taken from my master. Chiron was astonished after hearing this, his entire body seemingly paralyzed. Nate couldn't believe the words he was hearing, shouting, what the hell are you talking about? Iruki, standing in front, reminded the 2 behind him. Don't be fooled. Even if he's telling the truth, what wrong have we done here? Canis narrowed his eyes, and a sharp glint appeared in his gaze. That doesn't matter. A powerful dark energy enveloped him as he spoke. I'm the representative of my master. I act according to what I believe is right. Nate could no longer bear it, and in his anger, he shouted, you won't change anything. Iruki yelled, so, you mean we have to finish this here, right? Suddenly, Chiron moved forward, leaving Nate and Iruki stunned. He created a light orb and held it in front of Canis's eyes. Canis, seeing that Chiron was about to use force to attack him, showed no fear. He calmly said, do you think violence will be more effective than words? With a smug look, he spoke disdainfully. Even so, nothing will change. The hand of the monster Javi began to surround Canis. Canis looked up at Javi in confusion, asking, Javi, what's going on? Don't be scared, Javi replied. It's very dangerous. That attack is anything but normal. Don't tell me it's him. Before Javi could finish, Canis cut him off. What are you talking about? If you absorb enough of my strength, we'll be able to stop it. As soon as those words left his mouth, he showed fear at Chiron's power. The golden orb in Chiron's hand grew larger, and the light from the orb grew brighter. He held the orb out in front of them, his eyes filled with anger and coldness as he said, this is your last chance. Release the students. Nade and Iruki exchanged stunned looks, and the black-haired girl was just as startled as the 2 of them. Canis shouted angrily, I am the representative of the Grand Mage. Even if I die, his will shall not be erased. Chiron shouted back, I don't want to kill you, but if everyone dies because of your faith. His eyes revealed his determination to save everyone. He continued, then I will have to defeat you. Somewhere else, a voice echoed, Light, it's beautiful. And a beautiful girl appeared. She had brown hair tied up, and her green eyes made her face look gentle and incredibly beautiful. A man with golden hair saw her and had fallen for her without realizing when. The 2 of them sat in a beautiful garden, gazing at the palace before them. The stars, the fireflies, us, everything is beautiful, but the words you speak are anything but beautiful. The man with the golden hair looked very anxious and nervous. He replied hesitantly, I understand now. Why do you think the light is beautiful? She looked up at the sky and said to him, Light helps us see in the dark. He turned to look at her, and she continued, happily gazing at the sky as she spoke. We can see the night because of the light, right? A voice from somewhere called out, I understand now. The darkness? The young man's eyes flashed with blue electric sparks. 2 streams of energy intertwined with each other. It's not an opposition. I understand now, I understand. The man shouted, so beautiful, simply stunning, Irina. It turned out the beautiful girl's name was Irina. She turned to look at him in confusion, and he spoke to her in his affectionate tone, Irina. He knelt on the beautiful grassy flower bed and confessed to her, "Will you be the light of my life?" The scene was breathtaking. It was strangely quiet, with pink petals flying up into the sky brilliantly. The silence of the wind, the scent of the grass, and Irina's beauty kept appearing in his mind. And he would never forget that pure beauty, no matter how the world changed. It was a memory he would never forget, a beautiful memory that belonged to the dean. Back in reality, Thad was sweating profusely, his face and clothes drenched. He was doing everything he could to use magic to bring the dean back from his imagination. He looked like he was getting exhausted, but he didn't give up. Thad thought to himself, the resistance against the light magic is too strong. Thad shut his eyes tightly. Victor accent, I never thought he could cast such magic. Dean, please wake up. On Chiron's side, the sound of footsteps approaching him slowly grew louder. He instinctively turned around and wondered to himself, what's going on? Sir Aryan and Canis were both shocked by what was happening before their eyes. Canis exhaustedly shouted, Master! A man with wrinkled skin and a long white beard appeared. There was a dark energy surrounding him. A man with white hair was standing above them. Canis shouted, Master! His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was cold with a long white beard. He glanced down. Below, there was a lifeless body of a man lying motionless on the ground. At his feet were chunks of ice. Canis bowed his head, showing his deep sorrow. I'm sorry, Master. The man stared at him for a long time, then thought to himself, You fool. That's right. Then, the master of Canis looked down at Chiron, who was casting a spell. He thought to himself, so it's all because of that kid? Chiron yelled with anger. Did you plan this whole thing? Nade and a rookie stared intently at him. Their eyes were filled with surprise. He smiled wickedly. His face became even more sinister. You're pretty stubborn, aren't you? Then he asked him, What's your name? Chiron shouted, I won't tell a murderer my name. On the other side, Canis and the black-haired girl both turned their eyes toward him. He began to give orders to him. Stop manipulating minds right now and get out of here. The man sneered. He continued, Sorry, I can't do that. He stroked his long white beard and then spoke to everyone present. All students of Althea's must be punished. Of course, his eyes turned red, and his face twisted into a cruel expression as he spoke words full of anger. And that includes you too. The three of them were extremely shocked after hearing that, especially Chiron. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch toward the man. His attack created a massive explosion. Chiron was now extremely surprised and panicked. Smoke from his attack filled the air. But what was most surprising was that the Dark Master was completely unharmed. He stood on a nearby rock, analyzing Chiron's attack. In a radius of 52.7 meters for someone of his age, that's quite a large amount of mana. The three of them were amazed. Nade spoke up. Did he just dodge that? Chiron refused to give up. He prepared to launch another attack when a shout rang out. Stop it, Chiron. They all turned to find the source of the voice. They saw a woman walking out, clutching her injured arm. Chiron was shocked when he saw the woman. They all simultaneously exclaimed, Ithella. The Dark Master looked at them and said, The defeated one dares to show up? Since you're lucky enough to be alive, you should feel ashamed. Ithella was covered in injuries, but she spoke earnestly. I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to protect my students. Chiron, puzzled, asked, Miss, who is that man? Why is he doing this? Ithella's face gradually became more hurried and anxious, sweat dripping down her face. She replied in a strained voice, His name is Axel Veeder. She continued, He's a level 3 Grand Mage. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It seems he holds a great hatred for the principal. Axel Veeder, standing above, spoke, pathetic, complaining to your young students. Ithella's eyes started to dull, and she spoke to him with difficulty. You don't have the strength to act so leisurely. A number appeared, 10%. Canis seemed to notice something. He thought to himself, the master's mana is currently only at 10%. Harvey spoke to Canis. Even so, that 10% from the Grand Mage is more than enough to wipe them out. Canis continued, but we still haven't caught Althea's, just as I thought I should. Before Canis could finish his sentence, the black-haired girl beside him spoke. Canis, what are you saying? Harvey shouted his name. Canis. His footsteps were steady as he walked up, calling out, Master. Canis confidently said, Leave this to me. Axel Veeder slowly turned his head. He looked at him with a sinister gaze. Leave it to you? Huh? The black-haired girl gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, Canis, why? Why are you pushing so hard? Axel Veeder's eyes narrowed, and a scheming, wicked smile appeared on his face. So, this brat. He asked Chiron. You're a disciple of Althea's, aren't you? Chiron responded firmly. Don't dare to speak the principal's name like that. His eyes showed intense anger. Compared to the principal, he began to remember the fond memories of his time with the principal when he was younger. The principal had always treated him very well. Then, Chiron shouted in fury, someone like you doesn't deserve to be a mage. Axel Veeder heard this and laughed maniacally. His laughter grew louder and louder. Axel Veeder laughed as he spoke. Althea's, for 40 years. How fake have you really been? Nade and a rookie were stunned, staring at him. Axel Veeder responded to Canis, fine. He called out to him, Canis, fight that guy yourself. Canis bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Ithella cried out, stop it, Chiron. The two faced each other, preparing for battle. Harvey reminded him, Canis, think again. It's better to leave this to Axel. Despite the advice, Canis remained loyal to his master. He thought to himself, I've already failed Master Thad once. I have to defeat this guy, even if it costs me my life. They locked eyes with a terrifying gaze. We're going to fight, Harvey. Canis furrowed his brows. Answer me, Chiron. He seemed to fall into a dark, inescapable night. Then Canis rushed toward him like a gust of wind. I'm still going to fight. Chiron had also gotten into a fighting stance, his body radiating golden energy. As Canis flew toward him, he was met with the golden attacks from Chiron. Canis thought, what is this? Jumping off a cliff? Does he want to fight this way? Canis grinned wickedly, you fool. He probably thinks those shadows won't work in midair, but the night sky is just a giant shadow itself. Chiron soared higher, and the light from his body, shining down, surprised Canis. Everyone below was equally shocked. The black-haired girl looked up in fear as Chiron hovered in midair. He thought, if I can't follow his movements, I'll just aim at his entire magic field. Thousands of golden orbs attacked Canis before he could react. He created a shield to protect himself, and the light from the orbs grew brighter and more intense. The night sky was filled with beams of power, casting light on the darkness below. The beams pierced through the shadows, many beams passing one after another. Canis's shadow tried to dodge, gritting his teeth in anger, that damn brat. He furrowed his brows, calculating, none of these are fake. Before him, Chiron stood surrounded by bright beams, making him think deeply. He's really casting hundreds of spells at once, and they're all real? Chiron's face was covered in blood and scars, his cold eyes glowing green, making Canis ponder. How could such an ordinary amateur? Thousands of beams of Chiron's power shot straight toward Canis. Ithella, watching from below, exclaimed in surprise, when did Chiron gain that kind of power? Both Nade and a rookie gasped, no way. He's reached the infinite realm. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air, making the two jump. What did you just say? Ithella spoke, making the two break into a cold sweat. Has Chiron already stepped into the immortal domain? She turned her face toward the sky, watching the battle, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. Above in the sky, countless beams of light flashed, and she thought to herself, this is the end. A dark wave quickly swept through the beams of light. Canis shouted, Harvey. With an angry face, he questioned, answer me. I'm going to die at this rate. A minute later, the attack hit him. Panicked, he gasped, H-U-H. He touched the wound but felt nothing. He wondered to himself, am I not injured? What just happened? He looked up at the sky. He didn't seem to have targeted me directly. Chiron, with an energy orb in his hand, prepared to throw it right at where he was standing. The orb approached him, his mind filled with thoughts of darkness. He was completely removing the darkness around him that he could have used to teleport. He looked up, a chill running through him. This guy's mental energy is bottomless, huh? The blinding light struck him. It was so humiliating and unfair. I don't want to die in front of my master. His gaze became dull, emotions fading as he thought to himself, I'm going to die. A wave of dark power surged into his body. This is annoying, Arcane, he wondered in his mind. Harvey's powerful explosion shattered the ground beneath them. Canis, suddenly feeling his energy spike, screamed in pain, thinking, Harvey, why? Canis's body was filled with dark energy. His mental energy surged. The darkness screamed, focus, wake up. From below, the shadow attacked Chiron, forcing him to dodge immediately. Chiron was stunned. Why suddenly? Two powerful forces clashed fiercely. Harvey attacked relentlessly, Chiron dodging non-stop, thinking, this isn't working in my favor. Suddenly, one of Harvey's strikes landed on Chiron's arm. He grimaced in pain as blood poured out. It's reversed now. He hit the ground, the shadow following him. Harvey also descended with power. Debris flew towards him as he covered his wound, gritting his teeth in frustration. Continuing to use the immortal body will be dangerous. Weird, Chiron thought. How is he still standing after all this destruction? He was attacking while thinking he's highly intelligent, strong in close combat, and fast too. But wait, he realized something unusual, noticing a gap. Why didn't he do this from the start? Could it be? He extended his hand, channeling his mana, focusing on the dark creature. The image of the dark monster flashed through his mind along with Harvey's sharp gaze. It's draining his mental energy. A thought passed through his mind. Yes, we're fused together. Ethela turned her head and looked up, gritting her teeth in disgust. Arcane, you truly are ruthless. Arcane shot her an angry, violet-eyed glare, while she judged him. To you, your disciple is just. At this moment, Canis was in agony, which made Aaron next to him worry and call out his name. Aaron rushed towards Canis, shouting his name, but Canis was continuously vomiting. Thoughts raced through his mind. So the vessel just helped the monster move around? Canis felt dizzy, muttering, the battle between the monster and Chiron is incredibly intense. Neither is giving up. The monster roared, and Chiron immediately launched another attack, his mind constantly analyzing, I get it. If the opponent has changed, so must I. His gaze sharpened, no need to keep using physical attacks like those laser blasts. The answer lies in absorbing the mana from above the shield. He gritted his teeth, calculating photonization. A massive force surged toward the monster. It struck the monster, causing it to howl. Damn it, that monster is hiding in the cracks of the rocks. It then released an energy blast, but Chiron blocked it with his hand. He anticipated this and thought, just as I expected, this isn't going to be easy. Even with limitless mental power, I can't surpass my own limits. Suddenly, the form of a human shattered, and he realized what he had to do to reach perfection. There's no choice but to elevate my mind to its absolute peak. His eyes cracked open, energy multiplying at the speed of light. He gathered all his strength, unleashing a strike that would convert all his mass into energy. The force surged toward the monster, making it confused. What's happening? By the time it reacted, it was too late. His body slowly split apart. Was he exhausted beyond recovery? Everyone below was terrified, and Aaron was speechless in astonishment. The old man Arcane frowned in surprise, and Nate shouted loudly, what is that? Aruki and Ethela were equally horrified. A laser beam shot out. Up above, Chiron was still trying to maintain the attack. The source of the power created a hole in the monster's body, a massive one. The monster's body split open, and my body was being burned. Canis screamed, clutching his head, and Aaron kept calling him from beside him. She thought that the pain of Harvest was being transferred to Canis. Harvest had already reached his limit. Chiron kept up the attack. The monster was terrified. If this continues, we'll all be wiped out. The monster's body was bubbling, and small explosions from within erupted. Ethela nervously watched the battle, while Erkin arrogantly observed from a distance. Ethela felt something was wrong and hastily tried to stop it. Chiron stopped, hoping. Chiron turned to look. The monster cells were swelling up, and it was too late. There was no large explosion, but everything around was completely destroyed. My name is Harvest. Turning to Canis, the latter stood before Aaron, placing his hand on the glass and speaking. Harvest, become my subordinate. The monster, trapped in the water tank, looked at the two children in front of him and asked, why? Arsene, standing beside them, spoke up, you don't want Canis to transform. Harvest denied it. That's not what I mean, but joining forces with Aaron will be more effective. He thought of Aaron, his face showing a slight sadness as he replied. Aaron had lived in Ladune for 10 years, but aside from Canis, no one had ever seen her. But it was through that resistance that she had gained remarkable perception, a high-level one, and she could see things that ordinary people couldn't. Arsen's eyes narrowed as he spoke. He's talking about the first rune. It was a unique brain function that allowed someone to perceive an object or entity, as though they were experiencing it for the first time. Through this, a person could understand the true nature of an object or entity. Harvest looked at the old man in front of him, speaking plainly, thanks to sensing Aaron's overwhelming power. I found her and brought her here, and I've also brought Canis along. Arsen quickly replied, No. The old man's face was serious and full of killing intent. Aaron is too gentle. You should merge with Canis. Harvest's heart understood something. He saw the floating water bubbles. So that's it, Arsen. The reason you gave Canis to me, you had planned this from the start. 1 minute before the explosion on the mountaintop. The explosion blasted toward everyone standing below, leaving them all in shock. Aaron shouted loudly, It's coming! The monster, Harvest, whispered into Canis's mind, I'm about to explode. Canis weakly called out for Harvest, No, stop it. I'll destroy the contract between us. A green force burst out of Canis's body, causing him pain. The monster was floating in the air, and only Canis kept screaming. Harvey, no, why alone? Remembering that day, he answered Harvest's question. You asked why I want Aaron's power. His face grew firm as he spoke, his words resolute. Because Aaron is the only light in my life. His eyes filled with determination. I have to protect her from this world. Harvest's body swelled, and he chuckled lightly. You're an interesting one. Then Harvest spoke to him. Keep living. Make sure to make your pain as great as possible. At that moment, Arcane turned away, not wanting to watch. Harvest exploded, shaking the earth and scattering debris. The explosion passed, and everything around fell silent. Chiron observed the dark silhouette and spoke. You still have too much rage. What did you do? His teammates were stunned. He continued, Answer me. Aaron, worried about Canis, frantically looked up. Are you trying to kill everyone here? Arcane smiled cruelly. That expression. No wonder you seem familiar. The old man mocked him. You are the very reflection of Alpheus from 40 years ago. He taunted. I know why that cunning Alpheus took you in. The old man continued mocking him. You even look like the omnipotent, the one who possesses the light. He was planning something treacherous with you. The young man seethed. What do you know about it? The old man quieted, replying, I know. The Alpheus you respect was once my student. With that, the young man froze. What? Arcane stood on the cliff, looking down at everyone and praised. Alpheus was very intelligent. I was happy to teach him. He raised a scarred hand and said, but his greed blinded him. He looked at his hand in disgust. He threw me into the inferno and burned my life's work. While I did everything I could to help him, even his wife died for nothing. Everyone was shocked. The headmaster did what? A fella stood in front of them, say it. What happened? Arcane looked up at the sky, deep in thought. The events of 40 years ago. 40 years ago, Chiron listened intently. This is the recording. The young man sitting on the chair, Alpheus, was trying to cast a spell at the most remarkable time in his life. He closed his eyes and relaxed. In Alpheus's life, a voice rang out announcing the winner of the Golden Magic Circle award this year, Murphy Alpheus. At that moment, he was overjoyed, excited. He raised the trophy high as his friends cheered. The Murphy Alpheus Award was given to the wizard who achieved the greatest accomplishments of the year. The glittering medallion, the Golden Magic Circle, surrounded by colleagues praising him. Alpheus, you are a genius. Who would have thought that light could have both particles and life? Huh? Now that you're famous, you won't forget us, right? You're the light of the Murphy family. His best friend hugged and kissed him, overjoyed. Alpheus, you lovable friend. I always thought you were just a troublemaker. Never expected you'd accomplish something so great. You know we have to celebrate, right? Of course, but let me get home first. On the bustling street, a procession of luxurious carriages passed by. Alpheus, holding his award, hurriedly opened the door and called out, Irina! The girl peeked out from the kitchen, holding a tray with a smile. You're back, hubby? He immediately approached her, placing the badge on her with excitement. This is for you. The Golden Magic Circle. Look, it has the Imperial seal on it. Irina smiled brightly, almost like tears of pride, meaning the whole world had recognized her thoughts. Congratulations, congratulations, my dear husband. He suddenly picked her up and spoke, saying that he had to leave due to a matter of urgency. She was surprised. What? He carried her to the room, leaving her with no chance to say anything. Honey, the bread will burn if you leave it, she said. Let it burn. I'm also looking forward to getting burned myself. Alpheus, at 23 years old, became the most famous mage of the kingdom and received invitations from all corners of the world. Nobles sent him invitation letters, but Alpheus didn't prioritize personal gain, carefully selecting his offers. Thanks to his abilities, his value continued to rise. But both families still opposed their marriage. Every morning, Irina stood outside her house to see him off. Alpheus sat in the carriage, lost in thought. Just a little longer, Irina. I'll soon become the best. Alpheus stood before the two families, smiling kindly. When the moment came, both the Murphy and Bodad families would have to admit defeat. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, they will have no choice but to acknowledge us. As he was leaving for work, there were footsteps standing at the door. Damn it, how did it end up like this? Because of that, Sharaf and the two others were in a dilemma. It would have been better if he had reconciled earlier. Sharaf scratched his head and replied, who could have known it would turn out like this? That Alpheus had such great influence, his friend wondered. But does Alpheus really live in a place like this? It's just an ordinary house. Sharaf regretted it. I should have brought something with me. He knocked on the door and said, it's fine. It's not like just giving it to him and talking things over will solve everything. The door opened, surprising everyone. You're back, honey? Irina was startled and quickly saw the group of men in front of her. Who are you guys? The men wondered. Irina? The three men secretly smiled. This really was Alpheus' house. Sharaf placed his hand on his chest and introduced, we are friends of Alpheus. Is he home? Irina replied softly, no, he's out. He asked further, do you know when he'll be back? She answered, I don't know. He hesitated. Then the men in front of her smiled awkwardly and asked, could we come inside and wait for him? It's a bit much to stand outside and wait like this. Irina thought for a moment, then replied, all right, please come in. The night fell. The house lit up. Alpheus' voice rang out, I'm back. Irina, I'm sorry, I'm late. He arrived at the dark door and called out her name, Irina. Slowly, he made his way to the brightly lit room when a voice came from inside. That bastard Alpheus. He's so damn lucky. He froze in place, stunned by what he saw. On the table, there were scattered bottles of wine and half-eaten food. Sharaf and the others were completely drunk, laughing joyfully, while his wife stood off to the side, her hands clasped, singing quietly. He's just a guy who knows how to flirt and go on dates. He hasn't even written any thesis. He only got lucky by marrying a daughter from a wealthy family, and now he's living high. Hey, you're drunk again, came the sound of laughter echoing throughout the house. Sharaf turned his head. I'm telling the truth, right? You agree, don't you? Irina hesitated. I don't know. He still didn't get it, so he casually continued, of course you don't know. Keep singing, go on. His friend noticed and suddenly became scared. A powerful punch slammed into his face, sending him face first into the food on the table. Alpheus, furious, cursed, you bastard. What are you all looking so startled for? Sharaf, the girl witnessing this scene, felt a chill run down her spine. How could an educated person resort to using his fists? Sharaf wiped the blood and apologized. No, it's my fault. I wasn't thinking clearly. Then his friend helped him up and said, I'll never let you lose face again. Alpheus, losing control, turned to his wife. Why did you let them into the house? His wife, upset, replied, they said they were your friends. He raised his voice. What kind of friends insult your wife like that? Alpheus tearfully said, you don't know what his friends look like? You really? You don't understand how stupid this is? As soon as he finished speaking, Alpheus covered his mouth, leaning against the wall, crying. Irina, his wife, stood there silently, feeling sorrowful about the unintentional mistake she had made. At this point, Alpheus had calmed down, though he still stood with his back to her. He spoke, apologizing for the harsh words he had said earlier. I'm sorry, forget everything I just said. In his mind, though, he was still thinking that just because her intelligence was low, didn't mean her thinking was stuck at a 50-year-old's level. Irina also spoke, her head down, her eyes teary. I'm sorry, my love. I'll never do that again. Alpheus was still very angry, but he knew he had to show more love. He left her standing there amidst the wreckage in the house and stepped outside to release the anger that was burning inside him. I'm sorry, I'm going outside to get some air. He left her alone in the house, silently hanging her head, feeling even more sorrowful for letting things go this way. Alpheus went to the nearby tavern to drink, hoping to relieve his stress. He took a gulp and slammed his glass down hard, yelling out his frustration. I'm just trash. I'm really trash. I never imagined I'd speak to someone who just follows me around like that. Young Clump, sitting across from him, also drinking, spoke to comfort his friend. It's normal to have arguments every now and then. Suddenly, Clump sat up, as if a light bulb went off, offering his advice. Right, why not use this opportunity to make a baby? That'll definitely improve your relationship. Alpheus replied, It's not that I haven't thought about it. Then just have one. You need to have a child. That's the only way to stabilize things. Clump proudly showed off a family picture of his, the Ogen family. I know. But the doctor told me he's not sure if a person with the mental capacity of a 10-year-old can handle the pain of childbirth. Ahem. I probably shouldn't have said that, but you already knew it, right? Since you decided to get married, I've known, and I don't regret it. It's just how could someone as smart as you act this way? Don't you have any other options? Options? Hearing Clump say that, Alpheus suddenly thought of something. In his eyes, a glimmer of hope appeared. The scene shifts to a dark, gloomy area, where an old man's hand is writing something on paper. The surrounding area is dusty, and the ground seems to tremble. The old man writes a few words and then turns to say, Not bad. Sometime after an intruder entered the dungeon of the Grand Arcane Mage. About 48 hours later, the old man returned to praise the one who managed to break in here. The person who had succeeded in reaching this place. Gradually, the door to the dungeon opened, and the intruder's footsteps echoed as they walked inside. The figure of the intruder slowly revealed itself. It was Alpheus. He was dragging his exhausted body, with blood-stained wounds, as he entered to meet the Grand Mage. Breathing heavily, he asked, Are you Arcane Vilther? Oh, I didn't expect you to be alone. The Grand Mage stepped forward to greet the intruder. He was amazed by the young man's abilities. You managed to overcome all the traps and monsters all by yourself? He was exhausted, slowly pulling something from his coat pocket. He spoke, introducing himself. My name is Alpheus Meyer. I've read it. He raised the blood-stained sheet of paper in front of the Grand Mage for him to see. Seeing the paper, the Grand Mage was quite surprised. The research paper on memory restoration. The Grand Mage smiled. How interesting. A genius behind the quantum light theory, the Light of Murray, is interested in dark magic. I wish to transfer my memories, Alpheus spoke, struggling, barely standing. To my wife, he managed to say, nearly collapsing. Before he could finish, Alpheus lost strength and collapsed, unconscious, in front of the Grand Mage. The pile of paper also fell scattered everywhere. After being unconscious for a while, Alpheus suddenly woke up in a large water basin, coughing as he struggled to breathe. He didn't know what had happened or why he was lying here, but his wounds had disappeared, and he was fully healed. Meanwhile, Arcane was sitting, studying the sheet of paper Alpheus had brought down here. I've read the notes he wrote here. Interesting. He was sitting in an armchair, reading, You want to use the absorption power of dark magic to store memories. On the other hand, you also want to use light magic to create a virtual nervous system and use it to transfer and synchronize the stored memories. It's a combination of external dark power and internal light support for the brain. A dual fusion of both light and darkness. You want to use light to transmit information? Alpheus remained silent, just listening to Arcane. The Grand Mage closed the document and lowered his glasses, complimenting Alpheus' idea. It's indeed a novel and brilliant concept. However, this involves transferring someone's entire life to another. It won't be easy, not to mention the ethical concerns. The Grand Mage wanted Alpheus to reconsider his decision, but Alpheus didn't hesitate and answered resolutely, Take me as your disciple. He stood up immediately, unwavering in his decision. I'll make it happen. I want to protect my wife from this world. Arcane wanted to ask Alpheus something before making a decision. I have one question. He became serious and asked, Has your wife agreed to this experiment? Alpheus didn't respond, only locking eyes with the Grand Mage with unwavering determination. Back earlier, Clump was desperately trying to stop his friend from making this reckless decision. No, that person is a criminal. Why are you seeking him out? At Alpheus and his wife's house, Clump slammed the table hard. You're definitely being possessed by a demon. You want to transfer memories into someone else's brain? No way. Alpheus turned away, avoiding his friend's angry gaze. Clump, Arcane is the greatest scholar of dark magic on the continent, even if you don't realize it. Yeah, I'm the fool. I'm not as smart as you, but at least I'm still aware. Right now, you're throwing away all the blessings you have. If you go along with him, you'll lose your position in the royal family, and your family will abandon you. Alpheus lowered his head in thought, replying, I don't need those things as long as Reno is happy. If I succeed, I'll be happier than I am now. There was determination in Alpheus' eyes as he spoke. When his wife, Irina, heard this, she was deeply surprised and looked at him. Her husband's happiness made her slowly close her eyes. I'll do it, my love. Seeing that Irina didn't object to Alpheus' crazy idea, Clump was confused and surprised. Why wasn't she against it? Irina, wait this. Before Clump could finish his sentence, Irina spoke up, I trust my husband. She smiled and nestled into her husband's embrace. Alpheus will make me happy. Of course. I'm a mage who received the golden ring. I'll cure your weakness right away. Then you won't have to endure those contemptuous gazes anymore. Clump was stunned by the couple's optimism. After that, Alpheus and his wife sold all their possessions and moved into the arcane dungeon. Inside the dungeon, fully equipped with laboratories, Irina could live comfortably. Every week, Clump would visit to bring food for both of them. From then on, Alpheus and Arcane stayed up night after night, tirelessly researching a cure for his wife. The young Clump remained by Irina's bedside, keeping watch over her. One by one, the images of those in the dungeon appeared. The great mage Arcane, Alpheus, his face haggard from research. Irina, whose eyes were always filled with unwavering trust in her husband. The young Clump, his face full of worry for his dear friends. And just like that, 2 years passed. That day marked the final stage of the research project. Irina's memory restoration was nearly complete. Clump stood anxiously by Irina's bedside, but he still tried to encourage her. After today, you'll have all of Alpheus' memories. Even the memory of him wetting the bed as a kid. You might even know when he checks out other girls. He chuckled nervously, while Irina simply smiled from her bed. Alpheus walked over to his wife, gently stroking her cheek to reassure her. You've suffered enough, Irina. Now we begin. Thank you, my love. What do you mean? I should be the one thanking you. Let's live happily together and have children. Arcane approached and called out to him. Alpheus, this way. He lay down in his designated position, ready for the final stage of the experiment. He thought to himself, magic engineering, biomagic, alchemy, light magic, dark magic. We've used the most advanced technologies. The clinical trials showed no issues. The success rate will be 100%. Both he and his wife were now in position. Numerous wires connected to their heads, all linked to a massive machine. Initiating the procedure, Arcane said, flipping the switch to activate the machine. Immediately, the machine began extracting Alpheus' memories first. The pain was unbearable. He screamed in agony. Once the machine had extracted his memories, it condensed them into a single point before transferring them to his wife. It began injecting all of Alpheus' memories and emotions into her mind. Pure emotions flooded into her. Alpheus' gentle smile as he looked at her. His fingers softly wiping the corner of her eye. No deception, just pure joy as he presented her with a medal. Determination, as he slid a ring onto her finger, holding her close as they danced. No calculations, just something utterly pure. One by one, all their shared memories surfaced in her mind, from the moment they met until now. As he smiled gently at her, the image slowly faded away. This is love. Thank you, Alpheus. My love, you have given me everything with all your heart. I'm so glad we met. Suddenly, the machine's alarms blared. A warning, something was wrong. Alpheus panicked, jolting upright before leaping toward Arcane. Master, how's the experiment? Our experiment. It's a success. It worked perfectly. But as Alpheus rushed to his wife's side, he noticed something was terribly wrong. Her face was growing paler. Tears welled in his eyes as he cried out in panic. Irina, what's happening to her? My love. She weakly grasped his hand and whispered. The physical transfer was perfect. But my nerves, they're beginning to reject it. Tears streamed down her face. Unlike animals, humans, there must be something else we don't yet understand. Clump, standing nearby, trembled in fear, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Alpheus, on the other hand, couldn't comprehend where he had gone wrong. But you've achieved something incredible. If we just refine the research a little more. Enough, my love. Seeing his wife writhing in unbearable pain, Alpheus wept helplessly. I'm sorry, my love. No. Why are you apologizing? She asked weakly. My love. Arcane, unable to bear watching any longer, turned away, covering his face. Blood trickled from her lips as her eyes slowly closed. Because I'm an idiot. Idiot? What are you talking about? You're the fool here. You've always been a fool from the very beginning. Alpheus let out a heart-wrenching cry. It's all my fault, my love. Tears of happiness glistened on her cheeks. Thank you. Even if it was short-lived, you showed me the world you lived in, a world of miracles and logic. Thank you for letting me see it before I go. My love. He had been willing to do anything for her, yet now he had lost his true love, Irina. And so, the failed experiment took Irina away from this world. Her funeral was held with the presence of the family members. But Alpheus was not allowed to attend. He could only kneel from afar, mourning in silence for the wife he had lost. Since they had never officially married or had children, the family did not acknowledge their bond. Just like that, they were separated, two strangers forever divided by life and death. He knelt in the pouring rain, his entire body drenched, his head lowered, his eyes empty and hollow. On the day Irina died because of the experiment, Alpheus repeatedly slammed his head against the wall. Despite Clump and Arcane's desperate attempts to stop him, he had lost all will to live. Like a madman, he continued to bash his head against the wall. Tears streamed down Clump's face as he held Alpheus' bloodied head in his arms. In his mind, a single thought echoed over and over. How could this happen? Where there is light, there will always be darkness. Irina taught me how to see the world. Then why? Alpheus muttered. I changed her, and now she's gone forever. What's wrong with me? He trembled. God of Lightmere, I was just an arrogant fool. Alpheus, the one who dared to defy the forbidden. Alpheus, you've returned. Arcane opened the door to the research lab and stepped out. I'm truly sorry about Irina. He walked forward, trying to encourage Alpheus. Now, pull yourself together both mentally and physically so that we can... Before he could finish his sentence, he froze in shock. Huh. In Alpheus' hand was an empty oil canister, with the last few drops spilling onto the floor. Dear gods, you! Arcane looked around in horror. The entire room was drenched in oil, scattered with research notes and documents. Overcome with fury, Arcane shouted, What the hell do you think you're doing? Alpheus tossed the empty canister aside and simply replied, Master, we should never have conducted this research. Losing his beloved had finally driven him past the brink of madness. Arcane raised his voice, desperately trying to reason with him. Get a hold of yourself. I know you're in pain, but this is only temporary. The experiment was a success. People like Irina, those suffering from unexplained mental disorders, we can cure them. Are you really going to let her sacrifice go to waste? Alpheus only laughed, wild, unhinged, and empty. Sacrifice, he scoffed. A flickering flame ignited in his palm. Fire magic. He let the fireball drop, and in an instant, a blazing inferno engulfed everything. Alpheus stood still, watching as years of research and his master's work burned away. His lips curled into a crazed smile. It all happened too fast. Arcane could do nothing but scream in despair. No, this research wasn't just yours. It was my life's work too. The documents caught fire instantly, burning to ash. The old man reached out, trying to save them, but it was futile. Without hesitation, Alpheus turned his back on the flames, leaving everything, including his own master, behind. How? How could you do this to me? Arcane's voice trembled as the fire swallowed everything. The flames spread rapidly, consuming the entire dungeon in a fiery inferno. Back to the present, everything Arcane had worked for was gone. He gritted his teeth. Alpheus, that bastard left me here. I gave him everything, mentorship, guidance, and he abandoned me in the flames just to escape. Standing atop a towering cliff, Arcane clenched his fists, seething at the memories. Not only that he let his wife die in vain, he turned his back on thousands who could have benefited from our research. Below him, Iruki, Nail, Chiron, and Ithella stared in shock at Arcane's words. No way. Headmaster, did he really do that? Chiron asked, his voice uncertain. Of course. Arcane continued. I understand that he was in pain, but his actions disgraced the title of a mage. His piercing gaze shifted toward the group below. I didn't come here today just for revenge. I came to ensure that no mage who shares his mindset will ever exist again. You all believe he was a great teacher? Arcane's voice boomed. Iruki and Nail tensed up, both wary and afraid of the grand dark mage before them. He was cunning, arrogant, and reckless. Ithella stood frozen, stunned by Arcane's words. Arcane roared in fury. He destroyed a legacy that could have saved countless lives. A man like that. Before he could finish, Chiron suddenly cut in. You're right. His words shocked everyone. My master's actions were unworthy of a true mage. With firm resolve, Chiron stepped forward. Seeing this, Nail instinctively moved to stop him, only to feel a hand grasp his shoulder. It was Ithella. She held him back, preventing him from interfering. From the perspective of someone who was betrayed, I understand you. Chiron continued walking forward, speaking as he went. However, your choice is also wrong. What? The old man glared at Chiron. A great mage like you can only manage this much? He bared his teeth in a grin. It's because I have power. That's why I'm allowed to do this. The pressure from Arcane made the wind howl, affecting everyone around them, forcing them to raise their hands to shield themselves. The old man unleashed his power, causing the surrounding earth and water to shatter and fly up as he spoke. I mean, this is the judgment. He shot a clean energy beam across Chiron's face, leaving a cut that bled. So, someone as powerful as you can't do anything except remain stuck in the past for 40 years. Chiron's words made the old man even more furious. He shouted, You speak loudly, you boast, but in the end, you just feel regret for those years, don't you? Arcane glared at Chiron. He drifted into a thoughtful silence, remembering the first time he met Alpheus's wife. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Arena. My husband owes everything to you. She gently bowed her head, greeting him respectfully. Welcome. Please make yourself at home. Irina turned and smiled at her husband. Do you live alone in this vast place, Master Mage? Alpheus was taken aback by his wife's question. Dear I. She didn't pay attention to her husband, continuing to smile and chat with Arcane. You must feel lonely, right? The old man flinched at her question. Irina, when I first saw the gaze of that girl, I was deeply moved. In her eyes, there was an absolute purity. A gaze that could face the deepest darkness. Just like that. The light from her could cover all the darkness in the world. I could sense the gaze from this young man. I saw the image of that small girl in the eyes of the man standing before me, full of courage. After a moment of reflection, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter made everyone standing below feel worried and fearful. Empathy and understanding are emotions that everyone can feel. However, even though they are very human emotions, when these emotions are pushed to the extreme, they are no longer human. The old man pressed his hand to his forehead, his laughter growing more chaotic. His perception reached a superhuman level, surpassing even the distinction between good and evil. Chiron stood frozen in front of the dark archmage, completely unafraid. He stood there like a brilliant light shining through the night sky. Chiron, you can predict cause and effect, can't you? Arcane kept his stance and said, Looks like we'll never be able to make peace. He slowly lowered his hand, revealing a cruel, piercing gaze. You are someone who should not exist in this world. Suddenly, columns of darkness surged from the ground, surrounding everyone below. Nate was startled. What's going on? I thought he no longer had the power to cast magic. The columns of darkness shot upward, gathering into a sphere above them. Chiron was concerned as he realized the old man was still able to cast dark magic. How? How can you ignore the rule of fair exchange? Surprise, huh? The old man raised his hand high, forming a fist. Arcane laughed loudly with confidence. Yes, indeed, it's truly mysterious. A rookie standing below looked up with concern. Damn, if that thing falls on us, then we'll all be out of luck. The dark sphere absorbed the earth and stone, growing as large as a meteor, hanging ominously above everyone. Tenkani's, unconscious, had his head resting on his younger sister's lap, and his sister, upon seeing the dark sphere, became frantic. The sphere continued to absorb more dark energy and debris, growing even larger. Suddenly, A beam of light from the realm of infinity shone, dispersing the dark energy. The light struck near Arcane's position, dispersing the dark mist and illuminating a large area. Everyone was confused, not understanding what was happening. The light from the realm of infinity had completely shattered Arcane's dark sphere. From the light shining down from the realm of infinity, behind the dark archmage, two figures stepped forward, Thad and Alpheus. Everyone shouted in unison, "Headmaster!" The dark archmage turned to look at the column of light, a cunning smile on his face. The headmaster stepped forward from the light with a serious expression. Arcane crossed his arms and stood there, the sky around him dark as ever, and the dark magic emanating from him was thick and dense. The old man gave a look of disdain. "You're here, Alpheus. I didn't think you'd break the memory sealing spell so easily." Alpheus replied calmly to his old master, "It's good to recall the past." The image of the past gradually appeared, and on the canvas was an image of Irina, so beautiful. "I'm truly grateful." Back on the battlefield, everyone had reached the old man and spoke up, "Headmaster." He turned to look at his students, his body covered in wounds, and said, "I'm sorry. Thank you all so much for protecting everyone." Alpheus placed his hand on his chest, facing everyone, and gave a slight bow. "I'm glad that we had Master Othello with us. Thank you so much." She stepped forward, her body also bearing its own injuries, and spoke, "Don't worry, I feel guilty too for not being able to protect the students." Chiron ran up to the headmaster, wanting to ask him something. "Headmaster," Alpheus asked, concerned, "your mental energy has fully recovered, right?" Chiron was surprised that the headmaster knew about his condition. "You already know? The most powerful magic that Mage Arcane created is the abyssal magic, the magic that controls memories." He smiled kindly and explained it to him step by step. When Arcane erased the memory of using his own memories, he also temporarily restored his mental power. So that method really exists. "Remember my words, Chiron," the headmaster lightly patted his shoulder. "If you don't have a trump card that can turn the tide of battle in any situation, you cannot call yourself a battle mage," he reminded sternly. Alpheus became serious and suggested, "Let old men like us handle it. Don't act rudely. And let the children go." "All right then, if my former student insists, I'll agree." The old man chuckled and replied, "Letting them go is simple. But what will you do now? You can't be their headmaster anymore." Alpheus frowned, irritated by Arcane's words. "Hundreds of students here have heard the entire past of yours." "Nay," Iruki spoke up, his voice filled with anger upon hearing the dark mage. "Revealing the headmaster's past was you? This has all been planned by you from the start." Arcane continued mocking, bringing up the not-so-pleasant parts of the past. "What do you think about burning this place down again, just like before?" Alpheus frowned, displeased with the old man. This wasn't a joke. The old man raised his hand and shouted at the group of Chiron standing behind the headmaster, calling out to them, "Do you want to follow me? We'll perfect the memory grafting research. I've already successfully grafted my own memory. Look at this magical creature. This is Harvest." The dark magical creature that had once protected Canis now was nothing more than a pile of mush. And Canis, badly injured and unconscious, was being cared for by his sister. This success was made possible thanks to Irina's sacrifice. His words, mentioning Irina, struck deep into Alphea's pain, causing the anger that had been bottled up for so long to explode. Sacrifice? He glared at the man he had once considered his master. The scene shifted back to when Alpheus was facing Arcane amidst the sea of flames. "Master, this research. It was all part of your plan, wasn't it?" "What?" Before setting the fire, Alpheus had discovered a pile of dangerous documents. "What are you planning to create by taking Irina's memories?" He was shocked when he heard Alpheus speak. He smiled bitterly, realizing the secret behind the help of the one he had considered his master. He held up the pile of documents high in front of him. "Why did you create these hundreds of magical creatures? Do you want to conquer the world?" Faced with his secret being exposed, he stammered in panic. He no longer hid his sinister expression and let out a loud, evil laugh. "So bad, huh?" When the truth behind that event was revealed, everyone was horrified. "So, the reason you burned the research. I believe that magical creature had both Irina's and my memories. Am I right?" Hearing this, Aaron froze, sitting still in shock. Arcane Keiko couldn't say a word as his actions were exposed. There was no way he successfully grafted his own memories onto that creature when, in truth, it was the memories of Althea's and Irina. Althea's voice rang out, saying it had gone too far and exploded, meaning it had disobeyed his orders because it was like me. All of it, don't tell me it was you? She erupted with anger, draining the magical energy from the students nearby. Her dark power exploded violently, causing Iruki to turn around in shock. Did you order Harvest to self-destruct? You're planning to kill us all, including Kaneseo? She cried out, her face still wet with tears, screaming in fury. Arcane didn't feel worried at all. Instead, he lowered his head and laughed mockingly. Everyone here, he slowly raised his old, withered arm and pointed. Not knowing how to listen, he conjured up a massive, dark, magical flow in the sky. That's it, it's coming. Once again, a gigantic, dark, magical meteor was falling. Nade and Iruki looked up, their legs spreading in a battle-ready stance. The pressure from it was so overwhelming it blew everything around them away. It was falling toward the place where the unconscious students lay. Over here, Chiron, Nade, Iruki, Itinla, Thad all shouted, "Headmaster! Headmaster!" Arcane shouted loudly, "Well, what's it going to be, Althea's? Run away!" Arcane laughed loudly at the chaotic scene, abandoning everything as he fled on his own. Althea's face showed worry as he saw what Arcane was doing. The scene shifted to 10 years after Irina's accident. The image of Clump appeared. "Are you going to die here?" Althea's, looking ragged on the outside, his face gaunt and showing little life, with a stubbled beard, was eating his meal. "I've been through so much in these 10 years to find you. Been to so many places, spent so much money. One day, I got news that you were somewhere." Clump recounted his journey to find his old friend, and Althea's interrupted. "Why did you come here? To meet someone troublesome like me?" Clump sighed, pulling something from his jacket. "I have something to give you." The item he handed over made Althea's eyes widen in surprise. "You should have disappeared the next day." He was too emotional to speak and opened the letter from his wife, reading it. The letter addressed to him, "Althea's, my dearest." And then her heartfelt words followed. As he read, he couldn't hold back his tears. Tears fell onto the paper. "I wanted to do this experiment." His emotions broke through. He choked on his words. "If I had one last wish." Irina had written this letter to her husband while he was pouring all his energy into researching a cure for her. "I wish you wouldn't be sad, but instead keep doing the research you love. You are my eternal light. Show the world that light." Althea's choked up and said to his friend, "Give me some money, Clump." He trembled as he spoke. "I will build a school so that fools like me don't exist anymore. I will dedicate my entire life to this school." Clump sighed and smiled, relieved that his friend wasn't as pessimistic as before. A hand reached out, as if to grasp that bright ray of sunshine. The life that Irina had allowed him to live, he had regained his spirit. The light from Headmaster Althea's magic illuminated the surroundings, brightening the dark night filled with Arcane's dark magic. That light shone on everything, from the leaves flying in the wind, to the unconscious students, to the dragonflies flying near the grass. Chiron was amazed by the miracle that light brought. Time seemed to slow down. The light magic in Headmaster's hands was surrounded by an endless halo. The energy sphere was pushed upward, creating a magnificent scene that dispelled the darkness that covered everything. Chiron stood there, watching the light soar into the sky. Iruki and Nade looked up as well. Canis' younger sister, who had been caring for her brother, also looked up, following the light. Headmaster Althea's magic soared into the sky, shining brightly. After shining and dispelling the dark mist, the full moon was no longer covered by the mist and shone down. Arcane looked up, confused, not knowing what had dispelled his dark power. "What is this?" "A magic called Big Bang." Althea's was exhausted, panting heavily after gathering so much energy for the spell. He slowly explained, "To tell the Mage Association about this harmless light magic. It's a bit embarrassing, but I believe this farewell gift is more than enough." Arcane Elder looked back slowly and said, "I never expected this to happen. You've prepared magic to fight against me, huh? You sneaky fox." Suddenly, Arcane Elder lost his balance and dropped to his knees, collapsing onto the ground. He put his hands on the ground as he started coughing up blood continuously. It seemed like he had reached the limit of his endurance. Even if he manipulated his memories to recover his mana, it was just an illusion of the mind. If you keep doing that, your brain won't hold up. Your life is in danger. You've lost that. So, you've been pushing yourself for the past 40 years without rest. He continued after coughing up blood. You must be exhausted. Arcane Elder still tried to speak with great effort. You've defeated the Grand Sorcerer, Arcane. Your fame will spread even more now. Yes, this is something I never expected, Alpheus replied. You still don't understand? Alpheus stood in front of him and said, You're no longer a Grand Sorcerer. 40 years ago, maybe, but time has passed long enough for a level 10 sorcerer to fall to level 2. The world has changed. We're all getting old. How long are you going to chase after your childish ambitions? The new generation of sorcerers stood behind Headmaster Alpheus, Chiron, Iruki, Nade, and Thad. Even though he was coughing up blood, it seemed like he still wouldn't give up. You're a fool. A hollow barrel makes the loudest noise. You can't even be a grand sorcerer. You're not a genius. You just like to lecture people. Arcane Elder slowly forced himself to stand up in pain. He continued to use dark magic, manipulating his own memories. You arrogant brat. He sneered and unleashed even more magical energy. Headmaster Alpheus panicked and shouted, Are you crazy? You're using that method to restore your mana again. Do you really want to die? Fear flashed in Headmaster Alpheus's eyes as he looked at the scene before him. The dark tendrils began to wrap around the unconscious students, lifting them into the air. Arcane Elder was now crazed, using dark magic uncontrollably. I'll do whatever it takes, he said, slowly floating up, to defeat you. Headmaster Alpheus pleaded with Arcane Elder. Please spare the innocent students. Itemla and Thad also looked toward the students with concern. Please, let them go. The fight matters that much to you? Arcane Elder sneered. Stop your childish thoughts. Listen carefully. This is the final lesson I'll teach you. Sorcerers will always be children. The crazed Arcane Elder laughed in twisted delight, losing his humanity. He drew all the unconscious students floating in the air toward himself. The headmaster, seeing the situation getting worse, said, Everyone, scatter and move as fast as you can. He also stepped forward. Quick, save them. Everyone quickly split up, flying off to catch up with the falling students. Thad was flying at full speed to catch up and save the students who were falling into the abyss. He exerted all his strength, creating a field of blue light to cushion those falling. Meanwhile, others were still falling, so Chiron, Iruki, and Nate also pushed themselves to fly down and save them. Our teachers, although they were always harsh in class, scolding and lecturing, this was a real test. It wasn't math class. At this moment, blood vessels would dilate, making the face turn red. Conversely, when they constricted, the face would pale. Our friends sometimes had disagreements, jealousy, rivalry, but now they were all falling into the cold abyss. Chiron was doing his best, reaching his arm out while he was also plummeting down to save everyone. He screamed with all his might, Amy! The girl of his dreams was also falling. The final destination was the command over the soul. When she heard her name called loudly, she slowly woke up, opening her eyes while still falling into the abyss. Who called me? The voice was so familiar. It's him. She was still in a floating state. It's me, Chiron. She saw someone flying toward her. It was him. Chiron flew toward her and grabbed her, pulling her out of her dream and waking her up. He managed to grab her hand. She could only see Chiron in front of her. Chiron, are you crying? Chiron was crying tears of relief as he had managed to save Amy before they hit the ground. When we meet again, let's compete fairly. The image of both of them flashed in her mind. From now on, don't call me senior anymore, because I've caught up to you. I think I can't keep my word anymore. Sorry, what are you saying? Amy didn't understand, not knowing what Chiron meant. Wait, Chiron, what do you plan to do? What do you want? Thank you, Amy. No, don't go. He slowly closed his eyes, tears still falling, making her more frantic as she held him tight. Chiron, goodbye. It seemed like he was planning something extremely foolish as he looked up. Suddenly, Chiron's entire body began to glow in the dark abyss. The light from his body started to shine brightly, illuminating the whole area. The intense light made everyone shield their eyes with their hands. The old Arcane, after fully unleashing his dark magical energy for the last time, collapsed and fell to the ground. He struggled to direct his gaze toward the light shining brightly. The light emitted, accompanied by the infinite radiance, shot straight up into the sky. That infinite glow pierced all the way to the sky. He lay there, gasping, muttering to himself, "Is this what they call self-sacrifice?" Indeed, this world is so fascinating that even if I spent my whole life wandering here, I wouldn't want to leave. Right, Alpheus? Those were his final words as he exhaled his last breath. The old arcane was dead, lying in his own pool of blood. A shadow loomed over him as someone approached. With a stunned tone, the voice asked, "Master, did you really think that death would be the end? Would you really leave us like this?" Canis looked at him, his appearance worn and tormented, tears streaming down his face without end. He looked like a madman, screaming out in pain. "I don't care whether you see me as a tool or not. I just don't want you to abandon me." Aryan looked at him worriedly. Canis was consumed by intense emotions. Canis continued, "But I was wrong. It's all my fault." Dark magic once again enveloped him. "Please come back." Aryan, beside him, was overwhelmed with worry. She tried to soothe him. "Canis, it's not your fault." But Canis' agonized screams cut through her words. He interrupted Aryan's speech. "It's all your fault. Everything is your fault." A sharp sound suddenly rang out. "Yes, it's all your fault." The two of them unconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from. On the ground, a dark liquid stained the earth. Harvest spoke coldly. "If you hadn't messed things up, Arcane would have lived and protected us." He continued, "But now he's dead. We're all going to follow him." Canis' face hardened. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he glanced at him. "So," Harvest spoke provocatively, "if I say it's all your fault, would it change anything?" His dark, monotone voice echoed in Canis and Orion's ears as their eyes focused once again on their master. Arcane has simply lived his life to the fullest. He has fulfilled his wish. The two stared intently at the old, wrinkled face of the man. Harvest said, "He left this world content. Now he's gone. What do you want to do?" he asked. Canis' gaze flickered slightly. "My wish." Canis slowly stood up. "I've said it before. I still have the strength to protect Aryan. So if you die here, it'll be a problem." He stood tall, his posture firm. "I accept the pact." Orion's eyes welled up with tears as she hurriedly spoke, trying to stop him. "Canis, you won't be able to endure it with the little mental power you have left." "Let me." Harvest coldly interrupted her words. "Sorry, but no. My master is Canis." His firm tone left Aryan stunned for a moment. A slick liquid slowly began to appear on Canis' face. "Harvest, if you dare betray me again," he warned, "I won't forgive you." With those words, dark energy flowed powerfully into Canis' body. Harvest mockingly replied, I remember, master. I like your arrogance," he thought, as at the same time, Canis' body completely absorbed Harvest into him. As he began to lose strength and lean back, gentle hands reached out to support him. Aryan carefully held Canis in her arms. Tears streamed down her face. "Let's create our life together." Principal Alpheus quietly observed the two from a distance. After a long time, he spoke, "Professor Ithella." "I am a sinner," Ithella beside him replied. "The first step to atoning for my sins is realizing my mistakes," she slowly continued. Alpheus turned to look at her. "But," Ithella said seriously, "you are no longer arrogant, sir." A kind smile appeared on his face. "Haha, I will accept my punishment." Alpheus looked at the two young professors in front of him. "More importantly, where is our hero?" he said with visible joy, surprised that the boy could teleport over 400 people at once. Alpheus turned around and said, "Impressive." His words were abruptly cut off by a high-pitched scream from Thad calling out. The sound from a girl holding a boy quickly caught the attention of everyone. Everyone rushed toward the two of them. Ami screamed in panic, "Chiron, he's not breathing." Fear and horror filled her tear-soaked eyes. After handling Arcane's body, it took 8 hours to bring all the students back to the dorms. The sealed memories would gradually return, but until then, the school would be closed. At the infirmary, Ami, Nade, and a rookie were all with Chiron. He lay motionless on the bed. Ami sobbed uncontrollably, holding his hand tightly. Nade sat next to her, her face pale, while a rookie silently leaned against the wall, observing. Tears streamed down Ami's face as she clenched her teeth, silently blaming herself. I was so foolish. That day, I didn't recognize him when he came to me. Ami recalled their first meeting in the dark alley. The encounters and arguments at the academy, the fake haunting by the supernatural spirit, and the letter. I never even apologized. Ami shuddered, her small frame trembling. She sniffled, resting her head on Chiron, who lay motionless on the bed. Seeing Ami in such a fragile state made Nade worried. Ami, you need to rest. If you keep this up, you'll get sick. But magic can't kill the one who casts it, Ami cried out, her hands clutching Chiron's tightly, unwilling to let go. Why did he die after using such a wide-range teleportation spell? There's definitely something strange going on with Chiron, Ami said. Nade, despite the tears streaming down her face, tried to remain calm and replied, You're right, Chiron will definitely wake up. If not, Iruki's indifferent voice interrupted their conversation. It means that it's still possible for magic to kill the caster. Nade looked at him, and Iruki continued, Arcane also died after using magic. Ami stubbornly retorted, Arcane died because the energy in his brain was depleted. But Chiron is like this because he fully unlocked the immortality veil. She said those two things are different. Iruki didn't care about Ami's emotional state and coldly responded. It doesn't matter whether he used up all the energy in his brain or the immortality veil. Knowing the reason doesn't change anything. The important thing is Chiron is dead, he said, his sharp, cold gaze directed at both of them. Nade immediately reacted. Iruki, you, Ami, who hadn't realized she had already stood up, glared at him. You really are unbearable. She locked eyes with Iruki, her face showing a terrifying expression, and the dangerous aura emanating from her made the atmosphere heavy and tense. So, you really believe Chiron is dead? I don't, Iruki replied indifferently, but he's already dead. Without saying another word, Ami immediately grabbed his collar. With surprising strength, she effortlessly lifted Iruki off the ground. Chiron ended up like this because he saved us. Yet you. Ami's voice was close to a scream as she clenched her fist, ready to strike Iruki. Ami's hand on his collar tightened as she swung her fist toward Iruki's face. But in contrast to Ami's impulsive emotional outburst, Iruki remained calm, watching her fist move toward him. Suddenly, Ami's tightening grip stopped. Her hand hung in the air, just a few centimeters from Iruki's nose. Iruki's face showed no sign of concern as he calmly turned his head and said, Phew, that's a relief. Ami, seeing Iruki's smug expression, grew even more furious. You knew I would stop, didn't you? You annoying bastard. Do you know why I stopped? She glared at him, tears threatening to spill from her eyes once more. Because someone like you doesn't deserve friends. His heart stopped beating, and he's no longer breathing. He's nothing more than a wild beast now. Iruki retorted fiercely. Try to bring him back from the dead. She's just being pathetic and babbling nonsense. Ami couldn't help but widen her eyes, freezing in place at Iruki's biting words. Nade behind her fell silent. Magic can't revive the dead, Iruki. Those words only made Iruki's cold gaze more intense, his brows furrowing deeply. He forcefully pushed Ami off him, uncaring. That's the limit of what a human can do. After a tense moment, only Nade and Ami remained in the room. You could punch him, Nade spoke up. Ami, tearfully wiping her eyes, answered, How could I do that? She weakly lowered her head. He's Chiron's friend. In the dark hallway, where only the faint moonlight from the window barely illuminated, Iruki left in frustration. They're really pathetic. That's right, they're pathetic, aren't they? A mysterious voice suddenly echoed through the hallway. Iruki shot a cold glance toward the source of the sound. Who are you people? He stared at Canis and Aryan, who were casually standing by the window. We just came to offer our condolences, Canis said with a tilt of his body. He didn't die fighting us. And it's such a shame that he sacrificed himself to save you all. However, I've lost interest now. Canis's words darkened Iruki's expression immediately. What? Like you said, they really are pathetic, Canis repeated. They're overreacting about whether someone is truly dead or not. Do you think so? His words only fueled the fire of anger within Iruki. Keep praying that Chiron is still alive. The sudden shift in Iruki's tone left Canis and Aryan's expressions confused. What? In Iruki's eyes, a blue hue flickered as he channeled his magic. Because the only one in this world who could stop me is Chiron. A powerful surge of magic surrounded Canis from head to toe. Harvest's gloomy voice echoed, reminding, Canis, you're locked on now. He sweat nervously. Yeah, but... Harvest continued. It's dangerous. His calculation speed is abnormal. If he uses that magic, he said, this entire place will be wiped out. At first, a light flickered in front of Canis. Then suddenly, it exploded from a corner of the hallway, the blast radius wide enough to engulf the entire building in the campus. A deadly silence enveloped the dark corridor as both sides stared at each other in silence. Harvest, how could he calculate that fast to the point that you'd say this place will be erased? Canis asked, curious, and Harvest answered slowly, explaining simply. He's fast enough to analyze everything happening in the city in 3 seconds. Harvest explained, and Canis continued watching the other side closely. Even if he has savant syndrome, how could he do that? Canis asked, puzzled. I don't know, Harvest replied, looking at a rookie in front of them, still standing motionless. But what I'm sure of is that his brain cells won't last much longer. As his words ended, Iruki went into attack mode, the magical energy in his eyes swirling uncontrollably. If Chiron is going to die like this, a resolute light gleamed in Iruki's eyes. I'll make sure to kill you all. On the other side, Canis's body remained stiff in the magical current, retreating. Canis, Harvest urgently warned, he'll detonate the moment you step into his domain. Just as Canis was unsure of what to do next, another voice immediately intervened. But that means... Canis glanced at Aryan behind him. Her voice was a little shaky. You don't think Chiron is dead, do you? Iruki slowly raised his hand. You'd better choose your words carefully. He extended his hand forward, ready to cast magic at any moment. Canis panicked and hurried to stop him. Aryan, however, ignored him and continued moving forward. I can't see the state of objects, but instead I can see inside people, she said, and Iruki growled through gritted teeth. So what? The tense situation made Canis scream in desperation. Aryan! Aryan! She still ignored his warning and continued speaking. If you really believe that he's dead... Iruki's face darkened further. A flash of anger cut through his eyes. The sensation was burning, as if thousands of daggers were piercing through the opponent. Aryan, on the other hand, instinctively covered her face. Her eyes filled with fear and confusion as tears streamed down uncontrollably. I didn't expect you to... Crying with such a terrified expression, Aryan looked at Iruki standing motionless, surrounded by red streaks of blood mixed with shadows. For a moment, Iruki unconsciously glanced towards the room where Chiron was lying. He then pulled back his magical energy, halting the motion of his hand. In the quiet night enveloping the academy, only the full moon shone brightly in the darkness. Back at the infirmary, while keeping watch over Chiron, Nate had dozed off, slumped against the wall, while Ami had fallen asleep in the chair. The situation would fall into chaos in a few days, Iruki said. He moved closer to the bed where Chiron was lying. If this were a funeral, it would be too late. Iruki's gaze shifted to Chiron's face, which seemed to be in a light sleep. Then it shifted to the sharp blade. If you don't stop me, I won't be able to move forward. A familiar image from memory appeared when Chiron had grabbed Iruki's hand and resolutely said, If that happens, I will stop you. Raising the knife in his hand, Iruki continued, Therefore, Chiron, I will save you. He lowered the blade toward Chiron's arm. Iruki paused for a moment, feeling the knife's tip touch Chiron's skin. Without hesitation, he pressed the knife firmly into the flesh. At the Amphis Academy of Magic, students had to live in dormitories. This academy, being the place where the children of high-ranking demon nobles from the kingdom were raised, had its security as the most important matter. However, the academy had been infiltrated by 4 unknown assailants. A male professor slowly said. In the end, the assailants were dealt with, and the boy managed to save the students and the professors. The remaining professors in the council fell into deep thought as the male professor continued. Unfortunately, our academy's shining star, Aryan Chiron, has passed away. The headmaster of Amphis remained calm as he listened to the professor. If the outside world learns of this, the academy will not be able to avoid responsibility for this serious matter. A male professor with glasses immediately stood up and intervened. We must hold a memorial for Chiron as soon as possible. He continued, We must inform the parents. Another male professor on the opposite side reacted and said, "Do you think we don't know that? Chiron's friends are adamantly requesting his memorial." The professor continued, "His body is still in the infirmary instead of the morgue. I can't understand their reasoning." He said that, but a silver-haired professor spoke up. "In reality, you are just trying to buy time to prevent the academy's reputation from being affected." The other professors in opposition protested. "How can you say such a thing? I am saying that we need more time to think." The professor with glasses and silver hair continued to argue. "The longer this drags on, the worse the public opinion will get. The reputation of the school and the institution itself could be shut down. We need to act quickly. We don't even know the whereabouts of the arcane students." The debate between the two sides reached no conclusion, causing the professor with glasses and silver hair to anxiously look towards Headmaster Amphias. "Headmaster, please make a decision. The student council has been summoned today." "This isn't a normal student council," she said. "If the children of the most prestigious noble families unite to accuse the school, then we will have no way to handle it." Headmaster Amphias calmly responded. "I'm the one who said we should wait," he said, his stern gaze sweeping over the council. Amphias' statement made the professors exclaim, "Headmaster." In the meeting room, he silently observed as both sides continued to clash in heated debate. As the professors had said, the situation would become much worse if we continue to wait. But there's a more important question than the future of the school still lingering. Amphias recalled the image of Chiron casting a spell to save everyone in the academy, and the image of him lying motionless in Ami's arms. Had Chiron really died? He placed a hand on his chest, where his heart was still beating. Am I thinking rationally about this? Or have I come to believe that Chiron is special? Both Professor Thad and Sienna lowered their heads in silence during the council's argument. Amphias silently pondered. There are times when I question this, but those vague feelings won't disappear. His eyes glimmered with a golden hue as he thought about that, immortality. It was a domain we had no knowledge of. Ithella spoke up clearly. In this battle, Chiron made an extreme decision to unleash his immortality function. The room quickly fell silent as the professors listened to her words. Normally, this phenomenon would be defined as nirvana, Ithella explained. Nirvana is a state different from life. So, just because he has reached nirvana, it doesn't mean he's dead. Some professors in red robes were confused. I don't understand, some muttered, even rubbing their heads in frustration. This is the Magic Academy, after all. It's not a ceremony. The silver-haired professor stood up and looked up. I understand what the headmaster is saying. There's a possibility that Chiron, the one who unlocked it, is still alive, she said. I completely understand this. However, there is no guarantee that the boy will wake up. While waiting for Chiron, with no knowledge of when he will awaken, we might have to face the worst-case scenario, Headmaster Amphias interjected. And what is that? The professors in red robes looked at him in shock. Of course, it's the possibility of the academy being closed, Amphias quickly denied. No, it's not that. His expression grew serious. The worst-case scenario is that all the students and professors will be wiped out. The entire hall went silent at Amphias' words. He continued, without Chiron, no one will survive, not even you. Amphias spoke calmly, neither fast nor slow. Is there any chance? Not even a 1% chance. He lowered his head, his expression hidden. The child who sacrificed his life for us, for the professors of this magic academy. Shouldn't we try? Each word from Amphias made the red-robed professors lower their heads in solemn silence. If we take responsibility and are punished, the academy won't be closed. Then, shouldn't we sacrifice for that child too? He said. That morning, the campus was as crowded as usual. In the corner of the school infirmary, Chiron remained motionless on the bed. Ami and Nate had been watching over him day and night. Years or maybe decades, she whispered. I'll wait for the day you come back. Nate, sitting beside her, couldn't hide the worry and pain on his face. Meanwhile, Ami continued muttering, just say it, he'll come back, he will. She couldn't help but break down from the suffocating silence, using her tears to wash her face. Say something, Ami pleaded. Chiron remained still with his eyes closed. After a while, his eyelids fluttered open, revealing his green irises. Chiron slowly sat up, but strangely, he wasn't wearing any clothes. Chiron looked around with a confused expression. Where am I? He took a step forward instinctively, then stopped. I remember now. A flashback came to him. He had grabbed a girl and fallen off a cliff to save everyone. At that moment, he had unleashed his immortality to its limits. He raised his hand to observe it. This is the next life, I guess. It seems I haven't forgotten the memories from my past life. Suddenly he noticed something. But why? Chiron stood alone in the void. No matter where he went, the scenery remained the same. It felt as though all of his senses had been completely cut off. He took a step forward, his mind racing. Don't tell me. He stepped onto something, and Chiron realized he was walking up an invisible staircase. Suddenly, it hit him. I knew it. Chiron was still lost, just like before, unchanged. His face was blank. There was no distance between anything. It was like he was waving to another version of himself far away. You can only measure distance if there are 2 points of reference. His other self vanished, and he fumbled to search for it. If one of the reference points doesn't exist, then the concept of distance vanishes and space doesn't form. Chiron glanced around and thought to himself, that means no matter where I go here, it's as if I haven't moved at all. A voice suddenly spoke. Excellent. I didn't expect you to understand the meaning of space. I know you have the right to be here. Chiron looked up in confusion. Who is that? Am I dead? His eyes widened as he saw a glowing hole above him, surrounded by beams of different colors. The powerful energy made him shield his eyes with his hand. The power enveloped everything around him, and he was stunned. Wow! From within that magical aura, a beautiful girl with green hair emerged. She walked toward Chiron and spoke, I've been waiting for you, Chiron, to be precise. Chiron, still bewildered, asked, Who are you? The green-haired girl smiled softly. Ah! She placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. I am the goddess. On the 5th day after Chiron passed away, the campus remained quiet. The sunlight shone down on the roof tiles of the academy. Due to the recent tragedy, the professors had decided to delay all the necessary corrective measures. However, the students refused to comply. In the student council meeting, the students sat observing. Behind the student council members was a blackboard with a question written. Do you agree with the corrective measures the professors deemed necessary after the meeting? Yes or no? The students felt as though the headmaster, whom they had trusted completely, had betrayed them. A young man with black hair slammed his fist on the table. Everything that has happened comes from the headmaster's mistake 40 years ago. He stood across from the student council, presenting his case. The headmaster's offenses had to be addressed on another day, and Chiron's funeral had to be postponed as well. They simply didn't want to take responsibility. The student council president, Amira, from Class 2, clasped her hands in frustration and said, The student council must intervene in this matter. The entire hall echoed in unison. Yes, yes. The headmaster must take responsibility for this incident. Punish him, punish him. Suddenly, a hand was raised in protest. Wait, everyone's got it wrong. Serial stood up quickly and responded, I'm Serial from Class 5. Everyone assumes Chiron is gone for good, but that's not the full truth. The girl explained, Chiron's heart has stopped, but his body hasn't decomposed, which is making people below murmur. Is that true? Is that really the case? Serial continued. The professors made their decision based on this suspicion. Amira quickly asked for clarification. Is that true? Serial, if he's not dead, then why did his heart stop? Serial closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Amira urged her, please tell us the details. Why is that? Serial placed her hands over her chest and answered, the result of unlocking immortality. Her eyes widened as she analyzed, immortality is a concept that doesn't directly affect a person's life. The ivory tower is still debating it. The room fell silent. Her voice became hesitant. It's a mysterious topic. Before she could finish her sentence, the students below began to murmur. What exactly is immortality? I heard it's the highest level a wizard can reach. A realm, but it's knowledge that creates magic. So what does that mean? Serial was taken aback, frightened by the whispers from below. Sweat dripping down her face as her expression grew tense. She thought, wait, why are they reacting like this? Meanwhile, Amira was also thinking, it's a mysterious topic. Isn't it the second innate talent of wise wizards to make decisions after thinking long and hard about an issue? Serial's eyes widened in realization. She imagined the children. We're not wizards yet. We're just students. The younger children only acknowledge what they can truly see and feel. She couldn't help but imagine rebellious students who disliked the headmaster, while the older students were biased because they hated the headmaster. They don't have that kind of rational thinking. What does this have to do with those accusations? Serial pictured the headmaster being arrested while Chiron lay in a coffin full of flowers, and then he would be buried. She clutched her head and cried out. They'll bury Chiron. What should I do? Suddenly, another arm spoke up. I am Mark from class 7. Mark's eyes were filled with anger. The honor of the school comes from its students. If people hear rumors that our school has an untrustworthy teacher, then they will also lose faith in us students. Mark placed his hand on his chest, calming himself. However, we know that the one who helped us realize what a true wizard is. The students sitting below gradually awakened. Mark continued. His large hand gently guided the small arm forward, the one who gave us love. The figure of the principal playing with the children appeared when we were still kids. Everyone below changed their thoughts. Right, they educated us to be good people. Voices were ringing out, although the principal had made a mistake in the past, but Mark boldly exclaimed, I don't think we need to go against those teachers, whom we respect deeply. Serial's eyes sparkled with admiration. That's right, Mark. If logic isn't working, then we will strike at their emotions. The girl sitting next to Amira noticed she was tapping the desk. Amira's dazed eyes revealed her calculations. If voting happens now, the result will be 5 against 5, the board filled with words. The students below were restless, some crying, some laughing. What are the accusations? Please forgive the teachers. Hoping the kindergarten children agree. Opposing the expectations too much. That's why I say we need to separate them. Amira was extremely distressed. At this rate, they won't act on the accusations. What should I do now? A hand was raised high. Adino Fermi, class 1. A guy stood up, and all eyes turned to him. Serial. Why is Fermi standing up like that? He stood up to pay his respects. Everyone, I forgot to mention something important. We owe our lives to Chiron. Is there anyone here who isn't sad about his sacrifice? The expressions of the students below fell, causing Serial to look down worriedly. Fermi said Serial up front looked restless, so we shouldn't continue to resist. Fermi, with an evil face, called out, for our savior. We must fight to honor Chiron's soul. Serial, feeling tense, protested loudly. Wait, honor his soul. Chiron isn't dead. Fermi calmly replied, really? As far as I know. He smiled a cold smile. They're using chemicals to preserve Chiron's body. If he were alive, then why would they do that? The whole room was surprised. Amira asked, is that true, Member Fermi? Then Amira turned to question Serial. Member Serial, do you know about this? She tried to stay calm in the face of suspicion. Please tell us, Member Serial. She trembled, tears streaming down her face. I refuse to provide information that would self-incriminate me. Thinking, I'm so sorry, Ami. Amira immediately raised her hand. Now we will start the voting. As expected, the votes were in favor. Serial silently blamed. It's all that bastard Fermi's fault. In the courtyard, a crowd of students protested. Step down, Alpheas faced the interrogation. Leading the charge was Ami, loudly announcing, let's organize a funeral for Chiron. Stop preserving the body of the deceased. Ami and a guy on the observation deck below were surprised. This is not good. Alpheas, using magic on Chiron's body, looked worried. It seems they've noticed we are using slow magic. The old man's face was slightly sad. We don't have much time left, Lord. Returning to Chiron, in front of him was the Lord, who spoke. You don't believe me? Just as the objects created by humans bear the thoughts and forms of humans, everything the Lord creates has the characteristics of the Lord. Therefore, it can be deduced that you resemble the Lord the most, Chiron. He was astonished and taken aback as God gently raised his hands and called, Chiron. With a beautiful face, watery eyes, and gentle long hair, she spoke, will you create a world with me? Chiron, confused, took a step back and said, He clearly showed his confusion and stammered. With me? Chiron suddenly realized he was naked. Embarrassed, he tried to cover his body with both hands while explaining, I'm sorry, this is too sudden. I'm not that kind of person. He was so embarrassed that his words were not clear, sweat dripping down his back. God waved his hand, laughing at Chiron's adorable embarrassment. As God used magic to conjure clothes for him, he said, don't be shy. This is not your world. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled and said, Your body still exists in your own world. Chiron suddenly fell silent and looked up. He hesitated to look at the girl who called herself God and spoke. I knew it right away. This is a different world, without even raising a hand. Tilting her head slightly, she replied, No, this is a place different from where you live. She raised a finger right in front of her eyes, and on the tip of her finger was a small black dot. A dot that represented a dimension devoid of sound or surface. A small black dot in a completely white space. As one delved deeper, they realized that this black was not as small as they had thought. From the outside, it appeared as if there were no space within it. The more one zoomed in, the clearer it became that within it was the space where Chiron was standing and talking with God. But in reality, it was condensed. He looked down at his hands, silently thinking, Wanda has the distance between my hands. In other words, his body was in three-dimensional form. Chiron, looking at his hands, said, There is a three-dimensional world inside a dot. God smiled gently and remarked, Your perspective is truly unique. From an angle where the deity's expression cannot be clearly seen, she confidently asserts that, indeed, that is the nature of time and space. Even a world viewed from afar appears as a dot. The deity brings a dot on her fingertip close to her eye and looks straight at it. As if getting close to look, it is an endless world. Chiron holds still, and the deity is the creator of that world. What do you see? He stays silent for a moment before asking, Can I go back? The deity pauses for a bit and looks at Chiron, replying that, No, you don't want to give up, do you? If you are feeling regret, he interrupts the deity and denies. That's not it, I understand very well. Chiron awkwardly speaks up. Can I ask one more question? The deity smiles and replies, Of course. His pupils constrict, and he asks, Why are you hesitant to lie? This question from Chiron seems to hit a nerve with the deity. She is extremely surprised. The surface of the water where she stands ripples slightly. After a moment of silence, she finally speaks. The deity does not lie. No, there is no need to lie. The deity's eyelids droop, a constant smile still lingering on her lips. Because if we believe it does not exist, then it will not exist. Chiron's complexion darkens, his eyes dim. You're lying again. Just such a statement makes the deity's face cloud over. Her gaze no longer bright like before. Besides, he suddenly asks, Could it be that you are not a deity? The deity remains silent and does not answer right away. After a while, the deity's eyes rise sharply, and she says, There seems to be a misunderstanding here, because our definitions of a deity differ. I will show you what a deity truly is. Chiron stood silently waiting. The scene shifted to a small village nestled among the countless rolling hills. Under the clear blue sky, gentle sunlight shone on the villagers who were using sickles to harvest ripe rice. In the corner of their house, under the shade, two women were standing there chatting with each other. Meanwhile, the children ran through the fields, wanting to catch dragonflies. Everything around Chiron looked so real that he was bewildered, as if he were seeing that this world was a replica. He turned to look at where the deity was standing. She was holding a globe in her arms. However, we can move that farmer. One hand lifted the globe, the other hand placed on top of the globe, pointing at the farmer from that small village. The deity's two fingers gradually penetrated the surface of the globe, which was also the sky in this replica world. At the same time, where Chiron was standing, a large finger suddenly appeared and covered him. From his perspective looking up at the high sky, one could see how enlarged the deity's two delicate fingers were. Those two fingers grasped the back of the farmer's shirt and lifted him high. Finally, they dropped him down in front of a horse that was eating hay. In the distance, the deity stood a ways from Chiron, saying, The space has changed, which means time has changed. The Lord cradled the orb in his palm. For time and space are one, he uttered two words, time and space, and immediately received agreement from the Lord. That's right. A hand is lifting the night, similarly existing in your world. Correct, if you move a knight in your world. The knight that was just lifted has now been placed in another position. 1 unit of time has passed on the chessboard, which means you are manipulating the time and space referred to as the chessboard. Chiron directed her gaze to the Lord's back as she spoke. The Lord is not the champion and superlative being that my faith believes. In the golden field of ripe rice, dragonflies flutter in the blue sky. They are merely designers capable of creating a lower dimensional space compared to where they are. For how long? the Lord's footsteps have been near their farmer, as their creations believe that the Lord is an absolute entity. The Lord stood behind their farmer, looking at his back while speaking, for they possess powers that creations cannot have, and the Lord can manipulate them without them knowing. The face of that farmer was exaggerated. It was merely a piece of wood with 2 holes drilled for eyes. This farmer does not know how he is moved, nor does he realize that this world is a replica. He displayed a look of terror upon hearing those words from the Lord. The Lord smiled, his bright blue eyes looking at Chiron. There's only one way to let him know. His pupils contracted, his brows furrowed. A drop of sweat ran long down his cheek. Chiron said in horror, "Immortality." One hand of the Lord rested on the farmer's shoulder, indeed. Immediately, a spell was cast. The Lord tilted his head to look at him, while the farmer gradually transformed into sparkling particles of immortality. Chiron and the Lord looked up at the sparkling particles flying high into the sky. The Lord said again, "Immortality is a sensation that shapes the whole world." The sparkling particles kept trailing one another, drawing upwards into the deep blue sky. Those sparkling particles dispersed to the corners of the high sky, but in the end, they were blocked by the glass of the sphere. The Lord held the sphere entirely in his palm. The beautiful face suddenly became enchanting in this moment. Even so, the world of that farmer remained within this glass sphere. He could not perceive the entities in the higher dimension. Chiron looked at the glass sphere in horror. "Do you understand now?" "Chiron." The Lord moved the glass sphere to one side. "I have brought you, a person who has liberated the immortality and was almost torn apart, to this special area." He was silent for a moment, cautiously looking at the other before asking, "What do you want from me?" The Lord, while using magic on the glass sphere, replied, "This." The glass sphere, under the influence of the Lord's magic, turned into a small black dot. Chiron kept his eyes fixed, a drop of sweat running down the corner of his eye. "A dot, to the dimension I have created, Chiron. And create another dimension." The dimension within a dot gradually transformed into a smaller dot. And within that, another dimension. And another, if we keep repeating. The Lord looked up at the vast space with shining stars, smiling brightly, saying it would become a perfect universe, which is called the matrix of dimensions. Meanwhile, Chiron's face darkened. He said nothing but stood silently listening. Suddenly Chiron said, "I cannot." The Lord then asked why. "I am sure you have no reason to refuse." The Lord again asked, "Do you not like my offer?" He slightly bowed his head and replied, "It's not bad. I think becoming a god to create a new world is also good. And the plan to create a perfect universe of yours sounds decent." Chiron's gaze suddenly became sharp. "But if I enter your dimension, another person like me must sacrifice." The Lord's bright blue eyes dimmed slightly. A beam of light flickered in the dark corner of the face. The god raised a finger, speaking in a commanding tone. "I'm not giving you a choice. If you refuse, I'll tear you apart." Chiron's expression remained unwavering. "I won't do it." The god replied, "We'll know soon enough," and cast an offensive spell, causing the water around him to violently ripple. The god maintained his stance as he cast the magic, his face as indifferent as if he had done nothing wrong. But that indifferent expression quickly faded, replaced by surprise. "Now I understand." On the other side, Chiron stood, unharmed, unmoving. His eyes now glimmered a shade of blue, like a deep pool. A shift in time itself, as you mentioned, like a divine realm. One hand raised, Chiron summoned his own magic, the magic of his own realm, a force of power and will. Chiron directed his red magic toward the girl who called herself the god, his gaze now more resolute than ever. He was certain she was a sorceress. Chiron stood his ground, his red magic clashing with hers. The god slowly stepped back, adding, "Chiron, don't do something you'll regret." He remained there, contemplating, unsure of her intentions. The goddess started to chant, her magic swirling around her. "You think you can defeat me?" Chiron, deeply worried about his situation, pondered. "I definitely can't win. She's someone who claims to be a god. Arcane, no, maybe even stronger than a god. But no matter what." He stood firm in his choice and declared, "This isn't a place for me." Chiron recalled the image of the goddess with the man earlier and realized, When the farmer unlocked the immortality ability, his body vanished without a trace. But she still had her body, existing in another world. So, I can return, right? The goddess answered his question. Yes, you can return, but there's no way you'll succeed. You'll just die again. The goddess tried to convince Chiron to reconsider, but even so, I'll still try. He firmly rejected her, deciding not to turn back. The goddess thought for a moment. Capturing him wasn't the issue. The real problem was his overwhelming energy. The goddess anxiously looked at the red energy gathering in Chiron's palm. If that's the case, this space will be destroyed. After a moment of reflection, she began to use her powers. Chiron was visibly concerned about what she was about to do. The goddess raised her hand, creating a black hole that sucked the red energy from Chiron's hand. The ground below was suddenly flooded with water from nowhere. Once she finished casting the magic, she continued, "This is a point where space and time intersect. The moment you step in, you will experience the reverse of everything you did to get here." Chiron was skeptical when the goddess agreed to let him return. "You really will let me go?" But before letting him leave, she set one condition. "Promise me one thing. If you fail when you return to your original world, come back here and do as I say." Chiron remained skeptical, filled with worry, unsure if he would really be able to return. The goddess spoke again. "You won't succeed." He stared at the dark abyss of the portal. He turned back to thank the goddess. "Thank you for letting me return." "You're thanking me too soon," she replied. "It's not easy for a pure and divine being to return to a physical body so complex. And don't forget, your human body is filled with frightening elements." The goddess warned him before he left. "If you manage to survive, you will become a strange being, no longer human. If you want to give up, return through this path." She still hoped Chiron would reconsider and stay, but he was resolute. "I won't give up. Goodbye," he said as he slowly stepped into the portal, ready to return to his body. "Safe travels," the goddess wished him as he began his journey. He moved step by step, walking into the pitch-black portal. Inside the portal, it was as dark as ink, and he groped his way forward. "If I keep going this way, I'll make it back." He kept moving forward, though everything around him remained dark and unchanged. The darkness engulfed everything, and he felt like he was walking in hopelessness. Now panicking, he looked around. This place is exactly like the white room from before. He looked back and saw the portal still there. The goddess stood there, watching him. Chiron fell silent, thinking to himself, "Now that I think about it, there's so much that doesn't make sense. Why did she let me go so easily?" He recalled the goddess's earlier words, "You won't succeed." Chiron panicked as he realized he had fallen into the goddess's trap. "I'm trapped in a timeless prison." A memory came back to him, one from when he was at Uncle Amin's house 2 months ago. That's right, Chiron remembered the time-stop spell. Uncle Amin's shadow slowly appeared, speaking to him. Chiron was in the classroom, surrounded by his friends, all standing still. If it's a time stop, it's the highest level magic, where the time mage's speed is faster than light itself. "We're moving at the speed of light, huh? You're a smart kid." "Exactly. So when it happens, time itself seems to stop." Uncle Amin looked up and continued. "The light is quite unusual. Stars were passing through the sky, and their light could make a mage faster. After a certain point, the star's speed increased, revealing an infinite color behind them. It could even catch up with time itself. The infinite stars circled the earth. That was the foundation of the time-stop spell." Back to the present. After absorbing the knowledge from Uncle Amin's words, Chiron began to think. If this was a timeless space, trapped within the speed of light, could he escape from here? As the thoughts clicked, he opened his eyes. If I'm faster than the speed of light, but how do I do that? Faster than light speed. A theoretical concept. It doesn't actually exist. Suddenly, the goddess's words echoed in his mind. "The moment you step in, you will experience the process you took to get here, in reverse." He slowly stood up, understanding now. He would use purple magic, the power of immortality. Chiron got into position, ready to race. The speed of immortality spreading throughout the universe was instantaneous. Right now, he was just a soul without a body. He wasn't sure if going faster than light was even possible. Destruction. His eyes filled with a determined confidence. Even though he knew he might fail, he had to try. "I won't give up." He began to race against the light. Chiron moved incredibly fast, creating a long purple light trail behind him. He succeeded. His soul raced so fast that only the purple lights could be seen moving. He could see his body lying still on the bed. His soul moved quickly along a long purple light toward his body. Back to where he was before, to where his friends were. His body lay on the bed with a hand focused on healing magic for him. The one healing him was Principal Alpheus. Cutting back to the real world, 8 days after Chiron died, Principal Alpheus was sitting next to the bed, watching over Chiron's body. Behind him were Sienna, Ithella, Ned, Iruki sitting on chairs waiting, and Ami standing by the doorframe. Suddenly, Sariel spoke up, catching Ami's attention. Look over there. Outside, a person was waving a petition high in the air, causing a disturbance, acting as the representative of the students from Alphea's Magic Academy. We're submitting this petition to all the professors. A crowd was causing a commotion, led by a white-haired girl, the student council president Amira. The principal of Alphea's should surrender and be questioned by the Magic Association. The students who weren't participating in the protest voiced their concerns. Senpai, please calm down. Sienna, full of anger, pushed the door open and confronted them. Why is the student council inciting the other students and causing chaos in the academy? The white-haired girl stepped forward, holding the paper high, and shouted, "No one is inciting anyone. We didn't want it to come to this, but Chiron has been dead for 8 days. Why has there been no announcement? Chiron is in a coma, and it's only considered a coma if the heart is still beating. You can't deceive us by saying his body hasn't decomposed. Isn't that enough to accuse the principal? We have Chiron's death as evidence. However, the former headmaster doesn't want the academy to fall just because of this. I'm sorry for deceiving you all, but this is the best decision the teachers could come up with, and we will take responsibility for it." Can the teachers really take responsibility for their actions? The white-haired girl thought nervously. Why is she saying this? Is there something we've missed? What the hell is going on? I read the entire report, and this girl seems to be hesitating. The man standing nearby thought, glaring at her. She's going to join the march. It will be a real problem if she turns her back on it. More accurately, it will be a huge inconvenience for my plans. In his eyes, there was a calculating look. I don't want to get dragged into this. He smiled in a friendly manner and suggested, "Let's do it this way. Let us see Chiron's condition. We will decide after we see him with our own eyes." Hearing this, Sienna became extremely angry. "We can't allow that. Wait until everything is settled." Hearing Sienna's words, the crowd seemed to be agitated. "How can we trust you? Let us in. We have the right to know. We are fighting for our headmaster. How can we trust them? Go inside. We have the right to know. Fight for our leader." Maria and a few others tried to stand up to stop them, but were pushed aside by the crowd. "You can't." Fortunately, Mark caught Maria and shouted loudly, "You guys are going too far." The life of another student was in danger. The crowd kept pushing forward without hesitation. Suddenly, a shadow of someone from the treatment room for Chiron rushed out, shattering the window and leaving those below perplexed. He landed right outside the entrance to the building, blocking the crowd from going in. It was Nade. He stood in front of the door, summoning lightning magic around his body, and said, "All right, try coming in if you want. But if you do, you will die." He exuded a deadly aura, promising to take ruthless action if anyone dared to step forward and break in. At that moment, the crowd split into 2 groups, one protesting and the other trying to stop them. Amira raised her voice in confusion. "What is this?" A bit surprised, her face showing some awkwardness, she asked, "Nade, we've treated you well because you can get things done. And this is how you speak to your seniors?" Everyone around looks just as angry. Nade stood up, his body radiating power like small lightning bolts, and he spoke in a serious tone. "Should I repeat myself?" The power around his body continued to swell, and immense energy spread out around him. Seeing the situation before them, the people across from Nade started to tremble with fear. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they cried out, "Wait, no way!" Even Amira's face turned pale. This can't be happening. Nade unleashed a massive surge of power, with lightning crackling around him, and some of the students gasped in surprise. "That's plasma magic." They wondered, isn't he just a 5th-year student? Even at our school, only 1st-year students who are Raiken can use that. His teammates, observing from above, wore expressions of shock. Ami exclaimed, "That's truly destructive magic." Sariel added, "Did he hide that magic all along?" Only Iruki seemed to have expected this. He stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, thinking to himself, that bastard used that magic. Seeing Nade straining to hold back made him reflect, even though he knew what would happen if Nade did it. Chiron isn't dead. Nade's face slowly lost control, his eyes filled with rage as he threatened, I'll kill anyone who dares to harm Chiron. Meanwhile, Chiron's body lay on the bed, surrounded by purple energy. Deep inside, he was returning, coming back to where his friends were. Suddenly, small sparks like magical embers appeared. From the purple energy, a hand reached out as if trying to touch the sparks. Then, Chiron's translucent body appeared. He was trying to escape because Chiron knew something was clinging to him. Many voices echoed in his head, making him feel immense pain, and he collapsed to the ground, clutching his head. One of the voices rang out in his mind. What is this? While Chiron was clutching his face, the voice continued. Reincarnation, the lowest existence. Hearing these words, Chiron's eyes widened. But it didn't stop there. The voice came again. Humans have an incredibly strong will to survive. Chiron seemed to realize everything. So that's it. He remembered the words the goddess had said. It's not easy to combine a pure essence with an elemental spirit to return to a physical body, let alone a human body filled with disgusting elements. He recalled her words, and now they were existing in his mind, the very thing she had said. He couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, No, I will return. The voice echoed around him. Return where? There's nowhere for you to go. When the voice continued, the only thing waiting for you is death. It triggered Chiron's anger. He roared, Shut up! He struggled to reach his physical body, dodging the red beams of light. I'll return to my world. He raised his hand and shouted, Stay away from me! At that moment, the entire school was in an uproar. Amira was accusing Nade. Why can't you accept that your friend is dead? You foolish junior. With that, her eyes gleamed. Her hands clenched as she used magic to create a thick cloud of black smoke that covered the area. This was weather magic that could absorb. The people behind her were also preparing to cast spells, their eyes glowing as they looked at Nade. Do you really think that? The sky was filled with bubbles. Nade looked up just as Amira's voice echoed again. Do you think you can defeat all of us? Suddenly, footsteps could be heard, followed by a voice. Stop, stop. It's unbelievable that you're caught in a battle you can't control. Iruki walked slowly toward him and casually asked, Do you need my help? Nade jumped, calling out his name. Iruki. Nade shot him a glare and demanded, You think Chiron is dead? Then he shouted, Aren't you on their side? The others whispered in confusion. What is he talking about? But Iruki calmly answered, Of course not. With a determined look on his face, Nade turned toward the group ahead and continued, I don't want them to do as they please and take Chiron. Amira was growing increasingly furious, shouting and gritting her teeth in anger. You bastards. At that very moment, Chiron was still unconscious in bed. A voice spoke from beside him. It seems... Alpheus, looking down with a heavy heart, spoke up. It seems this is the end. Ami was taken aback, turning to him in confusion. What are you saying? The end? Are you planning to bury Chiron? She couldn't believe it and questioned him. Is that what you mean? Beside her were Sienna and Natala, their faces full of sorrow. Alpheus turned to Ami and said, Look outside. He glanced through the window, seeing his students preparing for battle, his mood heavy as he spoke. The kids have already unleashed deadly magic, trying to kill each other. He muttered softly, If this continues, it will lead to even more devastation. Ami's eyes filled with tears as she held onto Alpheus's hand, trying to stop him. No, Chiron isn't dead. She sobbed. You know that, don't you? Alpheus closed his eyes and remained silent, offering no reply. Ami lowered her head, tears falling as she called out Chiron's name in grief. In another place, Fummy smirked wickedly, feeling pleased as he thought, Fight fear, go ahead. He glanced at Nate and Iruki, calculating, I will become the one who hunts you down. Meanwhile, Ami Ra was slightly worried, thinking to herself, Is this really happening? The students are preparing deadly magic to face each other. Thinking of this, she suddenly spoke up, You're Iruki, the one with the genius syndrome. Iruki's expression didn't change at all as he listened to those words. She continued, You, colder than anyone, are acting based on emotions? Ami Ra straightened up and shouted, Do you really believe Chiron is still alive? Iruki replied without emotion. I only have one answer. He said with absolute conviction, Chiron is not dead. Nate was incredibly surprised when he heard this. What? Amira's face darkened as she sneered. Is that so? You really think you're right in the end? I guess you've prepared a logical explanation to convince us. He answered bluntly, of course. This answer made everyone widen their eyes in confusion. What? Iruki continued. I have evidence. Hearing this, Amira quickly retorted, show us then. Why do you think Chiron is still alive? He began to explain the first reason. He raised his hand to the sky. It's 4 o'clock now. I'll let you all see for yourselves. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison, their faces filled with curiosity. The bell, they thought it's like some kind of spiritual explanation. What is happening? Nate, standing nearby, was also confused. He's counting. But while everyone was wondering what was going on, Amira spoke up, I get it, I understand now. Then she suddenly lost her temper and shouted loudly. We'll verify Chiron's condition ourselves, no matter what. Iruki held up a stack of documents. Amira's voice kept yelling loudly. How long do you think you can stall before the graduation class? At that moment, Canis appeared and spoke up. This is quite interesting. Can I join in? Amira angrily shouted. You, how dare you come here without any fear? In front of her stood Canis, standing boldly, with Aryan beside him. Ugh, annoying. This time, I will catch you. Remember my words. Canis nonchalantly replied, go ahead if you can. Iruki continued flipping through the documents. You're 27 seconds late. Canis folded his arms in a relaxed manner. Whatever. Now I'll repay Chiron. So, just watch while your friend flips through the pages. What's this, Iruki? Nate asked, confused. Iruki calmly responded, a notebook, long lost. Nate gasped in astonishment. What? Iruki answered nonchalantly. I've diagnosed Chiron's condition and sent the collected samples. He gestured to the knife by his side. As he mentioned Chiron, Nate panicked. Since when did you? More importantly, you did all of this in 5 days? From the capital? Canis asked casually, while Aryan beside him looked bewildered. Then Amira spoke up, long lost? What kind of scam is this? Do you think Mekadin will change everything? Iruki calmly replied, don't worry, I used an alias. If I used my real name, my father would be troubled. Also, don't you think what's written in these documents is more important? Speaking loudly, it contains a spell that can bring the dead back to life. You know? Iruki didn't deny it. It's called Name, an analysis of immortality and coma states. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned, standing frozen. Nate turned to look at his friend. Iruki explained, based on the cellular structure analysis of the subject, they are in a state of suspended activity. Everyone in the room also looked down to observe, with the sample collected 24 hours after the subject's death. The functions of the organs showed no changes in the data below. You looked over the documents, and based on the data collected, the subject's body may be in a suspended system state, but it's not yet concluded that the body's functions have ceased. People murmured, making Amira feel uneasy. Is there something different? You mean he's not dead? Iruki continued with his analysis. Long lost is classified 3 types of circulatory cessation. 1. Complete heart failure. 2. Temporary cessation of heart function. As he spoke, he added, in 3, the heart doesn't function, but is in a state that seems to have stopped. This made Amira's face turn pale in disbelief. Wait, the 3rd one is ridiculous. He flipped the pages quickly. This is what's important. Listen carefully. An image of a heart appeared as he explained. While you can observe a person whose heart has stopped, based on the body's undead state, there are likely 2 new possibilities. He spoke calmly in front of everyone. Possibility 1. If the subject's self-regulating function is delayed due to a special reason, the body may temporarily halt all functions until the brain draws a conclusion. And possibility 2. Even if the subject's self-regulating function has ended. Iruki held up a watch. The concept of time for an observer may differ, and the body's functions may still appear normal. Hearing this, Ami leaned back, relieved, in Asiriel's arms. You're analyzing that an outsider couldn't observe this activity because of the time-space barrier. Iruki kept flipping through the documents, continuing according to magical logic. The subject passes by. Well, whatever. Ami was startled by his words. He was speaking as if convincing them inside the patient's room at Aryan's siren, her eyes full of concern. The last page of the document had a red seal. Iruki concluded, it cannot be considered as being dead. Nate had tears falling without noticing. Iruki asked, "So, what do you think?" "I found it." Iruki's face was full of hope, smiling brightly, a way to revive the dead.